Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Return from the Mystery. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler over the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Dudley murmured the sacred honorifics, his spirit already reaching for the familiar, majestic bronze table, for the endless expanse of grey fog where he would hear the cheerful greeting of Miss Justice. He anticipated seeing that divine, towering figure shrouded in mystery, the one they called the fool. But the fog never came. Instead, his eyes snapped open. An intense wave of vertigo washed over him as he stared at his surroundings, a place both deeply familiar and yet impossibly alien. The first thing he registered was the softness of the bed beneath him, the comforting weight of a warm quilt. Cool, fresh air filled the room, and morning light streamed through a gap in the curtains, illuminating lazy dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. It was a scene of profound peace, filled with a calming aura he hadn't felt in a lifetime. Then came the scent, not of mildewed machinery or other worldly incense, but of clean laundry and the faint, sweet smell of the rose bushes from the garden below. It was the scent of home. This is my childhood bedroom," Dudley whispered, his voice cracking. He remembered. This was his room, his own private space from before he was ripped away and thrown into a world of madness and cosmic horror. This was home. Tears welled in his eyes, hot and sudden. He couldn't find the words to describe the feeling. It was like floating, a dizzying sense of unreality combined with a bone-deep relief that threatened to shatter him. "Dudders, my darling, are you awake?" A voice, so familiar it ached, called from outside his door. His mother. "Today's your birthday. We promised we'd go to the zoo, so no being a lazy bones." I'm up," Dudley managed to reply, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Oh, wonderful, darling. Get dressed and come down quickly. There are piles of presents waiting for you to unwrap." Her voice was filled with pure joy. "Happy birthday, my sweet boy." He heard her footsteps retreating. From outside the door, Petunia Dursley was beaming. Her little angel was being so good today, getting up the moment she called. He was truly growing up, becoming a little man. She felt a surge of pride. The moment she reached the bottom of the stairs, however, her smile vanished. Her face soured, her expression longer than a horse's. Bang. 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 "Get up. Now," she shrieked, rapping her knuckles sharply on the cupboard door under the stairs. Compared to her precious son, that nephew of hers was nothing but trouble. It was Dudley's 11th birthday, and the freak was still asleep. Upstairs, Dudley mechanically pulled on his clothes and stood before the mirror. He stared at the reflection, and a jolt of revulsion went through him. A shock of blonde hair was plastered to a portly head. A body so plump his neck was a mere suggestion. A round, pink face set with small, watery blue eyes. "Was I really this soft?" he muttered, a grimace twisting his lips. This, spoiled. He couldn't stand the sight. Turning away from the mirror, he strode to the window and pulled the curtains wide. Bright sunlight flooded the room, instantly warming his skin and casting him in a faint yellow halo. He closed his eyes, soaking it in. This was real. No more facing a world of insanity and dread. No more constant, gnawing fear of losing control to the powers coursing through him. No more sudden attacks from unspeakable horrors. No more warding his dreams against psychic intrusion. No more worrying that the next potion he drank might unexpectedly turn him into a woman. That had been a close call. He inhaled the fresh, damp air, savoring the profound beauty of this simple, peaceful life. "Run slower. Wait for me. Haha, come and get me." Outside on the quiet street of Privet Drive, a few children were chasing each other, their laughter echoing in the morning air. An old instinct took over. Dudley raised his right hand, almost unconsciously, and his lips formed the familiar syllables of the Hermes language. Running is forbidden here. He watched the children. They continued their game, racing across the pavement, completely unaffected. A genuine, relieved laugh escaped him. It failed. Of course, it failed. This was a normal world, free from beyonders and their terrifying powers. How wonderful. Though that other world offered a path to godhood itself, home was still home. Family was still family. You only truly understood what something was worth after you lost it, especially after you traded it for a reality woven from nightmares. He remembered what someone once said, "Beyonders are just a pitiful group of wretches, forever battling madness and danger." "It's good to be back," he sighed. "It feels so good." Without supernatural abilities, he could finally live an ordinary life. Oh, right. Mum and Dad, they can't stand anything remotely strange. If they ever found out their son was a transmigrator from a world of horrors, they'd probably have a heart attack on the spot. He laughed, a wave of childhood memories washing over him, clearer now, yet feeling like they belonged to another life. Sweetheart, are you dressed? Petunia's voice called up again. Yes. Coming down now. Dudley replied, snapping back to the present. It was his 11th birthday. He was going to enjoy it. He opened the door and walked downstairs to be smothered in warm kisses and happy birthday wishes from his parents. And as they fussed over him, Dudley saw him. A small, thin figure stood by the stove, frying bacon. He had messy black hair, wore old, taped-together glasses, and was drowning in clothes that were obviously Dudley's cast-offs. He glanced over at the birthday celebration, his expression a flicker of wariness and undeniable envy. Harry. The name landed in his mind, and the memories came with it, sharp and ugly. He saw himself chasing and hitting his smaller cousin. Using Harry as a living punching bag. Turning the entire school against him until Harry had no friends left at all. Did I really do all that? The thought was sickening, but he knew it was the truth. The sight hit him like a physical blow because he remembered. He remembered being that small, that helpless. When he'd first been flung into that other world, an orphan of 6 or 7 living with cruel relatives, he had been Harry. He knew the gnawing hunger, the constant abuse, and the chill of threadbare clothes. He'd been beaten, forced to work in dark, dangerous factories, and was once almost sold off to a wealthy merchant. He had been so spoiled, so weak. He never would have survived if his future captain hadn't saved him, setting him upon the beyonder path. Back then, Dudley had always believed it was his punishment. His retribution. He was suffering because of what he had done to Harry. In a world with real gods, such things weren't left to chance. You couldn't escape the consequences of your actions. You only truly understood the depths of your own cruelty when you were forced to experience that same despair yourself. Later, as he grew stronger and climbed higher along his sequence pathway, he never returned to seek revenge on those relatives. He had accepted it as a karmic debt, a penance he deserved to bear. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 2, The Birthday Gift is a Book. The moment Dudley's gaze fell upon him, Harry tensed, a familiar unease prickling his skin. That fat pig isn't cooking up another scheme, is he? Damn it. Harry instantly put his guard up. He had to keep his distance from Dudley today, no matter what. Oh, my little diddy-dums, come and see your birthday presents. Aunt Petunia sang, oblivious to the silent exchange. She playfully covered Dudley's eyes with her hands and guided him toward the mountain of gifts piled on the dining table. Happy birthday. Petunia and Vernon bellowed in unison as she swept her hands away. Wow, Dudley breathed. He stared at the dazzling array of brightly wrapped packages. It had been so long since he'd celebrated a birthday. In that other, twisted world, such a thing was an unthinkable luxury. If this were the old me, he thought with a flicker of self-disgust, I'd be counting them right now. He glanced over the pile. 37, he said, his voice flat. Vernon and Petunia exchanged a nervous look. They knew their son. Something was wrong with his mood. Darling, you haven't counted Aunt Marge's gift yet, Petunia said quickly, her voice a little too high. Look, it's that big one under the present from Mummy and Daddy. And even if there's one less than last year, Vernon added hastily, they're much bigger presents this time. I see, Dudley simply nodded. He had, of course, already seen the other gifts. He was just playing the part of his younger, dumber self. But it didn't matter. For the man Dudley had become, these childish trinkets were meaningless. Seeing that Dudley didn't throw a tantrum, Petunia and Vernon grew even more flustered. This was a bad sign. A very bad sign. When Dudley didn't explode immediately, it usually meant a much larger eruption was brewing. How about this, Vernon blurted out, sweat beading on his upper lip. When we go out, we'll buy you 2 more gifts. How does that sound, son? Oh, all right then, Dudley said with a casual shrug. He ignored his breakfast and, to everyone's astonishment, waved a hand toward the kitchen. Harry, come over and help me unwrap these. The room fell dead silent. Petunia and Vernon stared, their mouths hanging open, as if their son had just started speaking in tongues. Harry was just as stunned, but his shock was immediately replaced by deep suspicion. Damn it, he's definitely trying to mess with me. The conclusion was instant and certain. He's come up with some new prank and wants to use me as the guinea pig. I am absolutely not going over there. He planted his feet, refusing to move. Come on, Dudley said, a gentle smile playing on his lips. There are so many. I can't possibly unwrap them all myself. Harry hesitated. There was something odd in Dudley's voice. It was soft, yet it carried an undeniable weight, a subtle authority that made Harry feel an inexplicable urge to obey. And, he had to admit, unwrapping that many presents did sound like a lot of work. Helping out seemed reasonable. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry walked over and began to unwrap the gifts with his cousin. Petunia and Vernon exchanged another baffled look, but since it was Dudley's special day, they decided to let this bizarre behavior slide. As Harry tore away the wrapping paper, a part of his mind screamed that he shouldn't trust this. But the thought was fleeting, washed away by a strange, giddy excitement. He had never unwrapped a birthday present in his life. Even though these belonged to someone else, the simple act filled him with a joy he'd never known. "Take whatever you like," Dudley said generously, holding up a new toy gun. "This one's nice. Do you want it?" A pang of genuine guilt struck Dudley. After everything he had endured, he, more than anyone, understood what it was like to be Harry. Harry was floored. He didn't know what had gotten into Dudley, but he was acting like a completely different person. Still, no matter how he looked, it was the same face, the same cousin who had made his life a living hell since he was a toddler. He remained vigilant, but a small, treacherous part of him hoped this new Dudley would last. Even if it was just an act, he hoped he would keep pretending for a long, long time. They worked their way through the pile. Racing cars, video games, action figures, all perfectly ordinary toys. Dudley felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. These things held no value for him now, but seeing them, tangible proof of a normal life, stirred something deep within him. Finally, Harry reached the bottom of the pile and uncovered the last gift. It was a book. It was bound in tarnished bronze, its pages thin and brittle with age. It looked ancient, like something excavated from a centuries-old tomb, and it radiated an aura of profound mystery. Someone actually sent Dudley a book. They must be mad, Harry thought with a private smirk. I'll eat my hat if he even looks at it twice. He reached for the bronze book. If nothing went wrong, Dudley would never open this. Maybe he could ask for this gift. That way, Dudley wouldn't get angry, and he'd have something new to read. It was a perfect plan. But just as Harry's fingers were about to brush against the bronze cover, Dudley sensed it. His gaze locked onto the book, and his breath caught in his throat. Trunsoist's brass book. The thought screamed through his mind. This book, no, how can a grade 0 sealed artifact be here? His mind went completely blank. He stared, his eyes wide with disbelief, confirming again and again that the book in front of him was identical to the one from his memories. The next second, as Harry's hand made contact with the artifact, Dudley lunged. He moved with explosive speed, scattering presents across the floor as he snatched the bronze book away. Harry began, stunned into silence. And then, he understood. The kindness, the offer of gifts, it was all a trick. Boy! Vernon roared, his face turning purple. Who told you to touch that? Apologize to Dudley. Now. Petunia's face hardened into a familiar, cold mask. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly, his voice barely a whisper. The apology was humiliating, but he knew from long experience that defying them would only make things worse. It was just as he'd first thought. Dudley was messing with him. But Dudley wasn't paying any attention to the drama. The moment his hands closed around the book, he knew. He could feel it. This was the real thing. Sealed Artifact 0-02, Trunsoist's brass book, a nightmare from that other world. In the classification of sealed artifacts, a lower number meant an earlier discovery, which almost always correlated with a higher level of danger. For this book to be designated 0-02 spoke volumes about the catastrophe it could unleash. Dudley's breathing grew ragged, his heart hammering against his ribs. His mind was a maelstrom of panic. He had no idea how to handle this. This wasn't some minor cursed object with a few negative side effects. Once activated, this artifact could rewrite the fundamental laws of reality within a vast area, imposing its own rigid and inescapable rules upon the world. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 3, Dudley Trunsoist. Without a second thought, Dudley snatched Trunsoist's brass book from the floor and bolted upstairs to his bedroom. Oh, Diddykins, what's wrong? Petunia cried, completely bewildered by the sudden chaos. Vernon's face purpled as he glared at Harry, instantly convinced his freakish nephew was the cause of all this. Harry flinched but said nothing. He was innocent, but he was also used to this. No matter what went wrong, it was always his fault. Safely back in his room, Dudley's breathing was still ragged. He carefully placed the bronze book on his desk, his hands trembling slightly. Trunsoist's brass book. The name, the very concept of it, had simply materialized in his mind. Why now? Since his return, he hadn't forced himself to recall the horrifying details of that other world. Now, as he tried, he realized his memory was a frustrating blur. He could grasp insignificant details if he concentrated, but the core truths, the essential knowledge of that bizarre reality, remained elusive. Even the memory of this book had only surfaced the moment he laid eyes on it. Part of my memory has been sealed, he realized with a dawning horror. Knowledge itself is a contaminant there. Merely understanding certain things invites corruption, merely thinking about them summons disaster. Memories were not harmless. In that world, anything could be a weapon, even your own mind. My name, in that world, my name was Dolly Trunsoist, Dudley murmured to himself. That must mean I have a connection to this book. He tried to pry more details from his memory but quickly gave up. Anything truly touching upon the supernatural was locked away tight. His gaze fell back to the bronze book on the desk. It seemed his memory had a unique trigger mechanism, only by encountering something of that world could he access the related information. If this Grade 0 sealed artifact hadn't appeared, he would have never remembered its existence. So the problem now is, what do I do with it? He was powerless. Facing a Grade 0 sealed artifact, Dudley was completely at a loss. He no longer possessed any Beyonder characteristics, he had no way to seal or even contain it. And from the fragmented information surfacing in his mind, he knew this artifact was, in a sense, alive. If it were to awaken here, it would be an extinction-level catastrophe. After a moment of tense deliberation, he slowly approached the desk. At the very least, touching it before hadn't caused an immediate disaster. That likely meant the artifact was in a dormant state, temporarily safe. His hand rested on the cool metal, tracing the strange, intricate patterns etched into the cover. He could feel a faint, unspeakable power thrumming within. Taking a steadying breath, he opened it. The pages were filled with shimmering, mercury-colored text, but the words were a blurry, unreadable mess. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. He wisely didn't force himself to decipher them, instead flipping through until he found a blank page. As he did, more information flooded his mind. Trunsoist's brass book, also known as the Book of Rules. It possesses a living characteristic but remains dormant most of the time. The first half contains the major, underlying laws of reality. The second half is blank, to be written by its wielder. It despises distorted, unesthetic rules and hates having its loopholes exploited. Dudley snapped the book shut and sank onto his bed, his mind reeling. It's dormant because it's no longer in its original world, he reasoned. For now, it shouldn't be a problem. But it's a ticking time bomb. Without his Beyonder powers, he couldn't influence it, let alone seal it away. I can only hope it stays asleep, he thought, a cold dread settling over him. My dear darling, are you all right? Petunia's worried voice came from outside the door. I'm fine, Mum. Just a bit tired. Don't worry about me, Dudley called back. His mind was a chaotic mess, and he couldn't bear being disturbed. Without meaning to, his voice carried a subconscious note of authority, a command that brooked no argument. Oh, all right then, dear. We won't disturb you, Petunia said quickly, before scurrying back downstairs. Dudley was left alone with his terrifying thoughts. My powers are gone, yet this artifact is here. Is any of this real? He couldn't help but wonder if this world was just an elaborate illusion, a prison constructed by some malevolent outer god. Was that why his attempt to use his powers on the children had failed? As the thought crossed his mind, a strange, maddening murmur whispered at the edge of his hearing. His thoughts became chaotic, his sense of self fraying as his very being began to distort. What's happening? He knew this feeling all too well. It was the agonizing sensation of losing control, the prelude to madness that came when a Beyonder's potion was not yet fully digested. He had endured it several times before, and each time was an unforgettable nightmare. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The world dissolved, his bedroom receding as he plunged into an endless, bizarre, black space. And there, floating in the void, he saw them. Two gelatinous, fist-sized objects pulsing with a strange light. One was a swirling mass of iron gray and dark red, the other was the color of pure, absolute black. Beyonder characteristics. The words caught in his throat. There was no mistaking them. He even recognized them. The pure black one was the Sequence 9 characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway, a lawyer. The other, the chaotic mix of gray and red, was from the Judge pathway, a Sequence 9 arbitrator. They're inside me, he realized with dawning horror. They've already started to corrupt my body. His gaze pierced the darkness, searching the void. There was nothing there, yet he could feel a faint light emanating from the abyss, giving him the vague impression of a vast, silent presence hidden within the pure blackness. Sparkles 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkles 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 4, Beyonder Characteristics. I have to absorb them. Now. The decision was instant and absolute. There was no time to hesitate. The Beyonder characteristics were already corrupting his physical form. Delaying would only lead to a far more gruesome outcome. Dudley focused his will, his consciousness reaching out into the void to touch the two mysterious, gelatinous masses. He guided them, pulling them into the core of his being. The moment they made contact, the characteristics dissolved. His vision exploded in a chaotic firework display of disorienting colors, brilliant reds, eerie blues, and dazzling whites burst behind his eyes. At the same time, soft whispers echoed at the edge of his hearing. The sound seemed to travel from an impossibly distant place, across countless eons and dimensions, making it impossible to decipher even a single syllable. A throbbing pain pulsed in his temples. He felt as if he were walking on air, his body swaying uncontrollably, perpetually on the verge of collapsing into a petrified heap. The entire experience was both terrifyingly familiar and strangely new. Fortunately, the ordeal didn't last long. The chaos subsided, and Dudley found himself back in his bedroom, gasping for air as he steadied himself against his desk. Phew. No accidents, he murmured, a wave of relief washing over him. The experience was a stark reminder of the first time he'd ever consumed a potion, that same potent cocktail of tension, excitement, and mortal fear. But he was no longer a novice. He knew how to navigate these treacherous currents, and these were merely two low-sequence characteristics. Absorbing them was well within his capabilities. Once his heart rate returned to normal, a profound sense of composure settled over him. Two sets of characteristics. Two pathways, he mused, sinking onto the edge of his bed. The Black Emperor and the Judge. Their adjacent pathways, convertible at the higher sequences. For me to have both simultaneously, does that mean I had already achieved fusion at a high sequence? The moment the thought formed, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his skull, and the vague, maddening whispers returned. He grimaced and wisely abandoned that line of thought. Clearly, some truths were still beyond his reach. His newly awakened spiritual intuition was screaming at him not to pry. Forget it, he sighed. One step at a time. He turned his focus inward, to the new reality of his body. He was a Beyonder once more. A dual-sequence Beyonder. The Black Emperor pathway, Sequence 9, lawyer, he recalled. Skilled at finding and exploiting loopholes, whether in rules or in an opponent's defenses. Adept at using order as a weapon. Also possesses extraordinary eloquence and powers of persuasion, capable of subtly distorting a target's thoughts, making them feel a sense of closeness and a willingness to trust. The Judge pathway, Sequence 9, Arbitrator. Possesses a natural charisma and an aura of authority that convinces others to yield. It also grants excellent combat skills for handling unexpected threats. When facing an arbitrator in a conflict, others often feel their confidence drain away, replaced by an overwhelming desire to concede. When combined, a slow smile spread across his face. They complement each other perfectly. Even as a low-sequence Beyonder, in a normal world like this, I can thrive. He was already intimately familiar with these abilities, he barely needed to reacquaint himself. He walked to the mirror and studied his reflection. His eyes had changed. They were deeper now, their pale blue having shifted to a brilliant, electric shade, a clear sign that the Beyonder power within him had not yet fully settled. He took a deep breath, consciously reining in the power, letting it subside. Within moments, his eyes returned to their normal, light blue hue. A soft rustling of footsteps came from the hallway. Diddykins, my little darling. Are you feeling rested? You haven't forgotten we're going to the zoo, have you? Petunia asked softly through the door, her voice laced with fear of setting him off again. I remember, Mum. I'll be right down, Dudley replied, his tone even and calm. Oh, that's good. We'll be waiting downstairs. Hearing his normal voice, Petunia sighed in relief. A contented smile spread across her face as she headed back down. A few minutes later, Dudley descended the stairs. Harry was standing in the corner of the living room, watching him with wary eyes. The incident with the book had shattered any illusions he might have had. Any friendliness from his cousin was simply the prelude to a new and crueler prank. Seeing Harry being punished, Dudley felt another pang of guilt. Before he could decide how to make amends, the phone rang. Petunia hurried to answer it. When she returned, her face was grim, a mixture of anger and anxiety. Bad news, Vernon, she announced. Mrs. Figg's broken her leg. She can't take him. She jabbed a finger toward Harry. At her words, Harry's eyes visibly brightened. A day away from Mrs. Figg's house, with its overwhelming smell of cabbage and endless photos of cats, was a miracle. Dudley's new senses keenly caught the subtle shift in Harry's demeanor. What are we going to do now? Petunia said, glaring at Harry as if it were his fault Mrs. Fig had been so clumsy. "We could call Marge," Vernon suggested uncertainly. "Don't be ridiculous, Vernon." "She hates the boy," Petunia snapped back. Ahem. Dudley cleared his throat lightly, and all eyes in the room turned to him. "I think," he said with a serene smile, "we should take Harry to the zoo with us." Vernon and Petunia stared, their jaws slack with disbelief. Dudley willingly asking to take Harry anywhere? They had to be hearing things. Even Harry looked utterly incredulous. He desperately wanted to go, he'd never been to a zoo in his life. But he had never dared to even dream of such a thing. The best he could have hoped for was being left home alone to watch TV and sneak a go on Dudley's computer console. Then, suspicion crashed down on him. Wait. No. He's planning something. Dudley, take him to the zoo. Be that kind. Impossible. This had to be the setup for his most elaborate prank yet. Dudley, however, ignored Harry's panicked expression and turned his calm gaze to his parents. "If we leave him at home, he might get into trouble," Dudley stated reasonably. "It's better to take him with us. That way, we can keep an eye on him." His tone was placid, yet it carried an undeniable authority, a subtle persuasive power that was almost hypnotic. Vernon and Petunia froze, exchanging a quick, silent glance. I think Dudley's right," Vernon said slowly, as if the idea was his own. "We can't leave the boy alone. You know what he's like." Our little darling is so thoughtful," Petunia immediately agreed, nodding vigorously. "That settles it, then. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 5, Spirit Vision. His parents' agreement secured, Dudley turned to Harry and gave him a conspiratorial wink, an attempt at a friendly gesture. To Harry, however, it looked like a deliberate, menacing provocation. Damn it, he thought, his stomach twisting into a knot. He's definitely going to do something to me at the zoo. But what could he do? He couldn't refuse. He had no right to. He was completely at their mercy. I'll just have to stay away from him, he reasoned, a sliver of hope cutting through his anxiety. The zoo is a big place. As long as I don't appear in front of him, it should be fine. Right. Besides, a zoo should be fun. He clung to that thought, a desperate attempt to comfort himself. His years of experience had taught him a few tricks for dealing with Dudley's bullying. And sometimes, when he was in real trouble, strange, inexplicable things would happen. He remembered the last time Dudley and his gang had chased him. He'd been cornered, a beating imminent, and then somehow, inexplicably, he was on the roof of the school kitchen. The punishment afterwards had been severe, but it was better than the alternative. With that thought, Harry peeked over at his cousin. Dudley was sitting on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. He wasn't watching TV or talking to anyone, just staring into space. Is he planning how to torment me? Harry muttered under his breath. In truth, Dudley's mind was a world away, consumed by the intricacies of his rediscovered Beyonder characteristics. His innate mastery of his own spirituality hadn't diminished. He could already wield the abilities of a Sequence 9 lawyer and arbitrator with practiced ease. The only real challenge was digesting the characteristics. That was the crux of it. Although the power had originated from him, reabsorbing it was functionally the same as consuming a new potion. He had to go through the entire process of digestion and mastery all over again. If his theory was correct, once he fully digested these Sequence 9 characteristics, the ones belonging to Sequence 8 would manifest. From there, he could continue his climb back up the ladder toward godhood. But how far could he go? In that other world, what sequence did I ultimately reach, he wondered, frowning. He could only remember that it was a high sequence. Any attempt to recall the specifics was met with a chaotic blur of mental static. The highest sequence I can reach in this world will be limited by the power I already hold within me, he concluded. My body only contains the characteristics I earned there. His thoughts drifted, and he glanced at his cousin, who was still observing him with cautious eyes from across the room. An idea sparked. Dudley focused, his eyes narrowing slightly, the physical trigger for his spirit vision. The world shifted. In his sight, a strange, ethereal aura flickered around Harry. Different colors and brightnesses swirled, representing a person's health and emotional state. Health is fine, aside from being a bit thin, Dudley noted. But his aura is tinged with gray. His mood is low, and he's extremely nervous. It was a surface-level reading. He had only just regained his powers, and his spiritual strength was still limited. He couldn't see anything deeper. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He caught a glimpse of something else, something indescribable buried deep within Harry's astral projection. It was hidden, just beyond the range of his current perception. What is that? spiritual power. He frowned, unsure of what he was seeing. It was a peculiar energy, unlike anything he expected to find here. He was certain Harry wasn't a beyonder. In this world, Dudley should be the only one. A slight throb started in his temples, a telltale sign of spiritual overexertion. He immediately relaxed his focus, letting the spirit vision fade. Strange, he mused. My cousin isn't as simple as he seems. He recalled flashes from their childhood, those odd occurrences when he'd been bullying Harry, things that defied logical explanation. They weren't the actions of an ordinary person. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang, pulling him from his thoughts. Oh, dear, they must be here, Petunia said, flustered, as she hurried to the door. Muffled voices echoed from the entryway, and a moment later, a scrawny boy with a mean-spirited face walked in, trailed by his mother. Happy birthday, Dudley, the boy shouted. It was Piers Pocus, Dudley's best friend. Or rather, his chief accomplice in tormenting Harry. Thanks, Piers, Dudley said, his expression unreadable as memories of their past antics surfaced. Piers swaggered over to Dudley, his eyes immediately landing on Harry standing in the corner. A malicious grin spread across his face. He was already imagining all the fun they could have. Chasing and beating Harry was one of their greatest joys. But before he could even reach the sofa, an unnatural discomfort washed over him. He felt an intense, oppressive pressure, as if he were being scrutinized by someone of immense importance. It was an indescribable sense of restraint that made his skin crawl. Dudley, you. Piers began, looking at his friend. He seemed different today. From now on, Dudley said, his voice calm but imbued with an unshakable authority, you are not to bully Harry. Huh. Piers stared, completely stunned. What was wrong with Dudley? But then, without knowing why, he nodded. He could tell this wasn't a joke. It was an order, and the very thought of disobeying it felt impossible. No one else noticed the brief, strange exchange. Only Harry saw the color drain from Piers's face as he stood rigidly beside Dudley, not even daring to sit down. Half an hour later, the Dursleys, along with a subdued Piers, arrived at the zoo. It was exceptionally crowded. Vernon went to buy tickets, leaving the others to wait by the entrance. Harry immediately put as much distance as he could between himself and his cousin. Piers stood awkwardly beside his mother, also keeping a wide berth from Dudley. Dudley, meanwhile, simply took it all in. The bustling crowds, the cheerful noise, the ordinary wonder of it all. He was about to let out a heartfelt sigh of contentment. Ah, the zoo, so many people. Suddenly, a woman appeared at his side as if from nowhere. Her face was a chaotic mask of colorful paint. Little friend, she asked, her voice a low, raspy whisper, would you like to have your fortune told? Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 6, The Emperor and the Judgment. Dudley was slightly startled by the woman who had appeared at his side. She was dressed strangely, even for a fortune-teller. She wore a long, black dress with numerous bulging pockets, a tall, pointed purple hat perched on her head, and her deep blue eyes held an unnerving intensity. The eclectic jewelry adorning her body had a strong, distinct Romani character. Fortune-telling. Dudley repeated, a flicker of something ancient and familiar stirring within him. Yes. Are you interested? The woman continued, her voice a low, raspy whisper. Dudley felt a momentary dizzy spell, a strange sense of temporal displacement, as if he had been thrown back into that other world where oddities lurked around every corner. Seeing as you're my first customer of the day, the woman said, her deep blue eyes blinking slowly, I can offer you a reading for free. She seemed genuinely intrigued by the chubby little boy in front of her. Free. A faint, knowing smile touched Dudley's lips. What do you use for your fortune-telling? Tarot. All right then, Dudley nodded, his curiosity piqued. Please, follow me. The woman led him toward a small, makeshift tent set up a short distance away. Dudley followed without hesitation. He wasn't afraid of any tricks she might try to play. The light inside the tent was dim, with a single, sputtering candle illuminating a small, cluttered table. Dudley's eyes scanned the interior, taking in the various tools of divination scattered about, crystal balls, stacks of tarot cards, dusty tomes, and more. Is there anything specific you would like to ask? The woman asked, her voice seeming to echo in the confined space. Dudley considered for a moment. The past, the present, and the future. The woman's deep blue eyes narrowed. Oh, she rasped. I expected you to ask something more, childish. What job will I have, or how can I get that game console I want? Dudley simply shrugged. If he were just an ordinary boy, he might have asked exactly that. Then, let us begin. She reached into one of her many pockets and produced a worn deck of tarot cards. Her hands moved with a practiced, fluid grace as she shuffled and cut the deck. Watching her, Dudley felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling the first time he had drawn a card at that fateful gathering around the bronze table. Now, she said, fanning the cards out before him. You may draw. The first card represents the past, the second the present, and the third the future. Dudley raised his hand and drew a card, placing it to the left. He drew another for the middle and the final one for the right. So, which would you like to see first? The woman asked, her eyes seeming to hold a mysterious, mesmerizing power. Let's look at the past. As you wish. She turned over the leftmost card. The Emperor. Dudley almost blurted out the name himself. It was a major arcana card, a figure of immense power and authority. That's right, the woman said, a hint of surprise in her voice. It seems you know a little about the tarot. Dudley stared at the familiar image. For a dizzying moment, he saw the long bronze table again, felt the oppressive weight of the grey fog. The first card he had ever turned over was also the Emperor. It was why his code name had been. Oh, but this Emperor is reversed, the woman noted, leaning in. Interesting. Before she could begin her interpretation, Dudley reached out and flipped over the card on the far right, the one representing the future. Judgment. He spoke the word softly, a sense of grim finality settling over him. Another major arcana, the woman murmured. The Emperor, and Judgment, Dudley repeated to himself. The two cards that corresponded perfectly to the beyonder pathways he now walked. Bang. The tent flap was thrown open violently, and someone burst inside. Oh, Diddy-dums, darling. Are you all right? Petunia's panicked voice shrieked. What are you doing? Get away from my son. Vernon bellowed, grabbing Dudley and yanking him away. In his rage, he kicked the small table, sending the cards scattering across the floor. Dudley glanced down, but the card representing his present was lost in the mess. You freaks. Monsters. I'm fine, Dad, Dudley said calmly. She was just telling my fortune. It was quite interesting. As he spoke, he subtly released a pulse of his spiritual energy. The fury in Vernon's expression softened considerably. At the same time, Dudley blinked, activating his spirit vision. The fortune-teller's aura was clear, no different from an ordinary person's. But then he saw it, deep within her soul, a peculiar energy was surging, the same strange power he had glimpsed within Harry. What is that? He wondered, his mind racing. Oh, you're fine, good, that's good. I thought. Vernon stammered, his anger deflating. Sir, I simply felt a connection with the child and offered him a free reading, the woman said, frowning at her overturned table. I meant no harm. Sorry, Dudley said, deactivating his spirit vision. We were rash. It's fine, the woman sighed, waving a dismissive hand. You can go. Dudley nodded and led his bewildered parents out of the tent. Dudley, are you okay? Piers said, rushing over. I saw that strange woman take you in there. I thought you'd been kidnapped. I'm fine, Dudley said casually. It was just a fortune-telling. Across the way, Harry watched Dudley return safely, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. The incident was quickly forgotten by everyone else as they finally entered the zoo. Dudley followed his family, feigning excitement as they moved from one exhibit to the next. But his mind was elsewhere, replaying the tarot reading, the images of the Emperor and Judgment burned into his thoughts. And he kept pondering the mysterious energy he had seen in both the fortune-teller and Harry. It wasn't something everyone possessed, he couldn't see it in his parents or Piers. His eyes scanned the crowd, seeking out his cousin. He found him standing before a large glass enclosure. Behind the glass, a massive python was slowly uncoiling its powerful body. And Harry, his face pressed close to the glass, seemed to be talking to it. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 7, Confrontation with the Python. If you die here alone one day, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Harry spoke softly to the python behind the glass, his voice filled with an empathy born of shared experience. Confined to such a small space, it had to endure an endless parade of stupid, tapping fingers and loud, obnoxious faces, all trying to wake it from its slumber. It reminded Harry of his own life in the cupboard under the stairs, waking each morning to Aunt Petunia's shrill shrieks before making breakfast for the family. But at least he could move around the house. At least he could go to school. This python might be stuck in this tiny glass box forever. Suddenly, the snake, which had been sleeping soundly, opened its bright, intelligent eyes. It slowly raised its head until it was level with Harry's. Harry held his breath, staring back at the magnificent creature. The python blinked. A jolt went through Harry. It understood me. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but no one was paying attention. He turned back to the python and, feeling a bit foolish, blinked back. A low, sibilant voice seemed to echo directly in his mind. I am always dealing with stupid humans. Harry gasped. I know, he whispered back eagerly. You must be so annoyed by them, right? The python nodded its massive head vigorously. Pure joy flooded Harry's senses. He could actually talk to a snake. It was the most amazing thing that had ever happened to him. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had found a long-lost friend. So, where are you from? He asked quickly, his heart racing. Having someone to talk to, a real friend, felt so incredible that the rest of the world simply melted away. The python flicked its tail, tapping a small plaque on the glass. Boa constrictor, Brazil. What's it like there? Harry asked, his spirits soaring. The python tapped another part of the sign. Bred in captivity. Oh, Harry said, his excitement dimming. I see. So you've never been to Brazil? I've never seen my parents, either. They. Before he could finish, a deafening shout shattered the moment. Dudley. Dudley, come quick. You won't believe what this snake is doing. It was Piers, hollering at the top of his lungs. He had seen Harry talking to the snake, and his face was alight with malicious glee. Thump. Piers charged over and shoved Harry hard, sending him sprawling to the concrete floor. Even though Piers was scrawny, he was still much bigger and stronger than Harry. From a short distance away, Dudley watched with a frown. He, too, had seen Harry seemingly conversing with the python. At first, he dismissed it as childish nonsense. But then he saw the snake responding, the two of them communicating in some silent, mysterious language. He had been about to activate his spirit vision for a closer look when Piers's sudden arrival ruined everything. Dudley's frown deepened. He had explicitly warned Piers not to bully Harry. It seemed a clearer, more forceful warning was in order. On the ground, Harry glared at Piers, who was now plastered against the glass enclosure. A furious, white-hot rage boiled up inside him. He wanted to leap up and tear Piers apart, consequences be damned. The desire was so strong it almost made him lose his mind. It's amazing. This is incredible. The snake can actually understand people. Oh my God. Piers shrieked, wriggling excitedly against the glass, trying to get a better look. Vroom. Suddenly, the thick pane of glass in front of Piers simply vanished. With nothing to support him, he lost his balance and tumbled headfirst into the python's enclosure, landing with a loud splash in the shallow pool. Dudley's expression shifted from annoyance to shock. He stared at the empty space where the glass had been, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. What was that? How did the glass disappear? For a terrifying moment, he felt as if he had been thrown back into that other, bizarre world. But this was different. This was something new. Oh. A piercing scream echoed through the reptile house. Piers, now face to face with the giant python, was scared out of his wits. Admiring the snake from behind a protective barrier was one thing, sharing its enclosure was another concept entirely. Hiss. The python flicked its forked tongue but paid Piers no mind. It swiftly uncoiled its powerful body and slithered out of the enclosure, heading directly for Harry. Watch out. Dudley didn't have time to think. He broke into a run, his beyonder-enhanced physique allowing him to move with startling speed. The Arbitrator characteristic granted him excellent combat instincts, and his reaction time was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Though the python didn't seem hostile, he couldn't take any chances. Harry was small and frail, he wouldn't survive being constricted. With a powerful stride, Dudley launched himself forward, planting himself directly between Harry and the approaching snake. Hiss, hiss. The giant python flicked its crimson tongue, its unblinking eyes fixed on Dudley. Dudley stared back, his gaze cold and hard. Man and snake were locked in a silent, tense confrontation. Behind him, Harry was frozen with fear. The sudden rage, the disappearing glass, the approaching python, and Dudley's sudden intervention, it was too much. Scram, Dudley commanded, his voice low and laced with the undeniable authority of an arbitrator. The python recoiled, a primal sense of danger washing over it. This seemingly soft, chubby human child possessed a power that terrified it. Dudley clenched his fists, his muscles tensing. If his authority wasn't enough, he was prepared for a fight. Fortunately, his past experiences had made him a seasoned combatant. The thought of a physical confrontation didn't scare him, in fact, a part of him felt a familiar, exhilarating thrill. The giant python hesitated for another moment, then slowly moved its body, slithering to the side and breaking the standoff. As it passed Harry, it paused. Thank you, the snake hissed into his mind. You're welcome, Harry whispered back instinctively. The python's bright eyes flickered toward Dudley. Be careful of this one. And with that final piece of advice, it slithered away, disappearing into the panicked crowd. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 8, A Doubtful World. Be careful of Dudley. Harry was confused. Why would the python warn him about his own cousin? Did it somehow know how badly Dudley bullied him? He couldn't quite figure it out, but he decided the python's advice was sound. He definitely needed to be careful. Dudley watched the snake flee, its escape causing a wave of screams to erupt through the reptile house. Then, he turned back to Harry and extended his right hand. Are you okay? Ah. No. I mean, I'm fine. Harry stared at Dudley's outstretched hand, so surprised he could barely form a coherent sentence. Dudley was offering to help him up. Was this really the same cousin who made his life a living hell every single day? The entire situation felt deeply unreal. Is this another prank? The thought flashed through his mind, sharp and automatic. He hesitated, but the thought of refusing and making things even worse spurred him to accept. He tentatively took Dudley's hand. Is he going to pull me up just to throw me down again? Before the thought could even fully form, a firm but gentle force pulled him effortlessly to his feet. Help! Help me! Ah! Terrified screams echoed from nearby. Harry and Dudley both turned toward the sound. Piers was frantically banging on the glass of the python enclosure. The pain that had mysteriously vanished had just as mysteriously reappeared, trapping him inside. Piers! Son, what's happening? How did you get in there? Piers's mother shrieked, rushing over. Is the snake in there? Oh my God! Seeing her son sealed inside the enclosure, she looked ready to faint. At the same time, Petunia and Vernon ran over, drawn by the commotion. They were relieved to see Dudley was unharmed but utterly baffled as to how Piers had ended up on the wrong side of the glass. An hour later, they finally left the zoo. Piers was severely shaken and couldn't explain what had happened, his entire demeanor dazed and distant. Dudley, for his part, insisted that neither he nor Harry had seen anything. Vernon and Petunia didn't press the matter. As long as Dudley was safe, that's all that mattered. They both suspected Harry was somehow involved with the disappearing glass, but they couldn't prove it. They resolved to give the boy a good, long talking to when they got home. But once they returned, Harry was on his best behavior. And since it was still Dudley's birthday, Vernon decided not to waste his energy. Without a clear reason to punish him, he let it slide, for now. There would be plenty of other opportunities later. Night fell. The Dursley household was quiet, everyone asleep. Everyone except Harry. In his cramped cupboard under the stairs, he tossed and turned, his mind replaying the day's bizarre events. And upstairs, in his spacious bedroom, Dudley was also wide awake. The fortune teller, the disappearing glass. Is this really a normal world? So many strange things had happened that he couldn't help but doubt his reality. He was terrified it was all just an elaborate illusion, a cruel prank by some cosmic entity, and that he would wake up back in that world of horror and madness. He took out Trunsoist's brass book. The powerful sealed artifact looked like a harmless antique. He had even flipped through it earlier without any ill effect. But he knew that was just its dormant state. If the Book of Rules were ever truly awakened, the disaster it could unleash would be apocalyptic. I wonder why it traveled back with me, he mused, his fingers lightly tracing the intricate, uneven patterns on the bronze cover. He had some theories. He could probably use the book's power over rules to his advantage, but the risk was immense. He didn't dare try it yet. Still, if he ever found himself in true danger, perhaps the book could be his salvation. After all, this world was proving to be anything but normal. I hope I never have to use you, he whispered, carefully putting the book away. Still unable to sleep, he quietly opened his door and tiptoed downstairs for a glass of water. As he passed the cupboard, he could sense Harry's presence inside but wasn't sure if he was asleep. Without turning on the lights, Dudley navigated the dark kitchen with the ease of his heightened senses. He poured a glass of water and sat on the sofa, sipping it slowly in the quiet darkness. Click. The cupboard door creaked open, and Harry emerged, looking tired and annoyed. He couldn't sleep either and had decided to get some water. He didn't have a watch and had no idea what time it was. He moved through the darkness by memory, heading for the kitchen sink. Suddenly, he froze. He sensed a dark shape on the sofa, a presence watching him. A cold sweat broke out on his skin. A burglar. A ghost. Good evening, Harry. Dudley's familiar voice cut through the silence, making Harry's heart leap into his throat. You, what are you doing here? He stammered. Getting a glass of water, Dudley said calmly. Oh. I was going to get some water, too. What in the world is he doing sitting in the dark in the middle of the night? Harry complained internally. He had been genuinely terrified. Since you're awake, Dudley said, his voice still calm but now carrying that strange, undeniable authority, how about we have a chat? Harry felt an inexplicable urge to agree. All right. What do you want to talk about? He had no idea what Dudley was planning, but he felt he had no choice but to go along with it. The disappearing glass at the zoo today, Dudley said, his voice dropping to a near whisper in the dark room. That was you, wasn't it? Me. How could it be? I don't know what happened, Harry denied quickly, his voice shaking. Heh heh. Dudley chuckled softly. How about a deal? You tell me the truth, and I'll stop bullying you. Forever. The words hung in the air, laced with a tempting, persuasive power. It's a good deal, isn't it? Harry found himself wanting, more than anything, to say yes. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 9, The Acting Method. Harry hesitated, unsure of where to even begin. Sit down, Dudley said with a gentle smile. We can talk. Harry slowly sat on a nearby chair. After a moment of tense silence, he spoke. I don't know why the glass disappeared. It's just, when I'm in danger, or when I get really, really angry, strange things sometimes happen. Oh. Dudley prompted, his expression thoughtful. Are there other strange things? Harry took a deep breath and risked a glance at his cousin. Like my hair, he said slowly. You remember, don't you? Uncle Vernon hated how messy it was and sheared it all off. The next day, it had all grown back. Dudley nodded. He remembered that incident well. No matter how short they cut it, Harry's hair would be exactly the same the next morning. So, I'm just as curious as you are about what's going on, Harry finished with a helpless shrug. He was telling the truth. While he often fantasized about having magical powers, he knew it was just his imagination. Dudley said nothing. He could tell Harry wasn't lying. The boy truly had no idea what these events meant. All right, he said, not pressing the issue. He slowly stood up. He had what he needed for now. His most important task was to reacclimate to his body and begin digesting the beyonder characteristics within him. And, of course, he needed to lose all this fat. As he passed Harry, Dudley reached out and patted his shoulder. Harry flinched instinctively, but Dudley's hand still landed, not with a hard shove, but with a light, reassuring touch. As he passed, Dudley's hand landed on Harry's shoulder. Harry flinched, but the touch was surprisingly gentle, not a shove. What I did to you before, it was wrong, Dudley said, his voice low and sincere. An apology is just words, and you have no reason to believe mine. So let my actions be my promise. From this day forward, I will not bully you again. He then turned and walked into the darkness, disappearing up the stairs. Has he gone mad? It took Harry a long moment to process what had just happened. Was this really the same Dudley he knew? He was acting like a completely different person. Well, if he has lost his mind, Harry thought with a wry smile, I hope he stays that way. He shook his head, drank a glass of water, and returned to his cupboard, feeling a strange sense of peace. The weekend passed, and with it, Dudley's birthday. What followed was the last, short term of school before they moved on to secondary. To Harry's utter astonishment, Dudley was true to his word. For the entire month, he didn't bully him once. Not only that, Dudley seemed to have a sudden revelation about his own obesity and began a rigorous diet and exercise routine. This stunned Vernon and Petunia, but somehow, Dudley had used his newfound persuasive abilities to make them accept all these changes. Under his subtle influence, Harry's life improved dramatically. They weren't exactly kind to him, but the harsh words and constant abuse stopped. The change was so profound that Harry felt like he was living in a dream. Summer vacation arrived quickly. It's been over a month since I returned, Dudley mused, stretching as he got out of bed. He pulled open the curtains, a bright smile gracing his lips as sunlight flooded the room. He had finally adapted. This was the life that should have been his all along. No outer gods, no cosmic horrors, just the petty squabbles of childhood. He looked at himself in the mirror. A month of discipline had worked wonders. The excess fat had melted away, revealing a much more energetic and defined person. With his golden hair, blue eyes, and sharp features, he was even a little handsome. Now I need to plan how to digest the characteristics, he thought. The digestion of a beyonder's power relied on the acting method, adhering to the principles of the sequence name to embody its role. He currently held 2 sequence 9 characteristics, lawyer and arbitrator. Acting out these roles was difficult for an 11-year-old. A lawyer, as the name implied, was best acted by becoming a real lawyer, arguing cases, and exploiting legal loopholes. An arbitrator needed to mediate disputes and enforce judgments. Dudley obviously couldn't do either of those things professionally. He could try to act out the roles at school, settling arguments among his classmates, but that felt superficial. After more than a month, he had made little progress in digesting the two characteristics. For someone who had already reached a high sequence in that other world, this pace was frustratingly slow. He decided he would look for some kind of part-time work over the summer to truly embody the roles. Checking the time, he headed downstairs. In the kitchen, Petunia was directing Harry. "Go on, fry the eggs." "Okay, Aunt Petunia," Harry said obediently. He was trying his best to maintain this new, peaceful status quo. "Oh, what a beautiful day. My little Diddy-Dums is up so early," Petunia cooed as Dudley entered the room. "Breakfast first, dear, or your run." "Breakfast," Dudley said, nodding a greeting to Harry. "All right, darling." Petunia kissed his forehead. "Dad, Mum," Dudley began casually, "I was thinking. Harry's getting bigger. The cupboard under the stairs isn't really suitable for him anymore. Why don't we let him have the small bedroom upstairs?" Vernon, who was reading the paper, frowned instantly. Petunia's face visibly soured. Harry looked up in shock, the egg in the pan beginning to smoke. "He's getting so big he might break the cupboard by accident," Dudley added with a light shrug, his tone making it sound like the most reasonable suggestion in the world. "This. We'll see how he behaves." Vernon hesitated, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He had to admit, the boy did have a point. "If he doesn't cause any trouble before the end of summer, I suppose he can live upstairs," Petunia sniffed. "Very good," Dudley nodded, satisfied. A soft clatter came from the front door, the sound of the post arriving. "Harry, go get the mail," Dudley called out, giving his cousin a subtle wink. "Got it." Harry immediately abandoned the now burnt eggs and ran for the door. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 10, The Letter. The boy got off easy, Uncle Vernon grumbled from behind his newspaper. He had to admit, though, Harry was growing. Whether it was from finally being fed properly or just a growth spurt, the cupboard under the stairs wouldn't hold him for much longer. They had considered moving him, but that room was where Dudley kept all his old toys. They had been afraid to even bring it up, certain Dudley would throw a fit. Now that their son had suggested it himself, they had no reason to object. They didn't even think to question his motives. Dudley said nothing, calmly eating his sandwich. His lawyer and arbitrator abilities allowed him to keenly spot the unspoken desires and logical loopholes in any situation, while his natural authority subtly guided people toward his desired outcome. Giving Harry a proper bedroom was simply a logical next step. "Boy, hurry up with the mail," Uncle Vernon shouted from the kitchen, noticing Harry's prolonged absence. "What are you doing out there, checking for letter bombs?" He chuckled at his own joke. Dudley offered a polite, thin smile and continued chewing his sandwich. To be honest, British food was truly abysmal. He found himself missing some of the cuisine from that other, bizarre world. Even some of the stranger dishes were more appetizing than this dry sandwich. Harry finally returned, a small stack of envelopes in his hand. He handed the bills and a postcard to Uncle Vernon, then placed a thick, yellowish parchment envelope on the table in front of Dudley. He clutched an identical envelope to his own chest as he sat down. A letter for me. Dudley was puzzled. Who would be writing to him? He examined the envelope. It was made of heavy parchment, the address written in elegant, emerald green ink. Strangely, there was no stamp. Mr. D. Dursley. The second bedroom. For Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. He glanced over at Harry and saw that his letter was a perfect match. Could it be from the school? It was the only logical explanation. They had just finished primary school and were due to start secondary in the autumn. This must be from their new school. With that thought, Dudley decided not to open his just yet, wanting to finish his sandwich first. Uncle Vernon tore open a bill, snorted in disgust, then flipped over the postcard. "Marge is sick," he announced. "Ate some bad whelks." He waved the postcard, intending to show it to Petunia. As he turned, he caught sight of the letter in Harry's hand and, without a second thought, snatched it away. "That's mine," Harry shouted, lunging for it. He had never received a letter in his entire life. This was the first one, and he had been overjoyed, but now it was gone. "Who'd be writing to you?" Uncle Vernon sneered. "Now behave yourself, boy, or it's back in the cupboard for you." He casually tore open the letter. Dudley frowned but held his tongue. He assumed his father would just read it and give it back. But then, he saw his father's face change. The color drained from it so rapidly that even without his spirit vision, the shift was stark and alarming. A few seconds later, he gasped. P.E. Petunia. She hurried over, took the letter, and after a single glance, she looked as if she were about to faint. Vernon. Oh, my goodness, what are we going to do? They stared at each other, seemingly forgetting anyone else was in the room. What's going on? Harry whispered. This was clearly not a letter from a normal secondary school. That's my letter. Give it back. He jumped up, trying to snatch it, but he was too short to reach. Both of you, get out. Uncle Vernon roared, his face a mask of pure fury. Out. He was screaming at both of them now. Give me my letter. Harry pleaded, desperate to know what it said. Go. Seeing the situation escalating, Dudley didn't hesitate. He grabbed Harry and pulled him out of the kitchen. Slam. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving them in the hallway. What are you doing? Harry cried, struggling against Dudley's grip. That's my letter. Don't worry, Dudley said, holding up his own envelope. I have one, too. Let's read this one. Oh, right. Harry's panic subsided slightly. He remembered Dudley had received an identical letter. Judging by his aunt and uncle's reaction, this was something far more significant than a school welcome packet. In here, Harry whispered, pulling Dudley into the cramped cupboard under the stairs. It was the only place they could be sure they wouldn't be disturbed. Squeezed together in the small, dark space, their breathing was heavy with anticipation. Hurry up, open it, Harry urged. Dudley wasted no time. He flipped the envelope over and saw the wax seal on the back, a shield crest with a capital H surrounded by 4 animals, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. A peculiar crest, he noted, before breaking the seal and pulling out the letter. They both leaned in close to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede of Wizards. Dear Mr. Dursley. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry was utterly stunned, his mouth hanging open. And Dudley, too, felt a profound sense of shock. This world had wizards. An actual school for them. And somehow, impossibly, he had been accepted. Wait. Harry had received the same letter. That meant he was a wizard, too. Dudley glanced at his cousin, who was still staring at the letter, dazed. In that single moment, all the strange, inexplicable things from their past suddenly made perfect, terrifying sense. This was not a normal world. This was a world of magic. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 11, Wizards. What does this mean, Dudley? Harry asked, his expression completely blank. He could read the words on the parchment, but together, they formed a meaning so outlandish he couldn't comprehend it. It felt less like a real letter and more like an elaborate April Fool's joke. You don't understand. Dudley looked at Harry, surprised. He had expected the letter to trigger some kind of recognition in his cousin, but it was clear Harry was just as bewildered as he was. Understand what? Harry retorted, his voice edged with frustration. I mean, this is a joke, right? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Wizard Headmaster. None of this is real. Dudley looked at Harry, his gaze serious and penetrating. He blinked once, activating his spiritual perception. Deep within Harry's soul, that same peculiar energy was surging, a power that was not abundant but was remarkably pure. It was similar to the spirituality of a Beyonder, but fundamentally different. If the letter was true, then a hidden world of magic existed right under their noses. He recalled his time in that other, bizarre world. Despite the horrors that lurked in the shadows, most of its inhabitants lived their lives completely unaware. To them, it was just a normal world. Could it be the same here? A hidden reality, a magical world concealed beneath the mundane. Come with me. After a moment of thought, Dudley opened the cupboard door and crept to the kitchen, pressing his eye to the keyhole. Harry followed suit, but with the keyhole already occupied, he had to lie flat on the floor and peek through the crack under the door. They know something, Dudley thought, a certainty solidifying in his mind. His parents' reaction to Harry's letter proved it. They knew about this wizarding world. Yet, when he had observed them with his spirit vision, he hadn't seen a trace of that peculiar magical energy. If that energy was the mark of a wizard, then his parents were ordinary people. Vernon, what are we going to do? Petunia's voice trembled from inside the kitchen. Have they been watching us all this time? Look at the address, they even knew Harry was living in the cupboard. Oh, my goodness. Watching us, spying on us, maybe even following us. Damn them. Vernon roared. The confirmation sent a jolt through Dudley. But what do we do? Petunia continued, her voice fraught with panic. Should we write back? Tell them we don't want Harry to go to that place. No. We are not writing back. Vernon said firmly. We'll pretend we never received it. We'll act like nothing happened. It's the best way. Maybe if they don't get a reply, they'll assume he's refused, he reasoned. Yes, that's the best way. But. Petunia hesitated, clearly unconvinced. Outside the door, Dudley's brow furrowed. This was not going as he'd expected. Harry, still on the floor, looked even more anxious. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew his aunt and uncle were trying to keep something from him. Knock, knock. Dudley rapped on the kitchen door. He needed to talk to them, to understand what was going on. The door was yanked open violently. Vernon's large, purple face loomed over them. Harry, still on the floor, found himself staring up at his uncle's enormous feet. Dad, Dudley said, his voice calm and gentle, I think we need to talk about this. He subtly used his power to soothe his father's raging emotions. Talk. There's nothing to talk about. The letter was sent to the wrong address. We've already burned it, Vernon said, his tone much calmer than before. Now, you don't need to worry about it. Impossible. Harry shouted from the floor. It wasn't wrong. The address was 4 Privet Drive, the cupboard under the stairs. How could that be wrong? Shut up. Vernon's temper, which Dudley had just managed to pacify, exploded again. I said it was wrong, so it was wrong. He took a deep breath. However, Dudley suggested you move into the small bedroom. We've considered it, and you can move in today. You've gotten too big for the cupboard. He glared down at Harry. Now, that's settled. Not another word about the letter. Dad, Dudley began slowly, I know you don't want Harry to see the letter, but... He reached into his pocket and pulled out his own identical envelope. Actually, I received one, too. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Vernon and Petunia stared, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated horror. They looked as if some invisible force had sucked all the oxygen from the room. Oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness. Vernon stammered, shaking his head in disbelief. How could my son receive a letter from that dreadful place? Impossible. This is impossible. Petunia's mouth had formed a perfect, silent O. She stared at the letter in Dudley's hand, utterly speechless. Dudley's gaze swept over them. His father's reaction was predictable, shock, disbelief, fear. But his mother's expression was far more complex. There was shock and fear, yes, but underneath it all, there was a flicker of something else, a hint of hope, a glimmer of unutterable pride. It was an incredibly complex mix of emotions, one he wouldn't have been able to decipher if he weren't a beyonder. So, Dudley said, his voice cutting through the tense silence, shouldn't you tell me what's going on? According to this, I've been accepted to a magic school called Hogwarts. Have you heard of it? He unfolded the letter, showing them its contents. Oh, my goodness, Petunia gasped. Her body swayed, and she collapsed onto the nearby sofa. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 12, The Magical World. Petunia, are you all right? Seeing Petunia collapse onto the sofa, Vernon rushed over, helping her up with anxious concern. Mom, how are you feeling? Dudley also hurried to her side. But he could tell she was fine, just startled. I'm fine, she murmured, her eyes lingering on the letter in Dudley's hand, her expression a tangled mess of conflicting emotions. That letter. Don't talk about the contents of that letter anymore. It's a lie. Vernon barked sharply. Look at what you've done, scared your mother half to death. Yet the more they tried to hide the truth, the more Dudley's curiosity grew. He summoned the powers granted by his lawyer and arbitrator sequences, keen insight into weaknesses, eloquence, persuasiveness, and an undeniable authority. Dad, Mom, I think you know more than you're letting on, he began, his voice calm and measured. Since Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has sent admission letters to both Harry and me, we deserve to know the truth. If the letter is real, then we're dealing with wizards, people with extraordinary powers. What if they don't get a reply and send someone to take us by force? And lately, I've been feeling strange things. What if I lose control and accidentally blow up the house? Dudley's spiritual energy radiated subtly but unmistakably. Vernon and Petunia's faces grew serious. Dudley was right. They feared that ignoring the letter might bring unwanted attention from the wizards. And Dudley's last words, about blowing up the house, reminded them painfully of what had happened to Harry's parents. Their faces paled, and Petunia gasped involuntarily. "So, tell me everything you know," Dudley demanded, his voice carrying an invisible weight that compelled them to speak. "Oh, heavens, I knew this day would come," Petunia began, her voice trembling. "I thought if we just kept it a secret, if we pretended he was normal, he wouldn't become a wizard. But what am I?" Harry asked, stunned. "A wizard. You're a wizard." Vernon snapped, quickly lowering his voice lest the neighbors hear. "I always knew you were a freak. You and your parents, both freaks." He spat the words out like poison. "You're just like my damn sister. I knew from the start you had to be one, after all, your parents were." Petunia finally caught her breath and, with a mix of agitation and sorrow, began to recount the past. She got that letter, then disappeared to that cursed school. Every holiday, she'd come back with her pockets full of toad eggs and turn teapots into mice. I saw her for what she was, a complete freak. But my parents, they were blinded by it all, always, Lily this, Lily that. A witch in the family. They were thrilled. Petunia's eyes flashed with more than disgust, there was jealousy, too. Dudley wondered if she had once longed to be a wizard herself but had failed. As Petunia spoke, she revealed the tragic fate of Harry's parents, their deaths in a terrible explosion. Dudley finally understood. His parents had told him they died in a car accident, rarely mentioning them. Now he knew why. "My parents were wizards," Harry whispered, his face drained of color. "They didn't die in a car accident, but..." The day's revelations were overwhelming. The truth was too much for an ordinary boy to bear. "Now you know what that school is," Vernon said harshly. "It's a place that trains freaks, and it's dangerous. One wrong move, and you could blow yourself up. So don't mention that place again." Dudley paused, then said seriously, "I think that place sounds pretty good. I want to go." How would this magical world compare to that strange, horrifying world he had come from? He was filled with anticipation. "What? You, Vernon was so furious he squeezed his eyes shut, then forced them open again. Petunia stared at Dudley, speechless. "Dad, I think being a wizard is probably fate," Dudley explained calmly. "The fact that I can become a wizard means I have that power inside me. If I don't learn to control it, the consequences could be terrible. So I have to go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." As Dudley spoke, he once again invoked the authority of his arbitrator and lawyer sequences. He would not be swayed. He had to go to that school and see it for himself. "You." Vernon was at a loss, turning to Petunia for support. "Dudley, my little darling," Petunia asked, her voice trembling, do you really want to go to that school?" "Yes, Mom," Dudley said, stepping close to her and hugging her tightly. He whispered in her ear, "Mom, I will fulfill the wish you couldn't." Petunia stiffened. Her expression shifted, a whirlwind of emotions passing over her face before she finally sighed, a long, shaky breath of resignation. She slowly nodded. "I don't think you'll stop me, will you?" Dudley smiled gently. "No," she whispered. "I won't." The room was heavy with unspoken understanding. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 13, Big Brother D. Petunia, you. Vernon stared at his wife, utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe she would agree to let Dudley attend that mad school. Hadn't she always hated anything strange or abnormal? "Vernon," Petunia began, her voice still trembling slightly, "since Dudley received the letter, and since he himself wants to go, it will be very difficult for us to stop him." Her eyes darted around nervously. "My point is, if we don't let him go, those people, they might just come and take him by force." Is that true?" Vernon asked, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "Yes," Petunia said, glancing at Dudley with a complex expression. "I've seen what they can do." Vernon's face froze. Seizing the opportunity, Dudley calmly and persuasively laid out the pros and cons, subtly using his beyonder abilities to guide the conversation. He sensed his mother wasn't telling the whole truth, but it didn't matter. As long as he got to that school, he could uncover the secrets himself. In the end, Vernon was thoroughly convinced. Petunia, after her initial resistance, had become Dudley's staunchest ally, her enthusiasm so fervent that even Dudley found it surprising. With her help, he barely had to use his spiritual power to guide his father. The matter was settled. The day ended in a surreal, dreamlike haze. The next morning, Dudley and Harry wrote a joint reply, accepting their places at Hogwarts. They were both filled with a nervous, excited energy. After Dudley finished the letter, he placed it in the postbox outside. Almost immediately, an owl swooped down, snatched the letter in its beak, and flew away. A day later, a reply arrived from the school. The letter says a professor will come at the end of July to take us shopping for our school supplies, Dudley announced, reading the new letter. Oh, my goodness. I don't want any of those freaks in my house. Vernon cried, horrified at the thought of a wizard crossing his threshold. But Uncle Vernon, Harry pointed out matter-of-factly, your son is about to become a wizard, too. Are you never going to let him come back home? Shut up. You just shut up. Vernon roared, flustered and cornered. Harry just shrugged. He was only stating a fact. Dudley shook his head helplessly and handed the letter to Harry. They're sending a professor? Does Hogwarts have that many staff? He wondered aloud. Even if wizards were rare, it seemed inefficient to have a teacher personally escort every new student. Maybe it's just for students like us, who have never been exposed to the magical world, Harry speculated. Children from wizarding families probably don't need it. That makes sense, Dudley nodded. The days ticked by, filled with a strange, palpable anticipation. For Harry, the end of July meant more than just meeting a real wizard, it was also his 11th birthday. He knew the Dursleys would forget, or if they remembered, his gift would be something like a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. But he didn't care. The magical world was the greatest gift he could ever imagine. Dudley, meanwhile, was not idle. He continued his exercise regimen and used his summer holiday to become the undisputed king of the neighborhood kids. Relying on his beyond-enhanced charisma and, when necessary, his ability to physically persuade, he established his own set of rules, arbitrating disputes and mediating conflicts. It was a superficial form of the acting method, but it was working. The digestion of his characteristics was accelerating. The other children had even started calling him Big Brother D, a title he wore with the quiet confidence of a budding mob boss. Finally, the end of July arrived. It's the 30th, Vernon said nervously, peering out the window. Isn't that school's teacher coming yet? He seemed terrified that a strangely cloaked figure would appear on their doorstep at any moment. I don't know. The letter didn't give an exact time, Dudley said. Maybe they'll come tomorrow, Petunia added. Did a teacher come to pick up Aunt Lily back then? Dudley asked curiously. Petunia's face stiffened. No, she said curtly. I'm not sure about the specifics. Perhaps we should wait by the door. Harry suggested eagerly. Dudley shook his head. Let's not. We're not even sure they're coming today. He could see the anxiety in Harry's eyes. The poor kid still didn't fully believe it was real, afraid it was all just an elaborate prank. Don't worry, Dudley said reassuringly. What's meant to come will come. All right, Harry said, though he still looked restless. By the way, Dudley said, trying to distract him. I've never asked. What's with that scar on your forehead? I don't know, Harry said, shaking his head and glancing at his aunt and uncle. I've had it as long as I can remember. They had always told him it was from the car crash. Now he knew that was a lie. Don't look at us, Vernon grumped. We don't know, either. You had it when you arrived. A mark left by your parents, maybe. Harry pursed his lips and said nothing more. The shape is so peculiar, Dudley mused. He reached out, his fingers tracing the lightning bolt pattern on Harry's forehead. Harry instinctively flinched but didn't pull away. Dudley had been good to him lately. He let his cousin's hand rest on his scar. Ah. Suddenly, Dudley yelped, snatching his hand back as if he'd been shocked by an electric current. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 14, An Evil Breath. Dudley, my darling, what's wrong? Petunia cried, rushing to his side. Uncle Vernon shot to his feet, his nerves already frayed from the past few weeks. At the same moment, Harry let out a sharp gasp, his face contorting in agony. A searing, white-hot pain erupted from his scar, a pain more intense than anything he had ever felt. It was a vicious, stabbing sensation that made his vision swim. Your scar. Dudley breathed, his face a mask of confusion and shock. The instant his fingers had brushed against the lightning bolt, he had felt it, a chilling, malevolent aura that clung to the scar like a parasite. Boy, what did you do? Vernon roared at Harry, his recent tolerance evaporating in a flash of protective anger. It's nothing, I'm fine, Dudley said quickly, his attention fixed on his cousin. Harry, are you all right? And nothing, Harry stammered, his face pale and slick with a cold sweat. It's just, my scar. It suddenly stings. He didn't understand what had just happened. His first instinct was to assume Dudley was playing a prank, but the genuine shock on his cousin's face told a different story. Mum, Dad, Dudley said, his voice serious, do you really not know what's going on with Harry's scar? There was something profoundly wrong with it. This was no ordinary mark. That evil aura was too palpable, too distinct. It had to be connected to magic. And if it was, the story of his aunt and uncle's death was likely far more complicated than a simple explosion. How would we know? Vernon snapped. The boy just showed up on our doorstep. He was already like that. Perhaps, it's related to what happened at Lily's house, Petunia speculated hesitantly. The explosion. Is that so? Dudley's gaze bore into Harry. He was certain now. An evil presence resided in that scar. Recently, his growing familiarity with the neighborhood had, in a mystical sense, extended his jurisdiction. It was a faint echo of the power he once wielded. Even without having been promoted to Sequence 8 magistrate, his past as a high Sequence Beyonder allowed him to perceive things others could not. And what he had just touched was an undeniable evil. Has your scar ever hurt like that before? Dudley asked after a moment. No, Harry shook his head. This is the first time. If it happens again, if you feel it sting, or anything else, you have to tell me, Dudley instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument. Okay. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Dudley said nothing more, but he filed the information away. He would have to find a way to investigate that malevolent energy and, if possible, resolve it. The incident cast a strange pall over the rest of the day, a small but unsettling prelude to the end of July. After dinner, with the Hogwarts professor still a no-show, everyone gave up hope for the day, assuming they would arrive tomorrow. Dudley retreated to his room early. Harry, however, couldn't sleep. Though his living conditions had vastly improved, he longed to leave this house behind. He yearned for the magical world, for the promise of a new life. It all hinged on tomorrow, the last day of July, his 11th birthday. I hope this isn't a joke, he murmured to the darkness of his new room. I hope this is the best birthday present ever. He sat by his bed, wide awake, quietly waiting for midnight. In the room next door, Dudley was also awake, his mind replaying the moment he'd touched Harry's scar. That aura seemed different from the evil of the bizarre world, he mused. The magic of this world and the beyonder powers of that one, they have their differences. He wondered how wizards here cast their spells. Did they really wave wands and chant incantations? He opened his bedside drawer and took out the bronze book. Trunsoist's brass book. His research had confirmed that while the artifact was in a low-activity state, it wasn't entirely inert. The book, having traveled with him from that other reality, seemed to share a mystical connection with him. To a limited extent, he could use it to influence his surroundings, even modifying minor rules in a specific area. But using it would come at a price. He didn't know what that price would be, but the principle of equivalent exchange was universal. The greater the influence, the greater the cost. Worse, using it risked awakening the artifact, which could cause it to spontaneously impose its own chaotic rules on the world around him, a disaster he couldn't afford. He closed Trunsoist's brass book, the weight of its power a palpable thing in the quiet room. A phrase from that other life echoed in his mind. Every gift of fate has its price secretly marked. He looked out the window at the moonlit street, a strange feeling of destiny washing over him. Suddenly, a low rumble started, growing rapidly into a violent roar that shook the house to its foundations. Dudley shot to the window just in time to see a massive dark shadow blotting out the moonlight, hurtling toward their house at an impossible speed. The shadow descended, crashing onto the front lawn with a deafening impact that sent soil and turf flying. Boom. The shockwave sent a shudder through the entire house. What in blazes was that? Vernon's furious roar echoed from downstairs. Dudley's eyes widened as he stared at the crater in the lawn. The huge dark shadow was slowly unfurling, rising to an impossible height. It wasn't a machine or a beast. It was a person. A giant. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 15, Giant's Blood. The roar of the engine was primal, a sound that didn't belong in the quiet, suburban night. It was followed by a deafening crash that shook the house to its very foundations, rattling the windows in their frames. A wizard, Dudley stated, his voice a calm whisper in the sudden, ringing silence. Seeing the giant figure clambering off a monstrously large motorcycle on their ruined front lawn didn't shock him. It simply confirmed what he already knew. This was the magical world, and it did not arrive quietly. Is he the professor from Hogwarts? Dudley mused, a flicker of analytical curiosity cutting through the chaos. This entrance is certainly theatrical. He had imagined a silent, operating figure, or perhaps someone on a cliché flying broomstick. A flying motorcycle was a variable he hadn't considered. A cyber wizard. The thought was absurd, yet in a world that now included magic, he couldn't rule it out. He opened his bedroom door and stepped into the hallway just as Harry poked his head out of the adjacent room, his face pale with a mixture of terror and awe. "There's a giant on the lawn," Harry hissed, his voice trembling. "Yes, I saw him," Dudley replied, his composure unnerving. "He's most likely our teacher from Hogwarts. Let's go down and greet him." As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a knock that was more like a series of controlled explosions thundered against the front door. Each impact seemed to shake the very soul of number 4 Privet Drive. "Blimey, this door's a bit small, isn't it?" a deep, rumbling voice complained from the other side, the sound muffled but impossibly powerful. Dudley took a steadying breath and opened the door. The figure standing there blocked out the moonlight entirely. He was a mountain of a man, well over 8 feet tall, his face a wild landscape of tangled black hair and beard. He wore a moleskin overcoat with so many pockets it looked like a piece of adventuring gear. Beneath the thicket of hair, a pair of bright, beetle-black eyes twinkled with a surprising warmth. He smelled faintly of pine, damp earth, and something like wood smoke. "Hello," Dudley said, taking the initiative. "Oh, hello." The giant's eyes briefly met Dudley's, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths, before sweeping past him. His gaze landed on the thin, intimidated figure of Harry at the bottom of the stairs, and a warm, kind smile bloomed on his face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. With a grunt, he squeezed his massive frame through the doorway, which groaned in protest. "You must be Harry," he boomed, his voice filling the small house. "Long time no see. Name's Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. But just call me Hagrid." Hello," Harry stammered, completely overwhelmed. "Anyway," Hagrid said cheerfully, ignoring everyone else as he pulled a slightly squashed, grease-stained box from a cavernous inner pocket. "Happy birthday, Harry." With trembling hands, Harry opened the box. Inside was a sticky, lopsided chocolate cake with "Happy Birthday Harry" scrawled across it in bright green icing. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with unshed tears. "You're welcome," Hagrid beamed, his whole face lighting up. Dudley watched the scene with the detached focus of an observer. This Hagrid knows Harry. He cares for him a great deal. He also noted the giant's pointed dismissal of him. It wasn't simple rudeness, it was a deliberate choice. Interesting, Dudley thought, his mind already working. There's a history here, a narrative I'm not privy to. He felt no personal offense, he was simply gathering data. "Who are you? Get out of my house." Vernon and Petunia finally appeared, drawn by the commotion. Petunia let out a small, strangled shriek at the sight of the behemoth in her hallway. Vernon, his face a blotchy purple, was brandishing a shotgun, though his trembling hands rendered the threat almost comical. "Dad, this is a professor from Hogwarts," Dudley said calmly. "There's no need for panic." "Humph, Dursley," Hagrid snorted, not even deigning to look at Vernon. "A few years haven't been kind to you." He strode into the living room as if he owned the place, the floorboards groaning under his weight. He casually bent the arm of the sofa just by sitting on it. "You can't, without my permission." Vernon whimpered, the sight of this monster making himself at home in his tidy living room more terrifying than any threat. "It's fine, Dad." "I'll handle it," Dudley said, a quiet authority in his voice that made Vernon fall silent. He followed Hagrid into the living room, Harry scurrying in after him. "Never thought a Dursley could have a wizard for a son," Hagrid grumbled, his eyes briefly flicking to Dudley with distaste before settling back on Harry, his expression softening instantly. "Oh, Harry," he said, "last time I saw you, you were just a baby. Only this big." He gestured with his massive hands. After sending off a hastily scribbled note to Dumbledore via a surprisingly lively all he'd produced from his coat, Hagrid turned his full, undivided attention back to Harry, asking a flurry of questions with genuine, heartfelt concern. Vernon and Petunia huddled in the corner, their faces masks of terror. Dudley didn't interrupt. He stood to the side, quietly observing. He activated his spirit vision. He saw the swirling magical energy within Hagrid, a powerful but rustic and untamed force. But there was something else, too, an overlay of a different kind of light, a raw, physical vitality that pulsed with the rhythm of the earth itself. He's not entirely human, Dudley realized. Giant's blood. It was the only explanation for his immense size and the unique energy signature. It was different from the creatures he had known. He sensed no evil, no madness from Hagrid, only a simple, formidable presence. Once Hagrid finally paused for breath, releasing a bewildered Harry from another bone-crushing hug, Dudley saw his opening. Ahem. He cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the warm atmosphere like a shard of glass. If I may be so bold, what exactly happened to Harry's parents? To my aunt and uncle. The air in the room instantly solidified. Hagrid's cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a deep, sorrowful shadow. Harry turned to Hagrid, his eyes wide with a desperate, pleading hope. He, too, desperately wanted to know the truth. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 16, Overslept. Oh, this, Hagrid shifted his massive weight, his cheerful demeanor evaporating under the weight of Dudley's question. He didn't want to talk about these dark things, especially not with this Dursley boy. But then he saw Harry's wide, pleading eyes, and he knew he couldn't refuse. All right, he sighed, a deep, sorrowful sound. These things shouldn't rightly come from me, but since you want to know, I'll tell you. Hagrid paused, gathering his thoughts, and then he began to speak. As he recounted the story of Lily and James Potter, of a dark and terrible wizard named Lord Voldemort, and of a night of betrayal and murder, Dudley finally began to understand. Though many mysteries remained, the broad strokes of the tragedy became clear. Lord Voldemort killed Harry's parents, Dudley processed internally, but failed when he tried to kill Harry, leaving only that scar on his forehead, which means. His gaze snapped to the lightning bolt scar. A jolt of understanding went through him. No wonder I felt that aura of evil and madness. It's a remnant of Lord Voldemort himself. But what kind of magic could leave such a profound, lingering trace? After more than 10 years, the evil aura is still potent. His knowledge of this world's magic was still too limited to form a proper judgment. In short, Harry, you're famous in our world, Hagrid finished, wiping away tears with the back of his hand. You're the boy who lived. Your name resounds throughout the wizarding world. From the moment you were born, your name has been in the book of admittance at Hogwarts. You'll learn magic there and become a great wizard. He pulled Harry into another enthusiastic, bone-crushing hug. Can I really? Harry whispered, his voice filled with a fragile hope. Yes, you definitely can, Hagrid boomed with absolute certainty. I have a question, Dudley interjected, cutting through the emotional moment. What happened to Lord Voldemort in the end? Hagrid physically flinched at the name and shot Dudley a look of pure displeasure. He disappeared, he said, his voice dropping low. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Many think he must be, but I don't reckon he'd die that easily. There wasn't much human left in him to kill. He leaned in, his expression grim. And let me remind you, we don't say his name. We call him you-know-who. It's best you do the same. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself, Dudley retorted coolly. I won't comment on your ignorance, Hagrid said coldly. We'll see if you're still so confident after you've learned more about his deeds. Dudley said nothing more. He doubted this Voldemort was like the true gods of that other world, where merely speaking a name could invite divine wrath. Still, it was possible that, through some occult principle of causality, saying the name could allow this dark wizard to sense it. It was better to be cautious. He had no desire to attract the attention of a powerful, reckless Dark Lord, especially while his own strength was so diminished. Meanwhile, Vernon and Petunia had gone deathly pale. The knowledge that a Dark Lord had been hunting their nephew's family filled them with a fresh wave of terror. Dudley saw their expressions and felt a surge of cold anger. The people of this magical world, knowing full well the danger Harry was in, had dumped him on their doorstep without a single word of explanation. They had left his family completely exposed, potential cannon fodder for Voldemort's fanatical followers. Even if there were protections in place, things could always go wrong. His initial good impression of the wizarding world soured considerably. Suppressing his displeasure, Dudley calmly told his parents to go upstairs and rest. After leaving Harry and Hagrid to their reunion, he returned to his own room. The next morning, when Dudley came downstairs, he found Hagrid sleeping soundly on the floor, his thunderous snores shaking the living room. Harry was already in the kitchen, humming to himself as he prepared breakfast, his face alight with a joy Dudley had never seen before. Morning, Dudley greeted him. Morning, Harry replied brightly. Hagrid said he's taking us to get our school supplies today. He hesitated. Did he say what kind of money we'll need? Don't worry, Dudley said. If you need it, I'll cover your share. Thank you, Harry said quickly, a wave of relief washing over him. He had been worrying all night about how he would pay for his things. Dudley really had changed. But I don't think you'll need my help, Dudley added with a small smile. Why not? From what Hagrid said, your parents were very prominent in the wizarding world. It's unlikely they left you with nothing. Is that so? Harry looked stunned. He hadn't even considered the possibility. The morning passed quickly. It wasn't until nearly noon that a deafening roar startled the entire house. Oh, blimey. I've overslept. Hagrid bellowed, sitting up abruptly. So much to do today, and I've slept till noon. I thought you needed the rest, so I didn't wake you, Dudley and Harry said in near unison. No time for that now. We have to hurry. Come with me. Hagrid had no time for more words. He herded Harry and Dudley out the door, placed them on the back of his enormous motorcycle, and with a deafening roar, sped out of the yard, leaving a deep trench in the manicured lawn. This time, thankfully, he stayed on the ground. Hey! Where are you taking my son? Stop. Vernon and Petunia came rushing out of the house, but the three of them were already disappearing down the street. Vernon, quick! Follow them! Petunia shouted. Without a second thought, they scrambled into their car and sped off in hot pursuit. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthel. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 17, The Leaky Cauldron. Blimey, Harry, you should have woken me, Hagrid grumbled, his voice a low rumble above the roar of the motorcycle as they sped down the motorway. Sorry, Harry shouted back apologetically. We talked so late last night, I thought you needed the rest. Ah, forget it. Can't blame you. My own fault for oversleeping, Hagrid said, though his tone was still annoyed. The wind whistled past Dudley's ears, and the deafening noise of the engine turned heads everywhere they went. People stared in shock at the sight of the speeding motorcycle, but mostly at its enormous rider. Hagrid, where are we going? Dudley asked, his voice raised to be heard over the engine. To London. Hagrid bellowed. To get you your first-year things. He seemed to remember something. Oh, right, almost forgot. Harry, in my left coat pocket, there's your book list. Go on, take it out and have a look. Harry reached into Hagrid's cavernous pocket and, after a moment of fumbling, pulled out a folded piece of parchment. Dudley leaned over his shoulder to read along. The list detailed all the necessary supplies for a first-year student at Hogwarts: spellbooks, robes, a pewter cauldron, dragon-hide gloves, and other strange items. But what truly caught Dudley's attention was the last item on the list, one magic wand. As expected, he thought. He recalled that he hadn't seen Hagrid use a wand, or even carry one. Is a wand essential for a wizard to cast spells, or are there exceptions? Harry, meanwhile, was staring at the list, his face a mixture of wonder and anxiety. Hagrid, how much will all this cost? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. He had no money, and while Dudley had offered to help, they had left in such a hurry that his cousin probably hadn't brought any cash either. Oh, almost forgot to tell you, Hagrid said with a hearty laugh. You don't have to worry about that. Did you think your parents wouldn't leave you anything? Your money's all safe in the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. That'll be our first stop. Can't buy anything without a trip to Gringotts first. A Wizarding Bank? Dudley's mind raced. The magical world truly was a hidden society, operating parallel to the mundane one. It seemed to have stricter rules than the world of Beyonders. Wizards here appeared to have almost no interaction with ordinary people. Only one Wizarding Bank, Hagrid explained, and it's run by goblins. Goblins? Harry asked, surprised. Yep. Clever little blighters, but not the most friendly. Best not to cross them. Gringotts is the safest place in the world, I reckon. 'Cept for Hogwarts, maybe. You'd have to be mad to try and rob it. Goblins, Dudley mused. An extraordinary creature, similar to elves. By the afternoon, they had finally arrived in London. Hagrid skillfully navigated the roaring motorcycle through the city's winding streets, heading toward a predetermined destination. Dudley's Arbitrator enhanced memory recorded the route with perfect clarity. He was confident he could find his way back here on his own. Behind them, he could see his parents' car struggling to keep up. After another 20 minutes, Hagrid pulled up in front of a small, grimy-looking pub on a street corner. It was so inconspicuous that it seemed to blend into the background. Here we are, Hagrid announced. The Leaky Cauldron. It's a famous place for wizards in London. Dudley looked around. The bustling crowd of people on the street seemed to walk right past the pub without even noticing it, as if it didn't exist. He blinked, activating his spirit vision. A strange, translucent halo shimmered around the pub, a powerful enchantment that seemed to peel it away from the real world, rendering it invisible to mundane eyes. What powerful magic, Dudley thought, impressed. This was an ability that could directly affect the senses of others, a power wielded by high-sequence seers in that other world. Right then, let's go in, Hagrid said, gesturing for them to follow. Wait, Dudley said quickly. My parents are still behind us. He didn't have any money on him. If he was going to buy anything, he'd need them. And if they went in now, his parents would likely be left standing on the street, unable to see the entrance. Oh, the Dursleys want to come in, do they? Hagrid said with a hint of a sneer. Well, I hope what's inside doesn't scare em too much. Just then, Vernon and Petunia, having finally found a place to park, rushed over, looking panicked and out of place. Petunia clutched Vernon's arm, her eyes darting around nervously, terrified of being seen with someone as strange as Hagrid. Where are you going? Vernon demanded, his face pale with a mixture of fear and anger. Taking your son to buy his things, Hagrid grunted, clearly unwilling to waste any more time on Vernon. He led Harry straight into the leaky cauldron. Mum, Dad, let's go, Dudley said, waving them forward. It should be fine. He then followed Hagrid inside. Vernon and Petunia exchanged a look of pure terror, but with their son already gone, they had no choice. They braced themselves and, with a shared, shuddering breath, stepped through the doorway and into the magical world. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 18, The Famous Harry Potter. The moment Dudley stepped through the worn wooden door of the leaky cauldron, he felt as if he had crossed into another realm entirely. The bustling, modern city outside vanished, replaced by a dim, cramped space where the air hung heavy and stale, smelling of old wood and spilled ale. Shadows clung to every corner. Dudley's analytical gaze swept the room, cataloging its inhabitants. A few elderly women were huddled in a corner, sipping tiny glasses of sherry, one of them puffing thoughtfully on a long, curling pipe. Nearby, a man in a tall top hat engaged in quiet conversation with the pub's owner, a nearly bald man whose face resembled a shriveled walnut. Amidst these otherwise ordinary scenes, subtle sparks of magic were woven into the fabric of the place. A waiter raised his hand, and a stack of dirty mugs floated from a table to the bar. Not far away, a young man sat engrossed in a book, his finger gently coaxing the spoon in his cup to spin endlessly, stirring his coffee without a single touch. How amazing, Dudley thought, his curiosity piqued. Magic here is so casual. His spiritual senses tingled as he perceived the vibrant energy pulsing within the souls of those around him, especially the wizards weaving simple spells. Their auras shimmered with radiant light. It was clear to him that magic and the spiritual power he knew were kindred forces, differing only in their methods of application. Harry, beside him, was simply stunned into silence. Knowing magic existed was one thing, seeing it woven so effortlessly into everyday life was another entirely. Oh, my God. A sharp scream shattered the quiet murmur of the pub. Vernon and Petunia, having followed them inside, were utterly unprepared. Their startled cries echoed through the room, drawing the immediate attention of every patron. 2 more muggles, someone muttered into their drink. Looks like they're bringing a new Hogwarts student to buy supplies. The scene was clearly a familiar one. The regulars were well accustomed to the wide-eyed wonder and open-mouthed shock of those first entering their world. Tom, the pub's owner, cast a knowing glance at Vernon and Petunia before his eyes settled on Hagrid. A warm smile spread across his face. The usual, Hagrid. Can't, Tom, I'm on Hogwarts business, Hagrid's booming voice filled the room. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, nearly sending the boy tumbling. Just getting young Harry hear his things. His words silenced the room instantly. All eyes turned from Hagrid to the scrawny, black-haired boy standing beside him. A hush fell over the pub. Good gracious, Tom the barman whispered, peering closer. Can this be? He rushed out from behind the bar, his eyes wide. Bless my soul. It's Harry Potter. The pub erupted. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. It's an honor, Mr. Potter. Witches and wizards surged forward, eager to shake Harry's hand, their faces alight with admiration and awe. Harry, completely bewildered, could only stand there as his hand was shaken again and again. This kid, he's famous. Vernon stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. Petunia was equally shocked. A flicker of fear crossed their faces as they exchanged worried glances. After years of treating him like dirt, the thought of what a famous wizard could do to them was terrifying. Dudley watched the scene with detached interest. Harry's renown was far greater than he had imagined, which only deepened his curiosity about the Dark Lord who had given him that fame. He saw the fear in his parents' eyes. Honey, maybe we shouldn't learn magic after all, Vernon muttered grimly. Dad, we've come this far, Dudley said, his voice steady and confident. Besides, if Harry ever did want to get back at you, how could I protect you if I don't have magic of my own? Petunia's eyes brightened with a fierce, protective hope. Dudley is right, she declared, her voice filled with conviction. With our son's talent, I'm sure he'll shine in the magical world. He'll definitely be able to beat that boy Harry. Umph. Hagrid's cold snort cut through the room. A nearby wizard muttered disapprovingly, how can a muggle-born child be compared to Harry Potter? It's laughable. The surrounding patrons exchanged disapproving glances. Vernon and Petunia quickly fell silent. It's a pity you're a bit late, Tom said with some regret. You just missed Professor Quirrell. He'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher. Quirrell was here? Hagrid asked, surprised. Well, Harry will meet him at school soon enough. He clapped his hands together. Right, we should be going. As Harry shyly waved goodbye to the adoring crowd, Hagrid led them toward the back of the pub. He shot a last, disdainful look at Vernon. Your son may not be a muggle like you, Dursley, but I doubt he has much magical talent. My son is the best. Vernon puffed up, his cheeks reddening. Harry opened his mouth to say something in Dudley's defense. His cousin had been decent to him lately, but the memories of years of torment made him hesitate, and he held his tongue. All right, we're here, Hagrid announced, stopping before a solid brick wall in a small, enclosed courtyard. He ignored their confused looks, took out a shabby pink umbrella from his coat, and gently tapped a specific brick 3 times. The bricks began to shift and grind, a hole appearing in the center, which grew wider and wider until it formed a magnificent archway. Through it, they could see a bustling, cobbled street filled with the most fantastic sights they had ever imagined. Welcome, Hagrid said, his voice filled with warmth and pride, to Diagon Alley. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 19, Gringotts. With a final, meaningful glance at the mundane world behind them, Hagrid stepped through the archway. Harry followed closely, his eyes wide with disbelief, and Dudley brought up the rear, his expression one of calm, analytical curiosity. The world they entered was a riot of sound and color. A winding, seemingly endless cobblestone street stretched out before them, flanked by the most fantastical shops Dudley had ever imagined. Cauldrons were stacked in gleaming pyramids outside one shop, while another displayed shimmering robes in every color of the rainbow. The air was thick with the scent of strange herbs, old parchment, and something sweet that might have been candy or a potion ingredient. Wow, Harry breathed, his head swiveling in every direction, trying to take it all in at once. Everything was new, everything was magical, and a profound, bone-deep sense of belonging washed over him. Dudley, too, was intrigued, but his interest was of a different sort. Interesting. Many of these items possess a distinct spiritual aura. That means most of the extraordinary items here can be bought directly. In the world of Beyonders, such artifacts were strictly controlled, their cost exorbitant. To see them displayed so openly in shop windows was a staggering revelation. Behind them, Vernon and Petunia looked as if they had stumbled into a nightmare. Everything was alien, exuding a strangeness that set their teeth on edge. The crowds, dressed in outlandish robes and pointed hats, only deepened their terror. Come on, Hagrid boomed, pulling them back to reality. We need to get to Gringotts for money. He turned to Vernon. You two come as well. You can exchange your muggle money for wizarding galleons there. Hope you brought enough cash. Without waiting for a reply, he led Harry into the throng. Let's go, Dudley said to his parents, and they scurried after him, sticking close. As they walked, Dudley occasionally activated his spirit vision. Most of the people here were wizards, their souls emanating varying degrees of power, but he also spotted a few muggles, their auras dull in comparison. He catalogued the shops they passed, an apothecary selling glistening dragon liver, a bookshop with towering stacks of ancient tomes, and a shop window filled with sleek, polished flying broomsticks. I'll need to buy some books, Dudley decided. It's the quickest way to understand the rules of this world. Soon, Hagrid led them to a tall, snow-white marble building that towered over the other shops. At its gleaming bronze entrance stood a small, stern-looking figure in a scarlet and gold uniform. A goblin, Dudley noted, his eyes flickering with interest. He activated his spirit vision and confirmed his suspicion, these creatures were Beyonders in their own right. Hagrid led them up the steps. As they passed the goblin guard, Vernon and Petunia gave the creature a wide berth, their fear palpable. Like I said, Hagrid remarked, pointing to the silver words engraved on the doors, you'd have to be mad to try and rob this place. The inscription was a poetic warning to any would-be thieves. When you keep insisting it's perfectly safe, Dudley observed dryly, it makes one feel as though a robbery is imminent. It's a common narrative trope. Hagrid glared at him. Watch your tongue. You'll be in deep trouble if a goblin hears you talking like that. Inside, a vast marble hall stretched before them. Long counters were staffed by dozens of goblins, weighing coins on brass scales and scribbling in large ledgers. Right, Hagrid said, leading them toward a free counter. I'll take you to exchange your galleons. 1 galleon is 17 silver sickles, and 29 nuts to a sickle. He then looked at Vernon. Muggle money is pounds, right? I think it's about 5 pounds to a galleon. You can ask the goblin. Vernon and Petunia exchanged a look of pure horror at the thought of having to speak to one of the creatures. Dudley's mouth twitched. Such a convoluted, non-decimal system, he couldn't help but say. Are you certain it wasn't designed by a baboon to deliberately confuse outsiders? What was that? Hagrid frowned. Nothing important, Dudley shook his head. After pointing his parents toward the currency exchange, Hagrid led Harry away. Dudley quickly followed, leaving his parents to their dreadful task. He was curious to see how the bank truly operated. Hagrid approached a goblin teller, explaining that he needed to access Harry's vault. He also produced a grimy-looking letter, stating he had official Hogwarts business in Vault 713. What's in Vault 713? Harry asked. Can't tell you, Hagrid said mysteriously. Top secret. A moment later, a goblin named Griphook was leading them through a door behind the counter and into a narrow stone corridor lit by flaming torches. A railway track sloped steeply down into the darkness. Griphook gave a sharp whistle, and a small minecart came hurtling up the track, stopping before them. Get in. Harry climbed in, followed by Dudley. Hagrid squeezed himself in with considerable effort. Hold on tight, Griphook warned. With a lurch, the cart shot off, plunging them down into the depths of the earth. A cold wind whistled past Dudley's ears. As they descended deeper into the subterranean tunnels, he felt a familiar, prickling sensation on the back of his neck. It was the feeling of being watched. And beneath it, he could vaguely sense a faint, yet unmistakable, trace of evil and madness. What could it be? He wondered, his senses on high alert. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 20, The Evil and Mad Breath. Why am I feeling this? Dudley wondered, his mind racing. Is there a danger here? Or is a powerful wizard monitoring this entire place? Having survived in a world of constant peril, caution was etched into his very soul. Even a subtle feeling like this, one that could easily be dismissed as a misconception, was something he could not ignore. It was this ingrained prudence that had allowed him to reach a high sequence and live to tell the tale. This is supposed to be the safest bank in the magical world, he reasoned, so it must have extensive security measures. It's plausible that powerful wizards are constantly observing this place. The feeling of being watched likely originated from Gringotts' own defenses. But that still didn't explain the other sensation. Where is that evil and mad aura coming from? He activated his spirit vision, carefully scanning his surroundings, but saw nothing but the faint, shimmering traces of magical wards protecting the vaults. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with this place at all, he thought, a flicker of frustration passing through him. The Arbitrator's abilities can't be fully utilized here. The Judge Pathway's ability to detect evil and madness was most potent in a familiar environment. He was only able to sense that faint trace of corruption because of his past as a high-sequence powerhouse. A true Sequence 9 Arbitrator would have noticed nothing at all. Hagrid told me there's a dragon guarding the vaults down here, Harry whispered, noticing Dudley's frown. A dragon? Dudley asked, his interest piqued. Yes. He said Gringotts uses them to guard the highest security vaults. Is that so? Dudley nodded thoughtfully. Dragons were extraordinary creatures, often beyond simple classifications of good and evil. It was entirely possible that the malevolent aura he felt originated from one of them. No matter what, he resolved, I'll be careful today. I haven't had this feeling in a long, long time. He reached into his coat, his fingers brushing against the cool, metallic surface of Trunsoist's brass book. The familiar weight was reassuring. Knowing he was entering a potentially dangerous, unknown magical environment, he had brought the sealed artifact with him, just in case. Caution was always the correct path. The minecart continued its wild, hurtling journey. After what felt like an eternity of twists and turns, plunging miles beneath the streets of London, it finally screeched to a halt. Griphook hopped out and led them to a vault door. Hagrid, his face a distinct shade of green, fumbled with a key and handed it to the goblin. He looked as if he were about to be sick. Griphook unlocked the door, and a thick, green mist billowed out. When it cleared, Harry gasped. The vault was overflowing with mountains of gold, silver, and bronze coins. All of this is yours, Hagrid said, suppressing a groan. Dudley was also taken aback. He had suspected Harry's parents had left him an inheritance, but he had not expected this. This wasn't just well off, this was, as a certain magnate from his past life would say, tycoon level. As he was about to comment, a sudden, intense chill shot down his spine. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever, and with it, the evil and mad aura intensified dramatically. Dudley spun around, his eyes locking onto a stalactite dozens of meters away in the oppressive darkness. There was nothing there, but his instincts screamed at him. He immediately poured his spiritual power into his eyes, activating his full spirit vision. The world sharpened. Faint auras began to appear, and behind the distant stalactite, a blurred, shimmering outline slowly emerged. There's someone there. Dudley's gaze narrowed. He was certain of it. But just as he was about to get a closer look, the shimmering halo vanished, as if it had never been there at all. The feeling of being watched, along with the evil aura, faded almost completely. What's wrong? Griphook asked, his sharp eyes noticing Dudley's sudden movement. Nothing, Dudley said, shaking his head. The presence was gone. He couldn't be sure if it was Gringotts' security or something more sinister. Accusing a phantom would get him nowhere. After Harry had stuffed a bag full of coins, Hagrid led them out of the vault. Blimey, we should have been here this morning, he grumbled. All my fault for oversleeping. Hope it doesn't delay Professor Dumbledore's business. It's only a few hours delay, Harry comforted him. Nothing should happen. I hope you're right, Hagrid muttered. They boarded the cart once more and drove even deeper into the bank's subterranean labyrinth. Dudley remained silent and vigilant, his senses on high alert. He trusted his own judgment far more than the proclaimed safety of any institution. Soon, the cart stopped again, this time before a high-security vault marked with the number 713. This was Hagrid's top-secret errand for Hogwarts. Once it was done, they could finally return to the surface. Now, don't get too close, Hagrid warned Harry. Only a goblin can open this door. Anyone else who tries will be sucked in and trapped. Dudley noted that Vault 713 had no keyhole. Griphook stepped forward, placed his long, withered finger on the solid metal door, and began to trace a pattern, sliding it slowly downwards. It was in that precise moment that the evil and mad aura returned, stronger and more malevolent than ever before. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 21, Avada Kedavra. Dudley's expression immediately turned grim. The evil aura he had sensed before was back, stronger and more potent than ever. This meant the Hidden Watcher was not only close, but something had caused them to lose control of their emotions, their malevolent presence leaking out like a psychic wound. Could it be? As Griphook's long, withered finger traced the final sigil on the door to Vault 713, a thought flashed through Dudley's mind with the clarity of a lightning strike. Their target is whatever's inside this vault. That's why they had been followed. That's why the evil aura had erupted now, at the very moment the vault was about to open. Wait. Dudley snapped, his voice cutting through the damp, subterranean air. What? Griphook's hand trembled, his concentration broken. He looked at Dudley with a deep, annoyed frown. Kid, what are you doing? Hagrid grumbled, his patience wearing thin. His mission was already delayed, and now this boy was wasting more time. I have a question, Dudley said, forcing his voice to remain steady, hoping the figure lurking in the darkness wouldn't sense the urgency in his tone. What question? Hagrid asked impatiently. Dudley ignored him, stepping forward until he stood directly in front of the small, scowling goblin. What do you want? Griphook asked, his black eyes glinting coldly. To the left, Dudley said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. About 20 meters from us, behind that huge stalactite. There's someone there. They've been following us. His words hung in the air. Both Griphook and Hagrid stared at him, stunned into silence. Harry, standing behind them, just looked confused. They might be here to rob Gringotts, Dudley added, his gaze unwavering. There was nothing more he could do on his own. He had to trust the authorities to handle it. Kid, do you have any idea what you're saying? Hagrid hissed, his face darkening. Rob Gringotts. Are you mad? He suspected Dudley was playing a prank, but he still lowered his voice, a sliver of doubt creeping in. After all his boasting about Gringotts' safety, this boy was practically begging for trouble. Sir, Griphook said, his voice dripping with arrogance, do you understand the gravity of your accusation? No one can sneak into Gringotts, and certainly no one can steal anything from here. I suggest you watch what you say. For centuries, Gringotts had been impregnable. The very idea of a successful robbery was laughable. Mr. Griphook, Dudley said, his voice now imbued with the calm authority of an arbitrator and the persuasive logic of a lawyer, Gringotts has maintained its reputation precisely because it doesn't overlook any potential threat. Do you really want to ignore my warning? If something goes wrong, you will be held responsible. The power of his beyonder sequences, honed in a world of far greater dangers, flowed through his words. Griphook's arrogant expression faltered. He was just a boy, not even as tall as a goblin, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. All right, Griphook conceded after a moment's hesitation. I'll go check. Hagrid frowned, studying Dudley with a new, perplexed expression. The boy's words made a strange sort of sense, yet coming from him, it felt completely surreal. Hagrid, Dudley said, turning his gaze on the giant, you wouldn't want anything to happen to the top-secret mission Professor Dumbledore entrusted to you, would you? I hope for your sake you're not talking nonsense, Hagrid warned, though his hand had already slipped into his coat pocket, his fingers closing around the worn handle of his pink umbrella. The consequences for playing tricks on Gringotts are severe. Griphook gave Dudley one last, hard look. If you're deceiving me, there might not be much punishment, he said, his voice a low growl. But if I notify the guard? Notify them, Dudley said, his tone grave. All right, Griphook said, and with a curt nod, he reached into his uniform and pressed a device hidden within. A silent alarm, Dudley surmised. Without another word, he turned and began walking toward the distant stalactite. As the goblin marched off, Dudley began to slowly back away. That goblin is too reckless, he thought. Walking over so brazenly, the watcher will know they've been spotted. He had to put as much distance between himself and that spot as possible. What are you doing? Harry whispered, completely bewildered. Are you trying to prank Gringotts? That's crazier than telling a flight attendant you have a bomb on a plane. Shut up and follow me, Dudley commanded, pulling Harry back with him. For a moment, everything seemed normal. Griphook and Hagrid still seemed to believe this was just a childish prank, their actions merely a formality to prove Dudley wrong. This was Gringotts, after all. The safest place in the magical world. Tap, tap, tap. Griphook's small footsteps echoed in the vast cavern as he approached the stalactite. Dudley's gaze was fixed on that spot, his every muscle tensed. I hope it's just some petty thief, he prayed silently. There's no one here at all, boy, Griphook called out, his voice laced with smug annoyance. You just wait until. He was just a few feet from the stalactite now. It was at that exact moment that an overwhelming chill flooded the cavern. Evil, madness, cold, fear, a wave of pure, negative energy washed over Dudley, making his scalp tingle and his spirit recoil. Avada Kedavra. A voice, high and cold, hissed from the darkness. Poof. A brilliant, sickly green light erupted from behind the stalactite, striking Griphook squarely in the chest. The sneer on his face froze, his body going rigid. For a single, horrifying instant that seemed to stretch into an eternity, the world was consumed by that blinding, emerald green. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthel. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 22, Flying is Forbidden. A voice, cold and sharp as splintered ice, hissed from the oppressive darkness. It spoke two words that felt ancient and utterly profane. Avada Kedavra. There was no bang, no explosion, only a sickening, rushing sound like a phantom wind. A jet of blinding green light erupted from the shadows. It was not a light that illuminated, it was a light that devoured all others, a bolt of pure, annihilating energy that painted the damp cavern walls in a ghastly, verdant glow. The green light reflected in Dudley's eyes, and he felt Griphook's life force extinguish, dissolving into nothingness in an instant. It was a clean, absolute erasure of existence. A spell that kills instantly. The thought was cold and clinical. In his past life, death was often a slow, maddening decay of the soul. This was different, a clean, surgical strike of pure malice. A different, more straightforward kind of horror. In that fleeting, lurid green light, he saw the attacker, a figure completely enveloped in a black, tattered cloak, holding a slender piece of wood that focused this terrible power. A magic wand. Be careful. Hagrid roared, his own reaction a moment too late but driven by pure instinct. He threw his massive body in front of the boys, a wall of moleskin and muscle, as he fumbled for his tattered pink umbrella. For Harry, the world had ceased to exist. The sound, the cold, the fear, it all melted away, leaving only that terrible, familiar green. It was the color of his nightmares, the phantom light that had haunted the edges of his memory for a decade. Now, it had a context. Now, it had a purpose. It was the color of murder. It was the last thing his parents ever saw. Bang. A bolt of crimson rage shot from the darkness. Hagrid raised his umbrella, a translucent barrier shimmering into existence for a split second. The red light struck it, and the shield shattered like glass. The curse slammed into Hagrid's chest with the force of a battering ram. Arg. The half-giant screamed, a sound of pure agony, as his enormous body was thrown backward. He crashed to the stone floor with a boom that shook the very cavern, and then lay still, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Damn it. Dudley had hoped Hagrid could hold the line, but he'd been taken out in a single move. Run, run. Hagrid choked out, his voice a weak, strained whisper. Dudley didn't hesitate. He grabbed the dazed, unmoving Harry and dragged him behind a nearby stalagmite, the rough stone scraping against his back. Whoosh. Another dark red curse slammed into their cover, exploding in a shower of razor-sharp rock. The air filled with the acrid smell of ozone and pulverized stone. Dudley yanked Harry out of the way just as a massive stalactite, dislodged from the ceiling, crashed down right where they had been standing, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Harry Potter, a low, rasping voice echoed through the cavern. The boy who lived. It was an unnatural sound, like stone grinding against bone. At the sound, Harry's body went rigid. He didn't recognize the voice, but the feeling it invoked, the sheer, cold dread, transported him back to the green flash in his nightmares. Voldemort. Dudley's expression hardened. Damn it all. I just came to the bank to get some money, and I run into the Dark Lord. This was beyond unlucky. Had Voldemort somehow known Harry would be here? Or was his target the object in Vault 713, and finding Harry was just a murderous coincidence? His beyonder mind raced, trying to find logic in the chaos. You should run, Harry said, his voice trembling but firm as he pushed weakly against Dudley. His target is me. I can buy you some time. In that moment of terror, a flicker of defiant courage ignited within him. His cousin might have been a monster, but he was innocent in this. Do you really think a creature like that leaves witnesses? Dudley countered, his voice cold and pragmatic. Aren't you going to come out? The rasping voice called again, closer this time. The silent alarm had been tripped, but help was not coming quickly enough. Dudley's mind raced. He made a decision. He scraped the back of his hand across a sharp edge of the broken stalagmite, the pain a welcome, grounding sensation. Blood welled up, dark and crimson. He reached into his coat and gripped the cool, metallic surface of Trunsoist's brass book. As his blood flowed onto the ancient bronze cover, a sacrifice and a payment, the intricate carvings began to glow with a faint, baleful light. The book seemed to drink his blood, a low hum vibrating through his coat. Sealed Artifact 0-02 was activating. The goblins cannot save you, the voice sneered. Conf Ringo. The curse struck their hiding place not with a binding spell, but with pure, explosive force. The stalagmite detonated. Harry screamed as the concussive blast threw him against the far wall like a doll. He slid to the ground, his vision swimming. Dudley was thrown in the other direction. Hagrid was silent, his fate unknown. Harry struggled to lift his head. He was alone. This time, there was no one to stand between him and the flash of green light. Mum, Dad, I'm coming to join you. The thought was strangely peaceful. His magical career was over before it had even begun. He had just found hope, a future, a world where he belonged, and now it was being ripped away by the monster who had murdered his family. The robed figure leaped into the air, its form dissolving into a shadowy, bat-like creature that swooped toward him. It seemed to want to savor the moment, to look upon the boy who lived before finishing the job. But then, something impossible happened. An extremely terrifying aura, the cold, impersonal weight of an absolute law, erupted from where Dudley lay. It was a power that did not ask or persuade, it simply was. A voice spoke, not with human emotion, but with the chilling finality of reality itself being rewritten. Flying is forbidden here. The next moment, the bat-like creature, which had been soaring meters in the air, simply dropped. It didn't glide or fall, it plummeted as if gravity had suddenly multiplied tenfold just for him, hitting the stone floor with a sickening thud. Its own magic was rendered useless, completely overwritten by a higher, colder logic. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 23, The Night Emperor. Thud. The black-robed person crashed heavily to the stone floor, his unnatural flight stolen from him in an instant. He lay there for a moment, stunned and bewildered, the impact jarring his bones. He had not been struck by a spell. His own magic had not failed. Yet, in that single moment, his body had been wrested from his control, as if the very concept of gravity had become a weapon against him. It was as if the space itself had forbidden him to fly. What he found most incredible, most terrifying, was the complete absence of any magical fluctuation he could recognize. This was not a wizard's spell. This was something else entirely. He struggled to raise his head, his gaze sweeping the cavern, searching for the source of this impossible power. There, floating in the oppressive darkness, was a figure. It was a phantom woven from shadow and authority, and it radiated an aura of majesty so profound that it felt like blasphemy to even look upon it. The robed wizard felt an instinctual, primal fear, as if he had stumbled into the presence of a god. It had no face, no discernible form, shifting like condensed smoke or melting mist. It was both real and illusory, a paradox given form. Its right hand was extended, not in a threat, but in a simple, prohibitive gesture. This was the source. This was the being that had spoken in a language he did not know, a tongue that sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates and the whisper of dead stars, and had rewritten the laws of reality with a single phrase. Did such power even exist in this world? Without a doubt, the phantom in the sky was Dudley. By activating Trunsoist's brass book with his own blood, he had temporarily transcended his physical form. His spirit, wrapped around the powerful sealed artifact, had ascended, allowing him to manifest the spiritual body, a fleeting state of near demigod power. But the state was unstable. His own spiritual strength was a flickering candle trying to power a lighthouse. He was borrowing this authority from the brass book, and the cost was immense. Sprawled on the ground, the black-robed person recovered from his shock. He raised his wand, the tip already glowing with a sickly green light. Avada. He never finished the word. Psychic piercing. The command was not spoken, but projected directly from Dudley's phantom form. It was a Sequence 7 interrogator ability, a direct assault not on the mind, but on the very essence of a being's spiritual body. A wave of invisible force slammed into the black-robed person. He screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure agony, his spell fizzling out. It felt as if a white-hot spike had been driven through his skull. He couldn't think, couldn't focus, couldn't even breathe. From his elevated perspective, Dudley's phantom eyes narrowed. When he had pierced the wizard's spirit, he had sensed something strange, an impurity, a dissonance, as if another, weaker consciousness was tangled within it. At that moment, the high-pitched shriek of Gringotts' alarms echoed from above, followed by the sight of several misty white pillars of light descending rapidly. The bank's security was finally arriving. The black-robed person, realizing the danger, forced himself to his feet, intent on escape. Imprison. Dudley commanded, pushing his spectral hand forward. The Hermes language flowed from him, activating a law from a Sequence 6 judge. This was the last, most powerful ability he could unleash before his spiritual power was completely depleted. You forced me to use the brass book, Dudley thought, a cold fury rising within him. You will not escape. He didn't need to kill the wizard himself, he just had to hold him until the Gringotts guards arrived. As the law took hold, the very air around the black-robed person thickened, congealing into a dense, viscous liquid that wrapped around him like spectral chains. The liquid hardened, layer by layer, into translucent, shimmering amber, trapping him in a solid cage of pure law, a prison from which even a spirit could not escape. Who dares invade Gringotts? Invader, die. The angry cries of the Gringotts wizards echoed as they drew closer. But then, something unexpected happened. Boom. The amber prison exploded from within. A terrifying wave of black and red flame erupted from the robed figure's body, sweeping outwards in all directions. The power he unleashed was far greater than anything he had shown before. The imprisonment law shattered like glass. The next moment, the wizard dissolved into a stream of black smoke, fleeing into the labyrinthine tunnels at an impossible speed, vanishing without a trace. He escaped, Dudley's phantom form murmured, his projection flickering. He hadn't expected the imprisonment law to fail. That final burst of power, it was on another level. Was he hiding his strength? Or was it something else? He sensed a deep-seated disharmony in the wizard's power, a fundamental disorder. But his contact had been too brief to analyze it further. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several Gringotts wizards in crimson and gold uniforms landed nearby, their wands drawn. They stared up at the illusory black phantom, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. The sheer majestic aura emanating from the figure made them want to avert their eyes, but their duty compelled them to face it. It seemed to be a person, but not a real one, a projection, its face a blurry, shifting void. Who are you, Your Excellency? The lead wizard asked, his voice trembling as he fought against the overwhelming pressure. They had seen the phantom stop the intruder. But who was he? And how had he appeared deep within Gringotts? Dudley's spectral form turned its featureless face toward the wizard. A single, cold glance was enough to make the battle-hardened guard bow his head, unable to meet its gaze. Two words echoed in the cavern, spoken in perfect, chilling English. Knight Emperor. With that, Dudley released his hold on the brass book. His spiritual body dissolved into motes of shadow and light, dissipating completely, leaving no trace that it had ever been there at all. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Signs of Activation. The Night Emperor, the lead wizard muttered, the name echoing strangely in the sudden, cavernous silence. The Gringotts guards exchanged confused, shocked glances. He's vanished, another wizard confirmed, his wand emitting a faint, probing light. There's no trace. No magical signature left behind. It wasn't a physical form, a third added. More like a projection. It just dissipated. The lead wizard, a stern-faced man named John, turned his attention back to the grim reality of their situation. Has the robed intruder been found? The other two teams are in pursuit. No word yet. John's gaze swept the chamber, finally landing on the massive, unmoving form of Hagrid. Hagrid. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed over. Hagrid, are you all right? Wake up. He shook the half-giant's shoulder. Ugh, run, run. Hagrid groaned, his consciousness flickering back. He suddenly sat up, his eyes wild with panic, startling everyone. Hagrid, it's me, John. John. I remember now. Hagrid's focus slowly returned. He recognized John as a former Hogwarts student. Then, his memory came crashing back in a wave of horror. Oh, my God. Harry. Where's Harry? He roared, struggling to get to his feet. What Harry? John asked, confused. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Oh, blimey, how could this have happened? Hagrid's face was a mask of pale dread. If anything had happened to Harry on his watch, he would never forgive himself. Harry Potter was here. Merlin's beard. A wave of shocked exclamations went through the gathered wizards. There wasn't a soul in the magical world who didn't know that name. A grim realization dawned on all of them. The robed intruder, the killing curse, it must have been a Death Eater, one of the Dark Lord's followers, here to finish the job. Hagrid. I'm fine. A faint voice came from behind a large stalactite. Several wizards immediately rushed over and found Harry, weak and bruised but alive, huddled in the shadows. They quickly checked him over, relieved to find only superficial wounds. There's another boy here, one of them called out. Behind a nearby rock formation, they found Dudley, his face pale and his breathing shallow. It's my cousin, Dudley, Harry explained. I'm fine, Dudley managed to say before his eyes fluttered shut again. The world swam away into darkness. He was utterly drained. The battle had consumed nearly all of his spiritual power. If he hadn't controlled the output precisely, he might have been left a mindless vegetable. He had survived, but the cost was immense. A bitter sense of injustice washed over him. He had just come to withdraw some money. How had he ended up in a life-or-death battle with a powerful dark wizard? It's good that you're all right, John said, his voice laced with relief. Come with me. I have some questions for you about what happened here. Captain, a wizard called out from the darkness. We found a goblin's body. The robed man killed him, Harry said, his voice trembling. I saw a green light, and then, he was just gone. The wizards exchanged solemn, grim glances. 10 minutes later, they were back on the surface, in a luxurious, wood-paneled VIP room within Gringotts. Harry and Dudley were lying on separate, plush sofas. Hagrid sat hunched in a chair, his massive frame seeming to shrink with guilt. How could this have happened, he lamented, his voice thick with self-recrimination. It's all my fault. I failed to protect him. He sniffled, wiping tears from his eyes. I've already reported this to Professor Dumbledore. He's on his way. Only he can handle something like this. Harry lay silent, his mind replaying the terrifying scene in the cavern. Just as he was about to die, that ethereal, majestic black figure had appeared, blocking the robed man's path. Who was he? The sense of awe and power had been overwhelming, yet there had been a strange, inexplicable familiarity to it. Could it have been my father's ghost? He didn't know, but in that moment, he had felt a sense of security he had never known before. On the other sofa, Dudley turned over, burying his head in the soft cushions, trying to block out Hagrid's noisy self-flagellation. Finally, he thought, my spiritual power is starting to recover. The headache is fading, and those maddening whispers are gone. Forcibly using Trunsoist's brass book was a desperate, last resort. He hated using a sealed artifact of that level unless absolutely necessary. But in that situation, it had been his only option. He felt the cool, metallic weight of the book still tucked inside his coat. He could feel it, a subtle thrumming against his ribs. It now showed faint but undeniable signs of activation. I hope my strength recovers enough to seal it again before it fully awakens, he thought with a flicker of dread. After what felt like an eternity, Hagrid finally quieted down, and Dudley drifted into an exhausted sleep. About half an hour later, a commotion outside the door woke him. The door opened, and a kind-faced old man with a long, silver beard and twinkling half-moon spectacles entered the room. His gaze went first to Harry, then shifted to Dudley, a flicker of profound curiosity in his eyes. Behind him, a crowd of stern-faced wizards followed, the gravity of the day's events clear on their faces. "Professor Dumbledore, you're finally here," Hagrid said, jumping to his feet. "It's my dereliction of duty. I failed to protect Harry." "Hagrid, it is not your fault," Dumbledore said, his voice calm and reassuring. He turned his gaze to the two boys, a gentle smile on his face. He gave them a conspiratorial wink. "As per protocol, we have some questions to ask you," he said kindly. "Don't be nervous, children. Just tell me everything you saw." End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 25, The Mysterious Language. Harry nodded, his throat tight. On the sofa nearby, Dudley lay still, his face pale and waxen under the magical lights of the Gringotts office. He didn't speak, nor did he need to. For once, all attention was on Harry, and Dudley was grateful for the chance to let his shattered spiritual senses recover in peace. "Oh, this is terrible, absolutely terrible." A flustered, important-sounding voice echoed from the hallway, followed by the hurried clatter of many footsteps. The assembled wizards parted like a wave, their gazes turning respectfully toward the entrance. A portly, middle-aged man bustled in, his pinstripe suit rumpled and a dark green bowler hat perched precariously on his head. He was followed by a nervous-looking entourage. "Minister," the wizards greeted him in unison. This was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself. "Dumbledore, you're here," Fudge said, making a beeline for the Hogwarts headmaster. "Has the questioning begun?" "Not yet, Cornelius," Dumbledore replied, his expression serene. "It's good that you've arrived. We can proceed together." "Excellent, excellent." Fudge waved a hand at his aides. "Record everything," he commanded. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room, and several magically animated quills hovering in the air, focused on Harry. He shrank back into the plush sofa, unaccustomed to being the center of attention. He felt a desperate urge to disappear. "Don't be nervous, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle and kind. "I will ask you some questions. Just answer them as best you can." A subtle warmth seemed to emanate from his voice, a calming magic that soothed Harry's frayed nerves. "Very good," Dumbledore smiled. "Now, the robed person who attacked you. Did you get a clear look at his appearance?" It was a simple question, designed to ease him into the difficult conversation. "No," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. "He cast the spell, the green light, and the goblin, he just fell. I've seen that green light before. In my nightmares." His voice trailed off, the memory threatening to overwhelm him. "Oh, my goodness," one of the ministry officials sighed. "Perhaps we shouldn't have asked." They all knew the boy's tragic history. Fudge glanced at Dumbledore, a look of unease on his face, but Dumbledore didn't stop. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he continued. "What about the other figure? The Black Phantom? I'm told it appeared and blocked the attacker." Harry nodded. "Yes. I don't know how it appeared. The robed man was flying toward me. I thought I was about to die." He paused, his brow furrowed in concentration. "But then, I heard a voice, and I felt. I don't know how to describe it. It was a sense of majesty." Dumbledore supplied gently. "Yes, exactly," Harry said, his eyes lighting up with recognition. "It was majesty. The kind of feeling that makes you want to fall to your knees just by looking at it." A ripple of intrigued murmurs went through the room. Dumbledore and Fudge exchanged a significant glance. "And what did this person say?" Fudge asked, leaning forward. This was the crucial point. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I couldn't understand the language. It wasn't English. It sounded ancient and powerful. When the Phantom spoke, the words themselves had that same feeling of authority and majesty. A mysterious ancient language." Fudge looked puzzled. He turned to Dumbledore. "An ancient magical tongue." Dumbledore shook his head slowly. "It is difficult to say based on this information alone. There are many ancient languages in this world," John, the Gringotts guard, chimed in. "Could it have been something foreign? Obscure dialects, perhaps?" Harry thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No. It didn't feel like any language I've ever heard of. It felt older." Dumbledore steepled his long fingers. "After the Phantom spoke, what happened? What were the effects of this magic?" "Let me think." Harry closed his eyes, trying to recall the chaotic scene. There was no light, no flash of a spell. It's just, the robed man, who was flying at me, suddenly just, fell. He dropped out of the air and hit the ground. The room was filled with confused muttering. No one had ever heard of a spell with such an effect, one that simply negated another's magic without a countercurse. Fudge looked at Dumbledore, who remained placid and unreadable. And then Dumbledore prompted. I remember him speaking 2 more times, Harry said, his memory becoming clearer. The first time, the robed man let out a scream, as if he was in terrible pain, and the spell he was casting was interrupted. The second time, the robed man was trying to escape, and after the phantom spoke, the men seemed to be trapped, frozen in place. But then he cast some other spell, all fire and darkness, and he broke free and vanished. That matches what we saw when we arrived, John confirmed. He was confined, then he broke free. He paused. The phantom called himself Knight Emperor. I've run a check. There's no record of any such wizard or entity. He hesitated before adding, we also noticed that the phantom cast its spells without a wand. Though, that might be because it had no physical form to hold one. Wandless magic of that power level. Fudge scoffed, bewildered. That's unheard of. To achieve such an effect, Dumbledore said suddenly, his voice soft but carrying a profound weight that silenced the room, there is another possibility. His gaze drifted meaningfully toward the other sofa, where Dudley lay still, pretending to be asleep. The phantom could have been a diversion. A projection. The one truly casting the spells could have been someone else entirely, standing very close by. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 26, Questioning. Dudley lay half reclined on the sofa, feigning exhaustion, but behind his closed eyelids, his mind was racing. When Dumbledore voiced his theory about a fourth person, Dudley's pupils contracted slightly. The old wizard was formidable, weaving together a tapestry of truth from the thinnest of threads. From the moment they had entered the room, Dudley had been observing them all, his beyonder senses analyzing their power, their demeanor, their relationships. Fudge was a politician, flustered and reliant on the opinions of others. The Gringotts guards were soldiers, disciplined but out of their depth. But Dumbledore was different. Through his spiritual perception, Dudley could feel the immense, ancient power coiled within the Hogwarts headmaster's soul. It was a calm, deep ocean of energy, but it radiated a potential threat that put every one of Dudley's instincts on high alert. This was a wizard who could likely rival some of the demigods he had known. The deference Fudge showed him only confirmed his high standing in this world. But the deduction should end there, Dudley thought, a cold certainty settling in him. Even a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore could not possibly conceive of beyonder powers, of different pathways to godhood. He has no framework for it. The name, Knight Emperor, was a calculated piece of misdirection, a false trail for them to follow, a tangible mystery to solve so they wouldn't go looking for an intangible one. Dumbledore's words sent a ripple of shock through the room. You mean? John, the Gringotts guard, began, his gaze immediately sweeping over the only 3 people who had been at the scene, Harry, Hagrid, and the seemingly unconscious Dudley. Oh, for Merlin's sake, John, Fudge scoffed, looking at the guard as if he were an idiot. Hagrid can barely perform magic, and the 2 boys haven't even been to school yet. How could they possibly cast magic of that level? Sorry, Minister, John said, looking embarrassed. They haven't even bought wands yet. Hagrid added, his voice thick with indignation. All eyes turned back to Dumbledore. I did not say it was one of them, the old wizard clarified, his voice gentle but firm. My meaning is that it is very likely a fourth person was present. Someone who found it inconvenient to appear directly, and so created the phantom as a projection, while he himself cast the spells from the shadows. As he spoke, Dumbledore's twinkling blue eye swept subtly over Dudley, a gentle, probing gaze searching for any flicker of reaction. But Dudley remained perfectly still, his expression that of a frightened child lost in the aftermath of trauma. It was a flawless performance. That is indeed possible, Fudge conceded, nodding thoughtfully. If one intruder could get in, perhaps another could as well. But we found no clues at the scene, sir, John said helplessly. No magical traces other than those from the intruder and the phantom. Damn it. And the intruder got away. Fudge fumed, his face turning a shade of purple. The failure of both the Gringotts guards and the Aurors to capture the perpetrator was a major embarrassment. Questioning Harry was their only remaining lead. Regarding the robed person, Dumbledore began, looking at Fudge. We don't know his exact origin, Fudge admitted with a frown. But the Unspeakables have a theory, they believe he might be a Death Eater. Seeking to avenge Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore said softly. A collective shiver went through the room at the sound of the name. Actually, Harry spoke up, his voice hesitant but clear, I have another guess. I don't think he came for me. Or, at least, that wasn't his main purpose. Every head in the room turned to him. We were right at the entrance to Vault 713, Harry explained, glancing at Dudley. This was the theory his cousin had whispered to him as they were being led out of the cavern. I think he was after whatever was in the vault. Vault 713. Fudge looked at Dumbledore, confused. It contained a small package, something an old friend asked me to store, Dumbledore said simply, his expression giving nothing away. I had asked Hagrid to retrieve it and bring it to Hogwarts. I did not anticipate this. I see, Fudge said, clearly understanding this was a matter he shouldn't press. I'm so sorry, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid said, his voice thick with guilt. I overslept. We should have been there this morning. If I hadn't been late, we would have emptied the vault, and none of this would have happened. Hagrid, it is not your fault, Dumbledore said kindly. One cannot predict the actions of such individuals. Dudley remained a silent observer throughout. He was a Muggle-born child who had yet to even touch a wand. No one took him seriously, and no one cared what he had to say. This was exactly as he wanted it. Invisibility was a powerful shield. Last question, Harry, Dumbledore said, his gaze softening. The syllables the Knight Emperor uttered. Do you remember them? This was their final clue. If they could identify the language, they might be able to trace the Phantom's origin. The appearance of this mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful entity was a major event, one that had sent ripples of unease throughout the entire British wizarding world. That palpable sense of majesty had been felt far beyond the tunnels of Gringotts. They needed to know if this Knight Emperor was a friend or a foe even more terrifying than the one who had escaped. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, trying to recall the strange, powerful sounds. But his mind was a jumble of fear and confusion. I can't, he finally said, shaking his head in frustration. I'm sorry. That's quite all right, my boy, Dumbledore said gently. You rest now. We will not disturb you any further. The ministry officials began to file out of the room, their hushed conversations filling the air. Just as they were about to leave, Hagrid suddenly spoke up, his voice booming in the quiet room. Oh, right. Speakin' of strange things, there is one more. It was Dudley here who discovered the robed fella. He saw him before he ever made a move. It was Dudley who warned Griphook. That's the only reason Griphook went to check behind that rock, right before. Hagrid trailed off, the memory too painful to finish. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 27, Harry's cousin. Dudley. Who is Dudley? Minister Fudge asked, looking around the room in confusion. Dumbledore didn't answer. His gaze had already settled on the boy on the sofa, his blue eyes magnified by his half-moon spectacles, peering at Dudley with an unnerving intensity, as if trying to see into his very soul. Dudley, who had been feigning exhaustion, had to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Of all the times, he thought with a flash of irritation, Hagrid had to bring this up now. Dudley, Dumbledore said, his voice soft as he slowly approached and stopped before the sofa. What did you discover? Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin, someone explained to Fudge. The son of the aunt he lives with. It was only then that everyone in the room seemed to truly notice the second boy. He was considerably sturdier than Harry, with golden hair that fell across his forehead and a chiseled, handsome face, though his complexion was currently as pale as bleached bone. There were no family resemblances between the two, without being told, no one would have guessed they were cousins. I'm not sure, Dudley said, his voice weak and laced with believable fear. After we went underground, I kept feeling like someone was watching us. It wasn't strong at first, just a prickling on the back of my neck. But when we reached Vault 713, the feeling became a strong sense of unease. I felt like something bad was about to happen. So I told Griphook to check. I never thought. His voice trailed off, and he buried his face in the sofa cushion as if overwhelmed. A feeling. Fudge frowned, nonplussed. The other wizards exchanged confused glances. They didn't suspect Dudley, he was just a Muggle-born child, after all, but his explanation was baffling. I've heard that some people are naturally more sensitive, John, the Gringotts guard, offered hesitantly. They can detect dangers others cannot. Could he be one of those? It's possible, another wizard chimed in. Such cases exist. I remember reading of a seer who could foresee immediate danger and avoid it every time. Or perhaps his intuition is simply stronger, a third suggested. An unconscious premonition. As they brainstormed theories, only Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze never leaving Dudley. Are you certain, he finally asked, his voice cutting through the speculation, that besides the feeling of being watched, you didn't sense anything else? I also felt a slight sense of danger, Dudley replied, his voice muffled by the cushion. I don't know why. See. Just as I said, the first wizard exclaimed. Born with a sixth sense for danger. It's a very good thing the boy has such a gift, Fudge said grimly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. A dead goblin was a diplomatic incident, but a dead Harry Potter would have been a catastrophe, a sign that the Dark Lord had truly returned. The mere thought cast a chill over the room. After a few more fruitless questions, Fudge and his entourage departed, leaving a palpable sense of unease in their wake. You two should go and buy your things when you've rested, Dumbledore said to the boys before he, too, left. Diagon Alley should be the safest place in Britain right now. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, they both said in unison. An hour later, having recovered some of their strength, Dudley and Harry met Vernon and Petunia in the Gringotts lobby. His parents looked haggard and pale. The oppressive atmosphere of the magical bank, coupled with their long, anxious wait, had brought them to the verge of collapse. Oh, my little Diddykins, why were you gone for so long? Mummy was so worried. Petunia cried, rushing over to smother Dudley in a tight hug. Mum, I'm fine, Dudley grunted, trying and failing to break free. Did something happen down there? Vernon asked, frowning at Hagrid. I have a bad feeling. Nothing much, Harry interjected quickly. Gringotts was just very busy today. We had to queue. Vernon seemed to accept this, though his expression remained suspicious. As they stepped back out into Diagon Alley, Dudley noticed a significant change. The air was thick with tension. Stern-faced wizards in ministry robes patrolled the cobbled street, their eyes scanning the crowd with vigilance. The previously leisurely atmosphere was gone, replaced by a hurried, grim determination. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Vernon muttered, unnerved. What on earth happened? Seeing his parents on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, Dudley turned to Hagrid. Is there somewhere we can get a drink? The kind muggles can accept, he added, remembering the questionable hygiene of the leaky cauldron. Oh, I know a dessert shop just around the corner, Hagrid said. Great. Take us there. Dudley knew he had to get his parents settled somewhere safe and non-threatening before they caused a scene. After ordering them some tea and cakes, Dudley and Harry excused themselves. Next, we need to buy our Hogwarts uniforms, Harry said, consulting the list. Right then. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions it is, Hagrid announced, leading them back into the bustling street. The fitting process was surprisingly quick, thanks to a self-measuring tape that zipped around them of its own accord. It was magical, but after the day they'd had, it barely registered. So, Hagrid said as they left the shop, what's next on the list? Books, or wands? Harry and Dudley's eyes lit up at the same time. The exhaustion, the fear, the lingering tension, it all seemed to melt away in that single, shared moment of pure, unadulterated anticipation. Wands, they both said in unison. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 28, The Wand Chooses the Wizard. Of all the magical wonders they had seen, the wands were the most appealing. After witnessing the raw, terrifying power wielded by the robed wizard in Gringotts, both Harry and Dudley felt a deep, primal yearning to hold such an instrument in their own hands. For Dudley, the curiosity was more analytical. He saw a wand not just as a weapon, but as a key. With his current abilities, he could impose his will on the world, but it required him to speak in the ancient, spiritual tongues of his past life, languages like Hermes. It was a conspicuous and dangerous tell. A wand, he hypothesized, might be a conduit, a focusing tool that could allow him to channel his beyonder powers through the common tongue of this world, significantly reducing the risk of his true nature being exposed. After the baptism of fire in that eerie, god-infested world, caution was his creed. His current abilities gave him an edge against these wizards, but it was just that, an edge. One careless move, one miscalculation, and he could suffer a catastrophic setback. The killing curse had been a profound shock. It was a clean, efficient form of death, utterly different from the slow burn spiritual decay he was used to. It was terrifying, and it made him wary. Hiding his true strength, remaining an overlooked variable, was crucial. His gaze involuntarily fell on the thin boy beside him. Keeping a low profile was going to be difficult when tethered to Harry Potter. His cousin was a lightning rod for attention, a living legend walking the streets. As time goes on, the fame will fade, right? Dudley mused, though he didn't truly believe it. He had no desire to be at the center of this world stage. Ha 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 ha. Hagrid's booming laugh broke through his thoughts. Indeed. I knew you'd choose wands. Can't have a wizard without a wand, can you? He clapped a massive hand on each of their shoulders and steered them toward a narrow, dusty shop. Ollivanders. Finest wand makers in the world, and a history as long as my beard. You'll get the wand that's right for you there, I guarantee it. As they walked, Hagrid suddenly grew quiet, his boisterous energy dimming. He turned to Dudley, his expression uncharacteristically hesitant. Listen. About before. I wasn't good to you. I hope you don't mind. Dudley was lost in his own strategic thoughts, almost missing Hagrid's unexpected and awkward apology. It's all right, he said, surprised. I don't mind. Right then. Let's get going, Hagrid mumbled, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks from under his thick beard. He was clearly not a man accustomed to apologies. Thank you, Harry said quietly to Dudley, his voice filled with a sincerity that was almost painful. For what you did, down there. He had wanted to say it for hours, but the words had been stuck in his throat. Hagrid's apology had finally given him the courage. You're welcome, Dudley replied with a small, genuine smile that surprised even himself. You're my brother, after all. He knew they were referring to the Gringotts incident. If he hadn't sensed the danger, would they still be alive? In that chaotic moment, he hadn't hesitated to pull Harry out of harm's way. It was an instinct he hadn't known he still possessed. The incident had clearly changed Hagrid's perception of him as well, shattering the simple narrative of a spoiled bully. All right, we've arrived, Hagrid announced. The shop was small and dilapidated, nestled between a bookstore and an apothecary. Peeling gold letters above the door spelled out, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. This shop has some history, Dudley said, genuinely impressed. A business that had survived for over 2 millennia had to be more than just a shop, it was an institution. Aye, that it does. Wizards come from all over the world to buy their wands here, Hagrid said, pushing open the ancient, creaking door. A soft, tinkling bell announced their arrival. The interior was quiet and narrow, dominated by a single, spindly chair. The air smelled of old wood, dust, and something else, a faint, crackling scent like static before a lightning strike. But the most striking feature was the shelves. From floor to ceiling, the walls were lined with thousands upon thousands of narrow, oblong boxes, each one containing a single, dormant wand. Dudley walked in last, his spirit vision active. The wands in the window were not just wood. They glowed with a soft, internal light. At the core of each, he could see a pulsing heart of power, spiritual materials, harvested and bound, waiting for a master. Swish. A ladder on wheels slid out from behind a towering stack of boxes, and a soft, gentle voice broke the silence. Good afternoon. Hello, Harry responded immediately. An old man emerged from the shadows. His hair was as white as bone, and his wide, pale eyes seemed to shine like 2 silver moons in the gloom. His gaze passed over Hagrid and Dudley as if they were furniture, landing squarely on Harry. Yes, the old man murmured, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Yes. I knew I would be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. You have finally arrived. He glided closer, his movements unnervingly silent. Your eyes, they are just like your mother's. I remember when she came here to purchase her wand, 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. A lovely wand for charm work. It feels like only yesterday. Ollivander's silvery gaze seemed to look through Harry, into his past. And your father? Mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, but it's the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. He then glanced at Hagrid. And Rubeus Hagrid. Oak, 16 inches, rather bendy, wasn't it? It was, sir, yes, Hagrid replied sheepishly. A fine wand, Ollivander said with a hint of sorrow. A pity it was broken when they expelled you. Dudley's gaze sharpened, flicking to the tattered pink umbrella Hagrid always carried. He was beginning to understand. Ollivander's attention returned to Harry, his pale eyes fixing on the lightning bolt's scar. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that, he said softly, a deep sadness in his voice. 13½ inches. You. A powerful wand, very powerful, but it fell into the wrong hands. If I had only known what that wand was destined to do in this world. He shook his head, a gesture full of ancient regret, before his eyes finally fell upon Dudley. Oh, he said, as if noticing him for the first time. And you are? Dudley Dursley, he introduced himself simply. Harry's cousin. Ah, yes. Lily's sister, Ollivander mused. She was not magical, as I recall. It is a wonderful thing that you have awakened the family talent. His eyes twinkled with genuine surprise. Now then, he said, rubbing his long, white hands together, let's see what kind of wands you both need. He looked from one boy to the other, his gaze lingering on Dudley for a moment before settling back on Harry. You must understand one thing clearly, the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. This is of utmost importance. My brother first, Dudley said quietly. Ollivander gave him a curious, appraising look, then nodded. A silver tape measure with a life of its own leaped from the counter and began to zip around Harry, measuring him from every conceivable angle. Which is your wand arm? The old wand maker asked. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 29, Fate. It was abundantly clear that Mr. Ollivander was far more interested in Harry. While Hagrid settled onto a nearby bench, Dudley stood by, observing the ancient ritual with a detached fascination. Just as it had in Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a silver measuring tape with a life of its own leaped from the counter and began to zip around Harry. It measured everything from the length of his wand arm to his height, and even, bizarrely, the distance between his nostrils. What's the use of all this data? Dudley muttered to himself. A wand was not like a set of clothes, to be replaced when outgrown. Once chosen, it was a lifelong companion. He was deeply curious about how these physical metrics could possibly relate to the mystical bond between a wizard and their wand. He didn't ask, however, accepting it as part of the arcane process. Instead, he posed a more pertinent question. Mr. Ollivander, what are wand cores usually made of? He had already seen with his spirit vision that they were spiritual substances, but their exact nature was a mystery to him. Ah, an excellent question, Ollivander said, his pale eyes gleaming. Every single Ollivander wand is unique, containing an incredibly powerful magical substance at its heart. I primarily use 3, unicorn hair, which produces the most consistent magic, phoenix tail feathers, which are capable of the greatest range, and dragon heartstring, which is the most powerful and prone to flamboyant spells. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But you must always remember, child, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. A wand that is not your true match will never yield its best results. His patient explanation revealed a profound, passionate understanding of his craft. Oh, all right, measurements complete, Mr. Ollivander announced, putting away the tape. He disappeared into the towering stacks of boxes, his white head bobbing in and out of view. Now, let me see. Mr. Potter. He returned a moment later with a wand box. Dragon heartstring, 9 inches, quite flexible. Give it a try. Harry took the wand, his fingers trembling slightly as he held the polished wood. He looked at Ollivander, unsure of what to do. Well, give it a wave, child, the old man prompted. Harry waved it, a bit too enthusiastically. A shower of angry red sparks shot from the tip, setting a nearby pot of ink on fire. Oh, no, definitely not. Mr. Ollivander snatched the wand away as if it were a venomous snake, already reaching for another. Didn't expect Harry to be such a picky customer. Hagrid chuckled heartily, his booming laughter filling the small shop. Mr. Ollivander will be busy now. You don't know the half of it, Dudley murmured. He could see Ollivander's face was flushed, his eyes sparkling with a manic energy. The pickier the customer, the more excited the old wand maker became. I wonder what kind of wand will choose me, Dudley thought, a flicker of genuine anticipation in his heart. After trying more than a dozen wands, each resulting in some minor magical catastrophe, Mr. Ollivander suddenly paused. A strange, thoughtful expression crossed his face. I wonder. He murmured, turning and disappearing into a dusty, forgotten corner of the shop. He returned a moment later, holding a single, unassuming box. His expression was no longer excited, but solemn, as if he were handling a sacred relic. How could I have forgotten this one, he whispered, more to himself than to them. It seems it is all fated. The shop seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Come on, try this. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the holly wand, he knew. A sudden, intense warmth shot through his hand, a feeling of rightness, of coming home. A fountain of red and gold sparks erupted from the tip, showering the room in a warm, gentle light. Excellent. Mr. Ollivander cried, his eyes wide with wonder. Oh, wonderful. Yes, indeed. He looked from the wand to Harry, a strange, knowing smile on his face. Curious, very curious. Sorry, said Harry, but what's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said softly. Every single one. And it so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The weight of destiny seemed to settle over the room, binding them all in its silent embrace. Hagrid frowned, a deep unease in his eyes. So that's it, Dudley thought, his mind churning. An occult connection. It was a concept he was familiar with from his past life, an inexplicable, supernatural bond between two entities. This went deeper than just a simple curse. He needed to learn more about Voldemort, and soon. A quiet determination settled in his heart. "All right, Mr. Harry Potter," Ollivander said, his voice filled with a strange mixture of pride and sorrow. "I believe you will achieve great things. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." He nodded at Harry, then finally shifted his full attention to Dudley. "Oh, Harry's cousin," he said, having clearly forgotten his name. "It's your turn." "Okay," Dudley replied, stepping forward with a calm resolve. The measuring tape zipped around him, and soon Ollivander was pondering his results. He returned with a wand. Ebony, 10 inches long, quite stiff. Dudley took the wand. He felt his own spiritual power flow into the wood, but the wand seemed to resist, to push back against his authority. Instinctively, he tried to use his arbitrator's power to subdue it, to force it into submission. "No, no, definitely not." Ollivander cried, snatching the wand back, his eyes wide with concern. Dudley's mouth twitched. He felt he could have forced the wand to obey. From that brief contact, he had already begun to understand their logic. A wand was a conduit, a tool to condense and amplify a wizard's unfocused spiritual power. For him, a wand wasn't strictly necessary, but it could be a useful tool. For these wizards, however, who seemed to have little direct control over their own power, it was essential. This meant that the most powerful wizards, like Dumbledore, must be capable of some form of wandless magic. And it meant that the phantom he had created, the Knight Emperor, was an anomaly, a power that didn't fit into their understanding of the world. It was a perfect deception. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 30, Dudley's Wand. To everyone's surprise, the search for Dudley's wand turned into a long and frustrating ordeal. Ollivander, with his initial excitement renewed, presented Dudley with wand after wand. A dozen of them. Then another. But none of them suited him. Dudley couldn't discern Ollivander's precise metric for a match, but he knew what he felt. Each wand he took into his hand seemed to recoil, to resist his very essence. It wasn't just a lack of connection, it was fear. The dormant magical cores seemed to sense the alien, authoritative nature of his beyonder power and shy away from it. He knew, with an absolute certainty, that he could force any of them into submission. He could overwhelm their will with his own, intimidate them into becoming his tools. But that was not what Ollivander was looking for. Each time Dudley's spiritual authority began to assert itself, the old man would snatch the wand away as if rescuing a bullied child from a playground tyrant. "Oh, I didn't expect this," Ollivander murmured, a bead of sweat on his brow. "An even pickier customer. But it's all right, it's all right. There is a wand for every wizard. There must be one." He became a whirlwind of activity, muttering to himself as he zipped around the dusty shop, pulling boxes from every nook and cranny. "He's even pickier than I was," Harry said, watching with a mixture of surprise and amusement. "Aye," Hagrid said, glancing at his pocket watch. "Didn't expect this to take so long." He stood up. "How about this, Harry? You stay here with your cousin. I've got something else I need to take care of. I'll be back in a bit." After a quick word with Ollivander, Hagrid squeezed back out into the bustling alley. "Actually," Dudley said with a sigh of resignation, "if we can't find a suitable one, any of them will do." He didn't have high demands. As long as it could channel his power, it would be fine. His abilities didn't strictly require a wand anyway. No. Absolutely not. Ollivander declared, his pale eyes flashing with conviction. A wand must match its owner. It is a bond, a partnership. We do not settle for fine here, young man. He immediately dove back into his search. "All right," Dudley shrugged, slumping onto the bench next to Harry. "I didn't know you were so picky about your toys," Harry teased, a genuine smile on his face. "Now even the wands don't want to play with you." "It's not me," Dudley said with a helpless sigh. "It's the wands that are being picky." How annoying. Another half an hour crawled by. Dudley was beginning to doze off. Other customers came and went, all politely but firmly sent away by Ollivander, who was now completely obsessed with solving the puzzle of Dudley Dursley. A look of genuine self-doubt began to creep into the old man's eyes. In over 2,000 years, his family's shop had never failed to find a match. The prospect of failure was a deep, personal blow. Could it be that there truly isn't a wand for him, he whispered, looking defeated. Then, a flicker of memory. Ah, wait. There is one. But that one. He trailed off, a strange, hesitant look on his face. He disappeared into the back room, and the sound of rummaging and coughing echoed out. He returned a few moments later, holding a single, ancient box, its wood dark and worn. He held it with a reverence that bordered on fear. Only this one might work, he said, his voice low. But. He hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. Try this wand. Dudley took the box. The wand within was slender and dark, made of a wood he didn't recognize. It felt different from all the others. He took it in his hand. And the world went silent. There was no resistance. No fear. Instead, a wave of cool, calm power flowed into him, a cheerful, welcoming energy that harmonized perfectly with his own spiritual authority. It felt right. It really is this wand, Ollivander said, his voice a mixture of awe and apprehension. Is there a problem? Dudley asked, a genuine fondness for the object already growing within him. It didn't fight him, it accepted him. This wand, it was not made by my family, Ollivander explained, his eyes fixed on the wand. It was acquired, by chance, a very long time ago. It is an extremely difficult wand to master. In the hands of most wizards, it is no more effective than a simple stick. It demands a wielder of immense power and will. He looked at Dudley with new eyes. My family was given an ancestral instruction to preserve this wand until its true owner arrived. It seems, after all these centuries, that owner is you. That amazing. Dudley was genuinely surprised. I hope you will use it well. I will, Dudley promised. How much? Harry's wand had been 7 galleons. This one, being so unique, must be more. It is free, Ollivander said with a solemn shake of his head. It is a gift, as my ancestors instructed. He leaned in closer to examine the wand. I do not know what its core is made of. It is a mystery to my family. I can only tell you that the wood is elder, 13 inches long, and quite resolute. Oh. Dudley glanced at the dark wood in his hand. It seems this is my destiny. Indeed, Ollivander said. And if you should ever encounter any problems with this wand, you may always come to me. Though it was not made by an Ollivander, it has left from my shop, and I will be responsible for it. Thank you, Dudley said sincerely. This old man was a true master of his craft. As they left the shop, Hagrid reappeared, carrying a large cage. Inside was a beautiful, snowy owl, which hooted softly at Harry. Happy birthday, Harry, Hagrid beamed. After a quick trip to Flourish and Blots for their schoolbooks, Hagrid saw them to the exit of the leaky cauldron and departed. Dudley and Harry found Vernon and Petunia, who looked as if they had just survived a natural disaster. Oh, thank goodness. I thought we'd never leave that dreadful place. Petunia cried, clinging to Dudley as they stepped back out onto the mundane London street. The air, thick with car exhaust and the smell of hot pavement, had never seemed so sweet to them. As they walked towards their parked car, Dudley suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a nearby building. The sign was different from the others, its characters square and complex, like intricate patterns rather than letters. It was a Chinese restaurant. Mom, let's eat in London tonight, he said, already walking toward the restaurant, giving his parents no chance to object. How about Chinese food? He stared at the unfamiliar characters on the sign, a flicker of a long-buried memory stirring within him. Roselle the Great's diary uses this kind of writing, doesn't it? He muttered softly to himself. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 31, Emperor Roselle. The characters on the sign were not letters, but intricate, square glyphs painted in bold red strokes. To the others, they were just exotic decorations. To Dudley, they were a key that unlocked a floodgate of memories he fought daily to keep sealed. Chinese. His mind was instantly thrown back to a dusty, candlelit room in that other, mad world. He remembered the shock, the confusion, the sheer, heart-stopping disbelief of his first encounter with the diary of the famed Emperor Roselle. The pages had been filled with these same characters. At the time, he had been stunned. It was a script from his home world, a tangible link to a past he thought was lost forever. But the link was a torment, for he couldn't read a single word. It was like having the secrets of the universe laid bare before you, only to find they were written in a language you couldn't decipher. The frustration had been immense. The diary's existence had also been a profound revelation. He was not the only transmigrator. Another soul from Earth had been thrown into that bizarre world, hundreds of years before him. And what a soul he had been. Emperor Roselle had established the Intis Republic, amended the very laws of society, and single-handedly propelled the world's historical progress. He was a legend, a name known across both the northern and southern continents. His eventual assassination was a mystery shrouded in countless conflicting accounts. Dudley had always suspected Roselle hadn't truly died, but was lurking somewhere, waiting for the right moment to act. But the most incredible part of his past life was the organization he had joined, the Tarot Club. It was a secret gathering of powerful beyonders, presided over by a mysterious, godlike entity they called the Fool. And the Fool, to Dudley's initial astonishment, could read Roselle's diary with perfect fluency. That was when he knew. The Fool is a transmigrator, too. And it was obvious that both he and Roselle hailed from China. The realization had left Dudley speechless with a strange mixture of jealousy and frustration. He had longed for a diary left by a fellow Brit or an American, someone whose language he could understand. The insights Roselle must have recorded, into the sequences, the pathways to godhood, the very nature of the outer gods, would have been invaluable. Roselle had written in Chinese precisely so others couldn't read it, meaning its pages held the world's most dangerous secrets. The Fool, by virtue of his literacy, had access to it all. It was how he maintained his mysterious, all-knowing facade. Dudley had never exposed him, sensing an unspoken understanding between them, two displaced souls navigating a world of horrors. Of course, Dudley's own rise to a high sequence had not been solely his own effort. The Fool had his opportunities, and Dudley, in turn, had his. Dudley. Dudley, darling. Petunia's worried voice pulled him back to the present, to the mundane London street. "Oh, what is it, Mum?" he asked, a light chuckle masking the turmoil in his mind. "Are you all right, dear? Are you feeling overwhelmed? If you want to give up on that place, it's still not too late." She had seen him staring blankly at the restaurant sign for several minutes, his expression distant and strange. "I'm fine, Mum. I just thought of some past things," he said with a reassuring smile. "Thinking about the first time I took you for Chinese food?" Uncle Vernon asked, a rare moment of pleasant reminiscence in his voice. "Yes," Dudley said, playing along. "I still remember how you made fun of me because I couldn't recognize a single word on the menu." He turned and handed the menu to Harry. "You order, Harry. Today's your birthday. I'm sorry I didn't get you a proper present. This meal is on me." Harry took the menu, a look of genuine surprise on his face. Petunia and Vernon exchanged another one of their now frequent baffled glances. "Dad, Mum," Dudley began, adopting a tone of mature reason, "after we go to Hogwarts, we won't have you to look after us. We're brothers, after all. We'll have to take care of each other. It's much better than fighting, don't you think? If I get bullied, Harry will help me, won't you?" He gave Harry a subtle, meaningful look. "That's right," Petunia said, slowly nodding. "Yes, that's how it should be. You boys need to look out for each other." Vernon, surprisingly, seemed to be convinced as well. The meal was a quiet revelation. It was the first time Harry had ever eaten food so delicious, his eyes wide with every new flavor. For Dudley, it was a taste of a long-lost past. The cuisine of the Intis Republic was influenced by Chinese cooking, he mused, savoring a bite of stir-fried tomato and egg. "It's a familiar taste. I almost miss those little restaurants in Trier." After dinner, Vernon drove them home to number 4, Privet Drive. As he lay in bed that night, a new resolve formed in Dudley's mind. Perhaps I can learn Chinese. And other languages, too. The thought of being forever locked out of Roselle's secrets, of having to watch the Fool hold all the cards, was an irritation he could no longer tolerate. There was still a month until Hogwarts started. With his enhanced cognitive abilities, he was confident he could master the basics of the language, even if it was reputed to be one of the most difficult in the world. "I'll sign up for a class tomorrow," he decided. In the quiet of his room, Dudley began to pore over the books he'd bought in Diagon Alley. The hours melted away as he immersed himself in the history and theory of this new world's magic. When he finally looked up from the pile of books, the bright morning light was already filtering through his curtains. "Magic spells are truly amazing," he murmured, a sense of genuine wonder filling him. He took out his new Elder Wand, the dark wood feeling cool and familiar in his hand. He gave it a gentle flick. Wingardium Leviosa. Spiritual power flowed from him, through his arm, and into the wand. A piece of parchment on his desk lifted gracefully into the air, floating higher and higher as he directed it with the tip of his wand. It was effortless. "With my control over spiritual power, these simple spells are almost trivial," he thought with satisfaction. "I can even do it without a wand." He placed the Elder Wand on his desk, raised a finger, and whispered in the arcane syllables of Hermes, Wingardium Leviosa. The parchment, which had drifted back to the desk, rose once more, hovering silently in the air. Thump. A soft but distinct sound came from just outside his bedroom door. Dudley's expression changed instantly. His senses flared. Someone was there. End of chapter. My fanfics. www. p@treon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 32, The Loophole. Who? Dudley's senses flared. The quiet hum of his home, a space he knew with the intimate familiarity of an arbitrator's jurisdiction, had been disturbed. It was a subtle ripple in the mystical order of the place, a silent trespass that no ordinary person could have managed. Apparition, he deduced, his mind instantly cataloguing the possibilities. The ability to fold space and reappear silently. It was a high-level magical art. Ding-dong. The sudden, mundane chime of the doorbell was almost comical in its normalcy. At least they're polite, Dudley thought, a flicker of amusement cutting through his caution. That suggests they're not an unwelcome guest. He opened his bedroom door just as Harry, downstairs, was opening the front door. Professor Dumbledore? Why are you here? Harry's surprised voice drifted up the stairs. I've come to see our two newest wizards, of course, a calm, familiar voice replied, carrying with it a comfortable aura that seemed to warm the very air. Dudley descended the stairs just as the headmaster of Hogwarts stepped into the house. Albus Dumbledore seemed to fill the small, mundane hallway with a presence far larger than his physical form. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore, Dudley said with a slight, practiced smile. Ah, Dudley. I hope I haven't disturbed you, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. To be honest, no, Dudley replied truthfully. I stayed up all night immersed in magical books and lost track of time. Believe me, diligent young wizards like you are rare at Hogwarts, Dumbledore chuckled. The professors will certainly be very fond of you. However, a reminder, sleep is still very necessary. You're still growing, and you can always read during the day. Just then, Vernon and Petunia came downstairs, drawn by the voices. They stopped dead on the landing, their faces paling at the sight of the robed wizard in their home. Petunia's expression was particularly unnatural, a tight mask of old resentment and fresh fear. I apologize for disturbing you so early, Dumbledore said, his tone polite but firm. There are some matters I believe I should discuss with these two young men in person. I hope you don't mind. He gave a small, formal bow. I am Albus Dumbledore, principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Mum, Dad, it's all right, Dudley said, taking control of the situation. We'll just talk with the professor for a bit. Vernon frowned, but to Dudley's surprise, he said nothing. Petunia looked as if she wanted to protest but ultimately just gave a curt nod and retreated to the kitchen. It's incredible that they didn't yell at me, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at Dudley with a curious smile. Perhaps they've changed their view of wizards after discovering their son is one, Dudley shrugged, a perfect imitation of youthful nonchalance. Indeed, Dumbledore said, settling onto the sofa. His demeanor shifted, the grandfatherly warmth replaced by a serious gravity. I must apologize for yesterday, he said bluntly. I sent Hagrid to Vault 713 to retrieve something, but I did not fully consider the danger of the situation. I am deeply sorry that you were both involved. That was my negligence. You don't need to apologize, Professor, Dudley said. It was something no one could have foreseen. A coincidence of timing that had placed them in the path of a dark wizard. A coincidence centered, as always, around the famous Harry Potter. We later tracked the robed person but found no further clues. He escaped, Dumbledore continued. For now, we know very little about his identity. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic will be sending some Aurors, they are the magical equivalent of your police, to watch over this house and protect you until you leave for Hogwarts. Dudley's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Protection. Surveillance. The words were interchangeable. Having his every move monitored would make things difficult. He would have to be extra careful. All right, that's all I have to say, Dumbledore said, apparently concluding the official business. He produced 2 crimson and gold train tickets from his robes. These are for you. Remember to be at King's Cross Station on September 1st. He stood to leave, then paused at the door. Oh, by the way, a reminder for you too, he said, his eyes twinkling again. Once you enter Hogwarts and begin your formal magical education, a trace will be placed upon you. The Ministry uses this to determine if you have used magic outside of school. This, you see, is not allowed by law. Except at Hogwarts, underage wizards are not permitted to cast spells, especially not in front of muggles. With a final, warm smile and a wave, he stepped outside. With a soft pop, he was gone. Apparition, Dudley mused. In his past life, only powerful Beyonders on the apprentice pathway could achieve such instantaneous travel. Here, it seemed almost common. What a pity, Harry sighed, his shoulders slumping. I was thinking of trying to practice magic at home. Children from wizarding families have been around it their whole lives. I wanted to catch up. No, Dudley said calmly, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. We can self-study. What? But Professor Dumbledore said the trace would detect us. Harry said, shocked. Dudley's smile widened. He was a master of rules, a being who had once bent the very laws of a nation to his will. The Ministry's little rule was child's play. Listen carefully to his words, Harry. He said, once you enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to study magic, a trace will be left on you. Understand? Harry's eyes went wide as the implication dawned on him. He replayed the headmaster's words in his mind. It was true. So, that means, we can practice magic now, he whispered, his voice filled with incredulous excitement. Yes, Dudley confirmed. Just try not to blow up the house. It was a beautiful, exploitable loophole. Yes. Harry leaped into the air, pure joy radiating from him. Dudley simply shook his head, a thoughtful expression on his face as he glanced in the direction Dumbledore had disappeared. Was the old wizard simply careless with his words? Or was that reminder a deliberate hint? A test. The game, it seemed, was more complex than he had initially thought. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 33, The Book of Admittance. After leaving the Dursley home, Dumbledore did not apparate directly back to Hogwarts. Instead, with a soft pop that disturbed nothing but the air itself, he reappeared on a secluded, tree-lined path several streets away from Privet Drive. His gaze immediately fell upon a prim-looking tabby cat sitting patiently on a garden wall, its tail twitching. Minerva, Dumbledore said with a knowing smile. I knew you'd come. The cat gave him a distinctly unimpressed look, then leaped gracefully from the wall. As it landed, its form shifted and expanded, stretching and reshaping itself until it was no longer a cat, but a severe-looking middle-aged woman dressed in a dark emerald cloak. Albus, Professor McGonagall said, her voice crisp and businesslike. I didn't expect to find you here. I needed to explain yesterday's events to the boys, Dumbledore replied. And to deliver their tickets. Hagrid, in his haste, forgot them. You needn't worry so much about Harry's safety, she said, though her serious expression betrayed her own concern. The Ministry has already dispatched Aurors to the area. He will be fine. Gringotts' defenses are also considered impenetrable, Dumbledore countered gently, and yet a terrible thing still happened. At a time like this, we cannot afford to let our guard down. A rare, small smile touched McGonagall's lips. Harry would be very happy to know he has a professor who cares for him so deeply. I only have a few free days, so I came to check on the situation, she explained as they began to walk down the quiet street. I've been observing them since they returned yesterday. The Dursley family, they seem different from how they were 10 years ago. Their attitude toward magic, and toward Harry, seems to have improved. Perhaps that's because their own son, Dudley, has also become a wizard, Dumbledore suggested. Ah, yes. Dudley Dursley. McGonagall frowned. His name appearing so suddenly in the Book of Admittance, isn't that a bit peculiar? To awaken magical talent at this age is truly rare. It was true. Most wizarding children showed signs of magic early, their names appearing in the ancient book at Hogwarts almost from birth. For someone to manifest their power at 11, just a month before the school term began, was a significant anomaly. It is rare, Dumbledore agreed, his tone unhurried, but in the long history of Hogwarts, he is not the only one. Since Petunia's sister was a witch, it is not impossible for her son to inherit the gift. He paused. Additionally, I have already had someone make contact with Dudley. We've confirmed that he has indeed awakened his magical talent, and have found no other unusual circumstances. McGonagall stopped, looking at him with surprise. You've already investigated. It seems I was worrying for nothing. Yes. After I discovered his name in the book, I immediately arranged for a consultation. A simple tarot reading. And what were the results? Dumbledore's expression became thoughtful. He asked about the past, present, and future. The Emperor represented his past, and, the Judgment, his future. As for the present, unfortunately, Vernon's intrusion knocked over the divination table before the card could be read. The Emperor and the Judgment. McGonagall murmured, her brow furrowed. What could that possibly mean? I cannot say for certain, Dumbledore admitted, spreading his hands. The diviner herself found the combination impossible to interpret. The cards were vague. She said they felt as if they belonged to a different deck entirely. Well, if that's the case, McGonagall said with a sigh, then we will have to see for ourselves once he is at school. A determined look entered her eyes. On September 1st, I believe I will take a trip on the Hogwarts Express. It has been some time since I've enjoyed the journey. Dumbledore smiled. He understood perfectly. She was still worried and intended to personally escort Harry to the safety of the castle. Then I shall leave him in your capable hands, Professor McGonagall. Perhaps he will become a Gryffindor, she said, a hint of pride in her voice. I would simply be escorting a student from my own house. With a final, shared look of understanding, the two powerful wizards disappeared from the street as if they had never been there at all. Time flew by. Dudley spent the rest of August devouring his new books, his mind absorbing magical theory and history with an unnatural speed. Blessed with the intellect and insight of his past life, he found the first-year curriculum almost laughably simple. Meow. A small orange cat with a fluffy tail leaped gracefully into his lap, purring as it kneaded his robes before settling into a comfortable ball. Dudley stroked its soft fur, a small smile on his face. It had been a gift from his parents. After learning that Harry would have an owl, they had insisted that Dudley couldn't go to Hogwarts petless. After ruling out toads and snakes as too freaky, they had settled on a cat. Dudley had chosen this one himself, for no other reason than he found its confident, lazy demeanor pleasing. Tomorrow, I go to Hogwarts, he whispered to the cat. I find myself looking forward to this world of magic more and more. There was a downside, however. It's a pity my characteristics haven't been fully digested yet. It will probably take another 2 weeks. Without the proper acting, digestion is incredibly slow. Acting as the king of the neighborhood kids had helped, but it was a far cry from being a true lawyer or arbitrator. He would need a new stage. I wonder if Hogwarts has positions like class monitor, prefect, or student council president, he mused. Those could be very useful for digesting my subsequent characteristics. After packing his trunk, ensuring Trunsoist's brass book was securely hidden in a false bottom, he took out his ticket one last time. Tomorrow morning, his father would drive him and Harry to King's Cross Station in London. Everything was ready. But one detail still left him slightly bewildered, platform 9 3/4. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 34, The Barbarian. At precisely 10:30 on the morning of September 1st, Vernon's car pulled into the bustling car park at King's Cross Station. The moment the vehicle stopped, Harry threw open his door, his movements fueled by an impatient, nervous energy. Dudley, by contrast, emerged with a calm, unhurried grace, surveying the noisy, mundane world of the station with a detached air. It's still early, dear, we have plenty of time, Petunia said, her own voice tight with anxiety. But we still need to find platform 9 3/4, Harry insisted. Professor Dumbledore left in such a hurry, he forgot to tell us how to get there. It's fine, Dudley said calmly. Though I haven't been to this specific platform, I can infer the principles of such hidden entrances. They pushed their trolleys laden with trunks and cages towards the station entrance. Petunia and Vernon trailed behind, intentionally keeping their distance. Harry's snowy owl, Hedwig, was hooting indignantly at the throng of people, drawing far too many curious glances for their comfort. We're here, Harry announced, stopping before the large signs for platforms 9 and 10. As expected, there was no indication of a platform in between. Now what? Should we ask a guard? No need. Dudley's voice was placid. He blinked once, his spiritual vision activating for a fraction of a second. In that instant, the solid brick pillar between the two platforms shimmered, revealing a bright, magical aura, a hidden portal. You simply walk straight through. Harry stared at the solid brick wall and swallowed hard. Won't we crash? No, Dudley explained, combining his observation with logical deduction. Our tickets are enchanted. As long as you hold the ticket, you can pass through. A fully trained wizard likely wouldn't even need one. He turned to his parents. Mother, father, would you like to see us off? Petunia and Vernon exchanged a nervous glance. The thought of interacting with more wizards was terrifying, but this was their son, leaving for his first year of school. They had to see him off properly. Okay, Petunia agreed, her voice barely a whisper. All right. Hold my hand, Mother, Dudley said, pushing his trolley with one hand while taking his mother's with the other. Harry, you follow right behind us. Without another word, he walked confidently towards the solid brick pillar. For a moment, it seemed as if they would collide, but instead, they simply vanished. That's amazing, Harry whispered, his eyes wide. He had been watching closely, but one moment they were there, and the next they were gone, and not a single person in the bustling crowd had noticed a thing. Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother. Hurry up, we'll be late, a loud voice said from behind him. Harry turned to see a short, stout woman shepherding 4 red-headed boys toward the same barrier. More wizards, he realized. Emboldened, he took a deep breath, lowered his head, and pushed his trolley straight at the pillar. The world dissolved for a second, and then he was standing on a sun-drenched platform next to a scarlet steam engine, a plume of white smoke billowing into the sky. A sign overhead read Hogwarts Express. Dudley was there, waiting for him, and gave a small nod as he arrived. They actually have trains? Vernon said, looking utterly bewildered. I thought they'd ride magic carpets or flying brooms. Perhaps the magical world is also advancing with the times, Dudley said with a slight shrug. He turned to Harry. Let's get our luggage stowed, then we'll come back and say our goodbyes. As the boys wrestled their heavy trunks onto the train, Petunia watched her son, her eyes welling with tears. Oh, Vernon, look at him, she whispered. He's grown up. He's a man now. He is, Vernon agreed, his own eyes surprisingly misty. It's a shame it's a magic school. He could have gone to my alma mater, Smeltings. But, he'll still be great. He'll be an amazing wizard. On the train, Dudley and Harry found an empty compartment at the very end of a carriage. With a grunt of effort that was more for show than necessity, Dudley lifted his heavy trunk onto the overhead rack, then did the same with Harry's. You're so strong now, Harry said, genuinely envious. Dudley just smiled. His physical fitness was far beyond that of an ordinary boy. Beyonder powers inherently enhanced the body, and both the Judge and Black Emperor pathways were particularly effective in this regard. He briefly recalled the Sequence 8 of the Black Emperor pathway, Barbarian. It was a state of being that granted immense physical strength and combat prowess, a perfect complement for a lawyer who, when unable to win an argument with logic, could always resort to more physical persuasion. They went back down to the platform for their farewells. Harry's was quick and a little awkward, but Dudley was immediately enveloped in a tearful, desperate hug from his mother. Just as the final whistle blew, he managed to break free and leap onto the slowly moving train. As the train pulled away, he saw a pair of red-headed twin brothers leaning out a nearby window, shouting boisterously to their mother and younger sister on the platform. Don't cry, Ginny. We'll send you loads of owls. Yeah. We'll even send you a Hogwarts toilet seat. George, their mother shrieked, though she was smiling. Just kidding, Mum. Dudley couldn't help but smile. The two brothers seemed interesting. He made his way back to his compartment and found that Harry now had company. The youngest of the red-headed boys was sitting opposite him. Hello, Dudley said, offering a polite greeting as he took the seat next to Harry. Oh, hello, the boy replied, a bit startled. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Dudley smiled. Dudley Dursley. Harry Potter's cousin. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthel. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 35, The Rat with a Problem. TL, thanks to some helpful readers, I realized Chapter 6 was missing. It's up now. Harry Potter. You mean, the Harry Potter? Ron Weasley stared at Dudley, his mouth agape, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Dudley glanced at Harry, assuming his cousin had already made introductions. He just got here, Harry said with a helpless sigh. Dudley shrugged, casually scooping up the sleeping orange cat from the seat beside him and placing it on his lap. The cat, startled awake, gave him a look of deep, existential confusion before settling down and accepting the pets he offered. So, you really are Harry Potter, aren't you? Ron finally managed to say, his gaze shifting to the quiet, dark-haired boy sitting opposite him. Yeah, I'm Harry, he confirmed with a small, shy smile. Then, you've really got the, you know. Ron pointed a shaky finger at his own forehead. Oh, yeah. Harry generously lifted his fringe, revealing the famous lightning bolt scar. Ron stared, mesmerized. You're from a wizarding family, right? Harry asked, eager to change the subject. I saw your family at the station. The Weasleys, with their flaming red hair, were hard to miss. Yeah, our whole family are wizards, Ron said, snapping out of his stupor. The Weasleys are an old wizarding family. Well, mostly. My mum's got a second cousin who's an accountant, but we don't talk about him. The ice was broken, and the easy camaraderie of young boys began to fill the compartment. Then you must know tons of magic. Harry said, his eyes alight with excitement. I heard you lived with muggles, Ron countered, his own curiosity piqued. What's that like? It's not bad, Harry said, his eyes flicking to Dudley for a fraction of a second. A month ago, he would have launched into a bitter tirade. Now, things were different. Oh, right, sorry. He's your cousin, Ron said, looking awkward. Could you tell us about Hogwarts? Dudley interjected smoothly, stroking his purring cat. We're not very familiar with the school yet. No problem. Ron said, glad for the change of topic. Hogwarts is the best school in the world, I reckon. It's divided into 4 houses: Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Each house has its own criteria for choosing students, but I don't know exactly how it works. My brother Fred told me you have to wrestle a troll. A flicker of genuine worry crossed Harry's face. Wrestle a troll? He'd never even seen one. What if he couldn't pass the test? What if no house wanted him? The thought of being sent back to the Dursleys was more terrifying than any troll. Those 2 twins, the ones I saw on the platform, they're your brothers, right? Dudley asked suddenly. Yeah, Fred and George. You saw them? Dudley confirmed. I saw them joking with your sister. My advice: don't believe everything they tell you. The twins had the mischievous air of natural-born pranksters. Right, Ron said, nodding sagely. I don't believe them either. He then launched into a detailed explanation of everything Hogwarts, from the moving staircases to the ghosts, from the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling to the glorious sport of Quidditch. These were details that couldn't be found in any book, and Dudley and Harry listened with rapt attention. A knock on the compartment door interrupted them. A round-faced, teary-eyed boy peeked in. Sorry to interrupt, he sniffled, but have you seen a toad? His name is Trevor. No, sorry, Ron said, shaking his head. Okay, thank you, the boy said sadly, before closing the door and continuing his search. Toads went out of fashion years ago, Ron said dismissively. If I had a toad, I'd want it to get lost. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a fat, sleeping grey rat. This is Scabbers. He's my brother Percy's old rat. He's mine now. Ron's ears turned a little red. He's useless, really. Just eats and sleeps. Half the time, I'm not even sure if he's alive. Dudley glanced at the mangy-looking rat, and his brow furrowed slightly. He felt something off. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of malice clung to the creature. Can I see your rat? Dudley asked, his tone casual. He needed a closer look. Even a flicker of that feeling was something he couldn't ignore. Oh, sure, Ron said, about to hand Scabbers over. Suddenly, the sleeping rat went berserk. It began to struggle violently, letting out a series of frantic, high-pitched squeaks, its tiny body writhing in Ron's grip. Scabbers, what's gotten into you? Ron exclaimed, startled, tightening his hold on the frantic animal. He's probably afraid of Dudley's cat, Harry suggested. Dudley was, after all, still stroking the purring orange fluff ball in his lap. Right, Ron said, trying to soothe the rat. It's okay, he's not going to eat you. Calm down. He stuffed Scabbers back into his pocket. Sorry about that, he said to Dudley. It's fine, Dudley replied, though his gaze remained fixed on Ron's pocket. I forgot I had the cat out. But he knew it wasn't the cat. He had felt the rat's terror, and it was directed at him. He blinked, his spirit vision activating for a moment. A faint, spiritual glow emanated from Ron's pocket. An extraordinary creature, Dudley realized. Or at least, a magical one. The faint evil aura could mean many things, a trace picked up from something else, or perhaps an inherent trait of its species. He didn't know enough about this world's fauna to be sure. I'll have to find an opportunity to take a closer look later, he thought, making a mental note. At the same time, deep within Ron's pocket, the rat Scabbers trembled uncontrollably. There was a look of pure, intelligent terror in his bright black eyes. He had been seen. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36, Mudblood. Around noon, the comforting rattle of a trolley could be heard from the corridor, followed by a knock on their compartment door. A kind-faced woman with a dimpled smile asked if they wanted anything from the trolley. Dudley and Harry, both eager to sample the cuisine of the magical world, bought a small mountain of treats, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, and several boxes of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. For Harry, the simple act of buying a pile of sweets to share with his new friends was a novel and deeply satisfying experience. Later, Ron's older twin brothers, Fred and George, slid the compartment door open with a dramatic flourish. Ron enthusiastically introduced Harry and Dudley, though he stumbled over Dudley's name, only remembering that he was Harry's cousin. Dudley didn't mind. He was growing accustomed to being an afterthought in the presence of the famous Harry Potter. It was a useful form of camouflage. In the afternoon, the door was knocked on again. This time, a small girl with a cascade of bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth stood in the doorway. She had already changed into her black Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? She asked, her voice clear and slightly bossy. A boy named Neville's lost one. He's already been through here, Ron said, a little defensively. Oh, okay, she said, but she didn't leave. Her eyes had locked onto Harry's forehead, where the heat of the compartment had prompted him to sweep his hair aside, revealing the lightning bolt scar. Goodness, she breathed, her eyes widening. You're Harry Potter. It wasn't a question. She immediately slid into the seat next to Ron, who flinched and scooted away. Ah, yeah, Harry nodded, taken aback. Dudley didn't even look up from the book he was reading, his hand gently stroking the purring cat in his lap. He was a silent, contented observer. I'm Hermione Granger, the girl said, her words tumbling out in a rush of excitement. And oh my goodness, I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry was bewildered, unsure of what expression to make. He settled on an awkward but polite smile as Hermione launched into a detailed monologue covering everything from the history of Hogwarts to the specific merits of each of the 4 houses, concluding with her fervent hope that she would be sorted into Gryffindor. Right, well, I should go, she said finally, standing up abruptly. It's almost time. You'd best change into your uniforms. And with that, she was gone. Whatever house I'm in, Ron grumbled after the door closed, I hope she's not in it. She's terrifying. Harry didn't say anything, but he had to agree that her intensity was a bit overwhelming. Dudley glanced out the window. The rolling green hills had given way to darker, more rugged mountains. The sky was turning a deep shade of purple. We should be arriving soon, he noted. We must be in Scotland by now. Let's change. Just as they finished pulling on their new black robes, the compartment door was slammed open without so much as a knock. A pale, sharp-featured boy with slicked-back platinum blonde hair stood there, flanked by 2 thick-set, brutish-looking boys who looked more like his personal bodyguards than fellow students. So it's true, then, the pale boy said, his voice a lazy, aristocratic drawl. They're saying all the way up the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment. His cold, grey eyes swept over Harry, lingering on his scar. Is there something you want? Harry asked, his tone frosty. The boy ignored him. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle, he said, gesturing to his hulking companions. And my name is Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Puffed. Ron let out a choked snort of laughter. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed with anger. Think my name's funny, do you? He sneered, looking down his nose at Ron. No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. The venom in his voice was unmistakable. He turned his attention back to Harry. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended a pale, slender hand, an offering of alliance. Dudley raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Interesting. It was a classic power play, a scenario he had witnessed countless times in that other, more brutal world. It was a simple calculation of self-interest. Malfoy was clearly from the wizarding elite, a boy who could offer connections and resources. Aligning with him could bring many benefits. But it would also come at a price. Most children, faced with such a choice, would succumb to the allure of power. But Harry was different. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry said coolly, his gaze fixed on Malfoy's outstretched hand, making no move to take it. Draco Malfoy's pale face flushed a blotchy pink. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter, he said slowly, his voice dripping with malice. Unless you want to end up on the same path as your parents. They were meddlesome fools, too. In an instant, Harry and Ron were on their feet. Seeing this, Dudley rose as well, a silent, imposing presence at their side. What? Want to fight? Malfoy sneered, taking a nervous step back behind the looming figures of Crabbe and Goyle. 3 against 3, a fair duel. His cold, grey eyes then swept over Dudley, dismissing him with a contemptuous curl of his lip. Oh, wait. There's a mudblood here. He doesn't count as a person. What did you say? Ron snarled, his face a mask of pure fury. The word was unfamiliar to Harry and Dudley, but its intent was unmistakable. It was a slur, a word designed to wound, to dehumanize. It was the sound of a line being drawn in the sand. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37, Physical Persuasion. Did I say something wrong? A mudblood is a mudblood, Malfoy sneered, his voice dripping with an arrogance that was both inherited and deeply practiced. Potter, if you associate with this kind of trash, it won't be long before you end up just like them. Just like your parents. The words struck Harry with the force of a physical blow. A white-hot rage, pure and blinding, consumed him. Ron, seeing the fury in his friend's eyes, tensed beside him, ready to leap to his defense. But before either of them could move, a pair of iron-like hands clamped onto their shoulders. Dudley. Dudley, what are you doing? Ron hissed, struggling against the unyielding grip. He's insulting you. That's a filthy, horrible word. Harry was just as confused, his face flushed with anger and betrayal. Let go. He's talking about my parents. Didn't Dudley, the king of playground violence, understand that this was a fight they had to have? Dudley didn't respond. His head was tilted slightly, his gaze fixed not on Malfoy, but on something far down the corridor. His spirit vision was active. He could see a blurry, shimmering figure there, a powerful wizard whose aura pulsed with a quiet, observant energy. And in the adjacent compartment, the one marked, temporarily out of service, he sensed two more. This train was not just a simple school transport. It was crawling with powerful wizards, likely auras, assigned to protect Harry. Under these circumstances, a simple brawl was out of the question. It would draw unwanted attention, invite scrutiny. It would be sloppy. This was the law of survival Dudley had learned in that other, more dangerous world. You never show your hand unless you control the board. He took a single, deliberate step forward, his grip on Harry and Ron never loosening. Do you think your bloodline makes you noble? He asked, his voice deceptively calm. His spirit vision locked onto Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, analyzing their emotional states, their weaknesses. It makes me nobler than a mudblood like you, Malfoy scoffed, though a flicker of unease entered his eyes. He felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Dudley, a cold, heavy authority that made the hairs on his arms stand up. The nobility of a person is never determined by blood, Dudley continued, his voice steady and unhurried, each word a carefully placed stone in a complex legal argument. In my opinion, your so-called nobility is merely a delusion. Because apart from your bloodline, you are good for nothing. He let the words hang in the air for a moment, his beyonder powers subtly weaving through his voice, amplifying his authority, twisting Malfoy's own arrogance back on him. You, with your noble and pure bloodline, all I see is noble and pure, trash. And no matter how noble the blood, trash is still trash. What did you say? Malfoy's pale face contorted with rage. Crabbe and Goyle, their slow minds grappling with the insult, grew red-faced and furious. The most infuriating part was that, for a fleeting moment, Dudley's words had felt true. It was an unbearable violation of their worldview. Get him. Malfoy shrieked, lunging forward, his own fury overriding his caution. His fist flew toward Harry's face. Harry, still held fast by Dudley, tried to retaliate, but the awkward angle threw him off balance. Malfoy's punch missed its intended target but connected squarely with Harry's glasses, sending them flying. They hit the floor with a sickening crunch. Malfoy, Dudley's voice suddenly boomed, all calm reason replaced by a theatrical, righteous fury. You dare to strike my brother? I will never let you go. He released Harry and Ron and exploded into motion. His fist, powered by the latent strength of an Arbiter, connected with Malfoy's jaw with a sickening crack. The blonde boy flew backward out of the compartment, landing in a heap in the narrow corridor. And you too. Dudley roared, turning on Crabbe and Goyle. Bullying my brother, are you? I'll beat you to death. He became a whirlwind of controlled violence. Screams and shouts filled the air as Dudley's fists landed with brutal, unflinching precision. In less than 3 seconds, both Crabbe and Goyle had joined Malfoy in a groaning, bruised pile in the corridor. Harry and Ron could only stare, dumbfounded, as if hit by a full-body bind curse. Dudley's movements had been too fast, too ruthless. Every punch had landed with a solid, meaty thud that made Ron wince in sympathetic pain. Dudley didn't pursue them. Instead, with a practiced, fluid motion, he ripped the collar of Harry's robe and, before Harry could react, dipped his fingers in the blood dripping from Malfoy's nose and smeared it across Harry's cheek. What are you doing? A sharp, authoritative woman's voice, filled with shock and anger, echoed down the corridor. The door to the out-of-service compartment was thrown open, and 2 stern-faced wizards in ministry robes stepped out, wands drawn. Professor McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, her face a mask of disbelief. She saw the bloodied, moaning forms of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, and then her eyes landed on Harry, his face streaked with blood, his glasses broken on the floor. Mr. Dursley. What is the meaning of this? She demanded, her gaze fixing on Dudley. Professor. Dudley cried, his voice filled with righteous indignation. This boy, Malfoy, and his 2 thugs, they barged into our compartment and attacked my brother, Harry Potter. He pointed a trembling, accusatory finger. Look. He broke my brother's glasses. He made his face bleed. His voice carried down the corridor, which was now crowded with curious students. They latched onto the key points. Someone had attacked Harry Potter. Someone had made the boy who lived bleed. A wave of angry murmurs went through the crowd. What? Someone hit Harry Potter. On his first day. Who would dare? On the floor, Malfoy, his mouth full of blood, tried to protest, but only incoherent gurgles came out. Professor, they went too far. Ron chimed in, finding his voice. He called Harry's parents ungrateful, and he called Dudley a mudblood. Then he just punched Harry. Ron, emboldened by the injustice, firmly cemented Malfoy's guilt in the eyes of the gathered crowd. End of chapter. My fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38, Physical Persuasion. Yes, Professor, Harry said, his eyes welling with genuine, fat tears that streaked through the blood smeared on his cheek. Not only did he hit me, but he insulted my parents. His voice cracked, a perfect performance of a wounded, grieving child. Dudley watched the scene unfold and gave an imperceptible nod of satisfaction. Harry and Ron were quick studies. Harry, are you all right? Let me see your injuries, a deep, concerned voice said. A tall, black wizard with a gold earring, one of the men from the out-of-service compartment, stepped forward, his face etched with unbearable pity. I'm fine, it's just a minor injury, Harry said quickly, stepping back. He couldn't let anyone examine him too closely. Aside from his broken glasses, he was completely unharmed. The blood on his face was Malfoy's. He couldn't help but marvel at Dudley's cunning. If he had thrown the first punch, he'd be the one facing punishment right now. Dudley had not only won the fight but had also won the narrative. Professor, I can testify for them, Hermione Granger said, appearing at the edge of the crowd. Her voice was trembling, but her eyes were firm. I did hear Malfoy call Dudley a mudblood and insult Harry's parents. I was about to come out and intervene, but then Malfoy just started throwing punches. It was terrifying. The round-faced boy who had lost his toad, Neville, nodded vigorously beside her. A wave of angry murmurs rippled through the gathered students. How could he do that? Hitting someone on the train. And cursing them like that. I wouldn't want to be in the same house as someone like him. It's disgraceful. Is that what purebloods are like? No one spoke up for Malfoy. He was friendless here. Quiet. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the chatter like a whip. Everyone, return to your compartments. Now. The students, though reluctant, obeyed immediately. She turned her furious gaze to the 3 groaning boys on the floor. Get them back to their compartment, she ordered the wizard beside her. My pleasure, Professor, the Black Wizard, Kingsley Shacklebolt, replied with a grim smile. He drew his wand, and with a flick, the 3 boys were lifted into the air. What followed was a masterclass in passive aggression. Crabbe's foot accidentally slammed into a doorframe. Goyle's levitation charm faltered, causing him to drop several feet before being caught again. Malfoy's head unintentionally bumped against every single railing on the way back to his compartment. Their intermittent whimpers of pain provided a satisfying soundtrack to their journey of shame. Kingsley, be careful. Professor McGonagall called out, though there was a distinct lack of conviction in her voice. I'm trying my best, Professor. Kingsley's voice drifted back, followed by another pained yelp from Malfoy. McGonagall turned her stern gaze back to the 3 boys in the compartment. She had already surmised that Harry, despite the blood, was largely unharmed. The Malfoy boy and his thugs, on the other hand, looked as if they had been trampled by a hippogriff. Professor McGonagall, I was the one who acted, Dudley said, stepping forward to take responsibility. If you want to blame someone, blame me. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. She had held a considerable prejudice against this Dursley child. A family that despised magic could not possibly raise a decent wizard. But his name had appeared in the Book of Admittance, a fact that had surprised her and Dumbledore both. Now, seeing him stand here, calm and composed after such a violent altercation, she had to admit, there was something extraordinary about him. And she was not just referring to his strength. Professor, don't blame Dudley, Harry interjected. It was my fault, too. I retaliated. Oh, so you're already trying to share the blame, are you? McGonagall said, though her stern expression was softening. She looked deeply at the 3 of them. All right. I will report this matter to Professor Dumbledore. I trust he will handle it fairly. However, punishment for you 3 is unavoidable. As for Mr. Malfoy and his friends, rest assured, their punishment will be far more severe. I will inform you of my decision after the sorting ceremony. She paused at the door. Now, clean yourselves up. We will be arriving at Hogwarts shortly. Wait, Professor. Ron cried, his expression one of pure, innocent confusion. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I wasn't involved in this matter at all. He hadn't even had the chance to punch Malfoy. McGonagall gave him a rare, thin smile. As a classmate, Mr. Weasley, you failed to intervene in a timely manner. Therefore, you must also bear some responsibility. She gave his shoulder a light, final pat and left, closing the compartment door behind her. Ron stood there, his neck outstretched, his arms spread wide in a gesture of utter bafflement. He looked like a silly, indignant owl. Ha ha ha. Harry was the first to break, his laughter filling the small compartment. Dudley let out a soft chuckle. Finally, Ron's expression cracked, and he joined in, a helpless, resigned smile on his face. Oh, it seems I can't escape, he sighed. I heard my dad say Malfoy's father is a powerful man at the Ministry. I thought we'd be in real trouble. But hearing Professor McGonagall, our punishment shouldn't be too severe, right? She's maintaining a superficial fairness, Dudley explained, wiping the blood from his knuckles with a handkerchief. But she's still siding with Harry. If she weren't, she would have insisted on a full injury assessment, not just let us go like this. Why? Harry asked, still a bit confused. Dudley smiled and tapped Harry's forehead gently. My foolish brother, your scar is your get-out-of-jail-free card. Harry rolled his eyes. Are you going to make fun of me, too? I wouldn't dream of it, Dudley said, his demeanor shifting back to one of elegant composure as he picked up his purring cat. He seemed a world away from the boy who had just brutally dismantled 3 others. You know, Harry said thoughtfully, I think the kids in our neighborhood calling you Big Brother D wasn't for nothing. Dudley looked up, a faint, dangerous smile playing on his lips. When language fails to persuade, he said, one must resort to physical persuasion. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39, Reparo. That was amazing. Ron said, his eyes wide with admiration. Can you teach me how to do that? Dudley's takedown of Malfoy and his thugs had been a masterclass in controlled violence. The 2 hulking boys had been neutralized before they could even leverage their size advantage. You want to learn the art of physical persuasion? Dudley asked with a slight, dangerous smile. Yeah. What if I get bullied at school? Ron insisted. He knew he couldn't always count on Dudley being there, and Malfoy was definitely the type to hold a grudge. But you're a wizard, Dudley reminded him gently. Oh, right. Ron looked down at his slightly splintered, hand-me-down wand, his face flushing. I almost forgot. It was true. Fisticuffs were rare in the wizarding world. Spells were much faster than fists. The school probably doesn't allow students to use spells on each other, right? Harry asked, fiddling with his now broken glasses. Malfoy's punch had sent them skittering across the floor, cracking one of the lenses and bending the frame. Well, officially, no, Ron said. But my brothers told me it happens all the time. He sighed, looking at Harry's glasses. I wonder if Hogwarts has a place that can fix those. Probably not, Harry lamented, but I know a spell that can fix things. Maybe when we get to school, I can find. Before Ron could finish, Dudley calmly drew his new Elder Wand and pointed its tip at the mangled spectacles in Harry's hand. Reparo. He spoke the word with a quiet confidence. A soft, silvery light enveloped the glasses. With a swish of his wand, the cracks in the lens vanished, the bent frame straightened, and they settled in Harry's palm, looking even newer and cleaner than before. Blimey, Ron breathed, astonished. You even know the mending charm. This spell isn't too difficult, Dudley said, putting his wand away with a practiced ease. I tried it a few times before and it worked. It was a simple first-year spell. Repairing a pair of glasses didn't require much magical proficiency. You really did it, Harry said, putting the repaired glasses on. He stared at his cousin in shock. You taught yourself a real spell. He knew Dudley had been studying, but to have mastered a spell so quickly, without any formal instruction, it was incredible. Compared to Dudley, he felt like he knew nothing at all. It's not very difficult, Dudley said casually. I can teach you when we get to school. It's just a matter of controlling your magic. The ease with which he spoke of such things was a world away from the bumbling, insecure boys beside him. The sky outside the window had deepened to a velvety black, and the rhythmic clatter of the train had begun to slow. An unseen, disembodied voice echoed through the carriage, we will be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. Harry and Ron exchanged a nervous glance, their faces pale in the dim light of the compartment. Dudley, however, felt only a flicker of curiosity. He had seen grander, more terrifying sights. This was just a school. The train finally hissed to a stop. The corridor outside was already crowded with students. As the three of them made their way to the exit, Dudley noticed several older students giving them knowing looks and subtle thumbs up. Ron's twin brothers gave them a double thumbs up and a boisterous, silent cheer. They were the last to disembark, stepping out into a pitch-black night. A chill wind whipped around them, making Harry and Ron shiver. "First years. First years over here." A familiar voice boomed through the darkness. Hagrid stood on the platform, holding a massive lantern aloft. He was a lighthouse in the sea of nervous, black-robed children. "Harry. Dudley. Over here," he waved enthusiastically. As the first years began to shuffle towards Hagrid, another voice cut through the crowd, dripping with venom. "You just wait." They turned to see Malfoy and his two hulking bodyguards standing nearby, their faces grim. Malfoy's swollen jaw was already turning a dark shade of purple, and Crabbe and Goyle stood with an awkward, pained stiffness. "What, want another round?" Dudley said with a lazy, challenging smile, raising a single, casual fist. Malfoy let out a small, terrified shriek and stumbled back several steps. He then realized they were more than 10 meters apart and puffed out his chest, trying to regain some semblance of dignity. "You just wait," he snarled, clenching his fists. "I've already sent an owl to my father. You're just waiting to be expelled." He desperately wanted to rush Dudley, but the memory of the swift, brutal takedown was still fresh in his mind. "Hey," Dudley sneered, turning his back on them. A spoiled rich kid throwing a tantrum. He had dealt with far worse. "Follow me, everyone, follow me," Hagrid called, leading the group of first years down a narrow, steep path. The forest around them was dark and silent, and the nervous chatter of the students died down to an apprehensive quiet. "Just around this bend," Hagrid said, his voice a comforting rumble in the darkness, "you'll get your first sight of Hogwarts." They rounded the bend, and a collective gasp went through the crowd. A vast, black lake lay before them, its surface as smooth as polished glass. And on the far side, perched atop a high mountain, was a magnificent castle, its many turrets and towers silhouetted against the starry sky. Warm, golden light spilled from its countless windows, each one a tiny star reflected perfectly in the dark water below. The sight was one of indescribable grandeur and profound, ancient mystery. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 40, The Black Lake. Hogwarts, Dudley murmured, the word a soft exhalation in the cool night air. Standing on the cliff, gazing at the majestic castle across the dark water, he felt a genuine flicker of anticipation. For the first time since returning to this world, he felt like he was on the cusp of a true adventure. Right then, everyone, into the boats. Hagrid's voice boomed, echoing across the cliffside. No more than 4 to a boat. On the shore below, a small fleet of wooden boats bobbed gently, each with a single, flickering lantern casting a warm, inviting glow. Dudley, Harry, and Ron found an empty boat and climbed in. Hermione, after a moment's hesitation, saw that the other boats were nearly full and made her way over. "If you don't mind," Dudley said, gesturing to the empty seat, "come on up." "Thank you," Hermione replied with a grateful smile, stepping carefully into the boat. Ron's initial wariness of her had been replaced by a grudging respect after she had stood up for them on the train. "Thanks for speaking up for us earlier," Dudley said to her as the boat pushed off from the shore. "You're welcome," she said, her tone earnest. "I was just telling the truth. Besides," she added, her voice dropping slightly, "I come from a Muggle family, too." What Malfoy said about mudbloods, he wasn't just insulting you. He was insulting all of us. You were right to teach him a lesson. "It's a pity I didn't get to punch him," Ron said with a hint of genuine regret. "Dudley was too fast." "Me too," Harry agreed with a grin. "By the time I even knew what was happening, they were already on the floor." Hermione gave a shy smile and said nothing more. Under Hagrid's guidance, the fleet of small boats began to glide across the vast, black lake toward the castle. The dark water lapped against the sides of the boats, the sound a soft, rhythmic counterpoint to the excited whispers of the students. The braver ones dared to peer over the side, while the more timid huddled together, their eyes fixed on the distant, welcoming lights of the castle. "My brother told me there are water monsters in this lake," Ron whispered, his voice trembling slightly, though whether from fear or the cold, it was hard to tell. "They won't suddenly rush out and eat us, will they?" Hermione asked, her own voice laced with anxiety. "Probably not," Harry reasoned. "Otherwise, Hogwarts would definitely send a professor to protect us." Dudley, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at the mention of water monsters. His interest was piqued. He shifted his body slightly, his eyes scanning the inky depths. Even with the faint light from the castle, the lake was a void. Its water was a deep, impenetrable black, far darker than any ordinary lake. He concentrated, his spiritual power flowing to his eyes. The pitch-black water slowly began to resolve into shades of gray and deep blue. Then, he saw them. Swish. A faint, silvery light streaked through the depths, moving with the speed and grace of a fish, yet possessing the unmistakable form of a person. So, there is something strange in this lake, he thought, his gaze narrowing. There were extraordinary creatures living here, and some of them were humanoid. Merpeople. He had encountered legends of them in his past life. They were a powerful and often dangerous race, their songs capable of luring sailors to their doom. He wondered what form they took in this world. As he watched, he saw other strange shapes moving in the darkness, creatures that were definitely not of the mundane world. Suddenly, one of the silvery figures stopped. It turned its head, its luminous eyes seeming to look directly at him, through the water, through the darkness. Faintly, as if from a great distance, he heard a hauntingly beautiful melody, a song that seemed to echo in his very soul. Duck. Hagrid's loud shout startled him back to reality. He quickly lowered his head just as the boats began to pass under a thick curtain of ivy, entering a dark, hidden tunnel. They had arrived beneath the castle. That was definitely a merperson, he thought. The song had been beautiful, but unlike the sirens of his past life, it hadn't carried any sense of malice or compulsion. These merpeople seemed gentler. The surroundings of this castle are more exciting than I expected. The boat soon reached a small, underground harbor. The first years disembarked and followed Hagrid up a cobblestone path to a set of enormous oak doors. During the short walk, Neville, the boy who had lost his toad, let out a delighted cry. Trevor the toad had been found, hiding in a corner of his boat. Hagrid raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times. A moment later, the great doors swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall. She was now dressed in emerald green robes, her hair tied back in a severe bun. She looked every inch the formidable witch. I wondered where she went after the train, Ron whispered. She must have come back to the castle to change. Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes seemed to catch his whisper, and she gave him a glare that made him shrink back into the crowd. Thank you, Hagrid, she said curtly. First years, follow me. She led them into a vast, stone entrance hall, her voice echoing off the high ceiling. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before you enter the Great Hall for the start-of-term banquet, you must first be sorted into your houses. She went on to give a brief overview of the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Hufflepuff for the just, Ravenclaw for the wise, and Slytherin for the ambitious. It was much the same as what Ron had told them, only more formal. She didn't explain the sorting process, only mentioning that they would have to undergo a test. This sent a wave of nervous whispers through the first years. Hermione began frantically reciting spells under her breath, and Harry's face went pale. It will be a simple test, Dudley said quietly, his calm voice a steadying presence. I hope I can pass it, Harry murmured, though he did seem to relax slightly at his cousin's words. All right, we are ready for you now, Professor McGonagall announced. She pushed open another set of massive doors. A magnificent, awe-inspiring hall was revealed before them, its enchanted ceiling a perfect replica of the starry night sky outside. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 41, The Living Characteristic. Dudley gazed at the magnificent Great Hall, his analytical eyes scanning every detail with a keen interest that was entirely different from the wide-eyed wonder of the other first years. For long tables, already filling with students, stretched toward the raised platform at the front, dividing the hall into the territories of the 4 great houses. Above them, thousands of candles floated in midair, their warm, flickering light illuminating the cavernous space. But it was the ceiling that truly captured his attention. It was a perfect, seamless replica of the starry night sky outside, so flawless that it was difficult to believe it was not open to the heavens. At the high table, the school's professors sat in a line, observing the new arrivals. In the very center, seated in a grand, throne-like chair, was the familiar figure of Albus Dumbledore, his silver beard tucked neatly into his belt. Now, form a single file and follow me, Professor McGonagall's crisp voice cut through the students' awestruck whispers. The line of first years shuffled forward. Harry walked just ahead of Dudley, his steps unsteady, his legs seemingly made of lead. It's enchanted to look like the sky outside, Hermione whispered from behind Dudley, her voice filled with academic excitement. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Indeed, Dudley murmured in agreement. It's hard to imagine this is a ceiling. The magic here was overt, ostentatious, and seemingly safe, a world away from the subtle, corrupting horrors he was used to. They came to a stop in the center of the hall, before the high table. Professor McGonagall placed a simple, four-legged stool before them. On it, she set a battered, frayed, and patched wizard's hat. It was so grimy it looked as if it had never been washed. "Are they going to make us turn that hat into a rabbit?" Harry whispered nervously, his voice trembling. "Probably not," Dudley reassured him quietly. "Transfiguration of that level is far beyond a first-year's ability." He looked at the old hat, a sense of unease prickling his senses. It was not simple. He blinked, activating his spiritual vision. The world shifted. A faint, ancient aura pulsed from the hat, and its physical shape seemed to distort in his vision. He could vaguely perceive something else deep within the fabric, a presence, a formless consciousness. The light of its spirit was complex, ancient, and intertwined. He tried to see deeper, but his vision was blocked. This hat, whatever it was shielded by powerful, old magic. Suddenly, a tear near the hat's brim opened wide like a mouth, and it began to speak. A living characteristic. Dudley's gaze sharpened, his mind reeling. In his past life, only the most powerful and dangerous sealed artifacts possessed true sentience. Trunsoist's brass book had a living characteristic, but its activity was so low it was practically dormant. For it to awaken would mean catastrophe. This hat, however, radiated no sense of danger. It was benign. Under the astonished gazes of the first years, the Sorting Hat burst into song, its voice echoing through the hall. It sang of the four founders, of the qualities they valued, and of its own purpose. When it finished, the hall erupted in applause. The hat gave a small, genteel bow to each of the four tables and then fell silent once more. "I get it now," Ron whispered from the line behind them. "We just have to wear the hat. Fred and George tricked me. They said we had to fight a troll. Just wear a hat." Harry breathed a sigh of immense relief. "This hat is quite interesting," Dudley commented under his breath. A sentient magical object that was harmless. This world continued to surprise him. "When I call your name," Professor McGonagall announced, holding a long roll of parchment, "you will come forth, I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses." Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with two golden braids stumbled forward and sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on her head. After a few tense seconds, the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right burst into cheers. "What does it base its sorting on?" Dudley wondered, his brow furrowing. "Can it read minds?" The thought sent a chill down his spine. The contents of his mind, the memories of that other world, of the outer gods, of the sequences, that knowledge was a poison. If this hat could see it, it wouldn't just bring danger to him, but to everyone here. Some knowledge was a contagion that brought madness. One by one, the students were sorted. Malfoy swaggered up, and the hat had barely touched his head before it screamed, "Slytherin." "Dudley Dursley." "Good luck," Harry whispered. Dudley nodded, and walked forward with a calm, measured stride. Every eye in the Great Hall was on him. He could feel Malfoy's vicious stare burning into his back. He ignored it, his gaze sweeping over the high table. Professor Dumbledore was watching him, a curious twinkle in his eye. The old wizard gave him a subtle, encouraging wink. Dudley reached the stool and picked up the sorting hat. He placed it on his head, but kept his hand on the brim, ready to snatch it off at the first sign of mental intrusion. "Oh, let's see what we have here," a small voice whispered directly in his ear. "A difficult one." "Very difficult." Dudley's mental defenses snapped into place. "Truly excellent talent," the hat continued, its voice filled with intrigue. "And very ambitious. Slytherin would suit you well. But there is courage, a great deal of it, forged in fires I cannot see. And a wisdom that is far, far beyond your years. Ravenclaw would be a fine home for such a mind. Can it detect my characteristics?" Dudley thought, a cold knot of dread tightening in his stomach. "Yes, I can sense the shape of your soul, your strengths and your weaknesses," the hat replied instantly. "It really is reading my mind." No, not at all," the hat corrected him patiently. "I am not a legilimens. I can only perceive the surface of your thoughts, the qualities that make you who you are. If I could truly read minds, my boy, I assure you, I would have a much more interesting job than this." Dudley relaxed slightly, a fraction of an inch. "Wait," the hat's voice suddenly changed, a tone of pure, unadulterated shock echoing in his mind. "Wait, look what I've found." "What is this?" "This astonishing magical talent. It is buried so deep. Why didn't I notice it at first?" End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 42, I'm just a hat. Dudley settled into a state of deep mental focus, a meditative calm he had perfected in a world where stray thoughts could attract predators. The Sorting Hat's voice was a minor annoyance, one he could easily wall off. Have you discovered my secret? He thought, a silent challenge to the ancient magical artifact on his head. I dare say, you are absolutely the most magically gifted child I have had the pleasure of sorting in centuries, the Hat replied, its voice filled with genuine awe. With just a little guidance, you could become a truly great wizard. However, this is difficult. Very difficult. Which house should I put you in? Clearly, your courage and wisdom are greatly admired by Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. And your ambition is beloved by Slytherin. As for Hufflepuff, trust me, they would jump for joy if you went there. This is truly difficult. The Sorting Hat seemed to be having a full-blown debate with itself inside Dudley's head. I can't believe this hat is such a chatterbox, Dudley thought, a wave of exasperation washing over him. He could feel the time stretching on, far longer than it had for any other student. A low murmur began to spread through the Great Hall as whispers turned to impatient muttering. Could it be that Hogwarts' Book of Admittance had a problem? Malfoy's sneering voice cut through the noise. Sent an invitation to a muggle with no magical talent. His comment was met with a few cruel snickers from the Slytherin table. That would be too interesting. The famous Harry Potter's cousin couldn't be a squib, could he? Oh, wait, I'm wrong. He's not a squib. His parents are muggles, hee. The whispers grew louder, now tinged with a new excitement. What? He's Harry Potter's cousin. Wait, then Harry Potter must be here, too. Which one is he? Let me see. Silence. Professor McGonagall's voice cracked like a whip, and the hall instantly fell quiet again. She shot an anxious glance at Dudley, who was still sitting motionless on the stool. All right, the Hat's voice echoed in his mind, sounding flustered. Let me take one last look at your qualities, to decide which house to put you in. Hurry up, Dudley couldn't help but urge, his patience wearing thin. Ah. Suddenly, the Sorting Hat let out a startled cry, a sound of pure shock and terror that resonated not in the hall, but directly in Dudley's soul. It convulsed on his head, then tumbled to the floor, silent and still. A collective gasp went through the great hall. Everyone stared, stunned, at the scene. Even Professor McGonagall was speechless. Dudley frowned. He hadn't done anything. What was wrong with the hat? Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat at the high table, his expression unreadable. He walked over, bent down, and picked up the limp, dusty hat. After a moment of silent communion with the artifact, he addressed the hall. There has been a small mishap, he announced, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Professor McGonagall, let the new students eat first. The sorting ceremony will continue after dinner. But Professor McGonagall began, looking at the unsorted first years. Where should they sit? Everyone may sit wherever they like, Dumbledore declared. Ignoring McGonagall's puzzled expression, he gave Dudley a long, deep, and profoundly curious look before turning and leaving the great hall with the sorting hat in his hand. Professor, Dudley stood up, feeling the need to defend himself. It's all right, Mr. Dursley, McGonagall said, her voice a little shaky. Perhaps there's a problem with the hat. Go back and eat with the others for now. Dudley returned to his friends, shaking his head at their confused, questioning gazes. Since Ron's brothers were all at the Gryffindor table, they decided to sit there, a small, unsorted island in a sea of red and gold. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster placed the sorting hat on his desk. What happened, my old friend? He asked gently. The hat seemed to shudder. I don't know, Albus. I simply wanted to see which house would suit him best. I tried to understand him. To see the core of his being. And then, nothing. Just a vast, cold darkness that I could not comprehend. Did you discover anything before that? Dumbledore pressed. Oh, yes. The boy's magical talent is immense. Higher than yours, Albus. Higher, even, than the other one, you know who I speak of. And then. There was no then, the hat insisted. I reached for his essence, and I was met with a void. And fear. I felt fear, Albus, and I do not know why. You know, I am what is left of Gryffindor's mind. If I am afraid, it means Godric himself would have felt that same fear. The hat sounded utterly bewildered. In short, I cannot explain him. After all, I'm just a hat, Dumbledore. Yes, Dumbledore nodded slowly. You are just a hat. He paused. So, which house would you have put him in? If I must judge based on what I saw. Slytherin. That boy, in Slytherin, would achieve terrible, great things. But his talent is such that he would not fare badly in any of the houses. Dumbledore fell silent, lost in thought. Back in the Great Hall, Dumbledore returned to his seat, placing the sorting hat back on the stool. The meal had been a tense affair for Dudley. He had garnered more stares and whispers than Harry Potter, a situation he found deeply undesirable. After the plates were cleared, Dumbledore stood up again, and the hall fell silent. "There was a small accident earlier," he said, his eyes twinkling. "The Sorting Hat, it seems, was a bit overexcited, just like you young ones. Now, the sorting will continue." He looked directly at Dudley. "As for Dudley Dursley, his house is—" He paused for a beat, letting the tension build. "Gryffindor." As Dumbledore's voice boomed through the hall, the Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous, welcoming applause. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 43, Grudges of the Previous Generation. Gryffindor, huh? Dudley murmured to himself, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. He nodded politely to the cheering students around him, already seated at the Gryffindor table. "That's brilliant!" Ron exclaimed, his face alight with pure joy. "My whole family's been in Gryffindor. I knew I would be, too. Now we'll all be in the same house." "I wonder which house I'll be in," Harry said, his own anxiety returning full force. "Hopefully Gryffindor," Ron said, his mouth already full of bread. "Of course, the other houses are fine, I guess. Just not Slytherin. All the bad wizards come from Slytherin. You know who, he was one of them." "Slytherin," Dudley mused, his gaze drifting to their table. He saw Malfoy staring back, his eyes filled with a simmering, impotent rage. "The Sorting Hat wanted to put me there," he thought. "But in the end, I was sorted into Gryffindor. Was that the Hat's choice, or did someone else make the choice for it?" His eyes flicked to the high table, to the serene, powerful figure of Professor Dumbledore, who at that very moment looked over and gave him another one of his infuriatingly knowing winks. The sorting ceremony continued. Ron, as expected, was sorted into Gryffindor before the hat had even fully settled on his head. Hermione, after a tense minute of deliberation, joined them as well. Finally, it was Harry's turn. When Professor McGonagall called out, "Potter, Harry," a hush fell over the entire Great Hall. Every single eye was fixed on him. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. "I wonder which house he'll be sorted into," Dudley chuckled to himself, watching his cousin walk to the stool on trembling legs. Harry's sorting took a long time, the hat sitting on his head for what felt like an eternity. He seemed to be having a silent argument with it. Finally, the brim opened wide, and the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." The Great Hall erupted in a deafening roar of applause. Not just from the Gryffindor table, but from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as well. Only the Slytherins remained silent, their faces sullen. Harry, looking immensely relieved, practically floated over to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Dudley. "Congratulations," Dudley said, patting his shoulder. "We're classmates now." "Well," Harry said with a grin, "as long as you don't bully me, being your classmate isn't such a bad thing." Dudley just pursed his lips, unsure of what to say to that. He was, after all, still trying to unlearn a lifetime of bad behavior. "What are you guys talking about?" Ron asked, his mouth full of pumpkin pasty. "Nothing," Harry said, shaking his head with a smile. The sorting was over. He was here. He belonged. For the first time in his life, he felt truly at home. Ah. Suddenly, Harry let out a soft cry, his hand flying to his forehead. "What's wrong?" Dudley asked instantly, his senses on high alert. "My scar, it's burning," Harry whispered, his eyes fixed on a professor at the high table. He was a man with greasy black hair, a large, hooked nose, and sallow, unhealthy-looking skin. Dudley's gaze sharpened. He had noticed that professor before, the man's dark, penetrating eyes had swept over their group more than once. And now, Harry's scar was reacting to him. The evil aura hidden in that scar, the remnant of Voldemort's curse, was responding to this man. It was not a good sign. "Who is that professor?" Dudley asked Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, who was sitting nearby. "That's Professor Snape," Percy said, his tone respectful but wary. "Head of Slytherin House and our potions master. Though, it said he's always wanted the defense against the dark arts job." He gestured to an empty seat at the table. "That's for Professor Quirrell, who actually teaches defense. Heard he had a run-in with some vampires in Albania and got injured. Missed the sorting ceremony. Don't know when he'll be back." "I see." Dudley nodded, his mind already piecing things together. Under the cover of the noisy hall, he subtly activated his spiritual vision, his gaze sweeping over the high table. He could perceive nothing unusual about Snape from this distance. He would need to get closer to be sure. "Poor Professor Quirrell," Percy continued. "He's always been a nervous sort, stutters terribly. Hope he's all right." If not, Snape might get his wish and take over the defense post. Let's hope Professor Quirrell makes a swift recovery, Dudley said noncommittally. Harry leaned closer. I feel like Professor Snape really dislikes me, he whispered. Did I do something to offend him? Dudley pondered this for a moment, then a slow, analytical smile spread across his face. There's no love or hate without reason, he said, adopting the tone of a seasoned investigator. When this happens, it often represents a grudge from the previous generation. A grudge from the previous generation. It's a classic trope, Dudley explained. Snape is about the same age as our parents. They were likely classmates. Perhaps he was in love with your mother, which would have made him your father's rival. It's understandable that he would be hostile toward you. After all, he said, tapping his own eyes, the only part of you that resembles your mother is your eyes. The rest of you is the spitting image of your father. Harry stared at him, dumbfounded. You can't be serious. Oh, and there's another possibility, Dudley continued thoughtfully, warming to his theme. Given the traditions of our great British boarding schools, perhaps your father and Snape were actually a couple, and your mother broke them up. Thus, the grudge. Stop. That's enough. Harry cried, his face a mixture of horror and disbelief. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Ha ha ha, just a bold guess, Dudley laughed. I'd sooner believe pigs can fly, Harry muttered, though he couldn't help but crack a smile. For the first time, he was bantering with his cousin. It was the strangest, most wonderful feeling in the world. End of chapter. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 44, The Honorable Name. Just a guess, Dudley said with a nonchalant shrug. He knew his theories about Snape sounded outrageous, but after surviving a world where a man could become a woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that, his definition of outrageous was considerably broader than most. Amidst the lively chatter, the last of the desserts vanished from the tables. Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet, and a comfortable silence fell over the great hall. Now that we are all fed and watered, he began, his voice warm and resonant, I have a few more words for you. As the new term begins, there are a few start-of-term notices. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that, he added, his twinkling eye sweeping over the Weasley twins, who grinned back unrepentantly. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you all that no magic should be used in the corridors between classes. And finally, his tone grew more serious, I must tell you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A wave of confused whispers rippled through the hall. The Forbidden Forest was a known danger, full of monstrous beasts. But the third-floor corridor. That was new. He ought to at least tell the prefects the specific reason, Percy Weasley muttered. Perhaps there's a secret hidden there, Dudley commented quietly. He knew that forbidding a place was often the surest way to pique a certain kind of curiosity. Hogwarts has many rules, Percy explained earnestly. But for the headmaster to give such a specific warning, it means the danger is real. We had best obey. Rules are meant to be broken, wouldn't you agree, Harry? Dudley said with a low, conspiratorial smile. What are you planning? Harry asked, a sharp note of alarm in his voice. Nothing. Just talking. Dudley's smile widened. Besides, Harry, you don't exactly seem like the type who always follows the rules. That's because you don't know me well enough, my foolish brother, Harry retorted, though a smile played on his own lips. Dumbledore then led the school in a rousing, if chaotic, rendition of the school song. As 100 different melodies clashed in the air, Dudley's thoughts began to drift. The Black Emperor and Judge Pathways, they both emphasize rules and order. The twisting of rules, the utilization of order, the creation of new laws. As his mind wandered down these familiar paths, a string of words, an honorable name he hadn't thought of in an age, surfaced from the depths of his memory. You are the Supreme Emperor. The embodiment of order, the manifestation of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order, and also disorder. Buzz. The world dissolved. The great hall, the singing students, the floating candles, it all receded into an insignificant pinpoint of light. Dudley found himself adrift in another space, a void of absolute darkness and twisted, shimmering light. There was no up or down, no concept of time or distance. It was a place of pure potential. Where is this? He whispered, his astral form flickering with shock. The honorable name had simply appeared in his mind, and he had recited it without thinking, a reflex born of a past life. The words, etched deep into his soul, had been triggered, and now he was here. He looked down at his insubstantial form. At the center of his spiritual body, a faint glow pulsed. Trunsoist's brass book. The sealed artifact was with him, even here. Streams of mercury-like script flowed from its pages, seeping into the surrounding void. As the script spread, the void began to change. The formless darkness started to coalesce, to take shape. A stable order, a set of fundamental laws, was being constructed around him. Slowly, the chaotic space solidified. A massive, ancient palace materialized from the shifting light and shadow. A long bronze table stretched before him, shrouded in a familiar gray mist. The Tarot Club. The memory of it, combined with the absolute power of the brass book, had recreated the space. But it was empty. The familiar figures of the other members were gone. And the fool, the mysterious deity who had presided over their meetings, was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to explore this phantom memory, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. His spiritual power was draining at an alarming rate. He couldn't stay here. His gaze followed an inner prompting, looking down. The floor of the phantom palace dissolved, and he saw Hogwarts below, a perfect miniature nestled on its cliff. His vision pierced through stone and magic, down into the Great Hall. He saw Harry. He saw Ron. And he saw himself, sitting at the Gryffindor table, his head bowed as if in thought. Buzz. His spirit snapped back into his physical body. The entire experience had taken place in the span of a single, silent instant. Dudley took a sharp, gasping breath, a throbbing pain exploding behind his eyes. The spiritual exhaustion was immense. He instinctively reached a hand to his chest, feeling the solid, reassuring presence of the brass book beneath his robes. He always kept it close, terrified of it activating on its own. All right, now, bedtime. Prefects, please lead the first years to their dormitories, Dumbledore announced, officially ending the banquet. The students began to stand, their chairs scraping against the stone floor. Dudley tried to rise, but his legs felt like lead, his body refusing to obey. What's wrong with you? Harry asked, noticing his cousin's sudden pallor. He quickly moved to help him up. Nothing, Dudley managed to say, his voice strained. Just, a bit tired. You look awful, Harry said, a note of genuine concern in his voice. You were fine a minute ago. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep, Dudley insisted, though all he wanted to do was collapse. Ron, come help, Harry called out. Together, the two boys supported Dudley, half carrying him as they followed the stream of students out of the Great Hall and toward their new home. End of chapter. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45, The Disappearing Rat. Following Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, Harry and Ron half supported Dudley as they navigated the winding corridors of Hogwarts. Percy pointed out shortcuts and explained important school rules, his voice echoing in the stone hallways. They passed several shimmering, translucent ghosts who drifted through walls, their sorrowful expressions fixed on some distant memory. The strange spiritual entities piqued Dudley's interest, but he was too depleted to do more than register their presence. Finally, they arrived at Gryffindor Tower. At the end of the corridor hung a large portrait of a very plump lady in a pink silk dress. Password, she asked, her painted eyes looking down at them. Caput Draconis, Percy said crisply. The fat lady nodded, and the portrait swung forward like a door, revealing a circular opening in the wall. New students, please note, Percy warned as they scrambled through. Inter-house visits are forbidden. You must remember the password, or you might find yourself sleeping in the corridor. The Gryffindor common room was a cozy, circular space filled with squashy armchairs and mismatched tables, all bathed in the warm, crackling light of a massive fireplace. Harry and Ron helped Dudley to one of the chairs while the other first-years surveyed their new home with wide, curious eyes. The girls' dormitories are up that staircase, Percy announced, pointing. And the boys are up that one. And no, boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitories. The stairs are enchanted. Is the boys' dormitory enchanted, too? A boy named Seamus asked hopefully. No, Percy replied with a slight smirk. Which means girls can enter the boys' dormitories. So, I suggest you don't get too wild. You know. A chorus of indignant cries erupted from the boys. That's not fair. Discrimination. It certainly isn't, Percy said with an unsympathetic shrug. Feel free to take it up with Professor McGonagall. A sudden, fearful silence fell over the group. No one was brave enough to do that. Percy led the boys up a spiral staircase to their dormitory at the top of the tower. It was a circular room with 5 magnificent 4-poster beds, each hung with deep red velvet drapes. Their luggage had already been brought up and placed at the foot of their beds. The day's events had left everyone exhausted, but Dudley was on another level. The immense consumption of his spiritual power had left him feeling hollowed out, a deep ache settled behind his eyes. He didn't even bother to open his trunk. He simply collapsed onto the nearest bed and was asleep before his head hit the pillow. He woke the next morning to a frantic shout. "What's wrong?" Dudley sat up instantly, his senses on high alert, the instincts of a survivor overriding his exhaustion. "Scabbers. He's gone." Ron cried, his voice filled with panic. He was on his hands and knees, searching under the beds. "I've looked everywhere." "That rat," Dudley frowned. He had intended to examine the creature more closely, but its violent reaction had prevented it. "Maybe he just ran out." Harry mumbled, still half asleep. "I don't know," Ron said miserably, his eyes flicking to Dudley's orange cat, who was curled up asleep at the foot of his bed. "It definitely wasn't my cat," Dudley said firmly. "He's just a kitten. And besides," he added, his senses telling him what his eyes could not, "he doesn't have the scent of a rat on him." "Is there anything special about your rat?" Dudley asked, his mind already working. "Nothing special," Ron said. "He just eats and sleeps all day. Though, he has lived a long time. I don't even remember how long he's been in our family. Lives a long time." Dudley's gaze sharpened. "Is it possible he's not an ordinary rat, but some kind of magical creature?" "Magical? Nah," Ron denied immediately. "He's just a common garden rat." "Is that so?" Dudley thought. His spirit vision had shown him otherwise. The rat possessed a spiritual core, however faint. And more than that, for a fleeting instant on the train, he had seen something else, a shadowy, humanoid shape superimposed over the rat's own spirit. He had planned to investigate further at Hogwarts, but now, on their very first morning, the rat had vanished. A keen, unerring intuition told him this was no coincidence. "This magical world has more mysteries than I thought," he mused. "I hope I'm not just overthinking this." After a long and fruitless search, they had to give up. Their frantic hunt for Scabbers, combined with their complete unfamiliarity with Hogwarts' shifting staircases and confusing corridors, made them late for their first transfiguration class. "We need to leave earlier from now on," Harry panted as they ran. "These staircases keep moving." "Maybe we should get a map," Ron suggested. "No need," Dudley said confidently. "I've already memorized the route." The experience of chanting the honorable name the night before had done more than just exhaust him, it had accelerated the digestion of his beyonder characteristics. The power of a Sequence 8 magistrate was beginning to surface, and with it came the mystical ability to perfectly recall any route he had walked. "You've already memorized it?" Ron said, amazed. "I can't remember a thing. I'd be lost in a second." The three of them hurried along and finally arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, skidding to a halt outside the door. "Good, Professor McGonagall isn't here yet," Harry said, relieved to see the other first-years sitting quietly at their desks. "Maybe she's late, too," Ron grinned. Dudley looked at the unnaturally silent classroom, and his instincts screamed at him. Something was wrong. There was no way a room full of 11-year-olds would be this quiet without a teacher present. It was too orderly. Too peaceful. End of chapter. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 46, Animagus. As the three boys entered the Transfiguration classroom, Dudley's gaze was immediately drawn to a silver tabby cat sitting primly on the professor's desk. There was something oddly familiar about it. As he watched, the cat turned its head, and its intelligent, severe gaze met his. Swish. In a movement too fast to follow, the cat leaped from the desk. In midair, its form began to stretch and reshape, its fur and whiskers melting away into dark green robes. By the time it landed gracefully on the floor, it was no longer a cat, but the stern, imposing figure of Professor McGonagall. Bloody hell, that was brilliant. Ron blurted out, his jaw hanging open. "Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said, her voice dry as dust. She cast a withering glare at the three of them. "Perhaps if I were to transfigure you into a pocket watch, you might develop a better sense of punctuality." "Sorry, Professor," Harry said quickly. "We got lost." "Then perhaps a map would be more appropriate," she retorted, her expression unyielding. "Now, find your seats." "That shouldn't require a map, I hope." Harry and Ron scurried to an empty table, but Dudley remained standing for a moment, his mind racing. "Mr. Dursley," Professor McGonagall said, her sharp eyes fixing on him. "Do you have a question?" Startled from his thoughts, Dudley composed himself. "Yes, Professor. I was wondering, can all wizards transform into animals like that?" McGonagall's posture straightened with a hint of pride. "Certainly not. It is an incredibly complex and dangerous branch of transfiguration. Those who master it are known as animagi, and the ability is so rare that we are all required to be registered with the Ministry of Magic. A murmur of surprise went through the classroom. Furthermore, she continued, an animagus can only transform into one specific animal, one that is determined by their innermost nature. It is not something one can choose. Are there many animagi? Dudley pressed. Very few, she replied. As of this year, there are only 7 registered animagi in all of Britain. Myself included. Thank you, Professor, Dudley said, nodding respectfully before taking his seat. It is good to be interested in the deeper arts of transfiguration, Mr. Dursley, McGonagall said as he sat down. But do not try to run before you can walk. Animagus magic is far beyond your current capabilities. For now, you will focus on the basics. She tapped the desk with her wand, and a single matchstick appeared in front of each student. Today, you will attempt to turn this match into a needle. This is the foundation upon which all other transfiguration is built. Now, watch carefully. As she began her meticulous explanation of the incantation, wand movements, and the intense concentration required, Dudley's mind was already elsewhere. Animagus. The word echoed in his thoughts, a key turning a lock in his mind. Seeing McGonagall's transformation had forged a connection he hadn't considered before. Ron's rat, Scabbers. The fleeting image he had seen with his spirit vision on the train, the faint, humanoid soul superimposed over the rat's own. If that was the mark of an animagus, then Scabbers was not a rat at all. He was a man. But why? Why would a wizard spend years masquerading as a pet rat in the Weasley household? What was his purpose? And why had he suddenly chosen to flee? Had he sensed Dudley's own true nature? The questions piled up, a tangled web of conspiracy and deceit. For Dudley, who had survived a world of paranoia and betrayal, the worst-case scenario was always the most likely. If I ever see that rat again, he vowed, I will catch him. His gaze then shifted to Professor McGonagall. He remembered a certain tabby cat, sitting on a garden wall on Privet Drive, its intelligent eyes watching the Dursley house. It had been her. Protecting them. Or monitoring them. The thought of being constantly under such unseen scrutiny was unsettling. This magical world was a minefield of hidden identities and secret plots. A stray cat was his professor. A classmate's pet was a potential enemy spy. A simple trip to the bank ended in a battle for his life. The sheer improbability of it all was staggering. It was so unbelievable, it almost felt arranged. The Rider pathway, the unshadowed crucifix. A cold sweat broke over him as a terrifying thought took hold. Could my entire experience in this world be orchestrated? Impossible. No one could do that. Not even a god, right? He glanced involuntarily at the enchanted ceiling, half expecting to see a pair of cosmic eyes staring back down at him. Mr. Dursley, is there something fascinating written on the ceiling? Professor McGonagall's stern voice snapped him back to reality. The entire class was staring at him. No, Professor, Dudley said smoothly, his composure instantly returning. This is how I think. I was merely pondering the intricacies of the transfiguration spell you just explained. Oh. McGonagall raised a skeptical eyebrow, her displeasure evident. And what results have you pondered? She began to walk slowly toward his desk. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all seemed to hold their breath, certain he was about to lose Gryffindor points on their very first day. Well, I've gained some insight, Dudley nodded calmly. Such as, she asked, her voice laced with doubt. Such as this. Dudley raised his elder wand, pointed it at the matchstick on his desk, and with a clear, confident voice, said the incantation. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, the wooden matchstick shimmered, shrinking and hardening, its dull brown color shifting to a bright, shining silver. Where the match had been, there was now a perfectly formed, sharp-pointed needle. End of chapter. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, this makes sense. A collective gasp went through the classroom, followed by a wave of excited whispers. He did it. On his first try. Blimey, he must have been practicing. Professor McGonagall's stern expression, which had been fixed on Dudley since he'd walked in late, softened into one of genuine surprise and admiration. She said, trying to suppress the smile that was threatening to break through her severe demeanor. A perfect transfiguration. She turned to the rest of the class. Everyone, look. Mr. Dursley has successfully performed the spell. A flawless example. She gave Dudley a nod of approval that was as good as a standing ovation. 5 points to Gryffindor. Oh, no, you actually succeeded, Hermione muttered, a look of fierce determination on her face. She immediately pointed her wand at her own matchstick and incanted the spell. The match trembled, its tip sharpening into a perfect silver point, but the head remained stubbornly wooden. She let out a frustrated sigh. "How did you do that?" she asked, turning to Dudley, her competitive spirit warring with her intellectual curiosity. "I just did it," Dudley replied with a noncommittal shrug. It was the truth, in a way. These simple spells, which relied on the precise control and application of spiritual power, were child's play for him. Hermione bit her lip, a deep frustration settling in. She had practiced for weeks, yet he had succeeded first. The anger she felt was directed not at him, but at herself. She could have done better. "That's brilliant, Dudley," Harry said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Ron echoed the sentiment. They weren't shocked that Dudley had succeeded, he had already proven his magical aptitude on the train, and they felt no jealousy, only a shared sense of pride. The rest of the class was a struggle for everyone else. Professor McGonagall patiently guided the students, but by the time the bell rang, only Hermione had managed to join Dudley in successfully transfiguring her match. After class, Dudley lingered behind. "What is it, Dudley?" Professor McGonagall asked, a rare, warm smile on her face. She was already using his first name. Her perception of the Dursley boy was rapidly changing. "Do you have another question?" "Yes, Professor," he began. "I'd like to ask about animagi. Are there many who are unregistered?" Her smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, concerned frown. "Unregistered animagi? I couldn't say for certain. But I imagine they would be extremely few. The process is incredibly dangerous. One small mistake, and a wizard could be trapped in their animal form forever." "I see," Dudley nodded. Professor McGonagall pushed her glasses up her nose, her gaze intense. "Dudley, your talent is undeniable. But you must not even consider attempting such advanced transfiguration. It is far, far beyond you. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand, Professor," Dudley said with a disarming smile. "And thank you for the warning. I'm just interested in the theory." "Very good," she said, though she still looked wary. "Maintaining an interest is essential for learning. But please remember not to touch things that are beyond your ability." After thanking her again, Dudley left the classroom. He had considered telling her about scabbers, but had ultimately decided against it. Firstly, it would raise too many questions about how he knew such things. Secondly, this world lacked the institutional enforcers, like the Nighthawks or mandated punishers of his past life, who were equipped to handle such matters. As a child, his word would be dismissed. And thirdly, even if a report were to be made, he shouldn't be the one to make it. "I'll see how things develop," he decided as he walked down the corridor. "If necessary, I'll let Harry discover the truth. It's perfectly reasonable for the famous Harry Potter to stumble upon the fact that his best friend's pet rat is a secret wizard. His time in the Tarot Society had taught him a valuable lesson: one doesn't always have to get their own hands dirty." Harry and Ron were waiting for him in the corridor. Hermione's expression was priceless, Ron complained as they walked. "It was like you completing the spell stole her thunder." "That's just her personality," Dudley said. "She's competitive. It's not about me." "All right, we're all friends," Harry interjected, ever the peacemaker. "And she did speak up for us on the train." Ron grumbled but said nothing more. The following days were filled with new and fascinating classes. Herbology introduced Dudley to a host of magical plants, many of which possessed spiritual properties similar to ingredients he had known in his past life. He began to wonder if he could concoct his own potions to aid in the digestion of his beyonder characteristics, to mitigate the risk of losing control. History of magic, however, was in a class of its own. The subject itself was dreadfully boring, but the professor, Cuthbert Binns, was the only ghost on staff. The legend was that he had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire one day and had simply gotten up to teach the next morning, leaving his body behind. While the other students dozed off to the drone of his monotonous voice, Dudley would watch him intently, his beyonder senses analyzing the unique spiritual existence of a ghost. It was fascinating. But their carefree school days were about to come to an abrupt halt. On Thursday afternoon, a notice arrived for the three of them. They were to report to Professor Dumbledore's office that evening. Draco Malfoy's father had come to demand an explanation. And, presumably, retribution. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 48, The Demand for Expulsion. They're not really going to expel us, are they? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper, his eyes wide with a fear Dudley rarely saw in him. He knew of Malfoy's father, a powerful figure on the school board. The thought that such a man could simply demand their expulsion, and perhaps get it, was terrifying. "Don't worry too much, Harry," Ron said, though his own face was pale. "I heard my dad say that even if Malfoy's father is powerful, at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore still calls the shots. He won't let them expel us, especially not you." Despite his assurances, Ron's nervous fiddling with his robes betrayed his worry. "What are you two so worried about?" Dudley interjected, his tone dismissive. "Neither of you even laid a hand on him. If anyone's getting expelled, it's me. You can just blame it all on me." He genuinely believed that Dumbledore would not allow such a blatant injustice, and even if he were expelled, it wasn't the end of his world. Magic could be learned elsewhere. "No way." Harry immediately protested, his loyalty shining through his fear. "How can we let you take the fall alone? I was involved too. If they expel you, they'll have to expel me with you." Harry loved Hogwarts. It was the first place he had ever felt truly happy, truly accepted. But he wouldn't abandon Dudley, not after what his cousin had done. All right, Dudley said, a slight, comforting smile on his lips. "Let's not scare ourselves. Things aren't that bad yet." Later, at dinner, Hermione learned of their summons. "If you need witnesses," she said, her voice firm, "I'm willing to testify for you." "Thank you, Hermione," Dudley replied, "but I don't think we'll need you." If Lucius Malfoy truly held sway over Dumbledore, Hermione's testimony, however earnest, would be meaningless. Harry and Ron picked at their food, their appetites ruined by anxiety. Dudley, by contrast, ate heartily. The food at Hogwarts, a feast of magical delights, was truly exceptional. At precisely 7 o'clock, they arrived at the corridor outside Professor Dumbledore's office. The stone walls here felt somehow colder, the air thicker with anticipation. Professor McGonagall was already waiting for them, her expression unyielding. "Professor McGonagall," the three boys chorused, their voices a nervous whisper in the silent hallway. "Not late, good," she replied, her tone clipped, yet there was a flicker of something almost akin to a tease in her eyes, a subtle reassurance that cut through their fear. "Follow me." She led them to a circular doorway where a massive, golden eagle sculpture stood, its wings slightly spread as if in perpetual flight. "Come up," she instructed, stepping onto a hidden platform beneath the eagle. Dudley and the others quickly followed. "Lemon sherbet," McGonagall said clearly. With a low, mechanical whir, the eagle sculpture began to rotate, and the platform they stood on slowly rose, spiraling upwards. The walls of the hidden shaft were lined with portraits of stern-faced wizards and witches, past headmasters of Hogwarts, who watched them with silent, judging eyes. "Just explain clearly what happened on the train," Professor McGonagall instructed, her voice calm but firm, once the sculpture came to a gentle stop. "Understood." As Dean of Gryffindor and a witness to a part of the incident, she was directly involved. "Understood," Dudley was the first to reply, his voice steady. The hidden door slowly swung open, revealing the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall stepped in, followed by the three boys. The office was a fascinating space, filled with countless strange, whirring silver instruments that puffed wisps of smoke and emitted soft clicks and hums. The walls were adorned with portraits of every past Hogwarts headmaster and headmistress, many of whom stirred and watched the newcomers with mild interest or sleepy indifference. Dudley's gaze swept across the room. Even without consciously activating his spiritual vision, he could feel the vibrant hum of latent magic emanating from every corner. His eyes settled on a shelf not far away, where a magnificent, fiery red bird sat perched, its feathers glowing like embers. A phoenix. The moment he saw it, the name came to his mind. Such a creature was incredibly rare, even in the magical world. Dumbledore must be a truly powerful wizard to command such a companion. Dudley's gaze lingered, a flicker of fervent interest in his eyes. "It has quite a few good things on it," he thought, referring to the phoenix's magical properties, which he instinctively perceived. The phoenix seemed to sense his intense scrutiny and turned its intelligent, ancient eyes toward him, giving a soft, knowing blink. "Oh, Harry, Ron, and Dudley, you've arrived quite early," Dumbledore's voice drifted down from the upper railing of a spiral staircase. He descended with a light, almost airy step. "And of course, Professor McGonagall. Has Lucius not arrived yet?" McGonagall inquired, her gaze fixed on the entrance. "Soon, I believe," Dumbledore replied, his voice calm. "They should be on their way." He gestured to a bowl of brightly colored sweets on a nearby table. "Would you care for some lemon drops? When one is nervous, sweetness is the best sedative." "No, thank you, Professor," Harry said, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. He and Ron were trying their best to appear calm, to hide the racing pulse of their fear. "Oh, all right," Dumbledore said, not insisting. A murmur from the doorway announced new arrivals. The door swung open again, and three figures entered. One was Malfoy, his usually pale face still a blotchy red from the train incident, his eyes narrowed into furious slits. Beside him stood Professor Snape, his dark robes flowing around his gaunt frame, his hooked nose and sallow skin looking more severe than usual. And finally, a tall, imposing man with sleek, pale blonde hair, cold gray eyes, and a meticulously tailored suit. He carried an ornate, silver-headed cane. This was Lucius Malfoy. "You're here," Dumbledore greeted them with a slight nod. Lucius Malfoy did not return the pleasantry. He strode forward, his cold eye sweeping over Dudley and the other two boys before settling on Dumbledore. His voice, a low, aristocratic sneer, filled the room. "Professor Dumbledore, I think my meaning is very clear. Hogwarts does not welcome students who assault classmates before even entering the school. My opinion, therefore, is that they should be expelled." Malfoy, standing behind his father, mimicked his father's arrogant tone, his lips forming the words, "Potter, you guys just wait to be expelled." "Lucius," Professor McGonagall interjected, her voice tight with indignation, "everything has a reason. It is certainly wrong that Harry and the others resorted to violence, but you must understand what your son did to provoke them." "Professor McGonagall," Lucius drawled, his voice unwavering, "no matter what my son supposedly did, they laid hands on him. That makes them undeniably in the wrong. Such individuals have no place in a school like Hogwarts. They must be expelled." "Let me see," Snape's voice was a low, venomous sneer. He looked directly at Harry, his dark eyes burning with a cold, ancient dislike. "Mr. Harry Potter, the famous one, probably believes that with his reputation, even if he commits such an act, he would be immune to expulsion." "I didn't." Harry burst out, his voice cracking with anxiety. "Malfoy insulted my parents first. And he called Dudley a mudblood. He was the one who attacked first." "Is that so?" Lucius narrowed his cold, reptilian eyes. "But according to my son, you insulted him first, and you were the ones who struck first." The battle for the truth had begun. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 49, interrogation. "Yes," Malfoy declared, his voice firm, though his pale face still bore the faint bruising of Dudley's fist. "He was the one who first said that pureblood wizards were trash." I merely retorted. He had meticulously rehearsed this version of events with his father. All he had to do was maintain his facade, and his father would handle the rest. The truth was irrelevant. "No." Ron interjected hotly, his face flushing with indignation. "Malfoy was the one who insulted Harry's parents first, and our family. That's what started it." "Humph," Lucius sneered, polishing the silver head of his cane with a silk handkerchief. "The Weasley boy and Potter are friends. His words cannot be trusted." "You," Ron sputtered, red-faced, unable to form a coherent retort against such blatant dismissiveness. "We have other witnesses," Harry said, his voice calmer than Ron's, though a tremor of anxiety ran beneath it. "There were other students in the compartment who can testify for us." "Is that so?" Lucius's cold eyes narrowed. I took a look. "Those children are mostly from Gryffindor. They are in the same house. One can only assume they have colluded. Their words, therefore, cannot prove anything." His tone was dismissive, utterly devoid of any pretense of fairness. "Lucius," Professor McGonagall began, her voice sharp with indignation, "if that is the case, then by your own logic, Mr. Malfoy's words cannot be proven either, can they? I think Crabbe and Goyle, as children from pureblood families, their words are enough to prove the truth of the matter," Lucius replied indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the two hulking boys, who stood stiffly beside him, still nursing their aches. "What a double standard," Dudley observed, his mind analyzing the power dynamics. The Malfoy family had not come here for justice or truth. They were here for dominance. "Father," Malfoy cut in, his voice taking on a carefully calculated magnanimity. "Ron and Harry insulted me, but they did not lay a hand on me. This boy from the Muggle family is the true culprit. I am willing to let bygones be bygones for the others, but he must be expelled." He fixed Dudley with a vicious, triumphant glare. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was too famous. Expelling him would be a public relations nightmare, a direct challenge to Dumbledore's authority, and likely opposed by a significant portion of the Wisengamot. Ron, despite his family's modest standing, came from an old wizarding family, and his father worked at the ministry. Expelling him would be an unnecessary bureaucratic headache. But Dudley Dursley was a Muggle-born, a completely unknown quantity, without status or connections. He was the perfect scapegoat. For the Malfoy family, expelling such a student would be as simple as snapping their fingers. "Dumbledore," Lucius drawled, his voice slow and deliberate, polishing his cane with a flourish, "you see how magnanimous my son is. We will not demand the expulsion of Potter or the Weasley boy, some other punishment will suffice. But this Dursley must be expelled. We cannot allow children with such violent tendencies into Hogwarts. The board of directors, I'm sure, will agree. He smiled faintly, clearly believing the matter was settled. No. Harry cried, his face pale with horror. Professor Dumbledore, Dudley only acted for my sake. If you're going to expel him, then expel me too. Me too. Ron added, though he knew the dire consequences of such a declaration. He wouldn't abandon his friend. Heh, Lucius sneered, a cold, triumphant glint in his eye. What touching brotherly affection. Unfortunately, it is quite useless. Dumbledore, who had been listening in silence, finally turned his gaze. His blue eyes, magnified by his spectacles, fixed on Dudley. Dudley, he said, his voice soft, do you have anything you wish to say? Professor Dumbledore, I. Professor McGonagall began, stepping forward, her face etched with anxiety. Dumbledore merely raised a hand, silencing her. Dudley met Dumbledore's gaze. After a moment's consideration, he spoke. I wish to confront Malfoy. Alone. A ripple of surprise went through the room. Dumbledore merely nodded, making a gesture for him to proceed. Malfoy looked at his father, and upon receiving a subtle nod of approval, stepped forward. What, still want to make a dying struggle? It's useless, Malfoy said, a cruel smirk on his face. Dudley offered him a small, polite smile and walked towards the very center of the room. Dumbledore's office was generally dim, with only a few pools of brighter light. Let's stand over here, Dudley suggested, gesturing to the most brightly lit area. The lighting is better. Malfoy, eager to bask in the perceived spotlight, strode confidently into the illuminated circle. He puffed out his chest, reveling in the attention. Dudley, meanwhile, actively retreated, positioning himself just outside the brightest light, in the relative shadows. As a result, every eye in the room was now fixed directly on Malfoy, who stood alone, exposed, in the harsh, central glare. His position was also the furthest from Dumbledore and the other adults. Very good, Dudley said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. This was so much like an interrogation room, with the bright lights on the interrogated and the interrogator hidden in the shadows, controlling everything. Mr. Malfoy, Dudley's voice was calm, unhurried, but imbued with a strange, undeniable authority. I am going to ask you a few questions. You only need to answer, yes or no. His extraordinary characteristics, the lawyer and the arbitrator, were already fully engaged. He could feel the spiritual power surging within him, rapidly digesting his beyonder characteristics. This might just be an excellent opportunity, he realized. The Judge Pathways Sequence 7 was the interrogator. This was acting. Malfoy looked around, an instinctive wave of discomfort washing over him. The light felt too bright, too harsh, almost dazzling. Everyone else was shrouded in shadow, their expressions unreadable. A knot of nervousness tightened in his stomach. Okay, Malfoy managed, clenching his fists to feign composure. Lucius frowned. His son was being far too compliant. He should have scoffed, demanded to know who this boy thought he was. But the moment was too critical. All eyes were on his son. He could only watch and hope Malfoy stuck to their rehearsed script. First question, Dudley's voice echoed through Dumbledore's office, calm and even, yet to Malfoy's ears, it was imbued with an indescribable, compelling authority. Did you say that Harry's father and mother didn't know what was good for them and that you hoped Harry would die just like his parents? End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50, Taking Charge. Yes. The word escaped Malfoy's lips almost as a reflex, utterly devoid of the calculated arrogance he usually employed. It was a simple, stark affirmation, spoken without hesitation. Lucius Malfoy, standing beside his son, stiffened. A muscle in his jaw twitched. He had not anticipated such immediate, unthinking compliance. Snape, positioned just behind Lucius, registered the admission with a slight, almost imperceptible frown. When Dudley had mentioned Harry's mother, a flicker of something unreadable, perhaps pain, perhaps old resentment, had crossed Snape's face. Dudley, with his enhanced perception, did not miss it. It seems my initial guess was correct, Dudley mused inwardly. Snape likely harbored feelings for Harry's mother, my Aunt Lily. Did you insult me by calling me a mudblood? Dudley's voice cut through the silence, calm and precise. Malfoy's gaze darted around, his mind clearly struggling to keep pace with the relentless, unyielding rhythm of Dudley's questioning. Yet, his mouth, operating with a horrifying autonomy, obediently answered, yes. The single word ripped through Lucius's carefully constructed composure. Draco. What are you saying? He roared, his voice cracking with disbelief and rising panic. Draco flinched at his father's furious outburst, but he still seemed trapped in a haze, unable to comprehend the full implication of his admissions. The questions were too direct, the authority behind them too compelling. He had simply answered what was true, unaware of the trap closing around him. Lucius, listen to them, Dumbledore interjected, his voice calm, but his gaze, when it met Lucius's, was sharp and unwavering. Lucius opened his mouth to protest further, but under the weight of Dumbledore's steady gaze, the words died in his throat. He swallowed hard, his face a pale mask of forced composure. Seeing his advantage, Dudley pressed on, his voice gaining a subtle, unshakable resonance. Malfoy, did you say that Harry would follow the same path as his parents? Equally reckless. This time, Malfoy didn't answer immediately. His brow furrowed in a visible effort to resist the compulsion to think and to form a different reply. A beat stretched into a tense silence. Then, reluctantly, he nodded. Yes. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Dudley's lips. He glanced at the others in the room, Harry, Ron, McGonagall, Snape, and Lucius. Harry's parents were killed because they resisted Lord Voldemort, Dudley articulated, each word a hammer blow. Which means you believe Harry following the same path as his parents is a bad thing. He didn't wait for an answer, pressing harder. Moreover, do you believe resisting Lord Voldemort is wrong? His voice dropped, imbued with a chilling certainty. Or perhaps, your family has been on Lord Voldemort's side from the very beginning. The silence that descended upon the office was absolute, thick with unspoken accusations. No one had expected Dudley to leap to such a conclusion, to make such a direct, devastating connection. Malfoy himself seemed utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly ahead. Yes, he whispered, a phantom echo of the word. Draco. Lucius's roar ripped through the air, his face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Ah. No. I mean. Malfoy stammered, falling into a complete, disoriented panic. Sweat beaded on his forehead, glistening under the magical light. He couldn't articulate anything, trapped by the terrifying authority of Dudley's questioning. The pressure was immense, compelling him to speak the truth, even against his will. Mr. Malfoy, Dudley said, his voice cold, devoid of any warmth, I am done asking. If your family is on Lord Voldemort's side, then all of this, it makes perfect sense. He turned his gaze to Lucius, his eyes boring into the older wizard's. After all, it was Harry who stopped Lord Voldemort. He destroyed the Dark Lord you believed in. He paused, letting the implication hang heavy in the air. It is only natural for you to seek revenge on Harry. His voice hardened further. And along with that, you even resented me and wanted to get rid of me. His gaze swept over McGonagall, Harry, and Ron, drawing them into the accusation. My poor aunt's family died at the hands of the Dark Lord. And now, they are being persecuted by your family, even in death. Dudley shook his head slowly. This magical world, it is truly disappointing. You. Lucius spluttered, utterly blindsided by the devastating turn the interrogation had taken. He had never imagined this brat, this common muggle-born, could connect a schoolyard brawl to his family's dark past and the specter of the Dark Lord. So that's it, Professor McGonagall murmured, her eyes fixed on Lucius and Draco, a dawning, terrible understanding in her gaze. I was wondering why Malfoy was targeting Harry, but now that Dudley has said it. I understand. No. Lucius cried, a desperate edge to his voice. It's not like that. Listen to me. Our family has absolutely nothing to do with the Dark Lord. He was visibly panicked. His family had followed Voldemort, but he had managed to switch sides just in time, leveraging connections at the Ministry to escape justice. Now, this child, Dudley, was dragging it all back into the light. This was no longer a children's fight. This was an accusation of being a Dark Lord sympathizer, of openly persecuting Harry Potter for revenge. The accusation was too grave, and his family's past was too tainted to withstand scrutiny. I didn't. I'm not. Draco cried, his voice high-pitched and frantic. I just couldn't stand Harry and wanted to deal with him. It has nothing to do with the Dark Lord. I see, Dudley said, his voice laced with mock understanding. So, you wanted to persecute Harry simply to avenge the Dark Lord. Is that correct? No. Malfoy was nearly in tears, his composure utterly shattered. No one had ever questioned him like this. The cold, unyielding logic of Dudley's questions, stripped of all emotional appeal, left him nowhere to hide, nothing to refute. Professor Dumbledore, Dudley said, turning his gaze, you see, they are persecuting me and Harry simply to avenge the Dark Lord. Dumbledore's profound, inscrutable gaze shifted from Dudley to Lucius. Albus, it's not like that. Lucius cried, a flush spreading across his pale cheeks. Don't listen to this child's nonsense. He turned desperately to Snape, hoping for an ally, but Snape remained impassive, his expression unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Ever since Malfoy had admitted to wishing death upon Harry's mother, Snape had abandoned any pretense of support for the Malfoy cause. "Lucius," Dumbledore said, his voice now solemn and unyielding, "are you truly targeting Harry and Dudley for the Dark Lord?" "No. Of course not. We just. Lucius almost blurted out that they just wanted to get rid of Harry, but he couldn't say it. He searched frantically for a way out. "Perhaps we can discuss this matter from the beginning again. I think." He couldn't let Dudley continue. If these accusations, however baseless, reached the public, his reputation would be in tatters. "By the way, Professor Dumbledore," Dudley said, cutting off Lucius's attempt to derail the conversation. "Do you still remember the incident at Gringotts?" Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, his gaze returning to Dudley, a flicker of deep interest in his eyes. The others in the room exchanged thoughtful glances, their minds racing to recall the events Dudley was referring to. "The Gringotts incident, Harry and Dudley attacked, almost killed. Harry and I almost died at Gringotts," Dudley continued, his voice resonating with a chilling implication. "Is it possible that this was not a coincidence, but rather someone intentionally wanted to kill Harry there?" He raised his gaze, fixing it on Lucius and Draco. "If I'm not mistaken," he added, his voice dropping to a low, accusatory tone, "I seem to have seen Mr. Malfoy at Gringotts that day." "You were there, right?" End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 51, Compromise. Lucius's meticulously composed expression finally cracked. He took a shallow, shaky breath, attempting to regain control. "This proves nothing," he stated, his voice tight. "I was merely accompanying my son to purchase new student supplies that day. Many people were in Diagon Alley." "Is that so?" Dudley's voice remained calm, unwavering, yet it held an undeniable edge of challenge. "Do you dare claim you had no involvement in the Gringotts incident at all?" "No relation," Lucius declared, his jaw clenched, his eyes meeting Dudley's with a cold, desperate denial. Dudley narrowed his eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through them. His mental resistance is formidable indeed. At his current Sequence 9 level, his Beyonder abilities, while powerful against ordinary individuals, barely scratched the surface of a wizard like Lucius Malfoy. He was a man of power and influence, likely possessing his own magical protections, or perhaps simply a will hardened by years of navigating treacherous political waters. "Perhaps if I exerted myself fully, pushed to the edge, I could affect him," Dudley mused, "but this is not the place. The repercussions of exposing my full capabilities now would be too great." He withdrew his intense gaze, choosing not to press the point. "Professor Dumbledore," Dudley announced, his voice carrying clearly through the tense silence of the office, "I have concluded my questioning." The statement hung in the air, a final, damning pronouncement. The train fight, the insults, all of it now seemed trivial, distant. Dudley had, with surgical precision, shifted the entire narrative. What began as a simple schoolyard brawl had been expertly transformed into an accusation of a dark, pervasive loyalty to a defeated Dark Lord, aimed squarely at Harry Potter. "Dumbledore," Lucius finally roared, his face mottled with fury, his control shattering. "This child is speaking nonsense. I protest. This is an outrageous accusation." "Lucius," Dumbledore replied, his voice calm yet carrying an unyielding authority that brooked no argument. "While much of what Dudley says is subjective and certainly contains a great deal of conjecture, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility." His gaze, steady and profound, held Lucius in place. "I have, in fact, recorded the entire conversation between Dudley and Draco." He paused, allowing the implication to sink in. "If necessary, I will be compelled to present it to the board of directors. And perhaps a copy will find its way to the Ministry of Magic as well." Lucius's face paled further, a sickly gray now. His past was indeed far from clean, and the recent Gringotts attack, the unconfirmed rumors of the Dark Lord's return, and now Harry Potter's involvement, all made him a prime target for unwanted scrutiny. He simply could not afford to draw any more attention to himself. His arrogant posture deflated, his shoulders slumping almost imperceptibly. "It was merely a childish scuffle," Lucius's tone softened dramatically, dropping its previous bluster. "There is truly no need to escalate matters so aggressively, Dumbledore." He forced a strained smile. "If you insist on the expulsion of Dudley, his defense, which includes the entirety of this conversation, will certainly be presented to the board," Dumbledore warned, his voice betraying no emotion. "Father," Malfoy began, a desperate plea in his voice, but a sharp, cutting glare from Lucius silenced him instantly. He dared not speak further, his earlier, unguarded confessions had already caused enough damage. "We can revisit Dudley's case," Lucius conceded, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. I do not insist on his expulsion. My earlier threats were merely to intimidate. To impress upon them the seriousness of their actions. He managed another sickly, forced smile. So, Dudley, Dumbledore said, his gaze returning to the boy on the sofa, what is your stance? Dudley straightened, his pale face calm, his eyes reflecting a shrewd intelligence that belied his years. If the school wishes to punish me, Professor, I have no objection. However, since Mr. Malfoy provoked this entire incident with his insults and physical aggression, his punishment must be more severe than mine. He paused, then added, his voice resonating with an unshakable conviction, otherwise, Professor, I am willing to continue defending myself. Perhaps by addressing the board of directors in person, explaining the nuances of the situation in greater detail. Lucius glared fiercely at Dudley, his eyes burning with impotent rage. He had walked in expecting to dictate terms, to impose a severe punishment. He had not anticipated this child, this mere muggle-born, to not only evade expulsion but to effectively block any path to lighter retribution. Understood, Dumbledore simply nodded. The battle was won. Very well, Dudley, you three may return for now, Dumbledore said, his gaze briefly meeting Lucius's. You have no objections, correct, Lucius? Lucius pursed his lips, his face contorted in a grimace of bitter defeat. He shot one last, venomous glare at Dudley and the others, then shook his head. No objections, he grumbled, the words forced from his throat. Then you may go. Dumbledore waved a dismissive hand, signaling their dismissal. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Dudley said, his voice polite and respectful, a stark contrast to the venomous drama that had just unfolded. Harry and Ron, still in a state of semi-shock, echoed his thanks as they turned and left the office. As they walked down the spiral staircase, the tension that had gripped Ron and Harry finally broke. Dudley, you truly are remarkable. Ron exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. You should have seen Malfoy's face, it was longer than a donkey's. I can't believe you settled what could have led to expulsion with just a few words. I had no idea you possessed such skill, Dudley, Harry added, his own relief and admiration palpable. It was brilliant. They had braced themselves for a severe outcome, even mentally preparing for the possibility of expulsion. This complete reversal was beyond anything they could have imagined. It was never our fault, Dudley said calmly, his voice even. I was merely stating the facts. You weren't just stating facts. Ron scoffed good-naturedly. You left Malfoy and his father speechless. That was truly impressive. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. But Dudley, Ron asked, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow, why didn't you press Professor Dumbledore to investigate the Malfoy family further? There's definitely something amiss there. I remember my dad told me the Malfoys used to be connected to you-know-who. Dudley shook his head, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping his lips. It's useless. You're thinking too simply, Ron. He paused, choosing his words carefully. The Malfoy family's connection to you-know-who, and the fact that they've survived and maintained their power until now, means they are far from simple. Relying on a few words from me won't affect them much, at most, it would only bring them a temporary inconvenience. Their roots run too deep. Ron and Harry exchanged thoughtful looks, not fully grasping the intricacies of the political and historical web Dudley was alluding to. In their young minds, bad people should simply be punished. But even if they didn't fully understand, they didn't press the matter further. What a pity, Harry sighed, thinking of the injustice. What happened to Aunt and Uncle will come to light eventually, Dudley said, patting Harry's shoulder. Don't dwell on it now. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione, Neville, and the other first-years were anxiously awaiting news. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room when they saw the three boys walk in, safe and sound. Ron, still buzzing with excitement, vividly recounted Dudley's debate with the Malfoys in Dumbledore's office, eliciting many exclamations of awe and disbelief. Dudley, feeling a deep, bone-weary exhaustion after the mental and spiritual exertion of the interrogation, simply murmured that he was tired and retreated to his dormitory to rest early. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Lucius, Draco, and Snape left Dumbledore's office. All three wore grim expressions, but none more so than Lucius. Severus, Lucius began, his voice tight with barely contained rage, why did you not intervene? Why did you not speak in our defense? Snape met his gaze coolly, his black eyes devoid of sympathy. Given Draco's statements, Lucius, he drawled, his voice a low, chilling whisper, there was nothing I could have done to defend him. Without another word, Snape turned and walked away, his robe swirling behind him like a dark shadow. Wait. Lucius called out, his face flushed with a mixture of anger and desperation, as he hurried to catch up. He had far more important questions, questions that only Severus Snape could answer. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthel. +300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 52, too similar. Do you know what happened at Gringotts, Severus? Lucius asked, his voice low, almost a desperate plea. How would I possibly know, Lucius? Snape replied, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. His black eyes remained fixed on some distant point in the corridor. Someone said, he has returned. A hint of raw panic flickered in Lucius's eyes. Snape was silent for a moment, his jaw tight. I don't know what you're talking about, he finally said, his voice a cold dismissal. With that, Snape turned abruptly and swept away, his black cloak billowing behind him like a storm cloud. Severus. Lucius called out, a desperate urgency in his voice. If he really has returned, then we. He continued to whisper, his face grim, but Snape ignored him, disappearing around a corner. Damn it, Lucius cursed under his breath, his fist clenching around the head of his cane. Father, Malfoy said, finally approaching. We're leaving, Lucius snapped, not wanting to discuss anything further. He strode towards the main entrance of the castle. But Dudley. Malfoy began, still fixated on the insult. Don't mention that boy to me again. Lucius snarled, stopping dead and turning on his son. His pale face was contorted with fury. And were you possessed today, Draco? You told that boy whatever he asked. You spoke without thinking. Do you have any idea how much trouble that caused me? Malfoy's face went white. I don't know either, he stammered, his eyes wide with genuine confusion. He honestly didn't. Looking back, it truly felt as though some powerful magic had compelled him to answer, stripping away his will. Lucius suddenly paused, a dawning suspicion in his cold eyes. Magic. He pulled his wand from his cane, a flicker of fear in his gaze. He muttered a quick incantation, running diagnostic spells over himself and his son. No trace of magic, he murmured, disappointed but also relieved. Perhaps it was the lighting. Dumbledore's office was too dim, it made me irritable. He dismissed the unsettling thought. A mere child, a muggle-born, could not possibly wield such subtle, compelling magic. And Dumbledore would never leave such obvious evidence. That Dudley is despicable. Malfoy spat, his rage returning. I won't let him get away with this. It's good to have ambition, Draco, but you need patience, understand? Lucius said, regaining his composure. Now, let's go. We won't let this matter rest. Once the current commotion died down, he would have ample means to deal with the Dursley boy. His only true unease was the robed wizard at Gringotts. If that person truly was the Dark Lord. Lucius shivered. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster leaned back in his chair, softly speaking a name that seemed to hang in the air like a whispered secret. Dudley Dursley. He toyed with his wand, his eyes twinkling. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, you seem particularly fond of this student, the Sorting Hat piped up from its perch on a nearby shelf. You heard Professor McGonagall's praise. He was able to successfully cast a transfiguration charm in his very first class, something not easily done by an ordinary young wizard, Dumbledore replied, almost to himself. And the talent he displayed earlier, his control over language, his logical thinking, his composure under pressure, none of these seem like the actions of an 11-year-old child. Similar, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze distant, too similar. Similar to what, Albus, the Sorting Hat asked, its voice laced with confusion. Nothing, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. He rose and walked to the winding staircase that led to his private chambers. The incident was, for now, concluded. Dudley, Harry, and Ron had received no official punishment, a fact that brought a collective sigh of relief. Friday morning dawned, bright and clear. Dudley, Harry, and Ron were seated at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, enjoying breakfast. What classes do we have today? Harry asked Dudley, stirring sugar into his cereal. Dudley grimaced. I'm sorry to tell you, Harry, but we have 2 potions classes today. And they're with the Slytherins. He took a bite of his pumpkin pasty, watching Ron's face. Oh, no. Ron wailed, dropping his fork. The idea of facing Snape, the Dean of Slytherin, who had clearly sided with Malfoy and radiated utter contempt for Harry, filled him with dread. I heard from my brothers that Professor Snape particularly favors Slytherin students, Ron continued, his voice melancholic. And after yesterday, I feel like we're going to have a very tough time. Not necessarily, Hermione's voice chirped from beside Ron, startling him. Professor Snape is said to favor good students. If we perform well, I believe he won't be prejudiced against us. She spoke with an earnestness that bordered on fierce. To perform well enough in his class, I've already memorized most of the potions textbook. I'm going to earn Gryffindor extra points. Ron rolled his eyes. You could memorize the whole book, and it wouldn't matter with Snape. Hermione glared at him, then huffed and walked away. Is she mad? Ron muttered to Harry. Harry just shrugged helplessly, then looked at Dudley. Dudley, however, pretended to be engrossed in his breakfast, too tired to get involved in the petty squabbles of children. Just then, the morning mail arrived. Hundreds of owls swept into the great hall, circling above the dining tables before descending to deliver letters and packages. Dudley had received a few letters from his parents already, but they still struggled with the concept of owl post. One letter had arrived literally torn in half. He had borrowed Hedwig to send a reply, reassuring them. Wow! Harry exclaimed as Hedwig gracefully landed in front of him, dropping a letter. After patiently begging for a piece of toast, the snowy owl flew off. It's from Hagrid, Harry said, opening the letter. He wants us to visit his hut for tea this afternoon. Provided we survive Professor Snape's potions class, Ron groaned. Harry's cheerful smile instantly vanished. After finishing their meal, the three boys reluctantly walked toward the potions classroom, the weight of the coming double period heavy on their minds. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53, Clear and Foolish. Potion class was held in an underground dungeon, a vast, stone-walled chamber that felt damp and cold even in the morning light. When Dudley, Harry, and Ron arrived, the room was already filled with a cacophony of voices, first-year students bustling about, already forming their distinct Gryffindor and Slytherin clusters. Dudley, Harry, Ron, over here. Neville Longbottom called out, waving frantically from a table he and Seamus Finnegan had claimed. The trio quickly made their way over. Not far off, the Slytherin students cast scornful glances their way. Malfoy's eyes, usually cold and calculating, darkened considerably the moment he saw Dudley. Slowly, deliberately, he rose from his seat and began to walk towards them, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering faithfully behind him like two hulking shadows. You three were lucky to escape expulsion last night, Malfoy sneered, his voice cutting through the classroom's chatter with chilling clarity. But this isn't over. I'll be watching you, every single day, until I kick all of you out of Hogwarts. As the self-proclaimed leader of the Slytherin first years, Malfoy felt compelled to assert his dominance. He had boasted to his peers that the mudblood who had dared to strike him would vanish from Hogwarts after last night's meeting. Dudley's continued presence, unpunished, was a direct affront to his authority. He needed to save face. Is that so? Dudley chuckled softly, a low, dangerous sound. Are you sure you can keep an eye on me? Then, with a sudden, deceptive swiftness that Harry and Ron had come to recognize, Dudley's right hand shot out. It aimed directly for Malfoy's face, a blur of motion, but stopped inches from his nose. Ah! Malfoy shrieked, his face contorting in pure terror. He scrambled backward, tripping over two tables in his desperate haste to escape, before finally landing in a heap on the stone floor. Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter erupted from the Gryffindor side of the classroom, delighting in Malfoy's undignified collapse. I merely raised my hand, Dudley said, a cool smile playing on his lips as he looked down at the pale, disheveled boy. No need to be so nervous. Dursley. Malfoy spat, his face flushed with fury and humiliation. He had come to salvage his pride, and now he had lost even more. You just wait, I won't let you off. He scrambled to his feet, assisted by Crabbe and Goyle, his words a venomous curse. Anyone can make threats, Dudley replied, his voice laced with mocking challenge. Why don't you try some actual action? I want to duel you. Malfoy shrieked, his voice cracking with rage. A wizard's duel. All right, Dudley agreed instantly, his smile unwavering. I'm ready anytime. Tonight, Malfoy began, but his words were cut short by the sound of steady, heavy footsteps approaching the classroom door. Professor Snape. Malfoy instantly snapped shut his mouth, stifling a frustrated snort, and scurried back to his seat. Bang. The classroom door was violently shoved open, slamming against the stone wall with a thud that reverberated through the room. Professor Snape strode in, his black robes billowing around him like a storm cloud. All the students immediately stiffened, their expressions shifting from casual chatter to rigid attention. Their intuition screamed that this professor was not to be trifled with. Clap. 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 Snape scanned the room, his dark eyes like chips of obsidian, before raising his wand. With 3 sharp claps, the curtains on the window snapped shut, plunging the already dim dungeon classroom into a deeper, more eerie gloom. The classroom door slammed shut behind him. The air grew heavy, thick with an unspoken dread. Not a single student dared to breathe too loudly, especially those from Gryffindor. Dudley watched Snape. He couldn't help but notice the potions master's hair. It was greasy, lank, and tangled like seaweed, as if it hadn't seen a comb or soap in a year. You are here to learn the precise science and exact art of potion making, Snape began, his voice barely a whisper, yet each word carried with chilling clarity to every corner of the room. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I've had to teach before. As he finished, his eyes flickered, deliberately lingering on Harry and his companions. A meaningful sneer spread across Malfoy's face, and he exchanged a triumphant glance with Crabbe and Goyle. Dudley met Snape's gaze with an indifferent stare. He felt no fear. He had faced true horrors, beings of cosmic power and mind-shattering madness. Snape, with his greasy hair and theatrical disdain, was merely a mortal. Snape's gaze lingered on Dudley for a moment, a subtle narrowing of his eyes. There was no expression on Dudley's face, yet Snape felt a flicker of something unsettling, an emotion he couldn't quite place, emanating from the boy. But his focus wasn't on Dudley. His eyes moved to the scrawny boy sitting next to him. "Ah, yes," Snape drawled, his voice laced with contempt. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The Slytherin side of the classroom, led by Malfoy, erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter. Snape ignored their amusement, his eyes fixed on Harry Potter. Snape closed his eyes for a beat, then opened them, his voice now cold and precise. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? What kind of root? What kind of solution?" Harry's mind went blank. He glanced at Ron, whose face was equally bewildered. His gaze then shifted to Dudley, who was watching Snape with an unnerving calm. On the other side of the classroom, Hermione Granger's hand shot into the air, trembling with eagerness. Snape, however, seemed to ignore her completely. "I don't know, sir," Harry admitted, his voice barely audible. Hermione let out a frustrated sigh, her eyes casting a look at Harry that clearly said, "Didn't I tell you to read the book beforehand?" "Tisk, tisk," Snape sneered, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "It seems fame doesn't mean everything. Your eyes are truly clear yet foolish." Malfoy nodded in deep, almost comical agreement. "Dudley," Snape continued, his gaze returning to Dudley, a challenge in his voice. "As Harry's older brother, perhaps you can answer." He wanted to unnerve Dudley, to draw a reaction from the boy whose indifferent stare had made him so uncomfortable. "A powerful sleeping potion," Dudley stated, his voice even and unperturbed, cutting through the tense silence. "Known as the Draft of Living Death." End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 54, Deduction of Points. Snape's black eyes narrowed, just a fraction. He hadn't expected Dudley to answer the first question so readily. His gaze intensified, trying to break the boy's unnerving composure. "If I asked you to find me a Bezoar, where would you look?" Snape barked, his voice sharp and abrupt. "In the stomach of a goat," Dudley replied, his tone unwavering. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There is no difference, sir." Snape paused, his gaze flickering. He was clearly surprised by Dudley's knowledge, but he maintained his cold demeanor. "If I were to brew polyjuice potion, what ingredients would I need?" Dudley's brow furrowed slightly. This was a spell not taught until much later years. "That's not something first-year students learn, sir," he stated plainly. "I am asking a question, Mr. Dursley," Snape sneered, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "If you do not know, answer, 'I don't know.' Do not insult my intelligence with nonsense." Gryffindor, 5 points. A collective gasp went through the Gryffindor side of the classroom. Hermione, her hand still raised, closed her eyes in anguish. 5 points. How long would it take to earn those back? Slytherin had won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, and she desperately wanted Gryffindor to win this year. "What are all of you staring at?" Snape snapped, his gaze sweeping over the silent, horrified class. "Why aren't you writing this down?" The frantic rustle of quills on parchment filled the sudden silence. "Harry Potter did not answer my question either," Snape declared, his eyes fixing on Harry. Gryffindor, 1 point deducted. "You answered perfectly," Harry whispered to Dudley, his voice tight with frustration. "He just wants to target us." He felt a pang of guilt. Snape's true target was clear, and Dudley was merely collateral damage. "It's nothing," Dudley replied with a shrug. The House Cup meant absolutely nothing to him. 5 points is not a small amount, Dudley. Hermione whispered fiercely from the next desk, her voice trembling with indignation. "We must work harder." She shot him a quick, apologetic look. "Of course, it's not your fault." Whispering in class, Snape's voice cut through the air, chilling and precise. Gryffindor, 5 points deducted. Hermione's face went white. She dared not utter another sound. In a single class, they had lost 11 points. It would take them weeks to recover. The rest of the potions lesson was conducted in a suffocating silence. No one dared to speak carelessly, especially the Gryffindors. They were terrified of provoking Snape, breathing as cautiously as possible. Only Dudley remained unchanged, his calm composure an unnerving contrast to the anxious tension of the other students. Hermione, sitting beside him, was in a constant state of worry, fearing Snape would find another excuse to punish them. Snape moved among the cauldrons, scrutinizing their work. He criticized everyone, except Malfoy, who meticulously followed the instructions. Neville Longbottom, clumsy as ever, somehow managed to melt his cauldron. Seamus Finnegan, not to be outdone, caused his cauldron to explode, covering himself and half the classroom in sticky, foul-smelling goo. Snape, with a flicker of cruel satisfaction, deducted another 5 points from Gryffindor. Finally, Snape stopped before Harry and Dudley's cauldron, his eyes scanning their potion, clearly searching for any flaw, any excuse to humiliate them. But Dudley had brewed the potion with perfect precision. It was a simple potion but required careful attention to detail, which Dudley, with his enhanced precision and memory, had easily achieved during his summer self-study. With a frustrated huff, Snape turned away, unable to find fault. When the bell finally rang, dismissing them, the students spilled out of the dungeon, most in a foul mood. Hermione looked utterly dejected, her grand plans for Gryffindor's House Cup victory seemingly crumbling around her. "I'm telling you," she began, attempting to rally Ron and Harry, "from now on, we must prepare thoroughly in advance." Only then, it seemed to her that only these two were holding her back. "Hermione, you saw it." Ron burst out, exasperated. "Snape is deliberately looking for trouble. It has nothing to do with whether we prepare or not." Dudley proved it, answering correctly is useless. But, Hermione tried to argue, but Ron was already pulling Harry away. "Come on, we've got things to do. Let's not talk about it anymore." Ron called over his shoulder. Dudley shook his head with a slight, helpless smile and followed them. Hermione, left standing alone, bit her lip, her eyes red-rimmed with frustration. They walked across the grounds, heading toward Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Ron, still seething, complained about Hermione the entire way. "I really can't stand her. Are points really that important to her?" "Forget it, Ron," Harry said, his voice weak. "She's trying to help Gryffindor. But this isn't our fault." Ron insisted. "Snape's just trying to take points from us, no matter what we do. And she acts like it's our fault." He ranted on, Harry listening with a sigh, Dudley with a detached, analytical interest. A little past 3, they arrived at Hagrid's hut, a small, cozy dwelling nestled at the very edge of the Forbidden Forest. Dudley paused, his gaze drawn to the ominous line of ancient, twisted trees. "So this is the Forbidden Forest Dumbledore mentioned," Dudley murmured. "What exactly is inside?" "I don't know," Ron said, glancing nervously at the dark woods. "But they say it's very dangerous." The outer edge of the forest was merely gloomy, its vegetation not yet too dense. But deeper inside, it was absolute darkness, even in the bright afternoon sun. A perpetual mist clung to the trees, making it seem even more mysterious and eerie. "You." Ron shivered, pointing to a hairy, half-hand-sized spider dangling from a web nearby. "Let's go quickly." Harry and Ron hurried towards Hagrid's hut, but Dudley lingered for a moment. He activated his spiritual vision, letting his gaze sweep over the dark, ancient woods. Many extraordinary creatures live here, he thought. Centaurs, unicorns. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. In the deepest, darkest heart of the forest, amidst the impenetrable gloom, he saw it. A pair of eyes. They glowed with an ancient, predatory intelligence, staring back at him. It was like a colossal, dormant beast, peeking out at the outside world from its shadowy lair. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 55, The Report. What is that? Dudley's expression subtly changed. The distance was too great for him to sense any specific details, but a vague, prickling sense of unease washed over him, a gut feeling honed by years of surviving in a world where unseen things were often the most dangerous. "Fong, back away now, move aside." Hagrid's voice boomed from the doorway of his hut. "Come in, quickly." As Harry and Ron entered, Hagrid greeted them warmly. "Welcome, Harry. And, another Weasley child, come in, come in." He then noticed Dudley, standing stock-still more than 10 meters away, his gaze fixed on the dark, foreboding line of the Forbidden Forest. "Dudley. Come in, lad." Hagrid waved, but Dudley didn't move. "It's gone." Dudley's brow furrowed. The eyes he had seen, or thought he had seen, had vanished as if they had never been there. For a fleeting moment, a reckless curiosity urged him to chase after them, to plunge into the forest and uncover its secrets. But he quickly suppressed the impulse. He was, for now, just a first-year student, a Sequence 9 Beyonder. Rushing headlong into unknown danger was a fool's errand. "Dudley, what are you looking at?" Hagrid asked, walking over with a puzzled expression, his own gaze sweeping over the forest. Dudley turned to face the half-giant, a decision forming instantly in his mind. "Hagrid," he said, his voice calm and direct, "I just saw someone in the Forbidden Forest." Reporting. It was the most useful, most pragmatic skill he had ever learned in the Tarot Society. When faced with a danger you cannot handle yourself, you hand it over to the professionals. Here, at Hogwarts, the professors were the authorities. It was the logical, reasonable thing for a first-year student to do. Someone. Hagrid's cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a deep, concerned frown. He squinted into the dark woods. "I don't see anyone, lad." "I did see someone," Dudley insisted. "But he seemed to notice me and ran deeper into the forest." "Could it have been a centaur?" Hagrid mused. "No, they don't usually come this close to the edge." "It wasn't a centaur," Dudley replied confidently. "I've read about them. They're much taller." Harry and Ron, drawn by the conversation, had come back outside. "Could it have been a student?" Ron suggested. "Someone who sneaked in and got scared when they saw us." "Yes, Hagrid," Dudley said, immediately seizing on Ron's plausible explanation. "Maybe it was a student. He was about to leave, but he saw us and was afraid of getting in trouble, so he ran deeper into the forest." The suggestion of a student in danger was enough to galvanize Hagrid. His expression became deadly serious. "You three wait here," he said, his voice a low rumble. "I'll go in and check." The thought of a student lost in the Forbidden Forest was a grave matter. It had happened before. He knew the Weasley twins had a penchant for exploring where they shouldn't. "Hagrid, should we tell Professor Dumbledore?" Dudley asked, a note of calculated concern in his voice. "No need, lad," Hagrid replied, grabbing a heavy crossbow and a lantern from his hut. "Can't trouble the headmaster with everything. Besides, I'm the groundskeeper. This is my responsibility." He gave them a reassuring look. "Don't you worry. I know the forest like the back of my hand." With that, he and his boarhound, Fong, plunged into the dark woods, their figures quickly swallowed by the oppressive gloom. "What did you really see?" Harry asked once Hagrid was gone. He had learned to trust Dudley's instincts. "I'm not sure," Dudley admitted truthfully. "But it was a person. Or something like a person." After waiting for a while in the chilly evening air, they retreated into the warmth of Hagrid's hut. The table was laden with rock cakes and treacle fudge. They sat down and began to eat, the cozy, cluttered hut a welcome refuge from the mysteries of the forest. Dudley's eyes scanned the various curiosities scattered around the room, dried herbs, strange animal pelts, and oddly shaped stones, many of which pulsed with a faint spiritual energy. Some of these could be used for ritual magic, he noted, filing the information away. He thought again of the mysterious spiritual space he had entered, the one he had named the Night Emperor's domain. He yearned to explore it, but his current spiritual reserves were too low. He would have to wait until he advanced. He could feel it, though. The last of his Sequence 9 characteristics were almost fully digested. He was on the cusp of Sequence 8. He began to plan. Sequence 8 of the Black Emperor pathway was the Barbarian. Its acting principle was simple: when law and reason fail, solve the problem with overwhelming force. This meant he would likely need to find, or create, some trouble. Sequence 8 of the Justiciar pathway was the Sheriff. That was easier. A position of authority, like a prefect, would be ideal for acting as a sheriff. But he was too young for that. "Perhaps I can find a way to gain some prefect-like authority in advance," he mused. As dusk began to settle, the sound of Fong's barking and heavy, crunching footsteps echoed from the forest. "Hagrid's back," Ron said, rushing to the window. Hagrid's massive silhouette appeared at the edge of the trees. He was walking slowly, his steps heavy, and he was carrying something in his arms. It was an animal, and it emitted a faint, silvery white glow. "Whoa, what is that?" Ron exclaimed. Dudley's gaze sharpened. He recognized it instantly. "A unicorn," he said, his voice low. "Ron, your wand core is made of unicorn hair." It was indeed a unicorn, a young one by its size, its coat the color of fresh snow. But it was not a majestic sight. It looked weak, its head lolling against Hagrid's chest, its silver blood staining the ground where it had been wounded. It had been grievously injured. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 56, Unicorn Blood. Hagrid, what happened? Harry asked, his voice sharp with alarm. Someone's attacked a unicorn, Hagrid replied, his own voice a low, grim rumble. His usual cheerful demeanor was gone, replaced by a cold fury. I have to tell Professor Dumbledore about this. He gently laid his burden on a bed of straw he'd prepared. The three boys finally saw it clearly. It was a creature of myth, so sacred and pure it seemed to emit its own faint, silvery light. Its coat was the color of fresh fallen snow, its mane like spun moonlight. But its purity was marred. Near its neck, a deep, grievous wound oozed silvery white blood, staining its perfect coat. Didn't you see the person who did this? Dudley asked, his voice low. No, Hagrid shook his head, already bustling about his hut, grabbing vials of potions and clean rags. Whoever it was, they were gone by the time I got there. He began to gently clean the wound. Oh, who on earth would attack such a pure, innocent creature? Catching a unicorn isn't easy, they're powerful magical beasts. I've never heard of one being harmed before. He spoke to the wounded animal in a soft, cooing voice. Hold still now, darling. I'm just treating your injuries. He looked up at Harry. Harry, lad, help me write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. Tell him someone's attacked a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. As Harry rushed to grab parchment and a quill, Hagrid added, oh, and Dumbledore might be busy. Write another letter to Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Unicorns are powerful creatures, hard to injure. This might be related to the dark arts. Perhaps he can figure something out. Has Professor Quirrell returned? Dudley asked. They hadn't had a single defense class yet, the professor having been reportedly injured while traveling in Albania. He just got back today, Hagrid confirmed. Good time to ask for his help. All right, I understand, Harry nodded, beginning to write. Dudley knelt beside the unicorn, stroking its pearl-white mane, trying to soothe its trembling. Hagrid, who would do this? And why? It's hard to say, Hagrid replied, his brow furrowed in concentration as he applied a poultice to the wound. Some wizards are just bad. They might have other motives for attacking a unicorn. He didn't elaborate. Dudley's mind raced, recalling the unsettling, intelligent gaze he had seen in the forest. No one attacks an animal like this without a reason. The magical texts he'd read mentioned the uses of unicorn horns and hair for wands and potions, but that didn't seem to justify such a brutal, near-fatal assault. There had to be a clearer, more desperate purpose. He activated his spiritual vision. The unicorn's aura was a beacon of pure, white light, beautiful and sacred. His gaze then fell upon the wound. The silvery blood that flowed from it was not just blood, it pulsed with a powerful, vibrant spiritual energy. The blood, he realized. The attacker was after its blood. That would explain the location of the wound, a direct strike to the neck. But for what purpose? This magical world, he was learning, was far from the friendly, whimsical place it appeared to be on the surface. The unicorn seemed to sense his intense focus. It shifted its head slightly, its large, dark eyes looking directly at him. In them, Dudley saw a swirl of emotions, purity, a wild, untamed agility, and the deep, profound sorrow of a creature facing its own death. It's all right, Dudley whispered, deactivating his vision and continuing to stroke its mane. You'll be fine soon. As his hand brushed over the wound, he discreetly collected a few strands of hair stained with the silvery blood. It would be useful for research later. Harry had finished the letters, and one of Hagrid's owls was sent off to the castle. Under the groundskeeper's tender care, the unicorn's breathing began to even out, the light in its eyes growing a little stronger. About 10 minutes later, firm footsteps were heard approaching the hut. It's Professor Dumbledore. Ron exclaimed, peering out the window. He's here. A wave of relief washed over Harry. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore was their greatest shield. As long as he was here, everything would be all right. He rushed to open the door. I received your letter, Dumbledore said, his expression grave as he entered the small hut. Let me see the injured creature. He knelt beside the unicorn, his long, withered fingers gently stroking its fur, his eyes examining the wound with an expert's precision. There are indeed traces of dark arts here, he said, his voice low and solemn. This was not the work of an ordinary wizard. Oh, my goodness, Hagrid lamented. Who on earth is causing trouble in the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore simply shook his head, his face a mask of deep thought. How did you find it, Hagrid? He asked, standing up. It was Dudley, Hagrid explained. He said he saw someone in the forest. I was worried it was a student who'd snuck in, so I went to check. I didn't find anyone, but I found this poor creature, dying. He looked at Dudley. I suspect the person he saw was the wizard who attacked the unicorn. Dumbledore's gaze immediately turned to Dudley, his blue eyes, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, seeming to glow with a profound, penetrating light. "Well, Dudley," he said, a note of wonder in his voice, "it seems you always find yourself at the center of things." "Professor, Harry began, wanting to defend his cousin. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing him. "I meant nothing by it, Harry. It was merely an observation." He looked back at Dudley. "I now suspect you have a unique and keen talent for sensing danger and abnormality. Dudley, what exactly did you see? Can you describe it to me?" Just as Dudley was about to speak, more footsteps were heard outside the door. "Did you notify anyone else?" Dumbledore asked Hagrid. "It should be Professor Quirrell," Hagrid explained. "I was worried you wouldn't have time, so I asked him to come and see if this matter is related to the dark arts." As he spoke, a pale, nervous-looking man wearing a large, oddly scented purple turban stepped into the hut. He flinched at the sight of the unicorn, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, something unreadable. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 57, The Evil Spirit. Professor Dumbledore. Ha! Hagrid. The man in the purple turban stammered, his hands clasped tightly in front of his chest, his eyes darting nervously around the hut. "Professor Quirrell, you're here," Dumbledore said with a nod, his expression unreadable. "Professor Quirrell, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was attacked," Hagrid explained, his voice grim. "We suspect it's related to the dark arts, so I asked you to come and take a look." Quirrell listened, but his gaze didn't fall on the wounded unicorn. Instead, his eyes, wide and nervous, flickered from Harry to Dudley, then back again. "Oh, I forgot to introduce them," Hagrid said. "This is Harry Potter, and also Dudley and Ron." It's an honor to meet you all," Quirrell forced out, his stammer more pronounced. "The honor is ours, Professor," Harry replied politely. Quirrell managed an awkward, jerky smile, then turned and shuffled over to the unicorn. He knelt down, his movements stiff, and began to examine the unicorn's wound. Undoubtedly, it's dark arts, who on earth would attack such a pure creature," he stammered, his eyes still wide with a feigned horror. "My conclusion as well," Dumbledore said, stepping closer. The two began to discuss the nature of the dark magic that had injured the unicorn, their voices a low murmur of technical terms. While Quirrell's back was turned, seemingly engrossed in conversation with Dumbledore, Dudley quietly activated his spiritual vision. He focused intently on the defense against the dark arts professor. What he saw made his pupils contract. Professor Quirrell, under spiritual vision, was not the nervous, pale man he appeared to be. He was shrouded in a dense, roiling black mist, an almost impenetrable shroud of darkness. The vibrant, multicolored aura that normally surrounded living beings was almost entirely absent, consumed by this suffocating blackness. And then, his gaze fell upon the back of Quirrell's head. It was a void. A place of absolute, inky blackness, so deep that it seemed to absorb all light, all presence. Dudley concentrated, pouring his spiritual power into his eyes, trying to pierce the veil of the black mist. Then, his blood ran cold. Deep within that abyssal blackness, a face began to condense. It was twisted, distorted, its features squeezed together, almost noseless. And its eyelids trembled, as if it were about to open its eyes to meet Dudley's gaze directly. Without a moment's hesitation, Dudley snapped his spiritual vision shut, his breath catching in his throat. He looked at Harry, feigning a sudden discomfort. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, noticing Dudley's sudden pallor. "Nothing," Dudley blinked rapidly. "My eyes are a bit uncomfortable." "Did something get in?" Harry asked, ever concerned. "Do you want me to blow it for you?" "No need, I'm fine now," Dudley said, forcing a casual tone. He blinked hard, hoping to clear the terrifying image from his mind. Harry shrugged, accepting the explanation, and returned his attention to Dumbledore and Quirrell's discussion, even though he understood little of it. Dudley let out a slow, careful breath. "Quirrell has another soul inside him," he confirmed, the realization settling like a block of ice in his stomach. "And it's utterly evil." He wasn't sure if the soul had detected his scrutiny, but his brief, intense focus must have drawn its attention. What is the deal with this Quirrell? Dudley's mind raced. Is it a soul fusion, like the Red Priest? Or parasitism? Or something else entirely? He couldn't discern the specifics. Based on his knowledge from that other world, such a situation was incredibly rare, even among the most bizarre Beyonders. The only truly analogous case he could recall was the King of Angels, Medici, the Red Priest, an evil spirit formed from the fusion of three powerful souls. Too many details I can't recall, he mused, a familiar frustration building. Many of his deepest memories of the mystical arts were sealed, a protective mechanism. With his current strength, too much knowledge could lead to corruption or loss of control. Yet, the glimpse of that soul in Quirrell had triggered fragments of his past. That soul seems incredibly weak, but its aura is so profoundly evil. It's definitely not a simple entity. Should I report him? Dudley pondered. But was soul coexistence unusual in this world? He wasn't sure. In the black magic world, as in the Beyonder world, an evil aura wasn't always a direct indicator of evil intent. Quirrell's situation, however, felt unique. He could be possessed, or perhaps he had willingly bonded with an evil entity. This school is far more dangerous than I expected, he realized. Surprises and frights around every corner. Harry, Dudley, Ron, Dumbledore's voice cut through his thoughts. It's getting late. You should return to the castle now. We will handle things here. Okay, the three boys agreed. It was already dark outside, and the castle lights beckoned. I'll see them off, Hagrid offered, his massive frame reassuring. Given the recent unicorn attack, Dumbledore clearly approved. See you later. You'll be taking my class very soon, Professor Quirrell stammered, offering a nervous, twitchy smile. His gaze swept over Harry, lingered on Dudley for a fraction of a second, then quickly returned to Dumbledore, resuming their low, intense discussion of dark arts. A cold wind brushed their faces as they left Hagrid's hut. Under the vast, star-strewn night sky, Hogwarts castle glowed with warm, yellow light, its massive silhouette looming like a benevolent giant in the comforting darkness. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 58, Promotion and Humanity. On the long walk back to the castle, Harry and Ron were consumed by an intense, worried discussion about the unicorn attack, their minds alight with theories of dark wizards infiltrating Hogwarts. Hagrid, lumbering beside them, repeatedly emphasized that with Professor Dumbledore at the school, Hogwarts was the safest place in the world, telling them not to worry. Dudley, however, remained silent, his mind a whirlwind of calculation and debate. He had seen the truth of the evil lurking within Professor Quirrell. It was an extraordinary threat, a ticking time bomb that could bring disaster upon the entire school. He should report it. But he couldn't do it himself, it would draw too much attention, invite too much scrutiny. An anonymous report, perhaps. But even as he considered the logistics, a deeper, more unsettling question surfaced. Do I really want to get involved in these conflicts? He had learned, through brutal experience, that curiosity and a penchant for getting involved often led to trouble, pain, and death. Hagrid escorted them to the castle entrance and then departed, leaving the three boys to make their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Suddenly, Dudley stopped dead in the middle of the corridor. His expression shifted. Something inside him, a pressure he had grown accustomed to, had vanished. The lawyer and arbitrator characteristics, the very foundation of his current power, had finally, completely, been digested. They were now a seamless, integrated part of his soul. In their place, two new, gelatinous substances materialized within him. They were the Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 8, the Barbarian and the Sheriff. So my initial conjecture was correct, he confirmed. The characteristics of the higher sequences are sealed within my body, appearing only when the previous stage has been fully digested. This also meant that his power was not appearing out of thin air, it was the result of potions he had consumed in his past life. He was simply redigesting them. A sobering realization followed. This means my potential in this world is capped. The highest I can reach here is the highest I reached in that other world. He had no more characteristics beyond that point. What sequence had he reached? The memory was a frustrating, sealed black box in his mind. He pushed the thought aside and focused on the present. He reached out with his will and began to absorb the two new characteristics. The whispers returned. A cacophony of maddening, ancient voices echoed in his ears, impacting his mind, causing the very stones of the corridor to seem to twist and distort. But this time, the sensation was weaker, more manageable. Just as he had discovered before, the risk of losing control was significantly diminished in this world. He suppressed the whispers with a practiced mental effort. Dudley, what's wrong? He hadn't realized that Harry and Ron had walked on ahead. They had noticed his absence and were now running back, their faces etched with concern. Nothing, Dudley said with a faint smile, his composure returning. I was just thinking about something. What is it? Harry asked, studying his cousin's face. Something about him had changed, a subtle shift in his presence, a new weight to his authority. I was thinking, Dudley said, his voice calm and reassuring, that the wizard who attacked the unicorn was likely only after the unicorn itself. He probably won't attack us students. So, we don't need to worry too much. That won't do, Ron argued immediately. Even if it was just an attack on a unicorn, it's still an evil, dangerous act. We need to be careful and warn others. Harry nodded in agreement. The castle might not be absolutely safe either. Dudley shook his head with a touch of exasperated fondness. Don't worry, he said. Even if something does happen, it won't fall on us. We don't need to worry. With him there, with his heightened senses and past experience, he could avoid most dangers. But these things could happen to other people, Harry insisted, a frown creasing his brow. Dudley pursed his lips. He pondered for a moment, then asked, his voice neutral, and what does that have to do with us? Harry and Ron exchanged a look of genuine surprise, a flicker of something unreadable passing between them. Perhaps it's just my imagination, Dudley, Harry began, choosing his words carefully, but you seem very indifferent. To other people. He had wanted to say cold, but the word felt too harsh. Am I? Dudley asked, a genuine note of surprise in his voice. Harry nodded. You haven't really made many friends at school. So far, only Ron, and maybe Hermione, are relatively familiar with you. You've barely interacted with anyone else. He hesitated, then pressed on. And did you mean just now that as long as we're not in danger, the lives of others don't matter? Ron chimed in, his usual boisterousness gone. And sometimes you feel detached from us. Like you're not really participating, just observing. Is that so? Dudley mused, a flicker of something he couldn't identify stirring within him. Yes, Harry and Ron said in unison. Dudley narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he had experienced too much. Perhaps returning from a world of horrors had stripped him of his youthful enthusiasm, leaving only a cold, analytical core. Or perhaps it was the influence of the Beyonder characteristics, slowly eroding his humanity. He suddenly realized a terrifying problem. If he had reached a very high sequence in that other world, then how much of his original humanity was even left? The question made his hair stand on end, a cold sweat breaking over him. He had originally decided to ignore Quirrell. As long as the possessed professor didn't directly threaten him or his friends, he could have calmly observed the situation unfold without interference. But when Harry had asked him if he cared about the lives of others, he had felt that flicker again. That cold, indifferent logic, it was not the thinking of a normal human boy. If this were the Tarot Society, how would they choose? He wondered. They would probably interfere. At the very least, Mr. Fool would anonymously report it to the church. A faint, dry chuckle escaped his lips at the thought. Let's see how things go, he decided, a new resolve forming. I'll find an opportunity to anonymously report Professor Quirrell. He had to. Not just for the safety of the school, but for the preservation of his own soul. Having made his decision, he didn't linger in the common room. He needed to rest, to let his mind and spirit recover from the shock of his promotion. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthel. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 59, The Night Emperor reappears. The next day was Saturday, and Dudley, for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, slept soundly until dawn. The morning light, soft and golden, streamed into the circular dormitory, painting stripes across the stone floor. He glanced around. Harry, Ron, and the other boys were still deep in slumber, their chests rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. He wasn't in any hurry to get up. Perhaps it's time to visit that place again, he thought, a sense of quiet anticipation building within him. He closed his eyes and began to silently recite the honorable name, the words echoing not in the room, but in the vast, empty space of his soul. You are the Supreme Emperor. You are the embodiment of order, the concretization of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order, and you are disorder. He felt his spirit untether from his physical form, soaring into an unseen dimension. In an instant, he was standing once more in the magnificent, phantom palace. It was exactly as he had left it, a perfect reconstruction of his last visit, every detail a manifestation of his own thoughts, a memory given form. What exactly is this place, he murmured, his spiritual form gliding through the dense, grey mist that shrouded the long, bronze table. And why does that honorable name point here? This place had been a void of pure chaos until his arrival had imposed a semblance of order upon it, shaping it into a ghostly replica of the Tarot Society's meeting hall. But it was an empty replica. There were no familiar figures here, no enigmatic Mr. Fool at the head of the table. It was his own private, spiritual domain. He walked the length of the palace, finding nothing but the constructs of his own memory. There were no other rooms, no other corridors to explore. Perhaps, with my current abilities, I cannot fully perceive the true nature of this place, he speculated. He extended his hand, and with a thought, Trunsoist's brass book materialized in his spiritual grasp, cool and solid. Interesting. It seems I can bring some things here. He flipped through the book's bronze pages, finding nothing unusual, then turned his gaze downward. The solid floor of the palace dissolved, revealing a bird's-eye view of Hogwarts Castle below, a perfect, detailed miniature. Got it. A sudden understanding lit up his mind. He incorporated the brass book into his spiritual form, and his previously ethereal body gained a new sense of substance, of weight. He tilted his body slightly and began to descend. The spiritual wind whistled past him as he fell, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. His body was in a superimposed state, both illusory and real, an aggregate of pure, abstract rules descending upon the physical world. So many traces of magic, he thought, his illusory form hovering high above the castle. He could see the ancient, powerful enchantments woven into the very stones of Hogwarts, a complex web of defensive spells that enveloped the entire school. As his spiritual power circulated, the castle transformed in his vision, the magic revealing itself as a tapestry of interwoven golden lines. The concretization of rules, he realized. This was the raw architecture of magic itself. Who's there? The voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable power that cut through the silence of the morning sky. With a soft pop, a figure appeared in the air above the highest tower of Hogwarts. It was Dumbledore, his white hair and beard floating in the breeze, his deep blue eyes, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, fixed on the empty space where Dudley floated. To the naked eye, there was nothing there. But Dumbledore could clearly sense the abnormality, the oppressive, powerful aura of the black phantom that hovered there, looking down upon his school. Dudley was surprised. He hadn't expected that a mere peek at the castle's magical defenses would alert its headmaster. Dumbledore was even more powerful than he had initially estimated. Dumbledore's expression was solemn, his hand already gripping the wand hidden within his robes. The phantom's aura was strange, powerful, and deeply unsettling. Knight Emperor. Dumbledore blurted out the name in a sharp exhalation. He remembered the dark, authoritative figure from the Gringotts vault. Dudley hadn't expected to be recognized so quickly, but it made sense. His unique spiritual signature had made an impression. "What do you intend to do, sir?" Dumbledore asked, his voice low, his initial alarm tempered by a cautious curiosity. This entity had saved Harry and Dudley. He was likely not an enemy, not a follower of Voldemort. But he was an unknown, a powerful player on a board that was already far too complex. Dudley considered for a moment, then decided on a simple, direct approach. He projected his thoughts, his voice a low whisper in Dumbledore's mind. "There are evil spirits in Hogwarts." Evil spirits? Dumbledore frowned, the term unfamiliar to him in this context. Dudley said nothing more. For a man as clever as Dumbledore, a small hint was all that was needed. He had planted the seed, now it was up to the headmaster to let it grow. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his head. He was running out of time, his spiritual power draining rapidly. Without another thought, his spirit body dissolved, snapping back into his physical form in the Gryffindor dormitory. High above the castle, Dumbledore stared at the empty sky. The black shadow had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. "Evil spirits," he murmured, his expression grim. What exactly did he mean? Too many strange things were happening. This Knight Emperor, this unknown, powerful entity, was prying into the secrets of his school. After a final, sweeping glance at the sky, Dumbledore disappeared with a soft pop, returning to his office to contemplate this new, unsettling mystery. In Gryffindor Tower, Dudley opened his eyes, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. I didn't expect to alarm Dumbledore. He probably didn't discover anything, right? He thought, a little worried. But the matter of the evil spirits can be considered successfully reported. Now it's up to him how he handles it. He breathed a sigh of relief, turned over, and prepared to go back to sleep. He had barely drifted off when a voice shook him awake. "Dudley, wake up. Professor Dumbledore wants you in his office. Immediately." Dudley opened his eyes to see Percy Weasley standing over him, his prefect's badge gleaming in the morning light, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 60, Dumbledore's Request. What's going on? The summons was so immediate, so direct, that Dudley's first thought was one of pure, cold shock. Did Dumbledore see through my disguise so quickly? That shouldn't be possible. He replayed the entire spiritual encounter in his mind, reviewing every detail, every nuance of their brief, silent exchange. There was nothing. He had given away nothing that could have revealed his identity. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had been deliberately vague, referring only to an evil spirit in Hogwarts, never once mentioning Quirrell by name. How could that have exposed him? Was there some magical method, some advanced divination or tracking spell, that could pinpoint his astral form back to his physical body? What's up, so early? Ron mumbled, sitting up in bed, his hair a tangled mess. Harry was awake too, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Professor Dumbledore is looking for Dudley. Is everything all right? Percy, who had delivered the summons, shook his head. I was having breakfast in the Great Hall when a house elf delivered a message. The headmaster wants to see Dudley in his office immediately. I'm afraid I don't know what it's about. Dudley frowned, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. If Percy didn't know the reason, then it wasn't a simple disciplinary matter. But if his identity hadn't been revealed, then Dumbledore must want him for something else entirely. The thought allowed him to relax, just a fraction. He quickly got dressed. Do you need me to take you there? Percy asked. No, thank you, Percy, Dudley replied calmly. I know the way. Do you want us to go with you? Harry offered, his voice laced with concern. It's fine, Dudley said, not wanting to drag them into this new, unknown complication. You two go back to sleep. He walked alone through the quiet, early morning corridors of Hogwarts. When he reached the golden eagle statue that guarded the headmaster's office, he took a deep, steadying breath. Lemon sherbet, he said, and the hidden staircase began its slow, spiraling ascent. Of all the wizards he had encountered, only Dumbledore was a true enigma. The others, McGonagall, Snape, their power was palpable, a bright, clear energy he could perceive with his spiritual vision. But Dumbledore. Dumbledore's power was a deep, still well, its depths hidden, its true nature unknowable. Facing him, Dudley knew he had to be careful. The door to the office was slightly ajar. Professor Dumbledore, he called out, knocking gently. The door swung open on its own. The office was empty, the only movement the soft whirring of silver instruments and the gentle breathing of the slumbering portraits on the walls. Professor Dumbledore, are you there? He asked again, not venturing far from the doorway. Oh, we meet again, child, a familiar voice said from a nearby shelf. It was the Sorting Hat. Hello, Dudley greeted it politely. Is the professor not here? Oh, he's a very busy man, the hat replied. Many things require his attention. You can wait here for a moment. I believe he will appear very soon. All right. Dudley nodded and found a chair to sit in, his eyes scanning the fascinating collection of magical artifacts that filled the room. This time, however, he dared not activate his spiritual vision, wary that Dumbledore might be hiding in the shadows, observing him. Ah. Sorting Hat, Dudley began, trying to break the silence, why did you ultimately put me in Gryffindor? Oh, that's a question, the hat mused. I must admit, I was leaning more towards Slytherin. Ahem, of course, Gryffindor is also an excellent choice, and can certainly bring out the talent within you. Dudley raised an eyebrow. So, his initial guess was correct. The hat had wanted to put him in Slytherin. Something, or someone, had changed its mind. Actually, Dudley said, I personally believe that which house one is sorted into is not as important as one's own character, isn't it? You're right, the hat agreed. I agree with your point of view. When I am sorting, I do not rely solely on my own will. I also consider the student's own wishes. After all, putting a child into a house he does not wish to join is by no means the best choice for him. Ahem. A soft cough came from above. Dudley immediately stood up, his gaze snapping to the railing on the second floor. Dumbledore stood there, a warm, grandfatherly smile on his face. Oh, Dudley. I'm so sorry to wake you from your warm bed so early. It's fine, Professor Dumbledore, Dudley replied. Is there something you need from me? Yes, Dumbledore said, descending the stairs with a light, almost soundless step. I have some matters that require your help. Dudley's heart stirred. Help Dumbledore. Hogwarts had so many powerful, experienced wizards. Why would the headmaster need a first-year student's help, unless... A new, startling possibility began to form in his mind. You seem to have an extraordinary ability to perceive evil things, is that right? Dumbledore asked, his deep blue eyes gazing intently at Dudley. Yes, Dudley replied, choosing his words with care. I mean, it might be. I'm not entirely sure I have such an ability myself. Don't be nervous, Dumbledore reassured him. It is a powerful talent. I know many wizards who are born with certain innate abilities. A young witch named Tonks, for example, is a natural metamorphomagus, able to change her appearance at will. He paused, letting the information sink in. So, I suspect your ability to discover the robed person at Gringotts, and the dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest, are both related to this innate talent of yours. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. And now, I have just received news that Hogwarts may have been invaded by some evil thing. He looked directly at Dudley, his voice dropping to a low, urgent tone. I'm wondering if I can use your ability to help me find it. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 61, The Sheriff of Hogwarts. Dudley's mouth twitched, a barely perceptible sign of his utter disbelief. He had masterfully orchestrated the situation, creating a phantom informant to anonymously deliver a problem directly to Dumbledore's doorstep. He had washed his hands of the matter, leaving it for the so-called professionals to handle. And now, less than an hour later, the problem had returned to him, a perfectly thrown boomerang. Damn it all, he thought, a flash of pure annoyance cutting through his calm facade. He had not wanted to get involved. His plan was to observe, to remain a detached variable in the unfolding chaos of Hogwarts, intervening only when his own interests were directly threatened. But his conscience, a flickering ember of his past humanity that Harry had so recently stoked, had prompted him to act. And now, that single act of indirect responsibility had dragged him directly into the spotlight. This. Dudley began, stalling for time, his mind racing through a dozen different scenarios. Don't worry, my boy, Professor Dumbledore said patiently, his voice a comforting balm. I will personally ensure your safety. Moreover, you don't need to do anything confrontational. Simply wander the castle as you normally would. If you sense anything amiss, you just tell me. You need not face any evil yourself. But, Professor, what if my perception is wrong? Dudley countered, a perfect imitation of youthful doubt. What if I'm just imagining things? That is a risk I am willing to take, Dumbledore replied. I will be the one to determine if your perceptions are accurate. All I ask is that you report any unsafe situations you detect. Dudley had originally intended to refuse. This was, after all, a failure of Hogwarts' own security. But as Dumbledore spoke, a new, far more interesting possibility began to take shape in his mind. This wasn't just a burden. It was an opportunity. Professor Dumbledore, he began, his tone shifting from hesitant to serious, I am willing to use my talent to help inspect the castle. However, as a first-year student, my movements are limited. Wandering around could easily lead to me violating school rules, and there are some places, like the third-floor corridor, that I cannot go. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. I hope you can grant me certain permissions, so that I may better complete this task. He looked Dumbledore squarely in the eye. Something like prefect permissions, for example. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, a slow smile spreading across his face. The boy was a shrewd negotiator. Prefect permissions are a bit much for a first year, Dudley. Each house already has its prefects. I cannot simply appoint a new one. He stroked his long, silver beard thoughtfully. However, he continued, I can grant you certain privileges. The authority to move freely around the campus and, within a reasonable scope, to be exempt from certain school rules. How does that sound? Dudley's own smile was a mirror of Dumbledore's, a silent acknowledgement of a deal well struck. His goal had been achieved. Okay, he said, then immediately pressed his advantage. Helping Hogwarts inspect for potential evil and anomalies is a very cool thing. So, does that mean I've become Hogwarts sheriff? He used the term deliberately, a word that resonated with the power of his newly acquired Beyonder characteristic. Ha ha ha, exactly. Dumbledore laughed, a genuine, hearty sound that filled the room. You are a little sheriff of Hogwarts. That's great, Dudley said, a thrill of genuine delight running through him. Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, had the authority to bestow such a title. And even if it was just a joke, a playful nickname, it was enough. In a mystical sense, it had forged a tangible link between Dudley and the very essence of Hogwarts Castle. As the words left Dumbledore's mouth, Dudley felt a shift, a new, deeper connection to the ancient magic of the school. This authority, this role, was the perfect crucible in which to act and digest his new powers. This was the key. He could now act as a sheriff of the justiciar pathway, an enforcer of rules and order within the school. And as for the barbarian of the Black Emperor pathway, well, when rules and order failed, resolving a situation through physical persuasion was a perfectly reasonable, if extreme, duty for a sheriff to undertake. All right, you may go now, Dumbledore reminded him with a smile. And remember your duties as sheriff. Okay, Dudley said happily, turning and leaving the office, his mind already alight with plans. Oh, he's truly a good child, the Sorting Hat exclaimed from its shelf once Dudley was gone. Not only is he very talented, but he's also so warm-hearted. Yes, Dumbledore said softly, his gaze on the now empty doorway. He is a good child. By the way, Albus, the Hat asked curiously, where did you get the information that Hogwarts was invaded by evil? I cannot tell you that, Dumbledore replied gently. You are just a hat. All right, I'm just a hat, the Sorting Hat grumbled, falling silent. Dumbledore fell into a deep contemplation. Before summoning Dudley, he had performed his own inspection of the castle and had found nothing. Was the Knight Emperor lying? Or had he overlooked something? The current situation was not optimistic. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the school. A dark wizard, or something pretending to be one, was slaughtering unicorns in the forest. And now, a potential threat within the castle walls. It was too many coincidences, all happening right after Harry's arrival. I hope Dudley's talent can be of some use, he murmured. He walked to a cabinet and waved his hand. 2 doors swung open, and an ancient, stone basin engraved with runes floated out. The pensieve. Dumbledore drew his wand, touched it to his temple, and extracted a long, silvery strand of thought, the memory of the Knight Emperor's visitation. He dropped it into the swirling liquid of the basin. Perhaps, he whispered to the empty room, I truly overlooked something important. As Dudley walked back down the corridor, his expression had already returned to one of calm neutrality. Digesting the sheriff characteristic will take at least a month, he calculated. And I also have to digest the barbarian. With a dual sequence, I must be cautious. So, he decided, before I finish digesting these characteristics, I will not tell Dumbledore the full truth about Quirrell. It was a simple, pragmatic transaction. Dumbledore had provided him with a way to quickly digest his powers. In return, he would do his best to ensure Hogwarts' safety. He would keep a close watch on Quirrell, preventing any major incidents. Once his own power was stable, once his potion was fully digested, Quirrell would no longer have any use. And then, he could be safely reported. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 62, you deserve a punishment. What a pity, Dudley mused, a flicker of strategic thought in his eyes. There are still interrogator and judge after this, I can't use Quirrell just yet. If I did, it would take too long, and problems might arise. Quirrell's possession by an evil spirit was a valuable secret, a resource to be exploited at the opportune moment. For a month or two, the professor might pose no immediate threat, but over a longer period, it was hard to say. Dudley needed to play his role as Hogwarts' new sheriff, otherwise, his title would be undeserved, and it would affect the digestion of his extraordinary characteristics. With the prestigious title of Hogwarts Sheriff, Dudley felt no need to rush back to Gryffindor. Instead, he leisurely wandered the vast, ancient halls of the castle, absorbing its secrets and mysteries. The Sheriff of the Justiciar pathway places great importance on the concept of jurisdiction. As long as Dudley had seen a real person, photo, or sketch, he could firmly remember the target's appearance and gain additional sensing on a supernatural level. He possessed a mystical memory of the routes he had walked. He could detect abnormal factors and grasp subtle traces. When close enough, he could detect and sense unfiltered things related to evil, chaos, and madness. He was always connected to his jurisdiction. The more familiar the place, the more he could exert the sheriff's abilities. Once outside the range, he could only rely purely on extraordinary abilities. Therefore, the more familiar Dudley became with Hogwarts, the stronger the abilities he could display there, which was crucial for him to digest his extraordinary characteristics. From dawn till noon, Dudley traversed nearly every corner of Hogwarts Castle, his keen eyes and spiritual vision probing for hidden truths. Apart from places he couldn't enter, such as professors' offices and the girls' restrooms, he visited every accessible location. This journey took Dudley a considerable amount of time because, during this process, he frequently needed to activate his spiritual vision to observe his surroundings. To his astonishment, Hogwarts Castle was far more intricate and labyrinthine than he had ever imagined. In many places, even with spiritual vision, he couldn't discern traces left by magic, yet his intuition told him that something was amiss in those areas. Dudley noted these places in his mind, intending to explore them thoroughly when he had more time later. He even suspected that Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, understood only a fraction of the castle's deep, arcane mysteries. The secrets hidden within the long history of Hogwarts were probably as deep as the Black Lake outside the school. An entire weekend slipped by as Dudley immersed himself in the castle's endless corridors and hidden chambers. The news of his appointment as Hogwarts Sheriff remained a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few, including Harry. As the new week dawned, Dudley continued to explore the castle beyond his classes, deepening his mystical connection with the ancient school. His digestion of the sheriff's extraordinary characteristics accelerated noticeably, far outpacing that of the barbarian. This was largely due to the scarcity of opportunities to act out the barbarian's role within the school's confines. He couldn't simply go around beating people up. Thursday arrived, bringing with it a palpable excitement that permeated the Gryffindor common room. Flying class is this afternoon. I can hardly wait. Ron was practically buzzing with excitement from the moment he woke. Since the flying class schedule was announced, he had been counting down the days. Dudley and Harry endured Ron's endless tales of Quidditch, including his near miss with a hang glider while riding Charlie's old broom. Bad news, it's with the Slytherin students, Harry reminded him, a note of gloom in his voice. Oh no. Ron groaned, clearly annoyed. Is riding a flying broomstick difficult? Harry asked, his tone serious. It's not too hard. Once you get the hang of it, flying is easy, Ron said confidently, trying to reassure his friend. Harry nodded, but his unease lingered. He glanced at Dudley, who was calmly reading nearby, and asked, Dudley, aren't you worried? I noticed Hermione seems worried too, Harry added. After all, this isn't something you can learn from books. Dudley put down his book and shook his head. There's nothing to worry about. It's just about controlling spiritual magic. It's not as difficult as you think. Harry looked at Dudley and could sense his complete confidence, his lack of worry. All right, Harry said dryly. Dudley was indeed outstanding at Hogwarts, there seemed to be no subject he wasn't good at. Even Hermione couldn't challenge his position. You don't need to worry either, you have a talent for flying, Dudley said casually. What? I have a talent? How come I didn't know? Harry asked, surprised. What talent? Ron leaned closer, and even Hermione, who was reading nearby, put down her book and looked curiously. When I was wandering around Hogwarts recently, I visited the trophy room and saw your father's, my aunt's husband's, trophy there. He was once an excellent chaser and led the academy to win the Quidditch Cup. So, if you inherited your father's talent, then you definitely won't be too bad at flying a broomstick, Dudley said seriously. Is that true? Harry asked, a little incredulous. It's true, Dudley nodded. Oh, your father was a chaser and won the Quidditch Cup. You never told me. Ron exclaimed. I didn't know, Harry said, somewhat dazed. When we have time, I'll take you to see it, but now, we should go to the outdoor field. Dudley checked the time, there wasn't much left until their flying class began. Let's go. They tidied up and walked towards the outdoor field together. By the time they arrived at the outdoor lawn, many Slytherin students were already waiting there. I saw Malfoy's disgusting face again, Harry noticed Malfoy in the crowd. Do you think he'll come over and mock us? Ron said. Most likely. Harry sighed. After all, he's already told the story of him riding a flying broomstick and encountering a helicopter countless times these past few days. Potter, Dursley, are you two so scared you can't even walk? Malfoy's voice, as expected, cut through the air, dripping with scorn. Oh. I forgot, you two come from Muggle families, you've never even seen a flying broomstick, let alone ridden one. He sneered, a cruel glint in his eye. Don't get so scared you fall off your broom later. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the Slytherin students. Harry's face turned ashen, but Dudley stood aside, watching Malfoy with a cold, assessing gaze. This kid really deserved a beating. He never won in a fight, but he never seemed to lose an argument. Did he really think he wouldn't get beaten up at Hogwarts? Dudley felt his barbarian extraordinary characteristics becoming somewhat restless. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63, Orders. What a pity, Dudley thought to himself, a faint ripple of disappointment crossing his otherwise serene expression. He had resisted the urge to physically persuade Malfoy earlier. Hogwarts strictly forbade fighting, and Lucius Malfoy's influence ran deep. While he had escaped direct punishment last time, repeating such an incident would invite serious trouble, potentially hindering his ability to act as the sheriff of Hogwarts. There was simply Northwest need to court such complications, not for a simple bully. Harry and Ron, however, were still seething. They exchanged heated words with Malfoy, though Dudley wisely stayed out of the verbal fray. Madam Hooch is here. Hermione's sharp voice cut through their bickering, effectively silencing both sides. Dudley looked up. A woman with short, silver hair and piercing yellow eyes like a hawk strode towards them. Her lean, athletic frame exuded capability and authority. All right, what are you all waiting for? She snapped, her voice like a whip crack. Everyone stand beside a broomstick. Quickly, now. I haven't got all day. The students scrambled, each claiming a broomstick and positioning themselves beside it. This was Dudley's first close encounter with a broomstick, and his interest was immediate. He briefly scanned the object in his hand, activating his spiritual vision. It's enchanted, he noted. And some of the materials within it possess a faint sentience. His broom, a gnarled, ancient piece of wood, looked particularly old and worn. Stretch out your right hand and place it above your broom, Madam Hooch instructed, her voice cutting through the nervous chatter. Then, when I tell you, say up. Up, the students chorused, their voices a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Whoosh. Beside Dudley, Harry's broomstick immediately leaped into his outstretched hand, as if eager to obey. Dudley's broom, however, merely rolled over lazily on the ground, a lump of uncooperative wood. See, I told you had talent, Dudley remarked to a wide-eyed Harry. I didn't expect it to be so easy either. Harry replied, surprised. He glanced around. Almost no one else had managed to get their broom to fly into their hand on the first try. Even Malfoy, who boasted daily of his flying prowess, had to make 2 or 3 attempts before his broom finally consented to obey. After his eventual success, Malfoy immediately looked at Harry, his initial smugness deflating at Harry's effortless success. But then, a mocking smile reappeared on his face as he noticed Dudley's still inert broom. Ron, after a few frustrated attempts, also managed to summon his broom. Hermione, however, was less fortunate. No matter how much she shouted up, her broomstick simply rolled stubbornly on the spot, utterly ignoring her commands. Try again. Harry suggested to Dudley, seeing his cousin's uncooperative broom. Up, Dudley commanded, his voice even. Still, the broomstick remained stubbornly uncooperative. It rolled over one more time, then lay flat, as if giving up entirely. Ha 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 ha, what are a few classroom smarts? Malfoy's voice drifted over, just loud enough for Dudley and Harry to hear. When it comes to courses that truly require magical talent, those born of muggles just can't compare to pureblood wizards. The Slytherin students around him snickered. Talent, huh? Dudley murmured, his gaze falling upon the recalcitrant broom. He wondered if the fault lay with him, or with the broom itself. It's okay, Dudley, just practice a bit more, you'll definitely get it, Harry comforted him. You're already doing well, Ron added, some other students' broomsticks aren't moving at all. Hermione glanced at Dudley, and a subtle breath of relief escaped her. She wasn't the only one struggling. Ah, what was that saying from Roselle the Great? Dudley thought. Give an inch, take a mile. Get up. Dudley commanded, his voice cold and sharp, imbued with the majesty and authority of his beyonder powers. Whoosh. The broomstick, as if shocked into submission, leaped into his hand, trembling slightly. Humph, Dudley let out a soft, almost imperceptible snort. It really was a case of, give an inch, take a mile. You did it. Harry and Ron cheered, genuinely happy for him. Malfoy, seeing Dudley's success, visibly bristled. The sight immediately diminished his sense of superiority. He spat fiercely on the ground and turned away, ignoring Dudley. Madam Hooch, meanwhile, moved among the students, patiently correcting their techniques, showing them how to make their broomsticks obey. Once everyone had successfully mounted their brooms, Madam Hooch blew her whistle. Everyone listen up, she snapped. Next time I blow the whistle, you will push off the ground with both feet and lift off. Remember, push off hard. She demonstrated, pushing off the ground and hovering a few feet in the air before landing gracefully. Also, grip the broom tightly, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward and drop vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Before Madam Hooch could even finish her count, Neville, white-faced and trembling with nervousness, suddenly pushed off the ground with all his might. His broom shot straight up into the air. Oh, my goodness. Madam Hooch shrieked. Come back. Come back quickly. Everyone's gaze shot upwards, following Neville's uncontrolled ascent. He was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of feet in the air, still accelerating, his terrified screams echoing across the field. Ah. Neville's broomstick had completely lost control. Child. Control your broomstick. Hold on tight. Madam Hooch shouted, but it was useless. With frightening speed, Neville was suddenly flung off the broom. Thud. Neville crashed heavily onto the ground, curling into a ball. His broomstick, meanwhile, continued its wild flight, soaring higher and higher, heading towards the forbidden forest before disappearing from sight. Everything happened so fast that many students hadn't even reacted before Neville fell. Madam Hooch immediately rushed over to check on him. Oh, a broken wrist, she said, visibly relieved. Thankfully, no serious injuries. She turned to the rest of the class. I'm taking this child to the hospital wing. You will all put your broomsticks back where they belong, and do not, I repeat, do not mount another one. Anyone I catch in the air will be expelled from Hogwarts. She helped the pale-faced Neville, who was limping badly, back towards the castle. The moment they disappeared through the entrance, Malfoy burst out laughing. Did you see his face? He shrieked, tears of mirth streaming down his face. That oaf. He's hilarious. Many of the Slytherin students joined in, their laughter echoing across the field. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry snapped, unable to contain his anger. Oh, defending that oaf, are we, Potter? Malfoy sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. He then caught sight of something glittering on the ground near where Neville had fallen. He bent down and picked it up. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 64, An Unfilial Descendant. That's the remembrel his oaf of a grandmother sent him, Malfoy scoffed, holding up the small glass ball Neville had dropped. They had all seen Neville unwrap the package at breakfast that morning. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry said, his voice low and dangerous. The nervous chatter on the field died down. Everyone stopped to watch the two boys. Dudley didn't step forward, a flicker of keen interest in his eyes as he observed the unfolding drama. What if I say no? Malfoy sneered. I think I'll put it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about, on a tree? Or better yet, on top of the castle? He flashed an ugly grin at Crabbe and Goyle, then leaped onto his broomstick. If you've got the guts, Potter, come and get it, he taunted, pushing off the ground and soaring into the air. Harry, his face a mask of fury, immediately moved to mount his own broom, but Hermione grabbed his arm. No, you can't, she shrieked. Madam Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all in big trouble. But Harry, consumed by righteous anger, shook her off. He was about to chase after Malfoy when a voice, cold and authoritative, cut through the air. Malfoy. Get down. Dudley barked. The command was imbued with more than just anger. It was an order, backed by the subtle, compelling power of a Beyonder. Malfoy, who had been flying steadily, suddenly flinched as if struck by an invisible force. His broom wobbled violently, completely losing control. Ah, thump. With a cry of alarm, Malfoy tumbled from his broom, falling headfirst and landing face down in the grass. Fortunately, he hadn't been too high, or the fall could have easily broken his neck. A split second of stunned silence was followed by a roar of unrestrained laughter from the Gryffindor side. Everyone disliked Malfoy, and seeing him so thoroughly humiliated was a joyous occasion. Even a few of the Slytherins couldn't suppress their laughter. Crabbe and Goyle rushed over and clumsily turned Malfoy over. His face was covered in dirt and grass stains, a pathetic sight that only fueled the Gryffindors' mockery. Malfoy's own face was a mask of pure shock and blankness, as if his entire world had just crumbled around him. Ha ha ha, look at Malfoy. Ron shouted, unwilling to miss the opportunity. Some pureblood wizard. He's a disgrace to purebloods, is what he is. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Harry, who had already dismounted his broom, couldn't help but laugh along, a feeling of immense satisfaction washing over him. Dudley Dursley. Malfoy shrieked, his voice cracking with rage and humiliation. He had never hated anyone as much as he hated this boy. Oh, what's wrong? Dudley asked, a faint, innocent smile on his face. I was just reminding you not to fly. After all, Madam Hooch told us not to ride our brooms. You. Malfoy sputtered, so angry he could barely breathe. His face was so red it was visible even through the dirt. Consumed by rage, he lost all reason. Ah, I'm going to kill you, he screamed, leaping up and swinging a wild punch at Dudley. What are you doing? Harry and Ron shouted, immediately rushing forward to intervene. Crabbe and Goyle, loyal to a fault, followed suit. A moment of hesitation passed through the Slytherin ranks, then they too surged forward. Not to be outdone, the Gryffindors charged to meet them. In an instant, the flying lesson devolved into a full-blown brawl, a chaotic mass of flailing limbs and shouted insults. Stop it. Stop it quickly, don't fight anymore. Hermione yelled from the sidelines, but her voice was lost in the din. The fight was no longer about Malfoy or Neville, it was about house pride. For the glory of Gryffindor. For Slytherin. They absolutely could not lose. Amidst the chaos, a slight, almost imperceptible smile curved Dudley's lips. I thought there wouldn't be a chance to act, he mused. But look, isn't the chance right here? With a single command and a little provocation, Malfoy had not only fallen into his trap but had dragged both houses in with him. Very good, very good. Dudley moved through the crowd like a phantom, a blur of controlled violence. He threw a few calculated punches, his blows landing with enough force to make the Slytherin students ache for days, but not enough to cause serious injury. He was acting, and the role of a barbarian, an enforcer who used physical persuasion when rules failed, fit him like a glove. Soon, he reached Malfoy, who was wrestling clumsily with Harry. Harry, though scrappy, was no match for Malfoy's size. But Malfoy, a pampered young master, was equally out of his element, his movements awkward and ineffective. You, Malfoy's eyes widened in terror as he saw Dudley approaching. Thump. Without a word, Dudley's fist connected with Malfoy's face. Ah. Malfoy wailed, tears of pain and humiliation streaming down his face. That's for showing off. Thump. That's for your foul mouth. Thump. And that's for insulting me. Thump. With each sentence, Dudley landed a solid, punishing blow, hitting Malfoy until he couldn't even scream. Harry watched in horror, a primal fear awakening within him. It was as if he had been transported back in time, back to the days of being bullied by his cousin. He suddenly realized that Dudley's recent gentleness was just a facade. At his core, this boy was a complete and utter barbarian. No, no more hitting, Malfoy whimpered, begging for mercy. He was terrified. This Dudley wasn't a boy, he was a devil. Call me Dad. Dudley commanded, landing another punch. Dad, I was wrong. Malfoy wailed, his voice a pathetic, incoherent mumble. I was really wrong. Louder. I was wrong, Dad. Malfoy screamed, his voice cracking. Dudley stopped. He glanced around, calculating the time. It was about right. Time to finish this. He elegantly wiped the blood from his knuckles onto Malfoy's robes, then offered the beaten boy a harmless, friendly smile. I don't have such an unfilial son, he said, kicking Malfoy away. He turned to Harry. Let's go, he said calmly. The teachers will be here soon. Harry swallowed hard, looking at his cousin. A chilling dread, cold and sharp, made his scalp tingle. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 65, Gryffindor wins. As Dudley watched Malfoy tumble and writhe, a stark contrast formed in Harry's mind. The raw ferocity, the brutal efficiency, the sheer madness in Dudley's eyes during the fight, it had been terrifying. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that primal fury had vanished, replaced by a calm, almost elegant smile. Could a normal person truly shift so completely? Was this really his cousin, Dudley, the same boy he had grown up with? What are you looking at? Dudley asked, a light chuckle in his voice, his hand absently brushing his cheek. Do I have blood on my face? No, no, it's just. Harry stammered, unable to articulate the jarring dissonance he felt. Dudley simply smiled, reading Harry's confusion, and didn't press him further. Stop, don't fight anymore, you two stop fighting. Hermione's voice pierced through the din, trying desperately to pull a Gryffindor student away from the fray. Her efforts, however, were futile. She merely attracted angry glares from her own housemates. Dudley watched her, a faint shake of his head. At a time like this, in a brawl between houses, remaining neutral, no matter the reason, was a tactical error. This was a battle between collectives, not individuals. Hermione's refusal to participate, despite her good intentions, would mark her as an outsider. Oh, my goodness, what are you doing? Stop it, all of you, stop this instant. Professor McGonagall's stern, furious voice cut through the chaos like a sharp blade, finally bringing the sprawling fight to a shuddering halt. Many other professors, drawn by the commotion, arrived just behind her, their faces etched with shock. The scene before them was a teacher's nightmare, Gryffindor and Slytherin students, tangled in a messy brawl, almost all of them bearing scrapes, bruises, and torn robes. Even with the professors present, they were still snarling and struggling. Finally, a few well-aimed nonverbal spells from the teacher separated the combatants completely. Professor McGonagall, Hermione sobbed, her face streaked with tears and grime. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. McGonagall surveyed the chaotic aftermath, her face grim. Her anger, though still present, seemed to temper as she absorbed the full picture. 10 minutes later, in Professor McGonagall's office, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken fury. Gryffindor, 100 points deducted, she announced, her voice trembling with barely suppressed rage. I am truly disappointed in all of you. It is the second week of term, and you are already involved in a group fight. I have never taught students like you. She paced before them, her expression severe. As the head of Gryffindor, I am ashamed. Professor McGonagall, it was Slytherin who started it. Ron burst out, indignant. And they insulted us. That's right, Professor. We can't just let the Slytherins beat us up for nothing, another Gryffindor student piped up. Exactly. We were defending our house's honor. The chorus of young voices filled the office. Dudley stood silently in the crowd, observing with a detached amusement. This was what happened when a large group was involved, the concept of individual responsibility blurred. They knew they wouldn't all be expelled, at most, a severe point deduction. Miss Granger. McGonagall snapped, her gaze falling on Hermione, the only student who hadn't participated in the melee. You tell me exactly what happened. Hermione, still tearful, recounted the events on the field, carefully emphasizing Malfoy's insults, how he had stolen Neville's removal, and his illegal use of a broomstick. She concluded with how Dudley had intervened, and how Malfoy's enraged attack had then escalated into the full-blown brawl. After listening to Hermione's detailed account, McGonagall's expression, though still grim, softened perceptibly. Regardless of the provocation, she stated firmly, fighting is always wrong. Especially since several students from Slytherin are currently in the hospital wing. You had all better pray they make a swift recovery. Her gaze swept over the Gryffindors, lingering for a moment on Dudley, who stood completely uninjured. All right, all of you may go. If you feel unwell, report to the hospital wing immediately. She waved a dismissive hand. Dursley. Potter. You two stay. Ron shot them a sympathetic look before being herded out with the rest of the first years. Soon, only the three of them remained in the office. Dursley. Professor McGonagall began, her voice now a low, dangerous growl. I had thought that, with your obvious intellect and refined character, we would not have a repeat of such incidents. Yet, only 2 weeks into the term, you have once again assaulted a fellow student, and the same person at that. Can you truly not control your temper? Or perhaps, you are simply a barbarian by nature. Professor McGonagall, Dudley replied calmly, I believe the primary issue is that Malfoy is simply insufferable. It wasn't that I had to hit him. As for being a barbarian. He paused, a faint, almost innocent smile playing on his lips. I admit, I am indeed a barbarian. My brother, Harry, can testify to that. He turned to Harry. I've restrained myself a great deal, haven't I, Harry? Harry nodded vigorously, suppressing a grin. Compared to his old self, Dudley was far more restrained. Now, he was a barbarian with a brain. Professor McGonagall stared at Dudley, speechless. She had never encountered a student like him. After a long, exasperated sigh, she turned her attention to Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice heavy with disappointment. The famous boy who lived. I had hoped you would lead by example, setting a good precedent for your peers. Your recent performance has truly disappointed me. Her voice softened, a hint of concern entering it. Do you know? You two have severely injured Malfoy. He is still unconscious in the hospital wing. This incident will bring you a great deal of trouble. Do you understand that? Harry's face paled. I'm sorry, Professor, he whispered. I know I was wrong. Seeing his genuine remorse, McGonagall's expression softened further. All right, you two may go back now. I will discuss this matter with Slytherin House and inform Professor Dumbledore. We cannot let Gryffindor bear all the responsibility, can we? Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry and Dudley said in unison, relief washing over them. Harry reached for the door, eager to escape. Just as he opened it, Dudley paused, turning back to face McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, he said, a triumphant gleam in his eye, we Gryffindors won. With that, he pulled Harry out of the office, leaving Professor McGonagall standing alone, a look of utter exasperation, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. Her voice came through the closed door, Dursley. It sounded as if she was grinding her teeth, but the anger was gone, replaced by a grudging, almost proud, amusement. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 66, The Punishment. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Harry's initial euphoria began to fade, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. The more exhilarating the fight had been, the heavier the potential consequences weighed on his mind. Will we actually get a severe punishment? Harry asked, his voice laced with worry. Like suspension, or even expulsion? Probably not, Dudley replied, completely unconcerned, his eyes scanning the portraits in the corridor. The law doesn't punish everyone. If they wanted to expel all of us, Hogwarts would lose half its new students in one go. Besides, he reasoned, the Slytherins had started it, and with so many witnesses, Malfoy's lies wouldn't hold up. In the chaos of a full-blown brawl, it would be impossible to pinpoint individual responsibility. Do you think Malfoy will be okay? Harry couldn't help but ask, a flicker of concern for his opponent. You hit him really hard. He'll be fine, Dudley stated, his voice firm. I controlled my strength. He had, after all, only recently advanced to the barbarian sequence. If he had unleashed his full power, Malfoy's pampered frame wouldn't have stood a chance. A subtle shift in his aura caught Dudley's attention. He checked the digestion of his Beyonder characteristics. A wide, satisfied smile spread across his face. The barbarian characteristic was digesting far faster than he had anticipated, even surpassing the sheriff characteristic, which had been progressing steadily. Could it be that I really am a barbarian by nature? He mused, a flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. He thought of his childhood, his inherent bullying tendencies, and his love for physical dominance. Perhaps it's just my natural inclination. It makes sense. If he could maintain the uninhibited, brutal state he'd been in during the fight, the barbarian characteristic might just instantly digest itself. Dudley's palpable delight did not go unnoticed by Harry. "You seem very happy." Harry asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Yes, I'm quite happy," Dudley retorted. "I finally gave Malfoy a proper beating. Aren't you happy?" Harry pondered for a moment, then a wide, genuine grin broke across his face. "Now that you mention it," he burst out laughing, "I really am quite happy. Let me tell you, I was amazing back then." Harry launched into an excited, slightly embellished recount of his own role in the brawl, describing how he had grappled with Malfoy, throwing left hooks and right hooks. When Harry and Dudley finally returned to the Gryffindor common room, a thunderous cheer erupted, engulfing them instantly. Almost all the first-year Gryffindor students were gathered there, and even many older students, including Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George. "We heard everything," Fred shouted, pushing through the crowd. "You guys were amazing. Especially Dudley. You are our Gryffindor heroes. Big D is mighty. Big D is awesome." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Many of the first-year students sported cuts and bruises, but they jumped and cheered with unbridled excitement, seemingly oblivious to their injuries. They all knew that several Slytherin students were still in the hospital wing, while not a single Gryffindor had been seriously hurt. This time, they had truly achieved a great victory. And at the heart of that victory was Dudley. His swift, decisive actions had set the tone, laying the foundation for their triumph. And by personally delivering the main culprit, Malfoy, to the hospital wing, he had solidified his position as Gryffindor's undisputed hero. The title Digo had been fully cemented into the school's burgeoning legend. The cheering and celebration lasted for nearly half an hour before everyone reluctantly dispersed, their voices hoarse, their faces flushed with pride. "I can't believe all of this is real," Ron sighed, collapsing onto a plush armchair. "All right, don't celebrate too soon," Dudley said, effectively dousing their excitement with a splash of cold realism. "We probably still have some trouble ahead." "Didn't losing points settle it?" Ron asked immediately, his face falling. "Losing points is just one aspect," Dudley explained. "Do you think Hogwarts only has point deductions? There are other punishments, like cleaning duty or detention. Though more severe punishments have largely been abolished, we did break tradition. It's hard to say what they'll do." "What?" Ron, Harry, Seamus, and a few others looked utterly dismayed. "Ha ha ha, just kidding," Dudley laughed, seeing their panicked faces. "I imagine they'll just make us clean something. It won't be too severe. By the way, where's Hermione?" Dudley asked, changing the subject. He hadn't seen her during the celebration, nor was she in the common room now. "In the dormitory," Ron grumbled, hiding. "No one wants to talk to her. Why didn't she fight? She just kept trying to break us up. We can't blame her, after all." Harry began, trying to be fair. "Forget about her," Ron interrupted carelessly. "Everyone's probably just angry for a while. It'll be fine after some time." Dudley glanced towards the girls' dormitory but didn't press the matter. In the evening, the Gryffindor common room was buzzing with nervous anticipation. After dinner, Prefect Percy and a few selected first-years were summoned to provide testimony about the afternoon's brawl. Dudley and Harry were notably absent from the summons. Their presence would have inflamed the Slytherins, and the school wanted to de-escalate the situation. At 9 o'clock, Percy and the chosen witnesses finally returned, their faces solemn. "All right," Percy announced to the hushed common room. "All first-year students who participated in the group fight are sentenced to labor in the Forbidden Forest for 1 month. A confused murmur spread through the room. "Forbidden Forest labor? What's that? Has that ever happened before? What kind of punishment is that?" "To be precise," Percy clarified, "you will have to spend 2 days a week helping out in the Forbidden Forest. The specific arrangements have been entrusted to the caretaker, Mr. Filch, and the gamekeeper, Hagrid. You will receive notifications then." He paused, then added, "Additionally, Slytherin House will receive the exact same punishment, and you will be performing this labor alongside them." "Oh, no." Ron wailed. "Why with Slytherin again?" He sighed. "Good news, Slytherin is punished with us. Bad news, Slytherin is punished with us." Dudley, however, nodded slightly. "It's not too bad. This outcome is within my expectations." Percy then turned to Dudley and Harry, his voice lowering. "Dudley, Harry, your punishments might be a bit heavier, mainly because Malfoy's injuries are too severe, and his father, Lucius, is very firm about it, so. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Rules are meant to be broken. Harry immediately tensed up. Are we going to receive any extra punishment? Percy shook his head. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but from the final decision, your punishment should be a bit heavier than the others. Someone will notify you then. Thanks, Harry said, his voice dejected. I understand. This is already the best outcome Professor McGonagall could fight for, Percy added, his voice lowering with a note of admiration. You don't know, in Dumbledore's office, she argued so fiercely. I've never seen her like that, arguing until her face was red, all for a few students. So don't be discouraged. At least, from her reaction, she is on our side. Don't resent her. Thank you, Percy, Dudley said, his voice calm and appreciative. We understand. It was remarkable that McGonagall had gone to such lengths for them. It was only because Slytherin had instigated the fight that she had been able to argue their case so fiercely. Percy nodded and turned to leave. I hope our punishment isn't too outrageous, Harry said, his worry returning. Hogwarts punishments, no matter how severe, won't be that bad, Dudley reassured him. Don't worry. He wasn't worried at all. In fact, a part of him was even a little excited. The accelerated digestion of his barbarian characteristic was a significant reward, one that far outweighed any potential punishment. Still, the incident had caused such a stir that he wouldn't dare to orchestrate another one so soon. He had likely benefited from his connection to Harry this time, any other student would have almost certainly been expelled. The fighting incident slowly faded into the background. In the following days, Dudley kept a low profile, attending classes with Harry and the others as usual. As he had predicted, Hermione was isolated by the Gryffindor first years. Her refusal to join the brawl, however well-intentioned, was seen as a betrayal. No one spoke to her proactively anymore. In the corridors, they treated her as if she were invisible. Dudley could see the sadness in her eyes, her confusion as to why her hard work and dedication to Gryffindor had earned her nothing but ostracism. He still chatted with her, but he didn't offer any advice. This was a lesson she had to learn for herself. Harry and Ron, influenced by Dudley, also remained civil, but a clear distance had formed. During that week, Malfoy was conspicuously absent from their shared classes. Rumor had it he was still in the hospital wing, refusing to leave even though his physical injuries had healed. The other Slytherin students, without their rabble-rousing leader, were much more subdued. After all, they were scared of getting beaten up again. News of Gryffindor's glorious deeds had spread throughout the school. Students from other houses now looked at the Gryffindor first years with a newfound respect, a touch of admiration, and a healthy dose of fear. The message was clear, don't provoke Gryffindor, because they are truly full of martial virtue. And at the heart of that reputation was the boy named Dudley Dursley. He was ruthless and spoke little. He usually appeared polite, almost like a gentleman, but when he fought, he was simply not human. In just 2 weeks, he had beaten Malfoy twice, the second time so badly that the boy had taken refuge in the hospital wing for a week. And yet, Dudley was fine, attending classes as if nothing had happened, often seen wandering the castle corridors during his free time. This led to much speculation. Many knew of Malfoy's powerful background. For a Muggle-born to so thoroughly humiliate him and face no repercussions was unheard of. The only connection they could find was his relationship to Harry. Other than that, Dudley Dursley was a complete mystery. Friday afternoon, after classes had ended, Dudley prepared to leave the common room for his now customary patrol of the castle. Are you going to wander around the castle again? Ron asked, a note of concern in his voice. Yes, Dudley replied simply. I like walking around the castle. Fred asked me to remind you, Ron whispered, leaning closer, it's best not to wander around for a while. There might be trouble. What's wrong? Dudley asked, his interest piqued. Harry leaned in as well. He said that some of the older Slytherin students are angry about you beating up the first years, Ron explained softly. They want to get revenge on you. So, he said, it's best to just go back to the common room after class. Harry's face immediately grew nervous. Their advice is right, Dudley. Don't wander around. Come back with us. But as they watched Dudley, they saw no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a flicker of something else. Excitement. An almost undisguised, predatory smile. Is that so? Dudley said, his voice laced with a strange, eager energy. That's great. Ron and Harry exchanged a look of pure bewilderment. They both thought Dudley had gone mad. These were older students, wizards who knew magic they couldn't even imagine, who were bigger, stronger, and more experienced. No matter how good Dudley was at fighting, he couldn't possibly beat them. What are you going to do? Harry asked, a bad feeling rising in his stomach. Nothing, Dudley replied with a light chuckle. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I'll definitely let them know what I'm capable of. He was just worried that the digestion of his barbarian characteristic was a bit slow. And now, someone was delivering themselves right to his doorstep. That was great. He finally had a chance to play the barbarian again. Dudley, Professor McGonagall has already warned us, Harry reminded him urgently. We can't violate the school rules again, or we might really be expelled. Don't worry, Dudley said, a confident, almost arrogant smile on his face. I know what I'm doing. There won't be any problems. He turned, his steps light and purposeful. Besides, he called over his shoulder, rules are meant to be broken, aren't they? He left Harry and Ron standing there, their faces a picture of disarray, the wind whipping around them. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 68, the fourth floor corridor. He wouldn't really want to challenge a senior student, would he? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to Harry. That possibility can't be ruled out. Harry said, his gaze fixed on Dudley's retreating figure. A vivid, unsettling image flashed in his mind, Dudley, pinning Malfoy down, his face a mask of primal fury, then moments later, elegantly wiping the blood from his hands, utterly composed. That sudden shift, that terrifying indifference, it unnerved Harry. Dudley seemed genuinely fearless, or perhaps, simply didn't care about consequences. What do we do now? Ron asked, a tremor of worry in his voice. We can't just let him wander around alone. What if something happens? Harry thought for a moment. Let's go back first. It's still early. Dudley usually comes back by 7 or 8. If he goes out again tonight, we'll go with him. Okay, Ron agreed. There wasn't a better plan. 9 o'clock in the evening. Most students had retreated to their respective common rooms, and the castle felt much quieter, its vast halls echoing with empty silence. Dudley, however, continued his nocturnal patrol, planning to extend his walk a little longer before returning. He was still trying to lure out any disgruntled older Slytherin students. To give them a clear opportunity, he had even deliberately sauntered past the Slytherin common room entrance, making sure his presence was noted. Unfortunately, no one had approached him. Perhaps it was still too early, or perhaps the recent brawl had made everyone more cautious. Even though the Slytherins he encountered gave him hostile glares, none dared to make a move. Dudley felt a distinct pang of disappointment. I've given you the opportunity, he muttered to himself, but you're not living up to expectations. Lost in his thoughts, he wandered aimlessly, eventually finding himself on the 4th floor. His gaze narrowed. Here. This was the forbidden corridor, the one Dumbledore had explicitly warned them about during the welcoming feast. He hadn't ventured this far before. What secret is hidden here? Dudley's curiosity, a far more powerful motivator than fear, surged. He glanced around, confirming the corridor was empty, then activated his spiritual vision, peering into the shadowy area beyond the forbidden ropes. There are traces of magic, he murmured, his eyes squinting. And, there seems to be something behind that door. His spiritual vision was hazy, almost as if the area was shrouded in a magical veil, obscuring details. He recalled his recent explorations of Hogwarts. This section of the 4th floor, he knew, was largely inaccessible. And even on the floors directly below it, a corresponding section seemed to be closed off. This means the forbidden area is actually a considerably large space, he deduced. Having traversed the castle for the past few weeks, Dudley had mentally constructed a detailed 3-dimensional map of Hogwarts, its secret passages and hidden rooms charted with the precision of a seasoned explorer. On this internal map, he could clearly see that the areas downstairs corresponding to the 4th floor forbidden area were also off-limits. This was not just a single corridor, it was an entire vertical section of the castle, extending downwards through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors, and perhaps even into the dungeons below. Are they hiding something significant here? He wondered. He pondered for a moment, then let his spiritual intuition guide him, seeking an occult revelation. His connection to Hogwarts had deepened with his new role as sheriff, enhancing his sensitivity to the magical currents flowing through the ancient castle. Dumbledore only prohibited students from entering this area this year, he recalled. Which means there was no such ban before. As the thought solidified, a flash of lightning seemed to strike his mind. Vault 713. Dudley's eyes snapped open. Hagrid had repeatedly stressed that Gringotts was the safest place next to Hogwarts. So where would the item taken from Vault 713 be hidden? And it was a task Dumbledore himself had entrusted to Hagrid. At this moment, all the pieces clicked into place. While he had no concrete evidence, he was almost certain his guess was correct. I just don't know what's actually inside. At Gringotts, the goblin griphook hadn't even had time to open the vault door before the dark wizard had struck, robbing Dudley of the chance to glimpse its contents. Dudley considered his next move, then, without hesitation, stepped over the forbidden ropes and walked deeper into the corridor. School rules. They were mere suggestions. The justiciar pathway, particularly its higher sequences, embodied the utilization and even distortion of order. He was, in essence, a walking embodiment of rule-bending. He was hardly the type to be deterred by a simple rope. Tap. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the adjacent corridor. Dudley immediately froze, his senses on high alert. Another set of footsteps. 2 people. He thought, his expression tightening. The rhythm of one set of footsteps was familiar. His newly enhanced beyonder abilities, particularly those related to the sheriff sequence, allowed him to recognize it. Snape. The other voice was also vaguely familiar, though he couldn't immediately place it. Don't let me find out what you're doing, otherwise. Snape's low, cold voice drifted closer, his words clipped and broken, as always. I don't know what you're talking about. A stammering voice replied. It's Quirrell. Dudley finally recognized the other voice. A new thought flashed through his mind. Did Snape discover Quirrell's problem? Their hushed, tense conversation certainly sounded like an interrogation. You. Snape was about to speak again, but then he stopped abruptly. The next moment, his tall, dark figure rounded the corner of the corridor. His gaze, sharp and cold, immediately fixed on Dudley. Dudley Dursley. Snape's voice was a low growl. Professor Snape. Dudley offered a small, polite smile and a slight nod of greeting. There was nowhere to hide, and he had no intention of hiding anyway. He had Dumbledore's implicit permission to violate certain rules within a reasonable scope. Out of your dormitory in the middle of the night, on the 4th floor corridor, Snape's voice dripped with disdain. What are you doing here? He narrowed his eyes, his mind already formulating the scathing remarks, the inevitable point deductions. Gryffindor loses. Professor, Dudley interrupted smoothly, I have Professor Dumbledore's permission to move freely around the castle and to, within a reasonable scope, violate certain school rules. I believe my current presence here is well within the allowed scope. If you disbelieve me, you may simply ask Professor Dumbledore. Dudley's smile broadened, polite yet utterly unyielding. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 69, The Evil Breath. Snape glared at Dudley, his lip curling into a sneer. Talking back to a professor, Gryffindor loses 10 points, he announced, his voice dripping with malicious satisfaction. And as for your supposed permission to break school rules, we will confirm it with Professor Dumbledore. If it turns out you are lying, believe me, no one will be able to protect you this time. His voice dropped to a low, menacing whisper. Now, go and wait for me outside the headmaster's office. Okay, Professor, Dudley replied, his tone polite and cooperative. He turned and walked past Snape, catching a glimpse of Professor Quirrell huddled at the corner of the corridor, his face a mask of nervous tension. Good evening, Professor Quirrell, Dudley said with a polite smile. Why you, hello, Quirrell stammered in response. Dudley nodded politely and continued on his way. Snape watched Dudley's retreating figure until he had completely disappeared from view, then turned his intense, predatory gaze back to Professor Quirrell. The castle hasn't been very peaceful lately, Snape hissed, leaning in so close that his long, hooked nose almost touched Quirrell's face. So I hope you understand your responsibilities, rather than causing trouble. How could that be? Quirrell stammered, taking a fearful step back. Snape let out a soft, contemptuous snort and then turned, his black robe swirling around him as he swept down the corridor. Dudley, meanwhile, had reached the 8th floor. I come to Professor Dumbledore's office quite frequently, he mused, a flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. Probably more than many professors. Suddenly, he stopped. He looked at a bare stretch of wall beside him. Something felt incongruous. He couldn't pinpoint it, but there was a subtle wrongness to the space. He activated his spiritual vision but saw nothing unusual, just old stone. Yet, his intuition insisted that something was amiss. He turned and looked behind him. It was just another wall, adorned with a large tapestry depicting a group of trolls attempting to clobber a wizard named Barnaby the Barmy. Dudley had heard the story. Barnaby had tried to teach the trolls ballet. What are you doing now? Snape's voice, sharp and cold, echoed from the end of the corridor. Just admiring this painting, Dudley replied, deactivating his vision and turning with a calm smile. Snape glanced at the tapestry, his expression one of pure disdain. I told you to wait for me outside the headmaster's office, not to admire tapestries. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Dudley didn't argue. He knew Snape was just looking for excuses. He felt a pang of sympathy for Hermione. She would be devastated in the morning. Soon, they were standing before the eagle statue once more. "Oh, Severus," Dumbledore said, appearing at the top of the stairs, dressed in a long, star-spangled dressing gown. "And Dudley? What brings you to me so late?" "I found Dudley Dursley in the 4th-floor corridor," Snape announced, his voice dripping with accusation. "He claimed that you allowed him to walk around the castle at night and to break school rules. Is that true?" "Yes," Dumbledore replied, his gaze flickering to Dudley before returning to Snape. "Why?" Snape demanded, his expression darkening. "Severus, Dudley has a rare and powerful talent," Dumbledore explained calmly. "He can perceive evil things. I hope he can use this talent to help me find any hidden dangers in the castle." Snape stared at Dumbledore, clearly stunned. "Him," he sneered, looking at Dudley with utter contempt. "Perceive evil things. With all due respect, Headmaster, you might as well trust a troll's intelligence than his supposed talent. Professor Snape," Dudley interjected, his voice firm, "how can you be so sure I don't have such a talent?" He felt emboldened in Dumbledore's presence. Snape wouldn't dare to deduct more points here. Snape gave Dudley a cold, withering look. "Then, Mr. Dursley, have you found any evil things while wandering around the castle recently?" Dudley nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, I have." The atmosphere in the office instantly shifted. Dumbledore and Snape's gazes focused intently on Dudley. Even a few of the portraits of past headmasters stirred, their painted ears perking up. Gossip, it seemed, was a universal human trait, even for the long dead. "What did you find?" Dumbledore asked, his voice low and urgent. "For example," Dudley began, his gaze unwavering, "Professor Snape has an evil aura about him." "Dursley, do you know what you are saying?" Snape hissed, his composure finally cracking. "Insulting a professor is a very serious accusation. If you cannot give me a satisfactory answer, I will demand your immediate expulsion for being a disrespectful, violent student who only knows how to fight." He thought Dudley would invent some fanciful tale to distract them, not turn the accusation back on him. Dumbledore also frowned, a flicker of disapproval in his eyes. It was easy to assume Dudley was simply using this as an opportunity for revenge. "You say you don't have an evil aura about you," Dudley continued, his voice calm and steady. "Then, Professor Snape, do you dare let me see your left arm?" His gaze was sharp, falling directly on Snape's left forearm. Snape's expression immediately changed. He instinctively pulled his left arm back, a flicker of pure panic in his eyes. He quickly realized his mistake and lowered it again, but the brief, involuntary movement had revealed everything. "What? Is Professor Snape afraid?" Dudley's lips curved into a slight, knowing smile. He turned to look at Dumbledore and saw not surprise or anger, but a flicker of understanding, as if a suspicion he had long held had just been confirmed. "Professor Dumbledore," Dudley said, his voice now serious and resolute, "I originally didn't want to suspect a professor. But since you asked, I can only tell you what I have discovered. I sensed an evil aura on Professor Snape. Though this aura is not very strong, I confirm that it does exist. And the most concentrated area of this evil aura is his left arm." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the silent room. "To check if my judgment is correct, it's actually very simple, just have Professor Snape reveal his left arm, and you will know. This unfiltered evil aura shouldn't be hidden very deeply. It should be easy to find." Snape looked at Dumbledore, his face a mask of grim fury. Dumbledore, in turn, looked at Snape. The entire office fell into a dead, suffocating silence. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 70, A Quarrel in the Night. A long silence stretched between them. Dumbledore finally took a slow, deep breath. "Dudley," he said, his voice calm, "thank you for your reminder about the evil aura on Professor Snape. I have been aware of this for quite some time." He paused, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly. "There is indeed an evil aura on his left arm. He acquired it accidentally in his early years." Snape stood rigid, his face a grim mask, but he said nothing. "Is that so?" Dudley feigned surprise, though the revelation confirmed his earlier suspicions. The moment he had seen Dumbledore's knowing expression, he had understood that the headmaster was fully aware of Snape's condition. However, Dumbledore continued, his eyes twinkling, "You have still proven your talent, which is truly remarkable. So, besides that, have you discovered anything else during your patrols?" "Not for now," Dudley replied, shaking his head. "Good. You are doing an excellent job with your task, my little sheriff. Now, go back and rest. If you discover anything, remember to come find me anytime. Dumbledore smiled, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh, and if you find that the password to my office has changed, you can always try saying some candy names. You'll figure it out. He winked conspiratorially at Dudley. Okay, thank you, Professor, Dudley nodded. He spared a quick glance at Snape, then turned and left the headmaster's office. Once Dudley had completely vanished from sight, Snape's rigid posture slumped slightly. You truly believe his words, he sneered, his voice laced with indignation. As you can see, Severus, he possesses an undeniable talent in this area, Dumbledore said softly. That proves nothing. As long as he consults a few common resources, he can easily discover details of my past and subsequently guess about the dark mark on my arm. Snape retorted, his voice rising in anger. We cannot rule out that possibility, Dumbledore conceded. However, his instinctive detection of the dark-robed figure at Gringotts, and his discovery of the presence in the Forbidden Forest, all indicate a genuine, innate ability. Severus, we must not look at Dudley with prejudice, even if he comes from a non-magical family. And do not forget, his aunt was also an exceptional witch. Snape's face stiffened, his lips twitching as if to form a furious retort, but no words came. He remained silent for a long moment, battling with his emotions. Then, with a sudden, pained cry, he burst out, "She's not like them." He flung his hand dismissively and swept out of the office, his black robes billowing behind him. Dumbledore watched Snape's retreating back and sighed softly. On his way back to the common room, Dudley passed the tapestry of Barnaby the Barmy. He paused, scrutinizing the bare wall beside it once more, but still found nothing. He made a mental note of the spot, intending to return and examine it more thoroughly when he had the chance. As he walked, he encountered Harry and Ron, who had clearly snuck out of their dormitory. They were hiding like thieves behind a large statue, their faces etched with worry. "What are you two doing?" Dudley asked, his voice laced with surprise. He had spotted them immediately. "Oh, thank goodness, you're all right." Ron breathed a sigh of immense relief, rushing forward. "We thought you'd been beaten by older Slytherin students and were coming out to look for you," Harry explained, his voice still tinged with anxiety. They had been waiting for Dudley in the Gryffindor common room after classes. When he hadn't returned by his usual time, and as midnight approached, they had grown increasingly worried. They imagined the worst, perhaps Dudley beaten senseless and thrown into some deserted classroom. "I'm fine," Dudley reassured them. "I just ran into a bit of trouble on the way back, and ended up at the headmaster's office." "Did something happen?" Harry asked nervously. "Nothing serious, just..." Dudley began, but then he frowned, his head tilting. His ear twitched. He looked towards another statue nearby. He sensed a presence. "Who's there?" Dudley demanded, his gaze fixed on the shadows. Harry and Ron's faces instantly paled. Their sneaking out was a clear violation of school rules. If they were caught, the trouble would be immense. They had just been punished for a group fight. Professor McGonagall would surely skin them alive if she discovered them violating school rules again. "It's me," a voice emerged from behind the statue, and Hermione, her curly hair a wild halo, stepped into the faint light. "Hermione!" Ron exclaimed, his voice a surprised whisper. Dudley sighed. "Why did you sneak out, too?" He wondered if she had been looking for him as well. "I saw Harry and Ron not sleeping late at night and felt like they were planning something bad again, so I kept an eye on them," Hermione explained, glaring at the two boys. "Then I saw them sneaking out. I originally wanted to stop them, but I didn't get the chance." "Oh, Hermione, do you always have to be so nosy?" Ron groaned, exasperated. "What do you mean, nosy?" Hermione retorted, her face flushing with anger. "You've just been punished, you can't make any more mistakes, or you'll really be expelled. I'm doing this for your own good." "For our own good? Who asked you to interfere?" Ron shot back impolitely. Harry, too, frowned. Dudley hadn't come back so late. Shouldn't we have come out to find him? What if he'd been injured by an older student from Slytherin? "I've already told you, you can simply inform Professor McGonagall about such things, and she will handle it." Hermione insisted, her voice tight with frustration. "But you just wouldn't listen. If Professor McGonagall could handle it, that incident on the Quidditch pitch wouldn't have happened." Ron countered, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Dudley listened to the three young children bickering over such a trivial matter, a wave of helplessness washing over him. "All right, let's go back and..." Just as Dudley was about to intervene, his ears twitched again. A familiar, soft sound. Meow. A soft cat's meow echoed from the corner of the corridor. Dudley's mind, for a fleeting moment, thought of his own pet, Big Orange. However, what met his eyes was not his pet at all, but a scrawny, dull-furred cat. It was Mrs. Norris, Mr. Filch's cat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Dudley's gaze. Their expressions instantly froze, their eyes wide with terror. "Let me see who's not sleeping at night, wandering around." Mr. Filch's raspy voice came from the other end of the corridor, carrying a hint of triumphant excitement. The air around them seemed to solidify, trapping them in place. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 71, The Three-Headed Dog. Run. Dudley shoved the three terrified students, urging them in the opposite direction. He himself didn't care about being caught, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione absolutely could not be caught violating school rules again. They had just been punished. If they were caught wandering around in the middle of the night again, Professor McGonagall would surely skin them alive. The four of them ran downstairs like mad. Filch had come from the direction of Gryffindor Tower, which meant they could only run in the opposite direction. "This way." Dudley called out, his superior physical condition putting him in the lead. Harry, Ron, and Hermione used every ounce of their strength, their footsteps echoing on the cold stone, terrified of being left behind. Hermione, in particular, looked as if she were about to faint. As a model student, the thought of being caught violating school rules was a fate worse than death. "Come on," Dudley urged, his familiarity with Hogwarts' labyrinthine corridors allowing him to navigate them with ease. Behind them, Filch's raspy voice echoed through the halls, a triumphant, almost giddy sound. He hadn't been this excited in a long time. "Ha ha ha, students out of bed at night, running around," a new, cackling voice screeched. A milky white ghostly figure burst out of a nearby wall, laughing hysterically at the four fleeing students. "Damn it, it's Peeves." Ron's face turned pale. Peeves, the poltergeist, was the most mischievous ghost in all of Hogwarts. Only the Bloody Baron of Slytherin could control him. Running into Peeves now was the worst possible luck. "This way." Dudley had to change their escape route on the fly, veering into another corridor. "Filch is about to catch you, you little rascals." Peeves taunted, following them, his shrill, mocking laughter echoing off the walls. At this rate, they would never escape. Dudley's face hardened. He whirled around, his eyes locking onto the poltergeist. "Scram," he roared, his voice imbued with the full authority of a sheriff of the Justiciar pathway. The authority, boosted by his connection to Hogwarts itself, was incredibly impactful. Peeves froze in midair, trembling, his laughter dying in his throat. So scary," he shrieked, his voice filled with the terror he usually inflicted on others. More terrifying than the Bloody Baron. With a final, terrified wail, Peeves crashed through the nearest wall and disappeared. "Quick, Dudley, this way." Harry called out, now in the lead. Dudley looked around. The corridor was unfamiliar, its stone walls lined with ancient, ominous sculptures. His expression hardened. He hadn't been here before. This was the one place in the entire castle he hadn't yet explored, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side. "Where are we?" Ron whispered, sensing the eerie change in the atmosphere. "Can't worry about that now, Filch is catching up." Harry insisted, continuing to run deeper into the forbidden corridor. "Oh, damn it, no way out." Harry cried, reaching the end of the corridor. A single, locked door blocked their path. "What do we do?" Ron asked, his voice panicked. "Let me think, I should be able to use a spell. Oh, I forgot my wand when I came out." Hermione said, her voice filled with despair. Dudley didn't have time to draw his own wand. He could hear Filch's footsteps rounding the corner. He pressed his hand against the ancient, oaken door. "Alohomora," he whispered, channeling his magic through his palm. With a soft click, the lock disengaged. The door swung open. Harry, Ron, and Hermione scrambled inside, closing the door just as Filch's shadow fell upon the corridor. Dudley's expression was grim as he followed them in, shutting the door behind him. "Did he follow us?" Harry whispered, peeking through the keyhole. "I don't know, but there's no sound now," Ron replied, his own ear pressed against the door. "He seems to have left. I hope he didn't find us." Dudley, however, was no longer concerned with Filch. His pupils were filled with the sight of a monstrous, three-headed dog, its massive form filling the dark room. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hadn't expected such a creature to be hidden within the walls of Hogwarts. He could feel the immense pressure emanating from it, the raw, primal power of a sentient, magical beast. "Harry," Dudley's voice was calm and steady, "you three, go out. Quietly." His sheriff's authority was already spreading through the room, a subtle, calming influence that seemed to hold the beast's attention, though a thick rope of drool was already dangling from one of its massive jaws. "What?" Harry turned, his eyes adjusting to the darkness, and finally saw it. The massive, mountain-like figure, the three enormous heads, the six glowing, red eyes. Get out. Before Harry, Ron, or Hermione could scream, Dudley's sharp, cold command stifled their terror. Coming to their senses, they obeyed without question, quietly opening the door and retreating step by step back into the corridor. The great beast saw them leave and let out a low growl, its massive body tensing. Back off, sweetheart. Dudley's voice was a low, commanding murmur, his gaze locked on the creature's 6 eyes. You don't want me to hurt you, do you? His authority was at its fullest, amplified by his connection to Hogwarts, but even so, he wasn't sure it would be enough to control a monster of this level. Back off, he commanded again, trying to force the beast to submit to his will. At the same time, he slowly, carefully, drew his wand, his mind racing through the limited arsenal of spells he knew. None of them would be effective against such a creature. He would have to rely on his beyonder abilities. He continued to command the beast, slowly backing away toward the door. But his retreat seemed to enrage the creature, or perhaps it had finally realized that the authority emanating from the small human couldn't truly threaten it. Roar. All 3 heads roared simultaneously, a deafening sound that shook the very stones of the room. The middle head lunged, its massive jaws, filled with dagger-like teeth, snapping at him. Damn it. Dudley cursed under his breath. His left hand, which wasn't holding his wand, clenched into a tight fist. He poured all of his physical power, the raw, supernatural strength of a barbarian, into a single, desperate punch, aimed directly at the lunging dog's head. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 72, Wandless Casting. Bang. With a deafening crash, Dudley's body flew backward, propelled by the force of his punch. At the same instant, the colossal 3-headed dog let out a sharp, painful whimper. Close the door. Dudley, who had instinctively rolled with the impact, landed on the stone corridor floor and immediately bellowed. Harry, quick-witted despite his shock, slammed the heavy door shut and twisted the lock. The moment the door clicked, all sounds from within the chamber ceased. The corridor outside fell into an eerie, profound silence, punctuated only by their ragged breathing. Half of it was due to sheer terror, half due to bewildered awe. Hiss, Dudley gasped, a sharp, searing pain shooting through his hand, making him wince. Dudley, are you all right? Harry rushed to his side, his face etched with concern. Dudley's hand was covered in glistening liquid, a mixture of the creature's drool, some of its silver blood, and his own scraped skin. Just a minor injury, he mumbled, glancing at the rapidly healing abrasions. Nothing serious. His barbarian physique, while impressive, had limits against a creature of that magnitude. Still, no broken bones. He'd recover quickly. Are they mad? Ron whispered, his voice trembling with horror. They're keeping such a fierce beast in the school. Didn't you see what it was doing? Hermione asked, still shaken, her eyes wide. Doing what? Ron exclaimed, exasperated. I didn't have time to care what it was doing. Maybe you didn't notice, but that thing has 3 heads. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment in exasperation, then opened them. It was standing on a trapdoor. Obviously, it's guarding something. Guarding something? Harry's expression shifted, and he immediately looked at Dudley. Dudley met his gaze and gave a slight nod. Harry understood. The item guarded by the Cerberus was almost certainly the one from Vault 713. Only something of immense value would warrant such extreme security. After confirming that Filch had truly left the area, the 4 of them cautiously returned to the Gryffindor common room. Ron and Hermione bickered the entire way, their usual animosity flaring up despite their shared ordeal. They seemed to disagree on everything, each word from one sparking a fiery retort from the other. If Harry hadn't repeatedly reminded them that their noisy arguments might attract Filch again, they would have likely argued endlessly in the corridor. All right, I'm going to bed, Hermione announced curtly, once they were safely inside the common room. I hope you don't come up with any more idiotic ideas to trouble yourselves, and end up either eaten by a monster or expelled. She turned and stalked towards the girls' dormitory. Ron watched her leave with wide eyes. What was that about? As if we dragged her along. Didn't she also violate school rules and run out with us? Harry just patted Ron's shoulder, saying nothing. Dudley, meanwhile, simply treated the wound on his hand. The scraped area, thanks to his rapidly advancing barbarian healing abilities, had almost completely closed. He had to admit, the barbarian physique was indeed impressive. Dudley, the thing that Cerberus was guarding. Harry began hesitantly. It should be the item from Vault 713, Dudley confirmed. But I'm not sure what it is exactly. However, one thing has made me connect some dots. His voice dropped, taking on a conspiratorial tone. Remember the dark wizard we found in the Forbidden Forest earlier? If that person was the dark-robed figure we encountered at Gringotts, do you think his objective might be the item guarded by that Cerberus? Hearing this, Harry and Ron fell silent, the implications slowly dawning on them. Do you think it's possible that the dark-robed figure is someone from our school? Harry speculated. It's not easy for outsiders to enter the Forbidden Forest. I asked Hagrid about it before. It's possible, Dudley nodded. Professor Quirrell's image flashed through his mind. Quirrell, possessed by an evil spirit. Anything was possible for him. But was he truly the same dark-robed figure from Gringotts? Dudley wasn't entirely certain. At Gringotts, their skirmish had been brief, the distance considerable, and the figure had emitted almost no magical aura, as if carefully prepared. Moreover, Dudley's own strength at that time was only sequence 9, he had only elevated his status by using Trunsoist Brass Book, appearing, and fighting in spirit form. Under those circumstances, it was difficult to make an accurate judgment. You guys, Ron suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide, do you think it could be Professor Snape? I suspect it's him too. Harry immediately nodded. And Dudley just said he ran into Professor Snape in the 4th floor corridor. Oh my goodness, was he perhaps trying to sneak in, and Dudley bumped into him? Ron said, a dawning horror on his face. Once people start making connections, they tend to link many unrelated things to support their own views. The more they talked, the more suspicious Snape seemed. Dudley shook his head helplessly. Compared to Snape, he suspected Quirrell far more. Snape, while annoying, didn't seem truly evil. At least, Dudley hadn't sensed too much genuine malice from him, save for the faint evil aura constantly emanating from his left forearm, likely a remnant of the dark mark. Dudley didn't correct Harry and Ron's conclusions, he let them speculate. After all, Snape's demeanor practically screamed, I am the villain. As for Quirrell, was being possessed by an evil spirit truly being a bad person? It was hard to say. At least during this period, Dudley hadn't found him doing anything overtly abnormal. Early the next morning, as Dudley, Harry, and Ron were having breakfast in the Great Hall, Hermione appeared in a rush, a whirlwind of frantic energy. She plopped down beside Dudley, completely ignoring Harry and Ron. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, speaking in a rapid-fire manner. I almost overlooked something extremely important yesterday. Thankfully, I remembered it this morning. What is it? Dudley asked, genuinely puzzled. Harry and Ron cast inquisitive glances. Clearly, Hermione was talking about last night's events. Had they overlooked something critical? Last night, Hermione whispered, her eyes wide and excited, when you cast that spell on the door, you didn't use a wand at all. Wandless magic. I almost overlooked it. How did you do that? Can you teach me? This. Dudley stammered, trying to formulate a plausible excuse. It's just that, perhaps in a moment of extreme excitement, it naturally came out. You know, wizards can sometimes display abilities beyond the norm when their emotions are highly volatile. Really? Hermione said, a note of disappointment in her voice. Wandless magic was rare, even among highly skilled wizards like Dumbledore. For Dudley, a first year who had only just begun his magical education, to perform it was shocking. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 73, The Punishment. Of course, Dudley said with a shrug, offering a slight smile. It might also be that I just have this kind of talent. All right, Hermione said, a note of disappointment in her voice. She had hoped to glean some secrets of wandless magic from him, but it seemed impossible now. She had already tried it that morning, without a wand, she couldn't cast any spells. Seeing Harry and Ron staring at her, she got up and moved to another table, sitting by herself. Wandless magic. I almost overlooked that. Ron exclaimed, eyes wide, as soon as Hermione was out of earshot. I forgot too, Harry admitted, a thoughtful frown on his face. He remembered Dudley seeming to be able to cast spells without a wand back home, but he hadn't realized how truly rare such an ability was. He quickly recalled that only very powerful wizards, like Professor McGonagall, could do it consistently. It's just some insignificant talent, Dudley said, dismissing it casually. You'll definitely be able to do it in the future too. Ron glanced at Hermione, then back at Dudley, a wry grin on his face. Sure enough, he muttered, effort is worthless in the face of talent. Hermione, somehow, seemed to hear Ron's comment from across the room and glared at him. Ron, Dudley warned softly. All right, Ron chuckled, raising his hands in surrender. Anyway, I know my limits. I won't try something I know I can't do. He didn't seem unhappy about it at all. The weekend arrived swiftly, bringing with it the much-anticipated punishment for the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Filch, the caretaker, notified everyone to gather in the Great Hall early that morning. From there, they would all proceed to the hunting grounds. The punishment was much lighter than many had feared. Since it involved nearly all first-year students from both houses, it couldn't be overly severe. Their collective task was to clean up trash and move various miscellaneous items around the hunting grounds. However, Harry and Dudley's specific punishment was considerably heavier. Simply put, it was scooping poop. When Hagrid led Harry and Dudley to the designated area, Harry almost fainted from the overpowering stench. A truly enormous mound of feces, as large as a bed and half a person's height, dominated the clearing. What animal's poop is this? Harry choked out, utterly aghast. Don't you worry about whose poop it is, Hagrid rumbled. Your job is to get it into the Forbidden Forest. And no wands. This is your punishment. This kind of punishment is far too light nowadays, Filch grumbled regretfully, clutching his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris. In my day, we used to hang students up and beat them for less. Harry's face was a pale shade of green. Now, hand over your wands, Hagrid instructed. If Filch hadn't been present, Hagrid might have gone easy on them, but with the caretaker lurking, he had no choice but to follow the rules. Dudley and Harry reluctantly handed over their wands. First-year students don't know much magic anyway, Hagrid said, taking their wands. Filch shot Hagrid a sharp look. Professor McGonagall instructed this, so let's follow what they said. All right, Hagrid sighed, helplessly glancing at the two boys. He carefully placed their wands into his pocket, patting it gently. Don't worry, lads, I'll keep them safe for you. Thank you, Hagrid, Dudley said. All right, you can start. The shovels and wheelbarrows are over there, Hagrid gestured to a pile of tools. Then, he and Filch walked off to supervise the other students, though they remained within sight. I never thought I'd one day be scooping poop at Hogwarts. Harry's eyes were practically watering from the stench. So what are we now? Dudley muttered, his mouth twitching. Poop scooping boys. Thank you for that apt description, Harry replied, trying to suppress a gag. He grabbed a shovel and, with one heroic scoop, dug out a large pile of steaming feces, dumping it into the wheelbarrow. Ugh! The already foul smell, stirred by that single scoop, exploded into an unbearable cloud, making Harry want to vomit up his entire breakfast. Dudley, despite his hardened constitution, found himself struggling to cope. He had faced many horrors, but this level of fecal stench was truly a new experience. Hurry up and do it, or we'll be stuck here for a long time, Dudley said, holding his breath and beginning to work. Just as they were enduring the terrible stench and filling the wheelbarrow, Ron appeared, led by Hagrid. This little fellow volunteered to come and help you, Hagrid announced, his massive hand patting Ron's shoulder, nearly knocking him off his feet. Hagrid, Ron stammered, his face paler than when he saw spiders, is it too late for me to regret this? He looked at the mountain of excrement with utter horror. I'm afraid not, lad. Hand over your wand. And if you don't finish the task today, you're not allowed to go back to the castle. Hagrid gave him a stern look. Now, hurry up, before dinner. Ron swallowed hard. I might not want to eat for days. Under Hagrid's watchful gaze, Ron reluctantly walked toward Harry and Dudley. This is definitely one of the most regrettable decisions I've ever made, he moaned. Good brother. Harry exclaimed, rushing over and forcibly pulling the slowly moving Ron closer. Thank you for your help. Ugh. Ron was so overwhelmed by the stench that he immediately threw up his breakfast. You two carry on, he gasped, wiping his mouth. I'll definitely help you next time. With that, he turned and tried to run. Dudley and Harry exchanged a quick glance, then immediately gave chase. They tackled Ron and dragged him back. Since you're already here, Dudley said, holding him firmly, how can you go back without scooping some poop? It's fine, Harry added, helping to restrain Ron. Trust me, you'll get used to it after you throw up a few times. Ron ultimately couldn't escape their clutches and joined them in the unenviable task of poop scooping. After the first wheelbarrow was full, Dudley took charge, pushing it towards the Forbidden Forest, while Ron and Harry started filling another. Hurry up, Dudley called back before disappearing into the trees. Or I don't think we'll finish before dark. Okay, Harry mumbled indistinctly, his face still contorted with disgust. Dudley pushed the heavily laden cart, and once he was safely inside the Forbidden Forest, a sigh of profound relief escaped him. He whispered an incantation in Hermes language. Wingardium Leviosa. Who said casting spells had to be done with a wand? Without a wand, Dudley could still conjure magic. In fact, chanting spells using a spiritual language like Hermes language produced even better magical effects than with a wand. Buzz. After Dudley's spell, the wheelbarrow full of pungent poop floated effortlessly into the air, drifting forward as if on an invisible current. Dudley finally breathed in the relatively fresh air of the Forbidden Forest, his task made considerably easier by his unique abilities. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps Community Goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 74, Astrology. Under Dudley's control, a small cart of dung was easily transported to a large pit dozens of meters away. He then pushed the cart aside and peered into the shadowy depths of the forbidden forest. Let Harry and the others shovel dung for a while longer, he muttered to himself. I'll go into the forbidden forest and take a look. He glanced back at the edge of the forest. From his position, the dense jungle obscured any view of Harry and Ron, and they certainly couldn't see what he was doing. Dudley slowly walked deeper into the forbidden forest. This ancient wood occupied a considerable area, teeming with unseen magical creatures. While his curiosity had previously been tempered by caution, today, feeling the fresh surge of power from his newly digested beyonder characteristics, he decided to indulge in a brief exploration. After all, if Hogwarts dared to assign them a task here, the immediate vicinity was likely deemed safe. After penetrating about 100 meters into the forest, the light dimmed considerably. The towering trees formed a thick canopy overhead, almost entirely blocking out the sunlight. All that met the eye were wildly growing plants, and massive trunks that would require more than 10 people to encircle. Though faint paths crisscrossed the ground, they were overgrown with weeds, snagging at his clothes with every step. Dudley stopped. Despite his curiosity, he dared not proceed further than 100 meters. The atmosphere here had become strangely oppressive, a profound sense of pressure emanating from the environment itself. Standing amidst such ancient, untamed growth, he felt incredibly small. This forbidden forest is truly extraordinary, Dudley mused, gazing into its impenetrable depths. It gives me a feeling of pervasive danger. Without venturing any deeper, Dudley turned and walked back out. Took you long enough. Harry complained, seeing Dudley push the empty cart out of the tree line. It's all branches inside, very hard to walk, Dudley said, a hint of truth in his voice. How about you guys go deliver the dung, and I'll shovel it here? No way. Ron quickly interjected, eyeing the dark forest with apprehension. That forest looks terrifying no matter how you look at it. I wouldn't dare go in. The last time he had been near the forbidden forest, he had seen a monster spider, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. He would not enter alone. Dudley left the empty cart and pushed another fully loaded one back towards the forbidden forest. After entering its depths, he repeated the process, a whispered levitation charm, and the cart floated towards the dung pit, emptying its malodorous contents. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned slightly, turning to peer into the forest's shadowy interior. Is something spying on me? He wondered. The gloom within the forest was too deep, obscuring any clear view, even with his spiritual vision activated. Dudley didn't linger. He floated the empty cart back out. In the hours that followed, the three boys toiled tirelessly, their efforts slowly but surely reducing the mountainous pile of dung. The malodorous heap gradually dwindled, its contents transported into the forbidden forest. Only 3 more carts left, Harry suggested as dusk began to fall. Let's do them together to make it faster. Okay, Dudley agreed. Ron was still reluctant to enter the forbidden forest, but with Dudley accompanying him, he reluctantly assented. The 3 of them pushed the last 3 carts of dung into the encroaching darkness of the forest. Damn it, this path is too difficult to walk, Ron began to complain the moment they stepped inside. The path was indeed treacherous, littered with branches and overgrown roots, forcing them to be incredibly careful to avoid getting dung on themselves. It's only this section that's hard to walk, Dudley said. It gets better ahead. As he spoke, he looked into the depths of the forbidden forest again. He still felt as if something was watching him from within, a persistent, unseen gaze. Yet, he sensed no ill intent, no immediate danger. By the time the last 3 carts of dung were emptied, Harry and Ron were almost collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. I can't believe I spent a whole day shoveling dung at Hogwarts, Ron groaned weakly. This must never get out to Fred and George, or I'll be mocked for the entire summer. I'm afraid the smell clinging to you won't hide the fact that you spent a day shoveling dung, Dudley said, a faint smile on his face. Ron quickly sniffed himself, his face scrunched up. Do I smell? He had become numb to the stench. Just as Dudley had said before, one eventually got used to it. The 3 of us are pretty much the same, Harry admitted, sniffing his own sleeve. Let's go, Dudley said. We can head back. It was completely dark now, and through the gaps in the dense canopy, glimmering starlight could be seen in the night sky. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Suddenly, the distinct sound of hooves echoed through the silent woods. What's that sound? Dudley was the first to react, turning to look into the trees. Harry and Ron nervously looked behind them as well. No need to be nervous, a faint voice carried through the air. Immediately after, a very tall centaur emerged from behind a massive tree, slowly walking towards them. A centaur. Ron almost shrieked, his eyes wide. Harry was equally shocked. Dudley's expression, however, remained calm. He stared at the centaur, recognizing the intelligent gaze. This was undoubtedly the being who had been subtly watching him in the Forbidden Forest earlier. This centaur was strikingly young, with flowing white blonde hair and the powerful body of a silver-maned horse. He radiated a quiet dignity. "Hello," Dudley said politely, stepping slightly forward. "May I ask if there's anything?" He knew of the centaur community. They were a proud, reclusive race in the magical world, known for their disdain for human affairs, save for their dedication to astrology. Many centaurs resided in the Forbidden Forest, rarely venturing to its outskirts or leaving their territory. "Hello. My name is Firenze," the centaur replied, his voice calm and melodic. His gaze swept over Dudley and Ron, finally settling on Harry. "You're the Potter boy, aren't you?" "Yes," Harry replied, a bit puzzled but nodding nonetheless. "I apologize for disturbing you all," Firenze said. "I came here only to give you some warnings and advice." He glanced at the sky above, his eyes fixed on a particular point. "Mars has been unusually bright recently." Dudley and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding the centaur's meaning. Dudley, for all his unique abilities, did not possess any talent in astrology, nor was it part of his beyonder pathway. "The trajectories of the stars foretell the future," Firenze continued, his gaze still fixed on the heavens. "We can glimpse a part of fate's secrets within them." He lowered his head, his deep eyes now focused entirely on Harry. "I know you've come to this school, and I know of the difficulties you face, but recently, some changes have occurred." "I do not know what you have encountered, Harry Potter," Firenze said, his voice now tinged with a solemn awe. "Your destiny is undergoing drastic changes. The original star paths are already blurred and unreadable. Even those among us centaurs who are most skilled in astrology have been unable to discern your fate. In fact, in the most recent astrological reading, they suffered severe damage and are barely clinging to life." Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 75, The Fate. Harry's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the magnificent centaur before him. "I don't understand," he stammered. "Why are you so concerned with my fate? I mean, I'm nothing special. And even if my fate changes, it doesn't really mean anything, does it?" Firenze looked deeply at Harry, his ancient, sorrowful eyes seeming to pierce through to his very soul. "None of us wish to return to that dark age, Harry Potter. Your fate is not just your own, it represents the fate of the entire magical world. The stars have changed, and your destiny is gradually becoming impossible to divine. I am not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. But what you need to know is that the castle, and the Forbidden Forest, are becoming unsafe. You need to be cautious at all times." Firenze's words caught Harry completely off guard. His heart filled with a whirlwind of doubt and confusion, and he instinctively turned to Dudley, searching for some solid ground in this sea of uncertainty. "I want to know," Dudley asked softly, his voice cutting through the tense silence, "when did this change in the stars you mentioned happen?" "Roughly," Firenze replied, his gaze shifting to Dudley, "since July." Dudley's gaze flickered slightly, but he simply nodded. His birthday was June 23rd, not far from July. The timing was significant. "In any case," Firenze said, his attention returning to Harry, "protect yourself. Understand, Harry?" "I understand," Harry nodded, though his mind was still reeling with questions. "Thank you for the warning. May I ask you a few questions?" Dudley spoke again, his tone polite but firm. "You may," Firenze replied, his gaze calm and steady. "But I may not answer." "Firenze, this is my cousin, Dudley," Harry interjected quickly. "He's very talented." His intent was clear, he wanted Firenze to take his cousin's questions seriously. Firenze said nothing, his gaze simply fixed on Dudley. Ron, standing beside them, felt as if he had stumbled into another world, a conversation of secrets and destinies far beyond his comprehension. Dudley pondered for a moment, then posed his first question. "What is the purpose of unicorn blood?" He had researched the topic in the library, but the books available to first years mentioned only the purity of unicorns and the use of their hair in wands. The deliberate omission of their blood suggested a darker, more forbidden knowledge. "A unicorn is a very pure creature," Firenze began, his voice a low, sonorous hum. "Killing one is an extremely cruel act. Only those who have nothing, and yet desire to gain everything, would commit such a heinous sin." He paused, his gaze locking with Dudley's. "Unicorn blood can prolong your life. Even if you are on the very brink of death, it can pull you back from the edge. Of course," he added, his expression growing solemn, "you must pay a heavy price for it. To save your own life, you would slaughter such a pure magical creature. The moment your lips touch the unicorn's blood, you become a half-dead, cursed being." Dudley's expression flickered. When Firenze spoke of a cursed life, he couldn't help but think of himself. From the moment he had first come into contact with beyonder characteristics, hadn't he also been cursed? A life of constant danger, of teetering on the brink of losing control. It was only because this world seemed to suppress the risk that he was not so different from the being Firenze described. He quickly pushed the thought aside. Who could be so desperate? Harry blurted out, seeing Dudley fall silent. If you're cursed for life, wouldn't it be better to just die? Indeed, Firenze nodded in agreement. Unless you can obtain something else. Something that can fully restore you. Once you get it, you can. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hooves echoed through the forest. Several more centaurs, their powerful bodies moving with a swift, silent grace, emerged from the darkness. Firenze. The voice that roared through the clearing was a deep, angry rumble. A second centaur emerged from behind a towering yew tree, his glossy black coat and beard gleaming in the faint starlight. It was Bane. What is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten our sacred oath? We do not set ourselves against fate. Have you not read what is to come in the movements of the planets? Bane, be calm, urged another centaur, Ronan, his voice softer than Bane's but laced with worry. I am sure Firenze's intentions are noble. Noble intentions? Bane sneered, his lip curling. What do his intentions matter? We are the keepers of ancient knowledge, Ronan, not pack mules for wizards. The signs are changing, Bane, Firenze countered, his own voice steady, though he stood over the pale form of the boy on the ground. Mars is bright tonight. Unnaturally so. It suggests the future is not as clear as we once believed. Perhaps what is written can be altered. I would rather attempt to change a grim fate than stand by and watch it unfold. Others in our herd have been harmed for meddling in the affairs of wizards, Bane said coldly, his dark eyes sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Dudley. That is a warning from the cosmos, Firenze. A clear sign that we must not interfere. You had best be certain of your path. If the herd brings the wrath of the stars down upon itself because of you, we will not be merciful. Firenze's shoulders slumped slightly, his argument lost in the face of such rigid tradition. You three, Bane said, his voice a cold command that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Leave the forbidden forest. Now. And whatever Firenze has told you, I would advise you to forget it. When calamity strikes, do not say, we did not warn you. Let's go, Ron whispered, tugging on Harry's sleeve. Harry looked up at Firenze. Thank you for your help. Firenze gave a solemn, sorrowful nod. As the three of them stumbled back through the tangled roots and out of the clearing, they heard the centaurs' voices rise again. You should not have brought them here, Firenze, Ronan said, his brow furrowed. You should not have spoken to them of these matters. An innocent has been slain, Ronan, Firenze replied, and the grief in his voice was as deep as the forest itself. A unicorn. You know what that signifies. The blood of an innocent spilled to save a cursed life. Bane's face was grim stone. What is foretold cannot be defied. We centaurs observe the great tapestry of the cosmos. The petty struggles of humankind are not our concern. And when he who must not be named returns to full power, Firenze countered, his voice ringing with a desperate challenge, do you believe we will still be left to live in peace in this forest? A heavy silence fell, broken only by the rustling of unseen things in the darkness. If that is what the stars have decreed, Bane declared, his voice final and absolute, then that is what will be. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 76, Whispers of the Stone. The oppressive silence of the forbidden forest clung to them long after they had left its edge, the path back to the castle lit only by the pale moonlight. That centaur. Firenze, Ron finally broke the quiet, his voice uncertain. What was he trying to say? He kicked at a loose stone, frowning. I understood all the words, but when he put them together, it was just gibberish. Harry shook his head, the centaur's cryptic warning still echoing in his mind. I'm as lost as you are. Don't overthink it, Dudley said, his tone calm and steadying. Centaurs pride themselves on stargazing, but divination is a messy art. Their predictions are rarely straightforward, and there's little logic to be found in them. But he said my destiny changed, Harry insisted, unable to let it go. He said it couldn't be seen anymore. Why? I haven't done anything. Countless factors can cloud a prophecy, Dudley replied casually, though his mind was anything but. He already knew the reason for the sudden shift in Harry's fate, why the future had become a blur to the centaurs. It was because of him. His very presence, a being far beyond the scope of this world's seers, had cast an impenetrable shroud over anyone closely connected to him. The centaur who had been injured during the attempt had likely brushed against a truth he was never meant to witness. Changing the subject, Harry looked between them, his expression grim. So, the unicorn blood, what do we think? Ron shivered, the color draining from his face. You know who, is he really back? It's likely him, Dudley conceded. It's too early to be certain, but if he truly survived, he's biding his time, looking for a way to return to power. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. Unicorn blood is a temporary fix, a cursed half-life. It can only sustain him for so long. He needs something that can grant him a true body again. A spark of realization lit up Harry's eyes. A jolt went through him, his breath catching in his throat. The package from Vault 713. Dudley gave a slow, deliberate nod. Exactly. But we still don't know what it is, Harry said, the initial excitement giving way to frustration. That thing they're hiding on the 3rd floor. Should we tell Professor Dumbledore? Ron asked, his voice barely a whisper. Honestly, whether we tell him or not will change very little, Dudley reasoned. Do you really think Dumbledore is unaware that someone is hunting for that object? He had Hagrid retrieve it from Gringotts and bring it here for a reason. He anticipated this from the start. Dudley's eyes swept the dark grounds around them. I'm sure he's already searching for the dark-robed figure and any of Voldemort's other followers. Ron flinched violently. Don't say the name. Harry and Dudley exchanged a helpless glance. It seemed they were the only ones who dared to speak it aloud. For Ron, Hagrid, and so many others in the wizarding world, the name Voldemort was a curse in itself, a trigger for a deep, instinctual fear. Perhaps it was the ignorance of youth, having never lived through the dark reign he commanded. There you are. Thought you two got lost in there for a minute, a booming voice called out. Hagrid stood waiting for them at the edge of the forest, his boarhound, Fong, at his side. We just finished up, Harry said, trying to sound casual. Good, you're done for the night. Best be getting back, oh. Hagrid's sentence trailed off as he wrinkled his enormous nose, a look of profound disgust on his face as the stench finally hit him. Merlin's beard. I'd suggest you lot have a proper wash before you head for dinner. I don't think your classmates will appreciate that particular perfume. Right. We'll go now, Harry mumbled, cheeks burning. After retrieving their wands from the gamekeeper, the trio made a beeline for the castle, heading straight for the nearest washroom. An hour later, scrubbed clean but still carrying a faint, lingering odor, they entered the Gryffindor common room. Several students wrinkled their noses as they passed. Hermione, who was on her way to the girls' dormitory, stopped dead in her tracks. Fanning the air in front of her face, she stared at them with wide eyes. What on earth have you been doing? Mucking out a dragon enclosure. Close enough, Ron said with a weak smile. You're brilliant, you are. Hermione just rolled her eyes and, with a final disdainful sniff, turned and hurried up the stairs. One by one, the other students in the common room found excuses to leave, until the trio had the warm space almost to themselves. Is it really that bad? Ron asked, lifting his arm to sniff his robes. I can't smell a thing. That's because we've gone nose-blind to it, Harry muttered, collapsing onto a plush sofa. After a few moments of silence, Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice. We have to find out what that thing is. Firenze was about to tell us before the other centaurs dragged him away. Dudley nodded, his expression serious. I agree. We need to know what we're dealing with. How? Ron asked. Sneak back into the Forbidden Forest and find him. Absolutely not, Dudley said firmly. The forest is too dangerous, and besides, there's an easier way. Someone else knows what it is. He glanced pointedly at Harry. The realization dawned on Harry instantly. Hagrid. Exactly, Dudley confirmed. Dumbledore trusted Hagrid to retrieve it. He has to know. But he'll never tell us, Harry frowned. It's a top secret. Leave that to me, Dudley said, a confident glint in his eye. I'll find the right moment to ask. The following week passed in a blur of mundane classes and homework. After the chaos of their previous detentions, Professor McGonagall seemed quite pleased with their quiet, uneventful behavior. While Harry and Ron focused on their studies, Dudley spent his free time wandering the castle's corridors, a predator searching for prey. He was waiting, patiently, for the senior Slytherins who had cornered them before to make another appearance. But they never did, and the frustrating lack of conflict meant the digestion of his barbarian potion was slowing to a crawl. He briefly considered provoking the three-headed dog on the 3rd floor just to feel something, but dismissed the idea as reckless. For now. Their next detention was far simpler, chopping firewood for Hagrid's hut, a menial task that magic could have completed in seconds. Throughout the work, Dudley looked for an opening to question the gamekeeper, but the right opportunity never presented itself. Then, as the castle began to fill with pumpkins and decorations for Halloween, a note arrived. An invitation from Hagrid to join him for tea. This is it, Harry said, showing the note to Dudley. This is our chance. I know, Dudley replied, his focus sharpening. When we get there, let me do the talking. Just follow my lead. Understood. Harry and Ron exchanged a look and nodded, a shared sense of purpose passing between them. That afternoon, as the final bell rang, the trio made their way down the sloping lawns toward Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 77, Small Anne. Cute. At 3 o'clock sharp, the trio arrived at Hagrid's hut. The gamekeeper was already waiting for them, a plume of smoke rising from his chimney and the kettle already whistling. Good to see you lot. Hagrid boomed, his smile stretching across his broad, bearded face. Glad you've been keeping your noses clean. Your punishment's all done with. Harry and Ron shuffled their feet, offering sheepish grins. Dudley's expression remained placid. To him, punishment was merely a state of mind, and his had been quite untroubled. Come on in, come on in. Have a bite to eat. I've made rock cakes, Hagrid said, gesturing proudly to a plate of what looked less like cakes and more like misshapen lumps of granite. He poured 3 giant mugs of tea and slid the plate towards them. Dudley picked one up, felt the surprising weight and density in his palm, and with a polite smile, placed it back on the plate. Harry, ever the diplomat, took one and managed a small, hesitant bite. A moment later, while Hagrid's back was turned, he discreetly slipped the offending cake into his pocket. Only Ron, bless his soul, foolishly took a large, enthusiastic bite. Crunch. Harry and Dudley watched as the color drained from Ron's face, his eyes widening in a silent scream of agony. He looked as though he'd just tried to eat the Philosopher's Stone itself. Struggling to suppress their laughter, Dudley and Harry exchanged a look of shared amusement. Ron glared at them resentfully, rubbing his jaw. They knew. They knew the rock cakes were a dental hazard, and neither of them had warned him. The betrayal was palpable. Ahem. Dudley cleared his throat, schooling his features into a serious expression. It was time to get down to business. Hagrid, we were wondering, how's that unicorn doing? The one that was injured, he asked. His tone was simple and direct, yet it carried a subtle weight, a disarming sincerity that invited an honest answer. Oh, the unicorn. Hagrid's eyes lit up instantly. Recovering real well, she is. It's a good thing we found her in time. Another minute and she wouldn't have made it, poor thing. She was lucky to have someone like you find her, Dudley praised, his voice laced with an admiration that seemed to resonate deeply with the gamekeeper. Another wizard might not have known what to do. A proud, bashful smile touched Hagrid's lips. Well, I reckon most folk would lend a hand if they saw a pure creature like that hurt. I know how to look after them, is all. I can tell you really love them, Dudley said, his voice a warm, encouraging murmur. He let the compliment settle before expertly shifting the flow of the conversation. Hagrid, Harry, and I grew up with muggles, so we don't know much about the magical world's creatures. Could you tell us about them? What sort of magical creatures have you raised? Oh, where to start? Hagrid exclaimed, positively beaming. It wasn't often he found such a captive audience. Children these days were rarely interested in his passions, but Dudley's question seemed to unlock a part of him that was eager to share. Without any further prompting, Hagrid launched into an excited monologue, detailing the habits and histories of countless magical beasts. He spoke with an encyclopedic knowledge, describing creatures so obscure that even Ron, who grew up in the wizarding world, listened with wide-eyed fascination. And truth be told, Hagrid confided, leaning in conspiratorially, I've got a lot of experience with the big UNS. Always thought, if I could just get my hands on one, I'd love to raise a dragon. Ron's jaw dropped. He whispered frantically to Harry and Dudley, it's illegal to own a dragon. He's barking mad. Dudley ignored him, seizing the opening while Hagrid was so unguarded. So you've raised large magical creatures before? They must have terrible tempers. Hard to handle, are they? That they are. Hagrid roared with laughter. But I've got my ways. Raised a Cerberus once. Named him Fluffy. Harry and Ron froze. Had a right nasty temper on him, Hagrid continued fondly, but you just play him a bit music, and he drops right off to sleep. Quiet as a kitten. He puffed out his chest. That's the trick with magical creatures. Once you understand they're easy to handle. I see, Dudley nodded, a deep satisfaction settling in his chest. He had the answer. Yeah, Fluffy, Hagrid sighed, a look of pure enchantment on his face. He's a real cutie. Harry and Ron's expressions had shifted from shock to sheer terror. Bought him off a Greek fella at the pub last year, Hagrid reminisced. Listens to me, he does. He was just a tiny little pup when I got him. Adorable. It's a shame I lent him to Dumbledore. You could have met him otherwise. You'd have loved him, I'm sure. As Hagrid drifted deeper into his memories, lost in the haze of nostalgia, Dudley gently guided the conversation back on track. Lent him to Professor Dumbledore. Does the headmaster also like little animals? Oh, Dumbledore needed Fluffy to guard something for him, Hagrid said casually. But I expect Dumbledore likes him too, sure. Guard something. Dudley's question was a perfect picture of innocent curiosity, yet it landed with a precision that made an answer feel like the most natural thing in the world. Yeah. Something that belongs to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid stopped dead. His eyes snapped back into focus as if waking from a long dream. The color drained from his face. Oh, gods, he whispered, his voice trembling. What have I been saying to ya? He slammed a fist on the table. Damn it. He looked furious, not at them, but at himself for his monumental slip-up. He hadn't had a drop of drink, yet he felt as if he'd just confessed the school's greatest secrets while drunk. Is something wrong, Hagrid? Dudley asked immediately, his expression all concern. You were just telling us about the magical creatures you've raised. That's all. He turned to Harry. Right, Harry. Yeah, Hagrid. Harry added quickly, catching on. We were just thinking how cool it would be if you really did raise a dragon. Ah, is that right? Hagrid stammered, his panic slowly receding. Ha ha ha, yeah. I reckon it would be pretty cool. Seeing that the boys weren't focused on the name he'd let slip, Hagrid visibly relaxed. They're just kids, he thought, breathing a sigh of relief. Even if they heard the name Nicholas Flamel, they wouldn't know who he is. No harm done. Dudley took a quiet, deep breath, the subtle, authoritative air he had projected now completely gone. It's getting late, he said, standing up. We should probably head back. Have a good weekend, Hagrid. Right, it is getting late, Hagrid agreed, eager to see them go before he could say anything else. Best get back to the castle. After polite goodbyes, the trio left the hut and started the walk back up to the school. The moment they were out of earshot, Ron exploded. That Cerberus has a name. Fluffy. He called that monster tiny and cute, he sputtered, utterly aghast. Nicholas Flamel, Harry said, his voice loud with discovery. That's the important clue. That thing on the third floor, it has to be connected to him. If we can find out who he is, we'll know what it is. He paused, a thoughtful frown on his face. Nicholas Flamel. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere before. Dudley said nothing. He gently closed his eyes, his mind already racing, sifting through memories and fragments of knowledge. After a moment of silence, a faint smile touched his lips. Nicholas Flamel. He murmured, his voice quiet but certain. I've heard that name before. Give me a moment. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 78, The Philosopher's Stone. Maybe we can check the library, Harry suggested, his mind already working. Someone important enough to be partners with Dumbledore, his name must be in a history of magic or something. Why don't we just ask a professor? Ron countered immediately, the very thought of sifting through dusty books making him groan. No, that's too obvious, Harry shot back. It would raise too many questions. All right, fine, Ron conceded, then a thought struck him. What about Hermione? She's read practically every book in the school. I bet she's seen the name. He paused, grimacing. But with the way she's been acting, I don't fancy talking to her. You should ask her, Harry. That's actually a good idea, Harry admitted. But can we trust her not to run off and tell Percy or a professor? Ron just shrugged, the uncertainty hanging in the air. Dudley didn't join their debate. He stood perfectly still, his eyes closed, his entire focus turned inward. The name echoed in his mind, a single key searching for its lock. He was sure he'd seen it somewhere, a fleeting glance that hadn't registered at the time. But his memory was no longer ordinary. He could pull on threads of intuition, forging connections that lay hidden to others. Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. He let the name resonate, his mind sifting through countless images and scraps of text at an impossible speed. Suddenly, a clear picture surfaced from the mental chaos. A wizened old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Professor Dumbledore, Dudley muttered under his breath. What about Professor Dumbledore? Harry and Ron asked, looking at him with confusion. Dudley held up a hand, silencing them. The connection felt significant. Why would thinking of Nicholas Flamel conjure an image of Dumbledore? They're friends, partners even. But this feels more specific. The name didn't just appear with Dumbledore, it appeared on Like a lightning strike, another image flashed in his mind. The portrait of Dumbledore wasn't just a portrait. It was framed by elegant, gilded edges. It was a card. Chocolate frogs. Dudley's eyes snapped open. What's wrong? Harry asked, startled by his cousin's sudden intensity. Ron stared, completely baffled. 1 minute it's Dumbledore, now it's chocolate frogs. What does any of that have to do with Nicholas Flamel? Ron, Dudley said, his voice sharp with purpose. You collect the cards, right? The ones from the chocolate frogs. Yeah, loads of 'em. So. Do you have a Dumbledore? Dudley pressed. Got several. Back to the common room. Now. Without another word, Dudley turned and strode towards the Gryffindor Tower, the other two scrambling to keep up. A few moments later, Ron was kneeling on the floor of their dormitory, dumping out his treasured collection of cards. With lightning speed, Dudley snatched a Dumbledore card from the pile. It was identical to the one from his vision. He flipped it over. His eyes scanned the introduction on the back, landing on the final lines. He read them aloud. Widely considered the greatest sorcerer of modern times, Professor Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, he was here all along. Ron said, his voice thick with disbelief. He'd read that card dozens of times and never once noticed the name. Harry was just as stunned. He'd gotten a Dumbledore card on the Hogwarts Express, but the name had meant nothing to him then, it had slipped from his memory completely. You're a genius, Dudley. Ron exclaimed, his voice full of genuine awe. A bloody genius. How on earth did you remember that? Harry's gaze was filled with a new level of awe. To recall such a tiny detail from a single glance and connect it to their current mystery, it was a feat of memory that bordered on unnatural. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. The Dudley he grew up with could never have done this. When had his cousin become so gifted? To the library, Dudley said, cutting their praise short. Let's look up Nicholas Flamel. Knowing that Flamel was an alchemist narrowed their search from an impossible task to a manageable one. As the three of them hurried out of the common room, their excitement made them careless. Ouch. Watch where you're going. Ron had barreled straight into Hermione, who was just about to enter. Books scattered across the floor. Sorry. Ron mumbled, not even stopping to help her pick them up. Got to go. He scrambled after Harry and Dudley, who were already halfway down the corridor. They're not getting into more trouble, are they? Hermione whispered to herself, her brow furrowed with suspicion. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity won out. She gathered her books and quietly followed them. They're going to the library, she murmured, peering from behind a suit of armor as the trio disappeared through the library doors. Her surprise was genuine. Dudley, she could understand. But Harry and Ron? They'd rather face the Bloody Baron than voluntarily spend time in the library. Check the alchemy section, Dudley instructed once they were inside. Harry and Ron nodded and immediately began pulling heavy, leather-bound tomes from the shelves. Dudley, however, didn't search randomly. He walked slowly along an aisle, his gaze sweeping over the spines, trusting his intuition to guide him. He stopped, pulled out a thick, unassuming book, and began to flip through the pages. From behind a nearby bookshelf, Hermione watched them, her mind racing. Alchemy. Why on earth are they suddenly interested in alchemy? Dudley was aware of her presence, but he paid it no mind. His focus was entirely on the task at hand. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, locking onto a single paragraph. Found it, he said, his voice a low, triumphant whisper. Harry and Ron immediately huddled around him, their heads close together as they peered at the page. That thing fluffy skarding, Dudley said softly, his voice barely audible over the library's silence. It's the Philosopher's Stone. The book says Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of one. He paused, letting the weight of the discovery sink in. And the only Philosopher's Stone in existence belongs to him. Harry and Ron stared at each other, clueless. The Philosopher's Stone. What's that? Dudley's eyes gleamed in the dim light. It's a legendary substance with incredible powers. It can turn any metal into pure gold, and it produces the elixir of life, which can make the drinker immortal. He closed the book with a soft thud. A grim understanding settled over them. Now, Dudley said, his gaze distant and calculating, it all makes sense. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 79, The Connection. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place, forming a terrifying picture in their minds. Scenes that had once seemed unrelated now connected with an alarming clarity. The Philosopher's Stone. Ron breathed, still struggling to comprehend the scale of it. The thing Fluffy was guarding was actually the Philosopher's Stone. It all fits, Harry said, his voice electric with excitement. The dark-robed figure tried to steal it from Gringotts, but Dumbledore must have known. He thwarted the plan and brought the stone here. So the thief followed it to Hogwarts. And the person who attacked the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, Dudley added, his voice low and steady, was almost certainly the same person. He paused, turning to Harry. Do you remember the night Hagrid came to get us? He stayed up talking so late that he overslept the next morning. Harry's brow furrowed for a second before his eyes widened in realization. So we were meant to go to Diagon Alley that morning. To get the stone. But because Hagrid overslept, the whole plan was delayed, and we ended up at Gringotts at the exact same time as the thief. Dudley gave a slow nod. But his own thoughts were racing even further ahead. He remembered the innkeeper, Tom, mentioning that they had just missed Professor Quirrell at the Leaky Cauldron that day. That placed Quirrell squarely in Diagon Alley at the time of the attempted robbery. He also remembered Quirrell's convenient absence from the start of term feast and the first week of classes, blamed on some trouble while traveling. Now, it seemed far more likely it was due to the injury sustained during their brief, violent clash in the bank's subterranean tunnels. No wonder he managed to break free from the spiritual pressure I exerted, Dudley thought, a cold certainty washing over him. That wasn't his own strength. It was the evil spirit possessing him. And if that was true, there was only one logical conclusion. Is that spirit, the legendary Lord Voldemort? What do we do? Harry asked, pulling Dudley from his thoughts. Do we tell Dumbledore? So, Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron blurted out, his mind still stuck on its favorite suspect. Was the dark-robed figure you fought at Gringotts Snape? We don't know that, Harry said patiently. But he's the most suspicious one. Only someone from inside the castle could move around the Forbidden Forest that easily. What are you three plotting now? A sharp voice cut through their conversation. Hermione emerged from behind a towering bookshelf, her arms crossed and a stern look on her face. Hermione. How long have you been there? Harry asked, startled. Long enough, she said, her voice dropping to an excited, urgent whisper. I heard everything. Listen to me, whether it's the Philosopher's Stone or the Sorcerer's Sock, it has nothing to do with us. She stepped closer. That stone is being protected by Dumbledore himself. It's perfectly safe as long as we don't go messing things up. But Hermione, Dumbledore trusts Snape. Harry argued desperately. It's obvious he's being blinded. We have to tell him what we've discovered. And what, exactly, have you discovered? Hermione retorted, her logic sharp as a needle. Harry and Ron fell silent. She was right. They had discovered the stone's identity, but that was no secret to Dumbledore. And as for their suspicions about Snape, they had nothing but gut feelings. No proof at all. We can tell him our theory, Harry said finally. Let him judge for himself. And do you really think, Hermione countered, that Dumbledore is going to believe a group of first-years over Professor Snape? The silence that followed was a damning answer. All right, Dudley spoke, his calm voice cutting through the tension. Leave this to me. You two don't need to worry about it anymore. It was time, he decided, to bring Quirrell to Dumbledore's attention. He had underestimated the meek, stuttering professor. The evil spirit within him was a threat that could not be ignored. And how are you going to make Professor Dumbledore believe you? Hermione asked, her skepticism clear. Dudley met her gaze, his expression unreadable. Don't worry. I know how to present the case. The authority in his voice was undeniable. Harry and Ron exchanged a look, and even Hermione seemed to accept it, falling silent. The next morning, an enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafted through the corridors, reminding everyone that it was Halloween. Have you figured out how you're going to tell Dumbledore? Harry asked as they sat down for breakfast in the Great Hall. Not yet, Dudley admitted. He was still trying to figure out how to report Quirrell without drawing any connection between himself and the mysterious figure who had fought the thief at Gringotts. Might as well just march up and tell him, Ron mumbled indistinctly through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. Dudley gave him a weary look. And in the process, tell him we broke into the third-floor corridor, tricked Hagrid into giving us secret information, and broke about a dozen other school rules. Let's see, how many points would that be? Points deduction. A horrified voice squeaked from a few feet away. Hermione, who had been enjoying her breakfast, nearly leaped out of her seat. What points have you lost now? Nothing, Hermione. We were just joking, Dudley said quickly. We're already in last place for the House Cup, she hissed. Please, try not to cause any more trouble. After breakfast, the three of them headed off to their first lesson. What do we have now? Ron asked. Professor Flitwick's Charms class. We're learning. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from a table not far from them. A plume of thick, acrid black smoke billowed into the air, and the entire great hall fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at a soot-covered Seamus Finnegan, who was looking at his own smoldering robes in bewilderment. I just wanted to turn this water into rum, Seamus said, his voice trembling with indignation. A corner of Dudley's mouth twitched. This wasn't the first time. A true genius, he muttered under his breath, at demolition. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 80, Halloween Eve. In Charms class, a ripple of excitement went through the students when Professor Flitwick announced they would finally be attempting the levitation charm. Ever since they had watched him send Neville's toad soaring around the dungeon classroom, many had been itching to try it for themselves. Professor Flitwick, perched atop his customary stack of books, divided them into pairs. Dudley was matched with Harry, while Ron, to his visible dismay, was paired with Hermione. Neville, meanwhile, was unfortunately partnered with the perpetually explosive Seamus Finnegan. I have a bad feeling about those two, Harry whispered to Dudley, nodding towards Ron and Hermione. Dudley glanced over. The two of them were sitting stiffly, pointedly refusing to look at each other. It was impossible to tell who was more annoyed by the arrangement. Let me tell you, Dudley said with a low chuckle, observing their awkward standoff. With a dynamic like that, it only goes one of two ways. They'll either never speak to each other again, or they'll end up together. What? Why? Harry asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Just a hunch, Dudley shrugged. He wasn't sure where the thought came from, perhaps it was an insight gleaned from his unique perspective on human behavior, a pattern he recognized from a life lived before this one. Well, my money's on them never speaking again, Harry muttered. You have no idea how much Ron can't stand her right now. All right now, class, settle down. Professor Flitwick squeaked. Don't forget the wrist movement we've been practicing. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And pronouncing the incantation correctly is very important. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Across the room, Seamus took a deep breath, waved his wand with far too much enthusiasm, and yelled, Wingardium Leviosa. Bang. A flash of orange fire erupted from the end of his wand. Gasps filled the classroom as a cloud of acrid smoke billowed from his desk. Professor Flitwick, startled, nearly toppled from his perch. When the smoke cleared, Seamus was covered head to toe in black soot, his eyebrows completely singed off. Oh, my goodness, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. I just wanted to make it fly. Seamus said, his voice trembling with frustration. It's all right, Dudley commented quietly, a wry smile on his face. Art is an explosion, after all. Seamus offered him a weak, grateful smile. Professor Flitwick just shook his head, looking as if he'd already given up on the boy, and urged the rest of the class to continue. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry tried, carefully swishing and flicking his wand. The feather on his desk didn't so much as tremble. He tried again, changing his inflection, but the result was the same. Dudley was about to offer a correction when their concentration was broken by the sound of bickering from the next table. You're saying it wrong. Hermione's sharp voice cut through the room. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. You're so brilliant, then why don't you do it? Ron snarled, his face turning red. Fine, I will. Hermione retorted. With a sharp swish and flick of her own wand, she enunciated perfectly, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather trembled, lifted from the desk, and began to float gracefully in the air. Hermione shot Ron a look of pure, triumphant satisfaction. Ron just rolled his eyes and turned away, his ears burning. Excellent. Look, everyone, Miss Granger has done it. Professor Flitwick cried delightedly. Wonderful. 5 points to Gryffindor. A polite, scattered applause went through the room. Most students were so used to Hermione succeeding that they barely registered it, and even within Gryffindor, the response was lukewarm. Hermione leaned over to Dudley's desk. I know you can do it too, she whispered urgently. Now's your chance to win back some of the points you lost. You have to show them. You've already earned the points, Dudley replied, unimpressed. He won't give them out twice. He will if you do it better, she insisted. Trust me. Dudley sighed. Considering Gryffindor's precarious position in the House Cup standings, due in no small part to him, he reluctantly agreed. He looked down at the feather, then at the heavy charms textbook on his desk. Doing better than Hermione required something more impressive. Wingardium Leviosa, he said calmly, with a subtle, almost lazy flick of his wand. His target wasn't the feather. With a soft whoosh, the heavy textbook lifted smoothly into the air and hovered a foot above the desk. Oh! Professor Flitwick gasped, his eyes wide. Magnificent. Mr. Dursley has levitated his textbook. That is a far greater display of magical control than a simple feather. Very good indeed. 5 points to Gryffindor. This time, a loud, enthusiastic burst of applause erupted from the Gryffindor students. Hermione smiled, but her expression was undeniably stiff. She couldn't understand it. They had both earned the same number of points, so why was the house so eager to celebrate Dudley and so indifferent to her? She followed every rule, earned points consistently, and never got them into trouble. Why did it seem like no one liked her? After class, as they walked through the crowded corridor, Ron was still fuming. It's no wonder no one can stand her, he complained loudly to Harry and Dudley. She's a complete nightmare. Honestly, that arrogant look on her face, who'd want to be friends with that? He had no sooner finished speaking than a small figure brushed past them, running in the opposite direction. It was Hermione. From the brief glimpse they caught of her face, it was clear she was trying to hide tears. I think she heard you, Harry said quietly. Ron's face flushed, but he tried to act nonchalant. So what if she did? It's the truth. She must have noticed she doesn't have any friends. Harry and Dudley exchanged a helpless glance. Hermione didn't show up for any of their afternoon classes. Later, as they headed to the Halloween feast, they overheard Parvati Patil telling Lavender Brown that Hermione had been crying in the girls' lavatory all day. Ron looked distinctly uncomfortable at the news, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. But his discomfort was quickly forgotten the moment he stepped into the Great Hall. The chamber was a spectacle of Halloween magic. 1,000 live bats fluttered near the enchanted ceiling, while another 1,000 swooped in a low, dark cloud over the 4 house tables. Laughter and joyous chatter filled the air. Suddenly, the great doors of the hall burst open. Professor Quirrell sprinted inside, his large purple turban askew and his face a mask of pure terror. Troll, he screamed, his voice cracking. Troll, in the dungeons. Thought, you ought to know. And with that, he collapsed in a dead faint on the stone floor. Panic erupted. Screams echoed through the hall as the festive atmosphere shattered into chaos. Amid the pandemonium, Dudley's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed on the motionless form of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. A diversion, he thought, a cold, predatory calm settling over him. So, you're finally making your move for the stone. You've brought this upon yourself. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 81, Diversion and a Notice. A troll. A creature of immense size and negligible intelligence, appearing out of nowhere in the dungeons of Hogwarts. The probability of it wandering in by accident was 0. Someone had let it in. And since the news was delivered by a conveniently fainting Professor Quirrell, Dudley knew exactly what was happening. It was a classic diversion. Create chaos in one location to provide an opening in another. Silence. A voice, magically amplified, boomed through the Great Hall, cutting through the rising panic. Professor Dumbledore stood at the staff table, his wand pointed at his own throat. The chaos subsided almost instantly under the weight of his authority. Prefects, his voice commanded, calm and absolute, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Immediately. Percy Weasley puffed out his chest and sprang into action. Follow me, first years. Stay close. There's no need to fear any troll so long as you listen to my instructions. All right now, stay in a line. Make way, I'm a prefect. First years coming through. He began to herd the Gryffindor first years out of the hall like a self-important sheepdog. How did a troll get in? Harry asked, his voice a shocked whisper as they were swept along with the crowd. No idea, Ron replied. Trolls are thick as planks. Maybe Peeves let it in for a laugh. Seems like his idea of a good Halloween joke. Dudley, what do you think? Harry asked, turning to his cousin. But Dudley wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on Professor Quirrell, who was now being helped to his feet by several older students. Though he still looked shaken, he was waving off their concerns, indicating he was fine. As soon as they turned away, Quirrell straightened up and, with a furtive glance around, scurried out of the Great Hall. Dudley. Harry called again. I have to go, Dudley said, his voice low and firm. You two head back to the common room. Quirrell was making his move. Whether the spirit possessing him was Voldemort or not, he could not be allowed to get his hands on the Philosopher's Stone. Dudley didn't intend to confront him directly, that would be foolish. But if he could gather some undeniable proof of Quirrell's treachery, he could take it straight to Dumbledore. What? Harry exclaimed. What are you going to do? We're coming with you. It's too dangerous, Dudley said as the flow of students carried them out into the entrance hall. His eyes scanned the corridors, tracking Quirrell's path. Then, something else caught his attention. A small, yellowed piece of parchment had been tacked to the wall near the Great Hall entrance. No running in the corridors. Harry and Ron noticed it too. What's that? A new school rule. Can't be, Ron scoffed. Probably another one of Filch's daft ideas. Who's going to follow that? Look at everyone. He was right. In the ensuing panic, students were sprinting down every corridor, yet no one was being punished. Filch was nowhere to be seen. Dudley stared at the notice, a frown deepening on his face. Something about it felt wrong, out of place. His intuition prickled. Then, his eyes widened as a sudden, sickening realization hit him. Hermione. What about her? Ron asked. She doesn't know about the troll, Dudley said, his voice sharp with urgency. And the girls' lavatory she's in. It's in the dungeons. The color drained from Harry and Ron's faces. Ron bit his lip, his earlier bravado vanishing, replaced by a raw, genuine fear. If anything happened to Hermione because of the things he'd said, he would never forgive himself. You two, go, Dudley commanded, his mind making a split-second decision. Find Hermione. Get her back to the common room. Now. The troll was a problem, but Hogwarts had a dozen powerful wizards to deal with it. Quirrell was the more pressing threat. The stone could not fall into his hands. All right, Harry said, nodding immediately. You be careful. Without another word, Harry and Ron broke away from the crowd, sprinting in the direction of the dungeons. Dudley turned and headed in the opposite direction, taking the stairs two at a time towards the upper floors. Something is still not right, he thought, the unsettling feeling from the notice refusing to fade. There's something I've missed. From behind a stone statue, Draco Malfoy watched Dudley disappear up the staircase. A venomous, triumphant sneer twisted his face. Finally caught you, he hissed to himself. He had been waiting for an opportunity like this for weeks. After being so thoroughly humiliated, he hadn't dared to confront Dudley directly again, not without a teacher nearby. But he had not forgotten. He couldn't let the beating go unanswered. The fact that he'd been blamed for starting the fight and Dudley had escaped expulsion had festered like a poison. Today, when he saw the trio whispering conspiratorially before splitting up, he knew they were up to something. All he needed was to catch Dudley breaking a serious rule. Getting the thorn in his side expelled would be the sweetest revenge. Humph, mudblood lover. Go back to your muggles and scrub their toilets, Malfoy muttered viciously. What do we do now, Draco? Crabbe asked, his knuckles dragging slightly on the stone floor. We can't beat him, Goyle added, stating the obvious. Even with three of them, they knew they were no match for Dudley. You idiots. Malfoy snapped. We're not going to fight him. We're going to follow him, catch him red-handed, and let the teachers expel him. Can we do that? Crabbe asked uncertainly. Stop thinking and just listen to me, Malfoy commanded, shooting them a look of disdain. Come on. He peeked around the statue. He went upstairs. Seeing Dudley disappear around the corner, Malfoy and his goons gave chase. He's probably just going back to the dormitory, Goyle whined, clearly reluctant to risk another encounter. Impossible, Malfoy sneered. This isn't the way to the Gryffindor Tower. Wait, upstairs, the fourth floor. A thrill of wicked excitement shot through him. I know where he's going. He's going to the Forbidden Corridor. This was better than he could have hoped. He was almost certain Dudley was about to break one of the school's most serious rules. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 82, Intentional or Accidental. Dudley moved swiftly through the deserted corridors, his destination the forbidden section on the right side of the fourth floor. Has Quirrell already found a way past the Cerberus? He wondered. The three-headed dog was a formidable beast, its magical nature granting it resistance to most conventional spells. A direct assault would be loud, messy, and certain to attract the attention of Dumbledore. Stealing the Philosopher's Stone was one thing, surviving the attempt was another entirely. In such a hurry, Dursley. Where might you be going? A silky, menacing voice drifted from the shadows. Dudley froze, turning his head stiffly. Professor Snape emerged from an intersecting corridor, his black robes billowing behind him as he advanced. Professor Snape, Dudley greeted, his expression unreadable. First-year students were instructed to return to their dormitories, Snape said, his dark eyes narrowing as if trying to peel back the layers of Dudley's composure. So I ask again, what are you doing on the fourth floor? He glanced towards the end of the corridor, a cold, knowing sneer spreading across his face. Wait. You wouldn't be heading for the Forbidden Corridor, would you? The sneer deepened into a triumphant smirk. This time, Dursley, let's see you talk your way out of this. Dudley's mind raced. He schooled his features into an expression of polite confusion. I'm afraid I got turned around, Professor. You know how the staircases are always changing. I was just trying to find my way back to Gryffindor Tower. Oh. Snape's voice dripped with disbelief. Was that intentional, or accidental? Accidental, of course, Dudley insisted calmly. As you can see, I haven't actually entered the corridor. If you want to catch me breaking a rule, Professor, perhaps you should wait until I've actually broken one. Snape's expression darkened. By the way, Professor, Dudley added, his tone deceptively casual. I just saw Professor Quirrell hurrying this way. He seemed quite flustered. I wonder if he took a wrong turn as well. Perhaps you should check on him. Quirrell. The change in Snape's demeanor was instantaneous. The triumphant sneer vanished, replaced by a tense, agitated urgency. Are you certain? Positive, Dudley said. That turban of his is hard to miss. You had better not be lying to me, Dursley. Snape hissed. Forgetting all about deducting points from Gryffindor, he turned and swept down the corridor towards the forbidden area, his robes snapping behind him. It seems Snape already suspects Quirrell, Dudley thought, watching him go. Either that, or he came here specifically to stop him and just happened to run into me. He gave a slight shrug. Well, that saves me the trouble. With Snape intercepting Quirrell, the immediate threat to the stone was likely neutralized. Dudley turned and headed back downstairs, deciding to find Harry and Ron. From behind a nearby statue, Malfoy's face was a mask of pure frustration. Why did Professor Snape have to show up now, he seethed. A few more steps and Dursley would have been caught. He could have been expelled. Crabbe looked visibly relieved. Looks like we can't get him this time, Draco. Let's go back. Wait, Malfoy whispered, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope as he watched Dudley descend the stairs. He's not going back to the common room. He's going down. Follow him. He wasn't giving up that easily. He was determined to catch Dudley in the act. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a weary look but had no choice but to obey. The castle was now eerily empty, the corridors silent and devoid of even a single ghost. Dudley made his way towards the dungeons. As he descended the final staircase, a truly foul stench assaulted his nostrils. It's as bad as the dung pile, he thought, wrinkling his nose. It was the unmistakable smell of a troll, a putrid combination of old socks and an unflushed lavatory that made him wish he could instantly lose his sense of smell. He rounded a corner and saw them. Harry and Ron were crouched behind a statue at the far end of the corridor. Not far from them, a monstrous, 12-foot-tall mountain troll was lumbering slowly through a doorway. Its skin was a dull, granite gray, its lumpy body topped with a disproportionately tiny, bald head. It dragged a massive wooden club, the end scraping dully against the stone floor. Just as the troll disappeared completely inside the room, Dudley watched in horror as Harry and Ron darted out from their hiding spot. They slammed the heavy wooden door shut, twisted the key in the lock, and pulled it free, grinning at each other in triumph. Dudley felt his blood run cold. That's the girls' lavatory. What are you doing? He yelled, sprinting towards them. What? Harry and Ron looked at him, their triumphant smiles faltering into confusion. A terrified scream erupted from behind the locked door. The sound hit Harry and Ron like a physical blow, their faces turning a shade of white paler than any ghost. They had only thought about trapping the troll, it had never occurred to them that someone might already be inside. Quick, the key. Open the door. Harry yelled, panicking. Ron fumbled with the key, his hand shaking as he jammed it back into the lock and threw the door open. Crash. The next sound was an explosive bang that drowned out Hermione's piercing scream. The troll swung its massive club, and an entire row of toilet stalls shattered into a cascade of wood and porcelain. Hermione, thinking fast, had thrown herself to the floor, narrowly avoiding being pulverized. Dudley was already there. He burst past Harry and Ron into the destroyed lavatory, his wand already in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed at the troll as it raised its club for another devastating swing. Petrificus totalis. A jet of brilliant red light shot from his wand, striking the troll square in the chest. Its arms snapped to its sides, its legs locked together, and the massive creature stood frozen, as rigid as a statue, before toppling over with a ground-shaking thud that cracked the tiled floor. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 83, Melee Wizard. For an instant, the troll froze in place. But only a moment later, it let out a roar, the spell having barely held it. It turned its head to look at Harry and the others behind it, blinking its huge, dull eyes. Damn it. Ron's face was pale. Seeing such a massive monster up close was truly terrifying. Ordinary magic has very little effect on it. When Dudley saw this, he knew the spells he currently wielded were insufficient against a troll of this caliber. "Step back," Dudley shouted. "Lure it out." Hearing this, Harry and Ron quickly fled from the bathroom. The troll, now enraged by Dudley's magic, fiercely chased after them. "What do we do?" Harry asked loudly. "Damn it, why aren't any teachers coming?" Ron yelled, his face pale with fear. "You two get out of the way," Dudley shouted. "Once I lure it away, go get Hermione out." He unleashed his Beyonder abilities. A powerful sense of authority emanated from him, enveloping the troll. Although its intelligence was low, it could clearly feel the aura from Dudley, which made it fearful. This made the troll hesitate. For a moment, it didn't know what to do. The creature before it was tiny, something it could crush with a flick of its hand, but it sensed a peculiar aura that made it want to submit. Seeing the troll stop in place, Harry and Ron held their breath nervously. "Incendio," Dudley said, raising his hand and casting another spell. A tongue of flame landed on the creature, beginning to burn fiercely. Roar. The troll let out an angry roar. It had hardly any clothing, and Dudley's magic had ignited what little it had, which infuriated it. The troll roared and charged after Dudley. "Its skin is really thick," Dudley noted. He watched the flames on the troll's body, but they had almost no effect. The troll's granite-like skin insulated it from the heat, making it impossible to inflict effective damage. However, Dudley's objective had been achieved. He had successfully lured the troll out into the corridor. Swish. The troll swung its wooden club at Dudley. He agilely dodged the attack, moving to the troll's feet. Bang. The wooden club smashed into the ground nearby with a huge sound, shaking the floor. Dudley seized the opportunity, clenched his fist, and punched the troll's leg. The creature's body swayed slightly as it let out a cry of pain. Its skin was thick and could block some magical effects, but against pure physical attacks, its defense was not as high. At this moment, Dudley brought his barbarian characteristics to their fullest extent. Immediately, the troll swung its huge, fan-like left hand, trying to grab him. Petrificus Totalis. Dudley chanted the spell again. Although the troll had high magic resistance and the spell couldn't have a great effect, it could make the creature's body sluggish for a moment, and that was enough. Bang, bang. Dudley delivered 2 more punches. To unleash his powerful close combat ability, he tossed his wand aside. It was currently as useful to him as a small twig. Seeing the troll swing its wooden club at him again, Dudley countered. Lumos. A blinding light suddenly appeared in front of the troll, temporarily rendering it blind. Dudley had practiced his wandless magic until it was proficient. Combined with the barbarian's close combat ability, he could unleash fighting power far beyond his level. The barbarian's power was the main offense, with magic as support. The two complemented each other, greatly boosting his combat power. My goodness, how did he do that? At this moment, Harry and Ron had already rescued Hermione from the bathroom and witnessed Dudley single-handedly fighting the troll. The scene was truly shocking for them. "Maybe he practiced on me," Harry whispered dazedly. Dudley had been keen on boxing before, and Harry had been his best punching bag. But the Dudley back then only had brute strength. He could bully Harry, but it was almost impossible for him to reach the level of challenging a troll. The close combat ability Dudley was displaying now was far more formidable than that of any boxing master. Harry felt that if Dudley had possessed such strength before, he might have been beaten to death long ago and wouldn't have lived to this day. He realized he might even owe Dudley gratitude for not killing him over the past 10 years. On the other side of the corridor, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were completely stunned. Was this what a wizard could do? Or rather, was this still a wizard? This was completely different from their impression of wizards elegantly chanting spells and toying with monsters. Dudley had practically pioneered the path of the close combat wizard. Every time he struck, he would inflict pain on the troll, and for the thick-skinned creature to let out such miserable screams, it was clear how terrifying Dudley's fists were. And the magic Dudley occasionally cast also rendered the troll almost powerless to retaliate. Most importantly, he didn't even need a wand. He could always use the right spell at the right moment to interrupt the troll's attacks, thereby gaining time to strike and dodge. "Malfoy, I think we should just not provoke this guy. He's a complete barbarian," Goyle swallowed hard, saying with difficulty. "Exactly," Crabbe quickly agreed. "Why should we bother with a barbarian?" Malfoy didn't speak, but his eyes, besides fear, also held relief. He suddenly felt that being beaten last time was a mild outcome. If Dudley were to go all out, one punch would be enough to kill him. Too terrifying. Too violent. Too bloody. Thud. Dudley delivered another punch. This time, the troll's legs finally gave out, and it fell to the ground with a crash. Dudley spun around, gracefully dodging the collapsing body, and came to its head. Bang. A final punch landed directly on the troll's forehead. The next moment, the corridor fell silent, leaving only the sound of Dudley's heavy breathing. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 84, Briber and Interrogator. For a long time, the corridor was silent. Finally, as if remembering they could breathe, Harry, Ron, and Hermione began to gasp for air. The foul stench that still permeated the hall was a grim reminder that the scene had been real, and the troll lying on the floor had not been an illusion. "Is it dead?" Harry asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Not yet," Dudley said between breaths, "but it likely won't live much longer." Trolls possessed incredibly tenacious vitality. Most of his attacks had landed on its legs, but the final punch to the head had delivered a fatal blow. As he recovered, Dudley could feel the beyonder characteristics within him being rapidly digested. The intense battle had pushed his barbarian abilities to their limit, and combining them with magic had achieved unexpected results, greatly aiding the process. To his surprise, the characteristics from his other pathway were also digesting at an accelerated rate. It was slower than the barbarian's digestion, but not by much. "Is it because I defeated the troll and protected this place?" Dudley mused. By fulfilling a duty to protect his territory, it seemed the potion from his justiciar pathway was also being assimilated. It was a reasonable conclusion. The justiciar characteristic had originally been digesting faster, but after this battle, both were now nearly complete. In 2 or 3 days at most, he would finish the digestion for both pathways and be ready to advance to Sequence 7. He had been looking forward to this. It was at Sequence 7 that both pathways gained their most critical abilities, unlocking their true power. The Black Emperor pathway's Sequence 7 is Briber. At this stage, Dudley would gain the powerful ability of the same name. Through the act of bribery, he could achieve several effects, weakening an opponent's strength, a charm-like effect that makes others feel friendly towards him, creating a mystical association, or making an opponent arrogant and reckless. The foundation for all of this was the act of bribery itself, giving the other party something. While this might seem difficult, the scope of what constituted a bribe was quite broad. Dudley would only need to symbolically give the other party something to achieve the effect, which was incredibly useful in combat. For example, in the fight with the troll, he could have achieved the effect of bribery by simply throwing a stone at it. Whether the troll wanted the stone or was even willing to accept it was irrelevant. The moment he threw it, he could have weakened the troll's attack. That was the power of a briber. The Justiciar pathway Sequence 7 is Interrogator. At this stage, Dudley would gain 2 very important abilities, Mental Pierce and Pain Whip. The former was a direct attack on an opponent's spirit, while the latter lashed at their mind. Both were powerful abilities that could bypass physical defenses to attack an enemy's very essence. Back at Gringotts, Dudley had used the Trunsoist brass book to temporarily elevate his spiritual form and cast Mental Pierce, which had interrupted the dark-robed figure's killing curse and delivered a crucial blow. If he'd had the Interrogator's abilities during the fight just now, a creature like the troll, with its astonishing physical defense but low intelligence, would have been unable to withstand his mental attacks, making the battle much easier. As Dudley panted, pondering the future sequences, Harry and Ron cautiously checked on the troll. A trickle of blood flowed from its nostrils, and then, it breathed its last. "It's dead," Ron said with a final sigh of relief. "It's finally dead." "Hermione, how are you?" Dudley asked, turning to her. "My foot is a bit injured, but I'm fine otherwise," she said, her voice shaky. "Thank you for coming to save me. If it weren't for you, I might have." As she spoke, she started to cry again. Ron and Harry exchanged guilty glances. If they hadn't locked the troll in the lavatory, or if they hadn't argued with her earlier in the day, she would never have been there in the first place. "You're welcome," Ron mumbled, his face flushing with shame. "Actually, it's my fault too. I'm sorry about what I said earlier." "No, you don't need to apologize. It's my own problem," Hermione said, shaking her head. She had cared too much about scores, choosing them over friendship. She had thought that earning the most points would win her everyone's approval, but now she saw how wrong she had been. The corridor fell silent again, an awkward tension hanging in the air. Dudley watched them, a faint smile on his face, but soon, he frowned. "Does anyone else notice something wrong?" he said, looking around. "What?" Ron asked, puzzled. "It's a bit too quiet," Harry said, also frowning. "Wait," Hermione said, her eyes widening. "Dudley has been fighting the troll for a long time. Why hasn't a professor come over?" Hearing this, everyone looked around, a new sense of unease dawning on them. It was true. The fight had been loud and had lasted for several minutes, yet no one had appeared. Professor Quirrell had announced the troll's presence. Even if the other professors were busy securing the students, someone should have been sent to deal with it. Dudley's frown deepened. He felt like he was overlooking something important. Just then, a faint sound came from the end of the corridor. In the dead silence of the castle, it was unnervingly clear. "Who's there?" Dudley called out, his voice sharp. Immediately, he heard hurried footsteps from behind a statue. Malfoy and his two companions appeared, fleeing in a panic without daring to even glance in Dudley's direction. After witnessing the fight, they wanted nothing more than to get away. However, just a few steps into their retreat, they let out sharp screams and collapsed to the floor. On their backs, 3 bloody marks had appeared from nowhere, as if they had just been struck by an invisible whip. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 85, The Living Rule. Translator's note. First, I would like to sincerely apologize for not uploading the chapters as scheduled, and second, for not informing you all beforehand about the delay. I understand that many of you look forward to regular updates, and I take full responsibility for failing to meet those expectations. I promise this will not happen again. Moving forward, even if I cannot upload for a day, I will make sure to inform you all about any delays in advance. Thank you for your patience and continued support. What did you do? Malfoy shrieked in terror. I'm going to tell my father. The sharp pain in his back made his face as pale as a sheet of paper, his eyes filled with fear. The image of Dudley pinning him to the ground and pummeling him flashed before his eyes. Run. He's a demon. Goyle helped Malfoy up, and Crabbe struggled to his feet, both of them enduring the severe pain. They didn't dare to stay, Dudley was simply too terrifying. Did he fear no one at Hogwarts? He had just openly attacked a classmate, and the sensation was clearly not ordinary magic, but dark arts. Yes, that had to be it. This time, no matter what, they had to get Dudley expelled. However, just a few steps into their escape, the 3 of them let out another terrifying scream and fell to the ground. This time, several more bloody marks appeared on their backs, tearing through their robes and skin. The entire corridor was engulfed in fear. The anger in their eyes when they looked at Dudley had vanished, replaced only by pure terror. Dudley wanted to kill them. That was the only thing the 3 of them could think of. On the other side, the gazes of Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously turned to Dudley. They didn't know what had happened, but they subconsciously felt that this was something Dudley could have done, that only he had such an ability. They just weren't sure why he would do such a thing. It wasn't me, Dudley said, his face grim. This was indeed not caused by him. He didn't have such an ability, and even if he did, he had no reason to attack Malfoy like that. Although the 3 of them were annoying, Dudley hadn't reached the point of wanting to kill them. In his eyes, they were, at most, mischievous kids. What exactly happened? Ron said, trembling. His gaze swept around the empty corridor, and his legs trembled slightly. Harry's face was also grim. Hermione was almost scared silly at this point. First, she encountered a troll, and now this bizarre situation. She was starting to question her life. Ron's fearful gaze darted around, as if he saw some terrifying monster, and then he ran directly towards Dudley. At this moment, perhaps only by Dudley's side could he feel a sense of safety. Harry, supporting Hermione, also prepared to run over. Don't move. Dudley shouted loudly. However, he was a step too late. He managed to stop Harry and Hermione, but not Ron. The next moment, Ron screamed and fell to the ground, a bloody whip mark appearing on his back. Ron. Harry and Hermione shrieked in terror. Ron was writhing on the ground in pain, his face incredibly pale. He had never been in so much pain in his life. What on earth is going on? Hermione was on the verge of a breakdown. What was happening had far exceeded their understanding. Was someone using dark arts? Seeing this, the distorted faces of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle showed a hint of surprise. It would make sense if Dudley had cursed them, but why would he curse Ron too? That didn't make sense. Could it really not have been Dudley? At this moment, they seemed to gradually calm down from their previous fright. Did Dudley even have the ability to cast such a spell on them? On the other side, Dudley's expression changed repeatedly. Suddenly, 2 words blurted from his mouth, the rule. What rule? Harry asked, puzzled. That notice at the Great Hall entrance, Dudley said rapidly. The yellow paper. No running in the corridor. Harry and Ron immediately remembered the notice. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle also realized something, they had seen it too but hadn't taken it seriously. But even if there's a rule, Hogwarts wouldn't punish students like this, Harry said, his face full of confusion. Besides, hardly anyone obeyed it. Ron and I just ran over too. The rule has changed, Dudley said, his face grim. It originally didn't state the consequences of violating it, but now new clauses have been added. He understood what had happened. He reached into his inner pocket and found that the Trunsoist brass book, the rule book, was gone. Dudley was certain it wasn't lost by accident, it had run away on its own. It had become animated. His inner pocket had a row of buttons specifically to prevent it from falling out. With the buttons still fastened, there could only be one possibility. So, as long as we don't run now, nothing will happen. Harry asked. That should be the case, Dudley said. But I'm not sure if there are other rules. Upon hearing this, Harry cautiously tried to take a step forward. Everyone watched him nervously. After more than 10 seconds, no anomaly appeared. No running, but walking is allowed, Harry said, breathing a sigh of relief. How could Professor Dumbledore allow such a rule to appear? This is unreasonable, Hermione said loudly. What do we do now? Harry asked, helping the pale Ron to his feet and looking at Dudley. First, follow me to the Great Hall entrance, Dudley said. I need to know if any new rules have appeared. He had to figure out what rules the book had set during this time. Immediately, information about the Trunsoist brass book flashed through his mind. Once unrestricted, it will naturally formulate biased laws for the surrounding area and strictly enforce them. During this process, it will modify and correct them at any time based on feedback. As the laws gradually become stricter, its living characteristics will deepen, until a strict law capable of interfering with all aspects takes shape. The Trunsoist brass book will be completely alive, possessing true wisdom and capable of modifying the world's underlying rules to a certain extent. The rules it formulates must be publicized or announced before they can take effect. When an action is not explicitly stipulated in a clear clause, whether it is illegal follows the common perception of the surrounding living beings. The Trunsoist brass book hates distorted, unesthetic rules, and detests being exploited for loopholes. Dudley's thoughts raced. He had to reseal this book, and fast. If it truly came alive, all of Hogwarts could cease to exist. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 86, Law. Follow me. Remember, don't let both feet leave the ground at the same time. If you're judged to be running, will be punished, Dudley said to Harry and the others. Okay. At this point, the three of them had stopped thinking for themselves. Whatever Dudley said, they just did. Dudley immediately set off, slowly heading in the direction of Malfoy and his group, where the stairs to the upper floor were located. Don't come over here, Malfoy shouted, his face full of terror as he saw Dudley approaching. I don't have time to bother with you. If you don't want to die out here, you'd better return to your Slytherin common room immediately. Remember, don't run, or you'll die in a very unpleasant way, Dudley said coldly, looking at Malfoy, who was writhing and retreating on the ground. Or, you can just crawl back like this, he added. Malfoy's face was pale, and the severe pain in his back made his thoughts muddled, but after hearing Dudley's words, he regained some composure. At the very least, Dudley and the others had proven that as long as you didn't run in the corridor, you wouldn't be punished. Without hesitation, Malfoy tried to stand up. Goyle and Crabbe also struggled to their feet. They had no idea what had happened, but they knew that at this moment, it was best to do as Dudley said. Malfoy glanced at Crabbe, signaling with his eyes for Crabbe to try first. Crabbe was reluctant, but when he saw Malfoy's fierce look, he had no choice but to take the first step. After waiting a breath or two and confirming there was no punishment, Malfoy quickly walked toward the stairs. He didn't want to stay in this place a second longer. So, in Dudley and the others' view, they saw Malfoy and his friends twisting their hips, wincing in pain, and entering a speed-walking mode straight for the stairs. Remember, if you experience any unexplained punishment, don't force yourself to return to the common room, just find a nearby classroom and hide, Dudley called after Malfoy. Malfoy didn't respond, but he remembered it. Dudley, why warn them? Let them suffer, they deserve it, Ron couldn't help but say. If I don't warn them, they might die, Dudley said gravely. What? Harry, Ron, and Hermione's faces immediately turned pale. They had thought this was just another extremely unreasonable new school rule at Hogwarts, but even so, it shouldn't be fatal, right? They had always thought Dudley was just trying to scare Malfoy. After all, this was a school, not a prison. Even if you broke school rules, you shouldn't be punished so severely, could you really die? It's hard to say. Let's go check out the Great Hall first, Dudley said, not explaining further. He wasn't sure how much power the Trunsoist brass book had exerted, but he knew that if this rulebook kept issuing new rules, the punishments would only get harsher and harsher. Right now, flogging was already the lightest punishment. Next, it could be broken limbs, and then eventually, death sentences. And once the book delivered a death sentence, there would be no chance of rescue, it would be death in the sense of the rules, your life snuffed out in an instant, absolutely final. Suddenly, a word flashed through Dudley's mind. Uniqueness. In an instant, his face turned pale, and countless dense whispers echoed in his mind, making him feel as if his brain was about to explode. The Trunsoist brass book, a sealed artifact of the Arbiter pathway. Dudley leaned against the wall, his face ashen. "Dudley, what's wrong?" Harry exclaimed, quickly grabbing Dudley. Bright red blood dripped from Dudley's nose, falling to the floor and blooming into crimson flowers. His face was extremely pale, twisted, and frightening, like a monster ready to devour someone. "I'm fine," Dudley said, shaking his head and wiping away the blood. He knew the Trunsoist brass book was a legendary sealed artifact of the Arbiter pathway, a key item of immense power. But there seemed to be something wrong with it now. Dudley didn't dare think further. He was afraid that if he touched on things he shouldn't know, it would bring even more unpredictable anomalies. Especially since Dudley was now on a dual path, something almost impossible at low sequences in that world, anyone who tried would lose control. Dudley was only able to do this because the world he was in now was not the same as that bizarre world, which lessened the risk of losing control, allowing him to digest two beyonder characteristics at once. But this was still extremely dangerous, one misstep and Dudley would be dead. After recovering a little, and with Harry supporting him, the four of them quickly returned to the entrance of the Great Hall. It was already empty, no one was there. But the yellow notice at the entrance to the Great Hall now had new content that wasn't there before. No running in the corridors. Violators will be flogged. It really appeared. There wasn't a punishment before, Harry said immediately upon seeing the rule. "That's right. I remember it just said not to run in the corridors, but didn't say what the punishment was," Ron added. "So, the punishment was added later. Who did this?" Hermione frowned. "I don't know, but I don't think an ordinary person could do something like this, it would require extremely powerful magic," Harry said. As he said this, the first person he thought of was Dumbledore. He couldn't help it, Dumbledore, as headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the greatest wizards alive, certainly had the power to do such things. But this was obviously against Dumbledore's philosophy, and Harry didn't want to believe Dumbledore would make such a rule. "You guys go back to the dormitory first. I'm going to investigate this," Dudley said solemnly. "It's too dangerous. Let's go back together, this isn't something we should be handling," Harry said immediately. Dudley shook his head. If this was really a magical event, he could ignore it. But now, it was clearly a problem caused by the Trunsoist brass book he brought, so he couldn't just stand by. Besides, he was probably the only one who could seal this thing. "Look, there's a new rule appearing," Ron suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on the yellow notice, where new words were slowly appearing, as if being written by an invisible hand. "Curfew, after 9 o'clock, all movement in the corridors is forbidden. Violators will be flogged." Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly, the rules were getting stricter. But at the same time, he noticed some problems with the rules. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 87, it's 9 o'clock. These two rules seemed far too basic. Moreover, the second rule actually encompassed the first one. Since movement was forbidden, running would be even more impossible. This meant the new rule was merely expanding the scope of the first one, without creating any qualitative change. This didn't entirely match the descriptions of the Trunsoist brass book in Dudley's mind. Based on the time that had passed, the book should have already discovered the loopholes in the rules. The method to patch these loopholes was actually quite simple, directly forbid any living beings from appearing in the corridors, with violators sentenced to death. But the current situation clearly wasn't like that. "What time is it now?" Dudley asked. 8:40. "We only have 20 minutes left," Harry said, his expression grim. "You go back. 20 minutes is enough to reach Gryffindor Tower. Remember, no matter what happens or what you hear, don't leave the tower. Understand?" Dudley said urgently. "But..." Harry wanted to say something. "Go back," Dudley said coldly. His words were full of authority, irresistible, startling Hermione and Ron beside him. "All right." Harry pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. The three took one last look at Dudley, then headed toward Gryffindor Tower. They had to return before 9 o'clock, or they wouldn't be able to get back. "If anything goes wrong on the way, find a classroom and hide," Dudley instructed. "Got it," Harry replied. Watching the three leave, Dudley's gaze fell on the notice again. It's not just prohibiting movement in the corridors, but progressing from running to walking. This is a process of expanding the conceptual scope. So why set up such rules? Dudley pondered. After a moment, realization dawned. To cut off connections between different parts of the castle, that is, to prevent people from finding it. Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking from the brass book's perspective, he roughly understood the purpose of this rule. From running to walking, next would probably be no people allowed in the corridors at all. Everyone could only stay in their respective areas. The entire castle would be divided into small sections, preventing the possibility of accidental discovery. It seems this activation is only very elementary. This level of rule is far from strict, and there are still many loopholes. To fill these loopholes, it needs considerable time. For example, flying in the corridors or crawling through sewers could both circumvent the prohibition. But the activation will continuously accelerate. The rules will patch various loopholes until they form an extremely tight set of laws that are strictly enforced. By that time, no one will be able to stop it. Dudley's expression was grave, he didn't have much time left. Without hesitation, Dudley immediately began moving, searching the castle for the location of the Trunsoist brass book. The book was probably placed in some classroom or broom closet, continuously activating and issuing new rules. Prohibiting corridor activities means it's still within the castle, this exposes its own location. However, with this very elementary level of activation, its sphere of influence is quite limited and cannot leave Hogwarts Castle. Dudley walked as fast as possible through the corridors, checking every possible location where the book might appear. Spiritual intuition would guide his direction to a certain extent, plus the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, he might stumble upon it while walking. But the uncertainty was enormous. He could find it in 10 minutes, an hour, or even days or months. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends walked through the corridors, their faces grave. Dudley won't be in trouble, will he? Hermione asked, her voice choked with emotion. No, he's so capable, he definitely won't be in trouble, Ron quickly said. Harry, you agree, right? When Harry didn't respond, remaining silent, Hermione pressed, you should know Dudley well, right? He's doing such a dangerous thing, he must be confident he can handle it, right? Harry shook his head. Actually, I don't understand him at all. In fact, I used to hope he would disappear from my life forever. Before meeting Malfoy, he was the person I hated most, bar none. But I don't know when he changed, and then he really became like my brother. Harry didn't know what he was saying, just that he had emotions he needed to express. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, they had no idea what Harry was talking about. This Halloween night was truly too bizarre. Ah. Suddenly, a scream echoed from somewhere in the castle, making Dudley immediately stop in his tracks. Someone accidentally violated the rule. Dudley's face darkened. This was just the beginning. Immediately after, several more screams rang out, clearly indicating that several more people had violated the prohibition and been punished. More and more people are violating the prohibition. The longer this dragged on, the more troublesome it would become to resolve. There has been an unexpected incident in our castle. Everyone stay in your rooms and do not move about the castle. Professor Dumbledore's voice echoed throughout Hogwarts. They've discovered the anomaly, Dudley noted with relief. With Dumbledore's warning, many innocent people could avoid harm. Suddenly, something occurred to Dudley. Wait, why are the screams only appearing now? The rules have been issued for some time. Even assuming everyone was walking rather than running, these screams appeared too late. Dudley grasped key information, his face full of excitement. This means the effective range of the rules has only now expanded. Previously, the Trunsoist brass book's sphere of influence was still very limited and didn't include the entire castle. So the first scream was from Malfoy. Dudley's expression froze. The Trunsoist brass book is in the dungeons. Having figured this out, Dudley immediately headed underground. Dong. The bell chimed, it was 9 o'clock. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 88, Suspension. Curfew time. Dudley stopped moving immediately when he heard the bell, standing still in place. The entire corridor fell completely silent, creating an unsettling quiet that made one's heart race. Dudley looked around, and after finding nothing unusual, drew his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley chanted the spell and waved his wand. But this time, the spell wasn't directed at any other object, it was directed at himself, his clothes. In that moment, Dudley felt his body become light, his feet gradually leaving the ground as he floated into the air. Although he didn't know flying spells, he was quite skilled with the levitation charm. In fact, as long as one could precisely control spiritual power, the levitation charm could indeed be used for flight. After reaching about 1 meter above the ground, Dudley stopped descending and began drifting toward the other end of the corridor. His speed wasn't fast, but he had found a way to circumvent the prohibition's effects. From Malfoy's screams, it appears the Trunsoist brass book first affected areas that included the underground regions. This means that location wasn't far from the Trunsoist brass book, Dudley reasoned as he floated forward. However, the brass book isn't necessarily underground, it could be upstairs too. The brass book affects its surroundings with itself as the center. Thanks to Dudley's knowledge of Hogwarts Castle, he had already constructed a three-dimensional model in his mind, basically able to roughly pinpoint the approximate location of the Trunsoist brass book. Dudley controlled the levitation charm, directing himself toward the dungeons. He planned to start his search from the underground areas. Ah! Another scream echoed, and this time it was clearly an adult's voice. Is it one of the teachers? Dudley wondered. It seems like they don't know about the curfew and thought they could still move freely in the corridors. Dudley paid no more attention to the screams coming from various parts of the castle, focusing all his energy on finding the Trunsoist brass book. Meanwhile, in an abandoned underground classroom, Malfoy's face was extremely grim. Damn it, we were almost back to the Slytherin common room. Why did something go wrong again, he snarled. What do we do now? I feel like the entire school has become a monster, punishing all of us, Crabbe said, already crying, his face covered in tears. Goyle beside him wasn't much better. The three of them had almost reached the Slytherin common room, but after the 9 o'clock bell chimed, they were subjected to flogging again. They didn't dare try to continue walking and could only follow Dudley's suggestion, hiding in this nearby underground classroom. But even so, before entering the classroom, all three had been severely whipped several times, leaving them with more than a dozen lash marks, blood streaming down their bodies. As children from pure-blood families, when had they ever endured such beatings? Their psychological state had nearly collapsed. Only Malfoy managed to calm down first. Stop crying, Malfoy shouted. Crabbe and Goyle didn't dare cry aloud anymore, only sobbing quietly. What the hell is going on? My father never said Hogwarts would automatically punish students, especially with such severe punishment. Malfoy's expression kept changing. Perhaps his previous beating by Dudley had improved his resistance to physical punishment. Although his body was covered in wounds, compared to the injuries from when Dudley had beaten him, this was relatively light. Maybe someone triggered Hogwarts' ancient magic. I remember they used to hang up misbehaving students and beat them, that's what Filch said, Goyle said through tears. Right, exactly. Could it be Filch's doing? Those prohibitions look just like school rules, Crabbe added. Malfoy quickly shook his head. Use your brain, does Filch have that kind of ability? Besides, my dad said Filch is a squib who can't cast magic at all. Crabbe looked at Malfoy pitifully and whispered, maybe he just triggered some magic. Malfoy remained silent, recalling previous events. Wait, Dursley seemed to know a lot about this. He even warned us that if something unexpected happened, we should immediately hide in a room. Malfoy remembered the earlier events. He seemed to know the rules here would change, and even knew how to circumvent these changes. Could it be Dursley's doing? Crabbe immediately said. It really could be him. Have we caught him red-handed? If we expose this, we could get him expelled, Goyle said somewhat excitedly. Malfoy rolled his eyes. He felt his two friends really had no brains. If Dursley had that kind of power, would he still need to study magic here? Malfoy said. But this matter might indeed be connected to him. However, we have no evidence right now. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, thinking Malfoy was overthinking things. They had given up on thinking altogether. Let's go out and take a look, Malfoy suddenly said after pondering for a moment. What? Are you crazy? Crabbe and Goyle looked at Malfoy in terror. Remember our experience in the corridor earlier? You two were the first to be flogged, but I immediately stood still and didn't move, so I wasn't flogged. What does this tell us? Malfoy asked. Crabbe and Goyle shook their heads. This means that as long as you don't move in the corridor, standing still won't result in punishment. And the 9 o'clock bell chimed then, meaning this was a new rule that appeared after 9 o'clock. Malfoy seemed to grasp the key to the problem. He was also recalling what Dudley had said to Harry and the others. Then why should we go out? Isn't it better to stay in the room? Crabbe asked with a pale face. This place might not always be safe. We need to find other people, or find teachers. Only then can we ensure our safety, understand? Malfoy said. But how do we get out? According to what you said, we can only stand still, Goyle asked. Malfoy didn't answer immediately, then said after thinking, the levitation charm. Which of you two has learned the levitation charm? Crabbe and Goyle simultaneously shook their heads in perfect synchronization. Useless, Malfoy couldn't help but curse. The levitation charm was the closest thing to flying that they could cast at their current level, but unfortunately, none of them had learned it very well. What is that? Suddenly, Crabbe looked out the window with a terrified expression. Malfoy's expression changed, and he turned to look toward the window. A black figure quickly drifted past the window and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 89, The Edge of Losing Control. How did those three end up here? Dudley's face darkened. Fortunately, he had made some disguise, wrapping himself in a black robe. Otherwise, he would have just been spotted by Crabbe and Goyle. Wait, the Slytherin common room is underground. It seems they encountered the curfew on their way back and had to temporarily hide in this classroom. Dudley quickly figured out the situation. Without paying further attention to Malfoy and his group, Dudley's body continued drifting forward, stopping at the door of the next underground classroom. In the adjacent classroom, Goyle said, trembling, "What was that thing that just flew by?" "A person or some kind of monster." "It looked like a human shadow," Malfoy replied, his face also pale. "This year's Halloween was far too terrifying. We'd better not go out." "I feel the castle is full of danger right now," Crabbe said hurriedly. Malfoy also hesitated. He had originally wanted to go find a teacher or return to the Slytherin common room, but now, after seeing that unknown black shadow, he too became frightened. "Let's wait a bit longer. I'll practice the levitation charm," Malfoy said after thinking. His levitation charm might not succeed, and if problems arose outside, he might have to endure several consecutive lashes. However, the thing that had just flown by also proved Malfoy's earlier hypothesis: as long as you weren't walking in the corridors, you wouldn't be subjected to flogging. Meanwhile, Dudley stood at the door of the adjacent classroom. His left hand gripped the door handle, and just as he was about to push open the door, his expression suddenly changed. His spiritual intuition was triggered. The brass book is inside. Dudley felt it in his heart. This was an extremely subtle intuition. Even though he hadn't discovered any clues about the brass book, he just felt that the brass book should be in this classroom. Taking a deep breath, Dudley opened the classroom door and walked in. The classroom was completely dark, with only a ray of light from the corridor allowing him to vaguely see the situation inside. Dust-covered, messy desks and chairs were randomly placed throughout the classroom. Deep in the classroom, about 10 meters from the door, on a table sat a thin book made of brass, spread open. "Found you." Dudley's gaze focused. He had finally found the Trunsoist brass book. The question now was, how could he seal this book? Rustle, rustle. As if aware of Dudley's arrival, the brass book began flipping rapidly, displaying one formed rule after another. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious thing. No living being may touch it without permission. Violators, death penalty. No one may change the state of the Trunsoist brass book in any way. Violators, death penalty. All living beings approaching the Trunsoist brass book will have their sanity reduced. When sanity drops to 20% of the original, signs of losing control will appear. Dudley felt a wave of dizziness, heavy whispers echoing in his ears, and his originally calm face began to become distorted. "My sanity is declining." Dudley clearly perceived that sanity was leaving him. He was becoming increasingly impulsive and finding it harder to control his actions. "How can I seal this book?" Dudley clenched his fists, struggling to recall details about the Trunsoist brass book. He had to quickly find a way to seal this book, or its decrees would become increasingly strict until all violators were executed. "Can't touch it, can't change its state." Dudley's expression grew increasingly ugly. He had originally thought the 2 decrees the Trunsoist brass book had announced were all the rules, but he hadn't expected the brass book to have already left itself ample room for maneuvering. It had even placed the most severe punishment, death, entirely on itself. The front part of the rules appears gray-black, seemingly in an unchangeable state. This requires the book to awaken further. If it awakens to the point where it can change the front part of the rules, could it make Beyonders lose control the moment their sanity drops even slightly? The text at the back appears mercury-colored. This indicates this part of the rules can be modified or added to. Can't change the brass book state, but can I change the surrounding state? Dudley struggled to keep himself lucid, thinking of countermeasures. Just then, the Trunsoist brass book turned to a blank page, and mercury-colored words began appearing one after another. In the blink of an eye, these mercury-colored words formed a new clause. The 7th underground classroom of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the place where the Trunsoist brass book is stored, a location that must be strictly protected. Any living being that enters here without permission from the Trunsoist brass book will be punished. Crack. The moment this decree appeared, a sharp pain came from Dudley's back, and bloody lash marks appeared. But this wasn't all. What followed was continuous, relentless flogging that seemed endless, only stopping when Dudley left this classroom. Ah. Dudley let out a low roar. His sanity was declining, and the severe pain from his body made it difficult to maintain his rational state. He charged directly toward the Trunsoist brass book without regard for his life. As for what to do after charging over, how to deal with the Trunsoist brass book's death penalty punishment, he didn't know. In the last moment of maintaining his sanity, he instinctively made this decision, a decision with no retreat. The bloody lash marks on Dudley's body multiplied, and his facial expression became incredibly ferocious. Not only that, the flesh on his face, hands, and neck began constantly surging, as if trying to separate from his body. His eyes were no longer their original color but had become pitch black. The next moment, Dudley suddenly stopped. The flesh on his face no longer twisted and changed, and his entire being seemed to enter another state. The blackness in his eyes slowly faded, revealing a strange pattern woven from iron black and dark red, surrounded by numerous bizarre lines that seemed both chaotic and following some pattern. A terrifying, majestic aura was released from Dudley's body, but it only covered a very small area around the classroom, not spreading further. At this moment, Dudley was already standing in front of the Trunsoist brass book. He extended his hand, breaking open a wound at his fingertip, letting blood fall. Dudley Trunsoist, as the master of the Trunsoist brass book, may touch the Trunsoist brass book. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 90, The Paradox Trap. After Dudley's low voice fell, the blood from his fingertip immediately formed a new rule on the Trunsoist brass book. This rule was different from the previous ones. It was no longer silver-white in color, but tinged with a faint blood red, appearing completely out of place among the silver rules. When this rule appeared, the space and time around Dudley seemed to freeze in that instant. The Trunsoist brass book no longer produced new rules. It seemed stunned, like a precisely operating machine that suddenly jammed, causing the entire system to collapse. The situation was now obvious. The Trunsoist brass book had fallen into a paradox. The previous rule clearly stated that the Trunsoist brass book was forbidden to be touched by any living being without permission. This rule even considered that those who might touch it weren't just humans, but also other animals and even extraordinary species, thus adopting a broader concept, living beings. But now, with the appearance of the rule stating that Dudley Trunsoist, as the master of the Trunsoist brass book, may touch the Trunsoist brass book, a direct contradiction emerged. Dudley Trunsoist clearly belonged to the category of living beings, so his touching the Trunsoist brass book should violate the prohibition. But as the master, Dudley could also touch the Trunsoist brass book due to the newly appeared rule. These two rules were in conflict. The Trunsoist brass book began producing new rules again, attempting to resolve the paradox. Dudley Trunsoist, as the master of the Trunsoist brass book, does not belong to the general category of living beings. Dudley Trunsoist touching the Trunsoist brass book without permission can be considered as touching under permitted conditions. However, Dudley didn't give the brass book more time. His hand fell upon the brass book, and he picked up this rule book. This directly caused the state of the Trunsoist brass book to be changed by Dudley, violating the rule that the book's state cannot be changed. The rule book fell into another paradox. Rustle, rustle. The Trunsoist brass book began flipping rapidly, with rule after rule appearing continuously at increasing speed, almost one new rule per second, trying to remedy the paradox problems caused by the previous rules. Soon, the Trunsoist brass book reached its last page. When the newest rule appeared but still couldn't remedy the previous paradoxes or form a complete legal code, the Trunsoist brass book completely gave up and fell into silence. Crisis temporarily resolved. Dudley began flipping through the brass book, his eyes with their iron gray and dark red intertwined pupils coldly observing the fundamental rules of the world recorded in the Trunsoist brass book. As time passed, the light in Dudley's eyes gradually dimmed, his autonomous consciousness began returning, and information about sealing the brass book clearly appeared in his mind. If contradictions appear between rules and cannot be resolved, or if all pages are filled but fail to form a sufficiently rigorous rule system, the Trunsoist brass book will add a clause, the following rules are invalid, at the boundary between the front and back sections after 1 hour. As this clause forms, the rules written afterward will gradually disappear, returning the pages to blank. After the back section becomes completely blank, the following rules are invalid clause will be erased, and the Trunsoist brass book will repeat its previous behavior until a rigorous legal system covering all aspects is formed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent classroom, Malfoy frowned, looking at Crabbe and Goyle. What was that sound just now? Did you hear it? Just as he was practicing the levitation charm, a human voice suddenly came from the adjacent classroom, startling Malfoy. It seemed like someone roared, and there was talking, Crabbe said. I heard it too, but couldn't make out what was said, Goyle added. The walls of the underground classrooms were thick, they could vaguely hear sounds from next door, but couldn't make out the specific words. Is there someone next door? Could it be a teacher? Malfoy's expression changed, hope appearing on his face. I'm going to take a look. He really didn't want to be trapped in this broken classroom. If a rule appeared requiring all students to return to their dormitories, they would be in serious trouble. The best option now was to find a teacher, figure out what was happening, and at least have the teacher escort them back to their common room. But we can't walk outside, and your levitation charm. Crabbe began but didn't finish. Malfoy had just attempted the levitation charm with mediocre results, though he managed to make things fly, they quickly crashed to the ground. Idiot. We just need to go through the back door. It's only about a meter to the other classroom, isn't it? Malfoy said. The front and back doors of the two classrooms were very close together, no need to go through the front door. Malfoy immediately headed for the classroom's back door. The door was abandoned but not locked, so Malfoy easily opened it. Less than a meter away was the front door of the adjacent classroom. Malfoy peeked out and saw that the adjacent classroom's door was half open. This distance should be fine, Malfoy thought. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy drew his wand and cast the levitation charm on himself, clothes. His body quickly floated up, though not very stable, nothing went wrong. Give me a push, Malfoy said to Crabbe. He couldn't control the force properly at this point, he could only make himself levitate but couldn't control his flight. Crabbe quickly pushed the floating Malfoy, sending him drifting toward the adjacent classroom's door. Over the meter-plus distance, Malfoy quickly floated to the doorway. He glanced at the situation inside the classroom. It was pitch black, he couldn't see anything clearly, only sensing that there seemed to be a vague black shadow in the depths of the classroom, holding a book in their hands. He directly cancelled the levitation charm and landed at the doorway. Hello, is there a teacher here? I'm Malfoy, a first-year Slytherin student. I'd like to know if you could escort me back to the Slytherin common room. As Malfoy spoke, he pushed open the classroom door, looked toward the dark depths of the classroom, and took a step forward. The next moment, Malfoy's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 91, The Night Emperor's Follower. The moment Malfoy stepped into the classroom, he felt an overwhelming presence descend upon him, leaving him no time to react as he dropped to his knees instantly. It was a supreme authority, so terrifying that Malfoy felt if he didn't kneel immediately, he would die under that dreadful oppressive force. Cold, terrifying, impossible to look at directly, towering above all living beings. Dudley, who was flipping through the Trunsoist brass book, glanced up and looked toward Malfoy kneeling at the doorway. His sanity had returned considerably, and normal thinking posed no problem. He found me. Dudley's gaze sharpened. The previous events had happened so quickly that Dudley had no time to pay attention to Malfoy next door. But he hadn't expected Malfoy would have the courage to come over and investigate. What should he do now? Dudley stared grimly at Malfoy, who knelt on the ground not far away, rigid as a stone statue. My presence only fills this classroom. When Malfoy stepped inside, he must have been overwhelmed by my commanding presence. He probably couldn't see my appearance clearly, or rather, was unable to look directly at me. Seeing Malfoy's condition, Dudley formed a theory and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Are you the Night Emperor? Malfoy spoke with a trembling voice. The surroundings were too quiet, frighteningly quiet. He felt that if he didn't speak up, the other party might kill him outright. I know you. You once appeared at Gringotts. I was nearby at that time and felt your overwhelming presence. Malfoy continued. Dudley narrowed his eyes without speaking, the iron gray and dark red intertwined lines in his pupils gradually fading. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have intruded here. Please don't kill me. I can help you, do anything for you. To survive, Malfoy had no other choice at this moment. From his father's words, he had learned that this self-proclaimed Night Emperor was extremely powerful, even the dark wizard who invaded Gringotts was no match for him. Moreover, this person could ignore Gringotts' defenses and come and go freely. Now appearing at Hogwarts, no one knew just how strong he truly was. Even the strange prohibitions that appeared at Hogwarts this time might very well come from the Night Emperor before him. Such a wizard, powerful enough to inspire fear, could kill him as easily as snapping his fingers. In this situation, he could only choose to submit as quickly as possible to have a chance at survival. This was what his father had taught him. Fortunately, he hadn't seen the other party's appearance and had instinctively knelt at the first moment. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse by now. Help me. Dudley spoke with a low, hoarse voice. Yes, I can do anything for you. Or, if you need money, I can give it to you. Our family has a lot of money and can definitely satisfy your needs, Malfoy said hurriedly. Dudley pondered for a moment and spoke, I allow you to become my follower. Malfoy felt a surge of relief, at least he had survived. What do you need me to do for you? Malfoy quickly asked. Gather the strong among the students and build a force, Dudley spoke flatly. Malfoy's heart trembled. This reminded him of the Dark Lord's Death Eaters. I obey your will, Malfoy immediately agreed. I will tell you my honorific name. When you need it, you can recite my honorific name, and I will give you revelation and help, Dudley said. Yes. Although Malfoy wasn't sure what an honorific name was, this was obviously a way to contact the Knight Emperor, perhaps similar to the Dark Lord's Dark Mark. Immediately after, Malfoy felt words appear in his mind. You are the Supreme Emperor. The embodiment of order, the manifestation of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order, and you are disorder. These words echoed in Malfoy's mind, making him feel somewhat dizzy. From what he could understand, this so-called honorific name seemed to point to characteristics the Knight Emperor possessed, as well as descriptions of him. Order, chaos, rules. Malfoy thought of those prohibitions and the punishments that appeared after violating them. That kind of flogging seemed to be an unavoidable attack no matter what. Don't reveal my affairs to anyone. You may go back, Dudley said indifferently. I obey your will. Malfoy didn't dare say anything more, kneeling on the ground and slowly backing out step by step. The moment he left the classroom, the supreme authority pressing down on Malfoy dissipated like melting snow, but at the same time, a lash fell upon him. The prohibition in the corridor had taken effect. But this time, Malfoy gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, retreating back to the adjacent classroom while kneeling. Malfoy, what's wrong with you? We just called you, why didn't you answer? Malfoy, why are you kneeling on the ground? You. Crabbe and Goyle were shocked to see Malfoy retreating while kneeling. Shut up, Malfoy said in a low voice. Crabbe and Goyle didn't know what had happened. They exchanged glances and didn't speak further. Malfoy said nothing more. His face was extremely pale, and he collapsed directly on the ground. Only when truly facing that terrifying authority could one know what a fear-inducing existence it was. Malfoy's entire body was soaked with sweat, unable to muster any strength. He didn't know how he had returned, nor how he had dealt with that Knight Emperor. He felt everything was like a dream. But the honorific name in his mind told him that everything that had happened before was real. Gather the strong, build a force, is he going to become the new Dark Lord? Malfoy shivered. No matter what, he was now that person's follower. Even if drastic changes occurred in the future, he probably wouldn't be in trouble. For a moment, Malfoy even felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. Just wait, Harry Potter, Dudley Dursley. Someday, I'll trample you both underfoot. Malfoy clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the light in Dudley's eyes completely faded, returning to normal, and the overwhelming presence also disappeared entirely at this moment. Although it's just a backup plan and may not be useful, it's good to plan ahead, Dudley thought to himself. Once reaching high sequences, one would need anchors of faith to stabilize one's will. Only this way could one ensure their will wouldn't be devoured, achieving balance between humanity and divinity. Dudley stopped thinking about Malfoy's matter. His gaze returned to the Trunsoist brass book. This matter was not yet finished. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 92, Chapter 92-93, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. TL note, the author used Chapter 92 as his note. The Trunsoist brass book's rules will continue for 1 hour. After 1 hour, a new rule stating the following rules are invalid will appear at the boundary between the front and back sections, and only then will the corridor prohibitions be lifted. Dudley recalled the information about the brass book. I hope nothing else goes wrong during this time. What Dudley found relatively reassuring was that the brass book's punishment rules hadn't become particularly severe yet. Until the very last moment, violating the prohibitions covering Hogwarts would only result in flogging. There were no punishments involving severed limbs or execution. I just don't know if the brass book will have problems again after 1 hour. This activation seems to have ended, but what about next time? This thing feels like a time bomb. Dudley looked at the brass book in his hand, feeling somewhat troubled. Undeniably, the existence of the brass book gave Dudley confidence when facing dangerous situations. Before his own strength had grown, he could use the brass book to display more powerful abilities. But at the same time, he had to be constantly prepared to face the problems brought by the brass book's activation. After pondering for a while, Dudley couldn't think of a better solution and could only temporarily give up. He recalled what had happened before. He only remembered that at the last moment he had charged toward the brass book, and then everything went black. He knew nothing after that. How did I seal the Trunsoist brass book at that time? Just as Dudley was about to carefully recall, he felt his spiritual intuition stopping him. My spiritual intuition tells me not to think deeply about this matter. Then I won't think about it. Dudley stopped thinking about this matter. His experience in that world told him it was best to trust the revelations brought by spiritual intuition. Dudley put the Trunsoist brass book back in his inner pocket, then went to the classroom's back door. He planned to leave from here. The front door was too close to the classroom where Malfoy and his group were hiding. If Malfoy saw him, all his previous efforts would be wasted. After moving aside the debris piled at the back door, Dudley discovered it was locked. But this couldn't stop him. Alohomora. Click. The back door opened. I have to admit, many everyday magic spells are quite useful. Dudley poked his head out to observe. The corridor was very quiet, and the adjacent classroom wasn't making any strange sounds either. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley cast a levitation charm on himself, clothes, and floated out of the classroom. After determining his direction, he drifted toward the other end of the corridor, away from where Malfoy and his group were located. Going this way, I'll soon reach the place where I fought the troll. Dudley recalled the map of Hogwarts in his mind and realized that the corridor he was currently in led directly to where the troll's corpse lay. That troll is a magical creature after all. I wonder if there are any useful magical materials on its body, Dudley pondered. After killing the troll, Dudley had originally planned to study its corpse thoroughly, but the subsequent activation of the brass book had forced him to immediately deal with that matter. I'll take a look since I'm passing by. Dudley thought as he drifted in that direction. Hogwarts Castle had now become extremely quiet. Dudley no longer heard any screams. This indicated that everyone had figured out the patterns of the corridor prohibitions and was no longer making the same mistakes as before. A strong stench wafted over. Dudley knew that once he turned the corner ahead, he would see the troll's corpse. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the troll's corpse appeared before him. That massive body, like a small hill, occupied almost half the corridor. Sticky blood flowed from its mouth and nose, staining a large area of the floor and looking extremely disgusting. Dudley slowly drifted over and activated his spirit vision to examine the troll's body. He could see faint light emanating from the corpse, especially from the area of its heart. The heart should be a type of magical material. Also, the troll's skin seems like it could be made into leather armor with strong resistance to magic. Dudley estimated in his mind. He hovered in midair, thinking about how to dissect this troll's corpse. He didn't have suitable tools at hand. Just then, Dudley's ears twitched slightly, and he looked up toward the other end of the corridor. At that moment, a dark-robed figure drifted out from around the corner, black robes billowing in the air, making direct eye contact with Dudley. Damn it! Dudley cursed silently. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. He had forgotten that this troll had been deliberately released by someone to create a distraction. On the other side, the dark-robed figure also seemed surprised to encounter someone here, and moreover, that the troll had already become a corpse. Reducto. Almost without hesitation, the dark-robed figure cast a spell directly at Dudley. Dudley's expression changed. In his current position, there was nowhere to hide. Thud. The next moment, Dudley made a split-second decision, canceling the levitation charm on himself and letting his body drop directly to the ground. Boom. A loud explosion came from the wall not far behind Dudley, as the hard stone wall was blasted open by the spell, creating a huge hole. Just as Dudley crashed to the ground, the hood on his head slipped off. The dark-robed figure saw Dudley's face, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Avada Kedavra. The dark-robed figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, but after a brief pause, he cast the killing curse directly. Dudley's expression became extremely grim. Various defensive spells flashed through his mind, but facing this kind of killing curse, he didn't have absolute confidence he could block it. Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Dudley's mind, and he cast the levitation charm on the troll corpse in front of him. Whoosh! The massive troll corpse immediately floated up. The brilliant green light shot forward, blocked by the suddenly rising troll body, producing a loud bang. But the troll was already dead and couldn't die again. Moreover, its skin's resistance to spells meant that this killing curse didn't ricochet but was directly absorbed by the troll's corpse. Dudley quickly retreated, preparing to flee. But the corridor prohibition meant that just as he took a step, he felt severe pain shoot across his back. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse came again. Dudley could only manipulate the troll's corpse to block it, barely able to do anything else. Damn it, of all times for this to happen. Dudley's expression was grim. His hand had already reached into his inner pocket. If there was no other way, he would have to use the Trunsoist brass book again. Everything else became unimportant in the face of mortal danger. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 93, Chapter 94, Reporting Quarrel. Expelliarmus. Suddenly, a voice came from the corridor behind the dark-robed figure. A red beam of light shot out, heading straight for the dark-robed figure. Whoosh! The dark-robed figure reacted quickly, swiftly dodging the incoming red light. He glanced back, knowing the situation had turned against him, and directly transformed into a mass of black smoke, bursting through a nearby skylight with a bang and escaping from Hogwarts Castle. Soon, a figure flew over. It was Snape. He first looked at the escaping dark-robed figure, found that he could no longer trace him, and then turned his gaze toward Dudley's direction. Dudley Dursley. Why are you everywhere? Snape looked at Dudley with a dark expression. Professor, I'd also like to know why I keep encountering these things. I just happened to be passing by here, Dudley said with a pale face. This time he really was just passing by. Passing by. You're not returning to Gryffindor Tower, you appear here, and you tell me you're passing by. Besides, this isn't the path to Gryffindor Tower either. Tell me, why did you appear here? What's your relationship with that dark-robed figure just now? Snape pressed aggressively. Isn't it obvious enough for you to see? Dudley was annoyed. He cast the killing curse at me. What do you think our relationship is? Snape's face was dark, coldly staring at Dudley. Dudley was also not backing down. Since they had already torn off the pretense, Dudley simply decided to go all out. You're just like your mother, arrogant, rude, selfish. Snape stared at Dudley, speaking word by word. Dudley's eyebrows raised slightly. Snape actually knew his mother. This was something he hadn't expected. After all, his mother wasn't a wizard and shouldn't have had contact with Snape. If you say so, then isn't my aunt the same? We're family, after all. The same blood flows through our bodies. Dudley stared coldly at Snape. He clearly saw anger surge in Snape's eyes. I don't care what happened between your generation, but please don't bring your grudges into our younger generation, thank you. Dudley spoke again. You. Snape wanted to speak. Bang. Suddenly, a golden red firelight blazed up, and a brilliant flame appeared out of nowhere. When the firelight faded, a white-haired old man appeared between Dudley and Snape. Behind his half-moon glasses, a pair of deep eyes swept around the surroundings, finally settling on the troll's corpse and Dudley's body. Excellent levitation charm, Dumbledore commented. Dudley's eye twitched slightly, and the troll's corpse fell back to the ground with a thud, stirring up a thick stench. Professor Dumbledore, Dudley, he. The smell here is really unpleasant. I think we need to change places to chat. Professor Dumbledore interrupted Snape's words. Snape said nothing more, but his gaze toward Dudley was full of malice. Follow me, Dumbledore said, floating toward one side of the corridor. Oh, by the way, Dudley, you should be able to make yourself levitate, right? Dumbledore glanced at Dudley. Of course, Professor. He had just been able to levitate the troll's corpse, so levitating himself was no problem. That's good. Dumbledore said nothing more and flew toward the first floor. In the Great Hall, besides the three of them, there was no one else. Well, now we can have a proper chat. Dumbledore landed on the ground, his deep gaze looking toward Dudley and Snape. Professor, I don't know what happened in the castle, but just walking in the corridors results in punishment. I was just injured, Dudley immediately said. Seizing the initiative in conversation was very important. Seeing this, Snape said nothing. The problem Dudley mentioned was also what everyone wanted to ask now, including Snape himself. Some situations have occurred in the castle. Someone may have triggered ancient magic, causing such prohibitions to appear. However, as far as I know, this influence should be eliminated soon, Dumbledore said seriously. Really? That's great. Dudley appeared relieved. In his heart, Dudley was somewhat surprised. Dumbledore seemed to have discovered that the brass book's influence was fading. Could this powerful wizard perceive changes in the rules? Episky. Dumbledore drew his wand and chanted a spell toward the wounds on Dudley's back. The next moment, a tingling sensation came, and Dudley felt the wounds on his back healing rapidly. My healing spells are quite good. Dumbledore winked at Dudley. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Dudley said gratefully. So, Dudley, what's the situation with that troll? Dumbledore changed the subject and asked. This matter has to start from this morning's charms class. Dudley briefly described the situation with Hermione and Ron. So we went to the dungeons to find Hermione, and then... Lies. Snape glared at Dudley and spoke coldly. You didn't go to find Miss Granger first, but went to the fourth floor corridor. It was only after I stopped you that you went to the dungeons. That's right. Dudley nodded directly. That's because I discovered Professor Quirrell had problems, so I wanted to follow and check the situation. Later I met Professor Snape, told him about this, and then went to find Hermione. Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore's gaze focused slightly as he looked at Dudley. That's right. Recently, I've felt something wrong about Professor Quirrell. Inside his body, there seems to be something special, a very weak aura. I wasn't very certain, so I didn't tell you immediately. I wanted to observe the situation and confirm it, Dudley said immediately. He wasn't prepared to hide Quirrell's problem anymore. This guy was becoming increasingly dangerous, and just now, he had actually wanted to kill him. Then he could only sell him out. Moreover, Dudley's role-playing was nearing its end, and he could advance soon. Even if Dumbledore revoked his position, he didn't care anymore. The urgent matter now was to deal with Quirrell, this major threat. Fortunately, this didn't require Dudley to act himself. He just needed to report Quirrell to Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at Dudley, then looked meaningfully at Snape. Snape nodded almost imperceptibly. He had also sensed that Quirrell had problems, but he wasn't clear about exactly what Quirrell's problem was. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 94, Chapter 95, The Terrifying Night Emperor. Professor Dumbledore, will you investigate Professor Quirrell? Dudley asked. Yes, I will investigate. Thank you for your help, Dumbledore said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. Dudley nodded. Quirrell was hiding well, but Dudley believed that as long as Dumbledore investigated, he would definitely find some clues. Now Dudley had a preliminary understanding of the wizarding world. He was very clear about Dumbledore's position and strength in the magical world. Saying he was currently the greatest wizard alive, probably not many people would object. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Did you kill that troll? Dumbledore asked with interest. Yes. Dudley roughly described his battle with the troll, omitting the use of his beyonder powers and only mentioning the use of magic and physical force. What a barbarian. Hearing Dudley describe the battle process, Snape suddenly commented coldly. Wizards all elegantly waved their wands. Who would be like Dudley, actually choosing to fight a troll with bare fists? Although Dudley spoke vividly, from what Snape could tell, what caused the most damage to the troll were still the spells Dudley cast, while those fists were basically just annoying the troll. Finally, I used the levitation charm to float the wooden club in the troll's hand and smashed it on its head, killing it. Dudley concluded. What an exhilarating battle. Dumbledore couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Thank you, Dudley responded. However, Dudley, I still want to remind you that even though you have good magical talent, at this stage, fighting a troll alone is still an extremely dangerous thing. Do you understand? Dumbledore's tone changed as he spoke seriously. I know, but in that situation, if I didn't act, Harry, Hermione, and Ron could all be in danger. I had no choice. I originally thought professors would come quickly, but in the end, I didn't see a single professor, Dudley said somewhat defensively. This was our oversight. It won't happen again. I will strengthen Hogwarts security. Dumbledore patted Dudley's shoulder and said. All right, Dudley, go rest over there for a while. Dudley nodded and walked to sit on a chair nearby. Dumbledore waved his wand and created a privacy barrier around himself and Snape. What did you discover? Dumbledore asked straightforwardly. Nothing particularly special, but Quirrell definitely has problems. I suspect the troll was released by him to attract our attention so he could enter the third-floor corridor. However, something unexpected happened during this incident. The castle suddenly had a prohibition against moving in the corridors, which obviously disrupted his plan. Later I kept chasing that dark figure until I encountered Dudley. When I met them, they seemed to be fighting. I heard the dark-robed figure cast the killing curse. Of course, all this is just my suspicion. I haven't confirmed that the dark-robed figure was Professor Quirrell. Snape told him all the problems he had discovered. So it really is him. Dumbledore murmured softly. What should we do next? Snape asked. To confirm whether that person was Quirrell wasn't actually difficult. They just needed to capture Quirrell and interrogate him. They could also use the prior incantato spell to check Quirrell's wand. As long as they confirmed he had previously cast the killing curse, they could directly convict him. Don't act rashly for now. You continue to watch Quirrell, Dumbledore said after pondering for a moment. Snape frowned. Won't we take proactive measures? Not for now, Dumbledore said. Since we've confirmed he might be related to that person, then Harry isn't safe in the castle. If necessary, I think we should immediately eliminate the threat, Snape said. I understand your thinking, Severus, but it's not time yet. Please trust me, Dumbledore said. I trusted you before, but what was the result? Snape remained unmoved, his gaze cold. This time is different. The development of events has somewhat exceeded my expectations. We're in the open, they're in the shadows. This is very disadvantageous for us, Dumbledore said slowly. You've also seen that this incident involves not just Quirrell, but very likely another person, that Night Emperor. Do you remember? Snape frowned. What does it have to do with that Knight Emperor? Just now, I lied. Dumbledore said calmly, not feeling sorry at all for lying. Actually, what happened in the castle wasn't because someone triggered ancient magic, but because someone cast an extremely powerful force. Let's call it magic for now. I tried various methods but couldn't restore Hogwarts to normal. I could even feel that power continuously strengthening. The reason I didn't show up was because I was dealing with this matter. You might not know how terrifying this force really is. Let me put it this way, if we let it continue developing, we would all die, including you and including me. No one could leave Hogwarts alive. Snape's expression clearly changed. He hadn't expected this power to be so terrifying that even Dumbledore was helpless against it. How are you certain this was the Knight Emperor's doing? Snape asked. Over a month ago, he appeared above Hogwarts. I confronted him. This person is very terrifying, extremely terrifying, Dumbledore said solemnly. And just now, I vaguely sensed his presence appearing. Unfortunately, I didn't discover what he did. After his presence disappeared, I felt the strange force shrouding Hogwarts castle begin to weaken. Hearing this, Snape's face showed a trace of shock. That Knight Emperor, what does he want to do? Dumbledore shook his head. This was the most troublesome part, because no one knew what the Knight Emperor's purpose was. And the unknown was the most terrifying. Because you couldn't predict his actions and thus couldn't prepare countermeasures. He stopped that dark-robed figure at Gringotts, so he shouldn't be a bad person. When Snape said this, even he lacked confidence. We can't determine whether he's good or bad, or even whether he's human. I don't know either, Dumbledore said meaningfully. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 95, Chapter 97, Complete Digestion. What? Dudley was stunned and quickly stood up. Everyone's gaze turned toward Dudley, with a hint of inquiry in their eyes. They had noticed earlier that Dudley was sitting on a chair not far away, but they hadn't had a chance to ask. They all thought Dudley might just not have had time to return to his dormitory and had been brought over by Dumbledore or another professor. But now it seemed the situation was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Under everyone's gaze, Dudley slowly walked to stand before Dumbledore. No need to be nervous, Dumbledore said with a smile. In today's events, Mr. Dudley Dursley has shown strong magical talent, as well as the courage to fight a troll to protect his friends. Moreover, he has performed well in carrying out the task I assigned him, protecting Hogwarts' safety. 100 points to Gryffindor. Dumbledore announced loudly. What happened? My goodness, a first-year student fighting a troll, how did he do it? Are this year's lions really that impressive? Several professors couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Professor Dumbledore, this isn't appropriate. The first to stand up in opposition wasn't Professor Snape, but Professor McGonagall. This would set a bad example for other students, after all. Professor McGonagall frowned. Dudley's situation was too special. If they gave Gryffindor 100 points because of this, as head of Gryffindor House, she would naturally be happy, but she was afraid that students would try to imitate Dudley. Not everyone had Dudley's magical talent and courage to remain calm when facing an adult troll, cast spells effectively, and dodge attacks with agile movements. If it were other students, not even first years, but even fifth-year students, they might not be able to handle it successfully. Let me finish, Professor Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall. Dudley Dursley not only possesses magical talent, but also has gifts far exceeding others in other areas. In fact, I assigned him a task not long ago, and Dudley completed his task very well. This is his reward. Dumbledore said simply, without mentioning the specific task content. Additionally, I want to take this opportunity to announce my appointment of Dudley. From today on, he will be Hogwarts Sheriff, with privileges that ordinary students don't have, and can violate school rules to a certain extent. Dumbledore said this while smiling at Dudley. Do you have anything you'd like to say about this, Sheriff? Dudley hadn't expected Dumbledore to give him such an appointment, and his expression showed some surprise. But soon he reacted, this was a reward for reporting Professor Quirrell, and he certainly wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Professor Dumbledore, if possible, I would like to have certain interrogation privileges. Just a little bit of authority would be good. This way I wouldn't have to report everything to you and could conduct some simple interrogations myself to eliminate unnecessary misunderstandings. Dudley said seriously after thinking it over. If it's just some interrogation privileges, that shouldn't be a problem. However, you must know your limits. Do you understand what I mean? If you abuse the power in your hands, I will revoke your appointment, Dumbledore said after thinking. No problem. Dudley immediately promised. Professor Dumbledore, isn't this going too far? He's just an 11-year-old child, what can he interrogate? Snape said with a dark expression, glancing at Dudley. I trust Dudley's judgment. And as I said, if Dudley cannot handle the responsibilities I've given him, I will revoke his privileges at any time, Dumbledore said. Also, since I've given him interrogation privileges, his other rights should be equivalent to a prefect's. That's decided then. The other professors had no objections, since they weren't very clear about what exactly had happened. But they could see that Dudley seemed to have helped Professor Dumbledore greatly. In such circumstances, it was understandable for Dumbledore to give Dudley certain conveniences. Moreover, Dudley had shown excellent talent in all his courses. Good students were welcomed by professors wherever they went. With such talent, if he continued studying well, Dudley becoming a prefect or even head boy was just a matter of time. This could be considered Dumbledore's early training for Dudley. McGonagall looked at Dudley with some concern. She wasn't worried about Dudley being unable to handle it, but rather worried that this young man would cause trouble. Since the start of school, since the Hogwarts Express, Dudley had been causing incidents and had hardly ever stopped. And every time something big happened, Dudley's figure was always present. She couldn't help but want to ask Dudley why it was always him. However, in the end, Professor McGonagall didn't object further. This was Professor Dumbledore's decision, and as headmaster, he had that right. Moreover, if Dudley made mistakes, the privileges could be revoked at any time. Overall, there wasn't any major problem. Perhaps after giving Dudley prefect privileges, he would set a better example for himself. They could observe for a while first. Snape glared at Dudley with a somewhat dark expression but said nothing more. After all, regarding Quirrell's problem, Dudley had indeed played a significant role. He had also helped the school handle the troll crisis, which, under the circumstances of strange prohibitions suddenly appearing in the castle, had indeed protected Hogwarts' safety. Otherwise, Miss Granger might now be. All right, everyone can go back and rest. Heads of houses, remember to explain what happened to the students in your houses. For any injured students, please send them to the hospital wing for treatment immediately. Professor Dumbledore waved his hand and said to everyone. Everyone said their goodbyes and left, and the Great Hall was soon nearly empty. Dudley didn't leave immediately. The Beyonder characteristics within his body were rapidly digesting. The recognition from Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore made Dudley's role-playing extremely successful. His Sheriff Beyonder characteristics were already nearly depleted, and now he had almost immediately completed the Sheriff role-playing, fully digesting the Beyonder characteristics. In just a few breaths, Dudley slowly smiled. He had successfully completed the digestion of the Sheriff potion and could prepare to advance to Sequence 7, Interrogator of the Arbiter pathway. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 96, The Rules Disappear. Snape said nothing more. He looked at Dumbledore and suddenly felt that the entire wizarding world had that precarious feeling again. Would 10 years of peace be broken once more? What was different about this time compared to before? From Grindelwald to Voldemort, and now to the present, it seems that in every era there was always someone who would stand up and unleash a catastrophic revolution. So this time, would it be Voldemort's resurrection and return, or would that Knight Emperor be even more formidable? No one knew the answer. Not far away, Dudley glanced in the direction of Dumbledore and Snape. These two had not only shielded their surroundings but had even deliberately avoided Dudley, leaving him without even a chance to read their lips. How cautious indeed, Dudley thought to himself. However, he had no interest in what these two were discussing. As long as they dealt with Quirrell, that would be enough. After a while, the Great Hall's doors were pushed open with a bang. Professor McGonagall flew in from outside. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, it was terrible. What on earth happened in the castle? Professor McGonagall's usually immaculate hair was disheveled, making her look somewhat haggard. Her robes also had several tears, clear marks from being whipped, though no wounds were visible, they had probably been treated already. Minerva, calm down. The matter has been resolved, Dumbledore said. Professor Dumbledore, I don't understand. What was that prohibition about? Did you create that rule? McGonagall asked with some agitation. Many people in the castle had been injured. Quite a few students had been whipped because they hadn't returned to their common rooms in time. Among them, several students had panicked and run around after being injured, resulting in extremely severe punishments. This was no longer a prank, it was seriously threatening the lives of everyone in the school. This was ancient magic of Hogwarts. I don't know what triggered it. The problem has been resolved now. We just need to wait quietly for the magic's power to dissipate, Dumbledore said calmly. Snape glanced at Dumbledore. That lie was delivered without leaving any trace. Is that so? Professor McGonagall finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze suddenly shifted, and she saw Dudley sitting on a chair not far away. "Mr. Dursley. How are you here?" Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley incredulously. Professor McGonagall, well. It's a long story." Dudley stood up, scratching his head, not knowing how to answer McGonagall's question. "Your Gryffindor lion is quite impressive. He just killed a troll in the dungeons, an adult one," Snape said sarcastically. "Oh. My goodness!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, covering her chest. If these words hadn't come from Snape's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed them. "Is this true, Mr. Dursley?" McGonagall asked in disbelief. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. He glared at Snape and said, "Yes, Professor McGonagall, but some other things happened in between. I had no choice." "Minerva, this matter is somewhat complicated, but Dudley was also helping his classmates, which is understandable." Dumbledore stepped forward to speak. Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Should she praise Dudley for being impressive, or should she ask why he always seemed to be present wherever incidents occurred? "Professor Dumbledore, you're here. That's wonderful." As they spoke, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, flew in from outside, calling out loudly. Immediately after, several other professors also arrived. This Halloween night had been truly spectacular. Many people would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Dumbledore briefly explained the course of events to everyone, still using the story about ancient magic. However, no one doubted this explanation, since anything could happen in Hogwarts Castle. "So now we just need to wait for that magic to disappear?" Professor McGonagall asked. "That's right," Dumbledore nodded. "About how long?" Flitwick asked. "About another half-hour." Dumbledore looked at the time and made an estimate. "To be precise, there are still 27 minutes left," Dudley said to himself. Fortunately, the trouble caused by the Trunsoist brass book this time hadn't spread too widely and hadn't caused serious consequences. Otherwise, Dudley would have become the culprit. The only problem Dudley was worried about now was whether the Trunsoist brass book would continue to have problems in the future. Especially whether it would activate again after the 1-hour countdown ended. Because according to the information Dudley knew, if the Trunsoist brass book wasn't completely sealed, it would erase all previous rules after the following rules are invalid clause appeared and begin formulating new rules again. If such a thing happened, it would truly be endless. Time passed minute by minute. When the 1-hour countdown arrived, Dudley's nerves tensed up. "The rules have disappeared," Snape's voice came from the entrance of the Great Hall. The yellow notice that had been posted there directly faded and disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. "I don't sense any magical aura," Professor McGonagall said with a frown. "No dark magic aura either," Snape said. Then Snape descended from the air to the ground and tentatively took a step. No punishment occurred. It's over now. Everyone who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief. This included Professor Dumbledore as well. Although he had sensed the changes in the castle, he couldn't guarantee that his judgment was definitely correct. In the Great Hall, Dudley sat tensely in his chair, reaching his hand into his inner pocket and grasping the Trunsoist brass book. He could clearly feel the slightly cool touch of this book. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time slowly passed, and Dudley's breathing became much more suppressed. Finally, after about a minute, the book remained in his pocket and hadn't actively opened to write new rules. It seems there should be no problem. Dudley finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. Judging from the current situation, this book shouldn't activate again in the short term. Just as Dudley was breathing a sigh of relief, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. "Since everyone is here, I have something I need to announce." When everyone's attention was focused on him, he looked toward Dudley. "Mr. Dursley, please come over here," Dumbledore said to Dudley with a smile. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 97, Chapter 98, Interrogator. When Dudley returned to the Gryffindor common room, he found many students gathered there, none of them sleeping, all waiting for news from outside. Dudley's back. What's the situation outside now? Ron saw Dudley walk in from the corridor, exclaimed, and ran over. Harry and Hermione immediately followed, along with other students who were curious about the excitement, all gathering around. "Dudley, quickly tell us about the situation outside," Harry asked. "Are there dark wizards invading Hogwarts?" Neville asked in terror. "Dudley, are they about to break in? Do we need to join the fight?" The twin brothers said in unison. Even some older students came over, but since they weren't familiar with Dudley, they didn't dare speak directly. Nothing major happened. Someone accidentally triggered ancient magic in Hogwarts Castle, causing these prohibitions to appear. Professor Dumbledore has already resolved it, and everything outside has returned to normal, Dudley said simply. It's already resolved. That's great. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, quite a few people showed disappointed expressions, including Fred and George, who enjoyed watching excitement and found such prohibitions amusing. Earlier, after learning about the prohibitions, they had gone to conduct various experiments. For example, would crawling on the ground result in punishment, or did rolling around on the ground count as walking, and so on. They had practically treated this crisis as a large-scale practical activity, having great fun. What a pity, we probably won't encounter such fun things in the future, Fred said regretfully. Not necessarily. Someone might trigger such prohibition magic again in the future, George immediately said. Then we can look for loopholes in the prohibitions. Exactly. The two hit it off immediately, excited beyond measure. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. These two troublemakers, the Trunsoist brass book might indeed activate again in the future, and even Dudley couldn't predict what kind of rules would appear then. Of course, this was also because they didn't understand how terrifying such prohibitions could be. If they knew that once such prohibitions developed, they would gradually become stricter and stricter, even to the point of execution punishments, they definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as they were now. Just as everyone was discussing this matter animatedly, the door to Gryffindor Tower opened again, and Professor McGonagall walked in. The common room immediately fell silent, and everyone looked toward Professor McGonagall. Dudley glanced at Professor McGonagall and noticed that her originally disheveled hair had been meticulously and immaculately arranged again. The damaged robe on her body had also disappeared, replaced by a dark green wizard robe, making her look serious and shrewd. Did she just go change clothes? Dudley thought to himself. It seems Mr. Dursley has already told you what happened outside, so I'll talk about some other matters, Professor McGonagall said straightforwardly. The castle has returned to normal, so everyone needn't worry too much. Regarding the troll in the dungeons, fortunately, our Mr. Dursley single-handedly killed that adult troll, preventing it from bringing disaster to the school and protecting Hogwarts' safety. For this, Professor Dumbledore has awarded Gryffindor 100 points. Before McGonagall finished speaking, the entire Gryffindor common room erupted in exclamations. What? There was such a thing? What troll? Wait, there was indeed a troll. Single combat with a troll, and killed it too. A first-year student is incredible. Who is this Dursley? He's actually so amazing. He's Harry's cousin. I only paid attention to Harry Potter before, never thinking Harry's cousin would be so impressive. Really unexpected. So he's Harry Potter's cousin, no wonder. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, especially the older students. They knew how terrifying trolls could be. Even with their current level of magic, facing an adult troll would be extremely dangerous. We thought we had to keep it secret, but it spread so quickly, Ron said to Harry. After they returned, they hadn't mentioned a word about Dudley's single combat with the troll. Dudley actually wanted to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't allow it, Harry laughed. Hermione sniffled lightly. The points she had worked hard to earn for Gryffindor over half a semester weren't as many as Dudley earned in one go. However, Hermione had also come to terms with it by now. She seemed to understand how to get along with these companions. Points were important, but not that important. What was important were people, were friends. Big D. Big D. Big D. Fred and George started chanting. Immediately after, the entire Gryffindor erupted in the same chant. Dudley rubbed his forehead. This really wasn't necessary. All right. Professor McGonagall had originally wanted to endure it, but ultimately couldn't. The cheering gradually stopped. Besides this, Professor Dumbledore has confirmed Dudley's identity as Hogwarts Sheriff, which is a position given to him based on Dudley's contributions to Hogwarts and his own talents. From now on, his privileges are equivalent to a prefect's, and he has the right to interrogate. The common room erupted in cheers again. Many people looked at Dudley in surprise, not expecting such developments. After all, this was a change Dumbledore had specifically made for Dudley. No one had ever heard of Hogwarts having a sheriff before. It's interrogator now, Professor. Dudley made a small correction to Professor McGonagall's title. Very well, our interrogator Dudley. McGonagall didn't argue, but looked deeply at Dudley and said, just remember, be cautious, don't abuse your power. Understood, Professor McGonagall. Dudley immediately replied. All right, everyone should rest early. Professor McGonagall said nothing more and left Gryffindor Tower. The common room erupted in cheers again. Many people ran over wanting to greet Dudley and ask about the details of what had happened. The entire process lasted a full hour before Dudley could escape and return to his dormitory. Lying in bed, Dudley was already very tired, but he had one more important thing to do. Calming his mind, he entered a meditative state. Dudley saw within his body a light blue, semi-transparent hexagonal prism, with threads of light seeming to flash through it, like lightning from the depths of consciousness. Interrogator Beyonder characteristic. Without hesitation, Dudley immediately absorbed it into his body and began his advancement. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 98, Chapter 99, Bathroom. Interrogator, also known as Inquisitor, is the name for Sequence 7 of the Arbiter pathway. This is the final stage of the low sequences. After Sequence 7, Dudley would be a true mid-sequence Beyonder, and his strength would see a considerable improvement. However, compared to the previous two sequences, the Interrogator stage would also provide Dudley with decent enhancements. The most important were two Beyonder abilities, Mental Piercing and Whip of Pain. One attacked spirits, the other attacked the mind, both were very useful abilities in the early stages. Besides this, Dudley would also be able to skillfully use various weapons and possess extraordinary talent in explosives. As the Beyonder characteristic merged into Dudley's body, layers of whispers came to his ears, and his brain experienced brief confusion. But soon, Dudley stabilized the situation. He had faced such situations before, and with the reduced risk of losing control in this world, it wasn't difficult for Dudley to handle. Several minutes later, the seductive whispers disappeared, and Dudley clearly felt his strength had improved significantly. Now, I am a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Dudley thought to himself. Fatigue washed over him, and Dudley fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, and Dudley slowly opened his eyes. After a night's rest, Dudley felt very good, his whole body filled with strength. The spiritual power consumed in yesterday's battle had completely recovered, and due to his sequence advancement, it had even increased considerably. My control over spiritual power has also strengthened, Dudley felt the power within his body and thought to himself. In the morning, when Dudley appeared in the Great Hall with Harry and the others for breakfast, he suddenly noticed many people's gazes falling on him. What's happening? Dudley was somewhat puzzled. Don't you know yet? Regarding your sheriff, oh no, interrogator identity, all the heads of houses have already notified their respective houses. After all, only when everyone knows about this can you exercise your authority. Percy appeared at the right time and explained. I see. Dudley nodded in understanding. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, for the sake of role-playing, he had to choose to be high profile at certain times, like now. You should be able to understand my feelings now, Harry said with schadenfreude. When he first came to school, he was pointed at wherever he went, that feeling really wasn't pleasant. By the way, Dudley, if you have any questions about prefect privileges, you can ask me. For example, we prefects have our own bathroom, so you don't have to use the public bathroom with other students, Percy said. Prefect bathroom. Dudley's expression moved slightly. That was indeed convenient. However, Dudley had no special requirements for bathrooms, as long as they were usable. Wait, it seemed some old acquaintance really liked bathrooms, he couldn't remember clearly. Never mind. Ron and Harry beside him cast envious looks. This was the first time a first-year student could use the prefect bathroom. Humph. Just then, a cold snort came. Malfoy and his two companions entered the Great Hall, and after seeing Dudley and his group, they snorted disdainfully. However, this time Malfoy didn't mock them verbally. He seemed to completely ignore Dudley's appearance and sat at the Slytherin table with Crabbe and Goyle. Different from before, this time Malfoy came to the middle of the first-year students, lowering his head and saying something to them. How strange. He seems to have grown a brain today, he actually didn't mock us, Ron couldn't help but complain. They basically had to exchange insults whenever they met, especially when Malfoy knew he couldn't beat Dudley. He would seize every opportunity to mock Dudley and Harry, doing his best to slander them. Maybe yesterday's whipping cleared his head a bit, Dudley said with a light laugh. Ha ha ha. Ron and Harry remembered Malfoy falling to the ground last night, retreating in embarrassment, and couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? Laughing so happily, Hermione sat beside Dudley and asked curiously. Nothing, Dudley shook his head. We have defense against the dark arts class later. How well have you mastered what you learned before? Hermione asked. Hermione, here you go again. Ron frowned. However, this time Hermione didn't scold them. Instead, she took out a notebook and handed it to Ron, saying, I've already highlighted the key points. You two just need to glance at it briefly, so you won't know nothing when Professor Quirrell asks questions. Ron's eyes lit up, and he quickly took Hermione's notebook. Compared to the dry and boring textbook, Hermione's notes were much more organized. She had streamlined most of the useless content, leaving only the core knowledge. Hermione, if you had been like this from the start, you'd definitely be my best friend since entering Hogwarts, Ron said sincerely. Shut up, Hermione said with playful anger. Defense against the dark arts. We might be getting a new professor soon, Dudley said while eating cheese. What? Harry looked over in surprise. Is Professor Quirrell sick? Or, it couldn't be Professor Snape. Harry's face changed. What's wrong? Is Professor Quirrell unable to withstand the pressure and helping Snape steal the Philosopher's Stone? Ron said in a low voice. Hermione covered her mouth, looking terrified. Dudley. What are you all thinking? Harry glanced at Ron and said, Isn't it that Snape is forcing Professor Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone for him? We once encountered Snape forcing Professor Quirrell to do something in the corridor. And I saw Professor Snape limping this morning. His leg was injured, and it looked like a dog bite. I suspect he tried to get past the three-headed dog last night. Dudley frowned. Snape's leg was indeed injured, he had noticed it last night. But obviously, this should have been left behind when stopping Quirrell. Harry and the others really had vivid imaginations. You'll know soon enough. Anyway, Quirrell probably won't be able to continue teaching, Dudley didn't elaborate. Now wasn't the time to tell Harry about this. He could tell him after Quirrell's matter was dealt with. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, all feeling that Dudley was hiding something from them. An hour later, when Dudley saw the perfectly fine Professor Quirrell appear in the classroom and begin teaching, he fell into silence. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 99, Chapter 100, Report Failed. Harry nudged Dudley's shoulder and whispered, See. I told you Professor Quirrell was fine. It's Professor Snape who's the problem. Dudley. He hadn't listened to a word of Quirrell's stuttering lecture. He was recalling last night's events. Was his reporting approach wrong? Or had he failed to explain the key issues? Why would Professor Dumbledore remain indifferent? He could understand not taking action last night to avoid alerting the enemy, but today Quirrell was still here teaching unharmed, without even a change in expression. This didn't make sense. If this were that world, after he reported last night, Quirrell would probably have been arrested by now. They would even have figured out whether the evil spirit inside Quirrell was male or female, what it had done, and what pathway it belonged to. Yet at Hogwarts, his report was useless. At this moment, Dudley couldn't help but doubt this traditional skill from the Tarot Club. The muddled class ended just like that, with Dudley basically not listening to anything. Did you hear? This afternoon's potions class is cancelled. Professor Snape seems to have something to do, Neville suddenly ran over and said loudly. Really? That's great, Seamus said happily. He often made his cauldron explode, and Snape would happily deduct points from him each time, which made him hate Snape's potions class. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances and couldn't help but nod simultaneously. Dudley, what do you think? Should we go report Snape to Professor Dumbledore? Harry asked in a low voice. It's useless, Dudley said. Dumbledore hadn't dealt with Quirrell, who clearly had problems, let alone Snape. Although this person was annoying, he hadn't done anything to harm the school or students. At most, he brought the previous generation's grudges to their younger generation, using them as punching bags. But if Snape gets the Philosopher's Stone, he might be able to resurrect Vol. You know who. Harry originally wanted to say Voldemort, but thinking of Ron beside him, he changed his words. Let's wait and see. The situation at Hogwarts is quite complicated right now. We shouldn't cause trouble for the time being, Dudley said after pondering for a moment. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore was waiting for the right moment. Regarding the wizarding world, Dudley obviously didn't understand it as well as Professor Dumbledore. In such circumstances, his judgment might not necessarily be correct. Then let's observe the situation. At least for now, Snape should still have no way to get past that three-headed dog, Ron said. Thank goodness for Fluffy, Harry also said. Fluffy. That three-headed dog has a name. Hermione said in surprise. Ah, it's Hagrid's pet, Ron explained. Oh my, Hermione exclaimed. In the following period, Hogwarts returned to tranquility. The Halloween incident seemed to be just a small episode, quickly forgotten by everyone. Dudley, however, kept waiting for the results of his report. But what he didn't expect was that half a month had passed, and Quirrell was still teaching at Hogwarts perfectly fine, as if nothing had happened. Something's wrong. Did I miss something? Dudley was puzzled. He didn't understand why Professor Dumbledore hadn't acted against Quirrell. Was he wary of Quirrell's strength, or was there some other reason? From what's recorded in books, even during Voldemort's strongest period, Dumbledore was fearless, leading the banner of resistance against Voldemort. There's no reason he'd be afraid now. Could it be that he's afraid of causing disaster in the school? Dudley thought. Dudley, what are you thinking about? Ron patted Dudley's shoulder. Nothing, Dudley shook his head. Are you worried about Quidditch? Don't worry, you and Harry both fly very well. You'll definitely have a chance, Ron said. Recently, Gryffindor's Quidditch team was looking for a new seeker. Originally, first-year students weren't included, but unfortunately, they couldn't find a suitable seeker after searching, so they had to turn their attention to first-year students. Of course, they weren't planning to put first-year students on the field right away. They just wanted to see if there were any promising prospects first. For this matter, they had specifically approached Professor McGonagall. During this afternoon's flying lesson, Gryffindor Quidditch Captain Oliver Wood would also come to see if there were any suitable candidates among these first-year students. We've all heard about it. Good luck this afternoon, we're rooting for you, Fred and George said as they passed by Dudley and Harry. Hey, can't you two root for your own brother? Ron said, dissatisfied, to his two brothers. Wow, our brother actually came to Hogwarts. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. Fred and George said in surprise. Ron rolled his eyes and stopped paying attention to his brothers. I feel like I definitely won't be selected. Harry's face was somewhat pale, looking nervous. You fly very well. Trust me, you just haven't found your confidence yet. Hermione handed Harry a cup of pumpkin juice, trying to comfort his emotions. I hope there will be a good result, Harry said, then looked at Dudley beside him. Dudley, what about you? Do you want to play Quidditch? Me. After thinking for a moment, Dudley said, forget it, I'm not very interested in Quidditch. He really wasn't interested in this kind of sport. If he had to choose, he'd rather find a punching bag to practice boxing. You're actually not interested in Quidditch? Ron was shocked. Everyone has their preferences, Dudley smiled. You seem to have something on your mind. Hermione keenly sensed something. I'm thinking about some problems, Dudley said simply. If I may say so, if you can't figure it out, you could ask someone who knows, like the professors. They have much more experience than us and might be able to answer your questions, Hermione said. That's indeed a solution. Dudley nodded. Perhaps he really could directly ask Professor Dumbledore what the situation was. If Dumbledore really didn't plan to take any action, then Dudley would have to take some action himself. Ever since Quirrell tried to kill him last time, he had been wanting to get rid of him as soon as possible. Whether for his own safety or to eliminate Voldemort, he didn't want this person to continue appearing at Hogwarts. Since reporting was useless, he could only use his own methods. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 100, Chapter 101, Quidditch Tryouts. Afternoon arrived, and everyone gathered on the grounds outside Hogwarts Castle, waiting for Madame Hooch's arrival. It was late November at Hogwarts, and the weather had clearly turned cold. The sky was misty, with black clouds hanging low, and everyone stood on the grass in their wizard robes, shivering slightly. However, because the Gryffindor Quidditch team was coming to select a new seeker, everyone's faces showed excitement as they discussed Quidditch matches animatedly, which made them feel less cold. Soon, Madame Hooch walked over briskly under everyone's expectant gaze, with a handsome young man following behind her. She still had her crisp, silver, short hair, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone like an eagle. All right, let me introduce you. This is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Madame Hooch said briskly. Now, let him explain to you about joining the Quidditch team. Wood nodded politely to Madame Hooch, then said, the Gryffindor team is currently looking for an excellent seeker. Although first-year students can't participate in Quidditch matches yet, they can be trained in advance, which is equivalent to getting team qualifications early. You can freely showcase your talents. If there are suitable players, I'll speak with Professor McGonagall to let you participate in training early. Wood briefly explained the situation. The Gryffindor team was desperately short of seekers. They really had no choice. These past few days he had already tried out several seekers, but unfortunately none were particularly outstanding. Hearing that there were some good prospects among the new students, he had specifically approached Professor McGonagall and finally got this opportunity. All right, you can mount your brooms and fly freely in the sky, showing what you've learned during this time. Remember, don't fly recklessly. Madame Hooch shouted her instructions. Everyone was already familiar with riding flying brooms. Even those without good talent had learned to soar in the sky after this period of training. It was just a matter of how fast and skillfully they flew. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After mounting their flying brooms, everyone began to rise quickly into the air, flying freely over the grounds. Oh my goodness, slow down. Hermione took off too fast, startling herself. She quickly lay flat on her broom, hugging it tightly and not daring to let go. Hermione, you need to relax. Being too tense will affect your control of the flying broom. Harry performed an elegant spiral and stopped beside Hermione. It's too high. I can't relax at all. Hermione knew she needed to relax, but seeing the grass and figures below getting farther and farther away made her so nervous she couldn't function. All the theoretical knowledge she had learned so well was completely forgotten once she was in the sky. Hermione, in the sky, this is our territory. You have to listen to us, Ron braked and stopped beside Hermione, saying with a smile. In other areas, they couldn't compare to Hermione, but when it came to riding flying brooms, they had a big advantage. You need to control your body first, like this, lift your chest slightly, then control the broom to fly where you want to go, Ron demonstrated while explaining to Hermione. However, Hermione's face was pale. Even following Ron's instructions, she only learned the basics. Her body was completely rigid, and every movement was distorted. How about you lower your altitude and practice closer to the ground? That will help you control your body posture, Dudley suggested. Obviously, Hermione was somewhat afraid of heights. At this altitude, her body control was very poor. All right. Hermione didn't want to give up, but her body was honest. She felt that if she continued staying at this height, her brain might become oxygen deprived. Hermione slowly lowered her altitude to the same level as Neville and the others, flying slowly in the sky. Harry rode his flying broom, whooshing past. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of soaring in the sky. It allowed him to forget all his troubles and gain true freedom. On the ground, Wood carefully observed each new student, his brow sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing, constantly shifting between the several people in the sky. How is it? Have you found suitable candidates? Madame Hooch asked. Among this year's Gryffindor students, there are indeed several with good flying talent, like Harry and Dudley. Madame Hooch pointed to two figures in the sky. Thank you, Madame Hooch. I can see that, they both fly quite well, Wood said. Although he couldn't see Harry and Dudley's expressions due to the distance, he could observe that these two flew with ease. That relaxed and natural posture couldn't be trained in a short time, it required real talent to achieve. If Wood had to describe it, perhaps the word effortless would be very appropriate. It was obvious that everyone else was controlling their flying brooms to complete their desired movements, while Harry and Dudley could do it easily. It seemed they only needed a thought to achieve their desired results. Actually, Ron flies well too, though he's a bit nervous, I can tell, Madame Hooch pointed to Ron on the other side. Also a good prospect, Wood nodded. Ron's talent wasn't as good as the other two, but it was clear that with proper training, he would also achieve good results. Moreover, their team already had two Weasley children. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Fred and George had casually mentioned their younger brother, and Wood naturally understood their meaning. In the sky, Dudley wasn't flying fast, leisurely admiring Hogwarts castle below. This seemed to remind him of the feeling of soaring through the sky in that other world, when he looked down at all living beings below with coldness and solitude. Suddenly, he noticed Wood's gaze from below. The Gryffindor team captain seemed to have been watching him for too long. Dudley's gaze shifted slightly. Harry, Ron, let's play a game, whoever catches this stone first wins. As Dudley spoke, he pulled out a stone from his pocket and threw it downward. The boys' competitive spirit was immediately ignited. Harry and Ron quickly adjusted their flying brooms and chased after the rapidly falling stone. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 power stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 101, Chapter 102, Preparing Something Big. Dudley's broom initially dove downward, but he quickly leveled off and hovered in midair, watching Harry and Ron plummet toward the rapidly falling stone. Compared to actually playing Quidditch myself, I much prefer watching, Dudley said with a light chuckle, crossing his arms. Harry and Ron were both giving everything they had, neither willing to concede defeat. Since Dudley had started this impromptu game, no one had been prepared, leaving them far behind the falling stone. Catching it before it hit the ground would be an enormous challenge. Wood and Madame Hooch below clearly noticed the situation, their attention fixed on Harry and Ron, caught up in the excitement despite themselves. Go. Go. Students flying at lower altitude spotted them and the falling stone. Without needing to think, they immediately understood what was happening and began cheering the two on. The stone plummeted rapidly with Harry and Ron in close pursuit. They were already dangerously close to the ground. After catching the stone, they would need to adjust their position instantly to ensure a safe landing, an extremely difficult maneuver. Seeing this, Madame Hooch quickly drew her wand. If either boy couldn't break in time, she would need to cast a spell to stop them before they crashed. Suddenly, Harry broke away from Ron, who had been keeping pace beside him. Harry surged forward, reaching for the stone. Ron hesitated for a crucial moment. At this speed and distance, he wasn't entirely confident he could land safely after making the catch. Whoosh! Harry stretched out his right hand and snatched the stone from the air, then immediately pulled up on his broom, executing an emergency landing. He stumbled forward awkwardly upon touching down but managed to stay upright, stone clutched triumphantly in his fist. Magnificent. Wood leaped up excitedly from the sidelines. This was exactly the kind of seeker he needed, absolutely brilliant. Harry. 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 Everyone chanted his name, and Harry himself broke into a wide grin as the reality of what he'd accomplished sank in. Ron touched down looking somewhat deflated, but he managed a genuine smile as he congratulated his friend. Harry, that was incredible. You're a natural-born seeker. Wood rushed over, barely containing his enthusiasm. I need to speak with Professor McGonagall immediately. We have to get you on the Gryffindor team as an exception, right now. We might still have a shot at this year's Quidditch Cup. As Wood turned to leave, he noticed Ron's crestfallen expression. Ron, you were excellent out there too, but what we desperately need right now is a seeker. That said, I think your real strength lies in defense. You might make an outstanding keeper someday, perhaps you could even take over my position eventually. Don't give up. Wood said encouragingly. Really? Ron's face brightened considerably. Absolutely, Wood said with conviction. In certain areas, Ron simply couldn't match Harry's natural talent, especially as a seeker, where Harry's performance had been extraordinary. But that didn't diminish Ron's own abilities. They just happened to need Harry's specific skills right now. If they needed a keeper, Ron would undoubtedly be an excellent candidate. Oh, and there's Dudley too. Wood remembered the third boy and glanced up at the sky. Dudley was still flying leisurely above them, descending slowly without any sense of urgency. I think he's better suited to be a referee, someone who makes and enforces the rules from outside the game, rather than a player, Wood observed quietly. He could tell that while Dudley flew exceptionally well, he had little genuine interest in Quidditch as a competitive sport. The impromptu game had clearly been designed to showcase Harry and Ron's abilities, while Dudley remained completely detached from the competition. Wood hurried off without waiting for the lesson to end. He needed to have a serious conversation with Professor McGonagall about securing Harry an early spot on the team. At dinner, when Wood announced that Professor McGonagall had agreed to his request, everyone was delighted. Wood even mimicked Professor McGonagall's exact words. Since Mr. Potter's talent is so exceptional, he may indeed join the Quidditch team early. At least this way, Mr. Potter should be able to channel some of his excess energy and stop causing me additional headaches. Everyone burst into laughter at the imitation. But I haven't caused any trouble for an entire month, Harry protested, looking wounded. So Professor McGonagall is worried you're planning something spectacular for her, Wood said with a wink. Harry. Ron, Hermione, and Dudley, ha 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 ha. That goes for you three as well, Wood added, turning to the laughing trio. All three. After dinner, Harry and the others wanted to celebrate. Dudley declined to join them, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to speak with Professor Dumbledore about Quirrell. After bidding farewell to his friends, Dudley made his way alone to the 8th floor, where Dumbledore's office was located. Passing the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, he couldn't resist examining it once more. As his abilities had grown stronger, he increasingly sensed something unusual about this location, but he still couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong or detect any specific magical traces. Even though Dudley had now reached Sequence 7 in both pathways, this place remained a mystery. Yes, just 2 days after Halloween, Dudley had successfully digested the Barbarian Beyonder characteristic and had also advanced to Sequence 7 in the Black Emperor pathway, becoming a briber. I hope Professor Dumbledore can provide some answers today, he thought. Finding nothing suspicious, Dudley continued toward Dumbledore's office. Lemon drops, he called out, trying the password. The gargoyle statue remained motionless. He changed it. Dudley frowned. He began cycling through various candy names. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Nothing. Chocolate frogs. Still nothing. Sherbet lemons. The statue sprang to life with a low rumble. Dudley quickly stepped onto the revolving staircase, which carried him upward to Dumbledore's office door. Taking a deep breath, Dudley retrieved the box of sweets he'd brought as a gift for the headmaster and knocked. Come in, came Dumbledore's warm voice from within. Dudley pushed open the door and entered. Ah, Dudley. What brings you to see me this evening? Dumbledore asked with a smile, setting aside the book he'd been reading. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 102, Chapter 103, Making Trouble. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Dudley greeted him and walked forward. I brought you some dessert. After speaking, Dudley placed a piece of tiramisu cake in front of Dumbledore. Thank you, Dudley. I was just considering whether to go down and get a piece of dessert, and you brought it to me. Dumbledore said with a smile, picking it up to taste. Hogwarts desserts are truly delicious. I always want to eat some, but unfortunately I'm getting old and need to restrain myself a bit. Dumbledore winked at Dudley. Dudley smiled. Bribery successful. As a briber, he only needed to symbolically give the bribed person some items to weaken their attacks and generate strong goodwill from them. Regarding Dumbledore, Dudley didn't dare use overly powerful abilities, but a little guidance was still possible. Just generating some goodwill to make Dumbledore willing to answer his questions. In this situation, Dumbledore basically wouldn't notice any abnormalities. Go ahead, what do you need? I think you're not just here to bring me a piece of cake. After eating 2 bites of cake, Dumbledore looked at Dudley with a peaceful expression. I wanted to ask about Professor Quirrell, Dudley said. As you know, I reported his problems to you last time, but you don't seem to have taken any action against him. Dumbledore looked at Dudley without speaking immediately. Dudley also said nothing more. After a while, Dumbledore said slowly, I've already conducted some investigation into Professor Quirrell. He does indeed have certain problems, and I'm handling it, but there hasn't been a suitable opportunity yet. Dudley frowned and said, I don't quite understand. Shouldn't we immediately bring bad people to justice? Allowing such a person to freely enter and exit Hogwarts is very unsafe for ordinary students like us. Dumbledore smiled, you're quite right, Dudley, but currently Quirrell hasn't done anything to harm the school. Besides, you can rest assured, with me at Hogwarts, even if Professor Quirrell really has problems, I can handle it. Dudley looked at Dumbledore. He could sense that Dumbledore wasn't telling the truth. His bribery effect was too weak to have much influence on Dumbledore, and Dudley didn't dare fully activate this ability, or it would be easily detected by Dumbledore. All right, I understand. Dudley said nothing more. You should rest early. I'll go back first. Since Dumbledore wasn't willing to tell the truth, there was no point in him staying here any longer. Dudley. Just as Dudley was about to leave the office, Dumbledore suddenly called out to him. Professor. Dudley turned to look at Dumbledore. Please rest assured, you and Harry are both safe at Hogwarts. Don't be too anxious. Dudley nodded thoughtfully and left Dumbledore's office. After Dudley left, Dumbledore picked up the remaining half piece of cake and slowly ate it. Dudley is one of only 2 blood relatives Harry has in this world. As long as they stay together, there won't be any problems. Dumbledore murmured to himself. Meanwhile, after leaving Dumbledore's office, Dudley frowned slightly. How can he be so certain that Harry and I won't have any trouble at Hogwarts? Dudley shook his head. He was still accustomed to keeping his fate in his own hands. Since he couldn't rely on official channels, he could only find his own solution. Dudley pondered for a moment, then instead of returning to Gryffindor Tower, he headed straight for the Owlery. Hedwig. Dudley called out in the darkness, and immediately a white snowy owl fluttered over and perched on Dudley's shoulder. Good girl, help me deliver a letter. Dudley tied the envelope in his hand to Hedwig's leg. This is a snack for you. Dudley took out a small piece of fish from his pocket and handed it to Hedwig. Hedwig picked up the meat, fluttered happily twice, and flew off into the darkness. After finishing this, Dudley returned to Gryffindor Tower. Seeing Dudley return, Harry immediately came over. How was it? Did you enjoy your celebration? Dudley asked with a smile. It was all right. But never mind that, when you went to see Professor Dumbledore, did you tell him about Snape? Harry asked. He was still very suspicious of Snape. Dudley pondered for a moment, then said, I mentioned it, but unfortunately Professor Dumbledore doesn't believe it. Harry sighed helplessly. I should have known. Adults never want to believe what we children say. They only believe themselves. Dudley patted Harry's shoulder and said nothing more. The next day, Dudley didn't go to the Great Hall for breakfast with Harry and the others but came early to the grounds outside the castle. If Hedwig returned, this would be her route. Sure enough, Dudley hadn't waited long before he saw Hedwig diving down from the sky. She noticed Dudley standing outside and flew straight over. Thank you, Hedwig. Good girl. This is your reward. Dudley untied the package from Hedwig's leg and fed her a piece of meat. Hedwig called out happily twice, took the meat, and flew away. Dudley put the small package in his pocket and hurried back to attend class with Harry and the others. Today there was a potions class, again with Slytherin. Malfoy seemed to have restrained himself a lot recently. Although he still looked down on Dudley and Harry, he no longer actively provoked them. Instead, he was dedicated to becoming the leader of this year's Slytherins. Although his methods looked quite childish, he had indeed gathered many Slytherin students around him. Now, wherever Malfoy went, he was followed by at least 10 people, a dark mass that looked like a group of bodyguards from a distance. Harry and Ron were somewhat nervous about this. They thought this was Malfoy developing his own power, preparing to oppose Gryffindor. Only Dudley roughly guessed what Malfoy was doing. However, Dudley hadn't contacted Malfoy again. Since he had given Malfoy the honorific name last time, Malfoy had never recited it. In the short term, this matter hadn't caused any ripples. The day passed quickly, and night fell, shrouding the entire Hogwarts castle. Late at night, Dudley sat up from his bed, and after confirming that everyone else was asleep, he slowly put on his black robe and quietly left Gryffindor Tower. It's been a while since I've caused any trouble. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 103, Chapter 104, Overthinking. Late at night, Dudley prepared to go to the corridor on the third floor to take a look. At midnight, Hogwarts Castle was almost empty. So late, where are you going? The fat lady, half asleep, opened the door for Dudley. Can't sleep, going out for a walk, Dudley said casually. Can't sleep? Are kids under so much pressure nowadays? The fat lady yawned and didn't ask further. Dudley had prefect privileges and could to some extent break school rules, so the fat lady didn't bother him and went back to sleep after Dudley left. After leaving Gryffindor Tower, Dudley activated his spiritual vision and carefully observed the surroundings before cautiously heading toward the corridor on the third floor. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles and easily arrived at the corridor on the third floor. With this level of defense, I don't know where Dumbledore gets the confidence to defend against Quirrell, relying on Hagrid's dog. Dudley thought to himself. Arriving at the door at the end of the corridor on the third floor, Dudley didn't rush to open the door but took out the small package from his pocket that he had received during the day. After opening it, inside was a small music box. Last night, Dudley wrote a letter to his mother saying he missed the music box from his childhood and asked Petunia to pack it and have Hedwig bring it back. After receiving her son's letter, Petunia didn't hesitate and immediately packed the music box and sent it over. Alohomora. Dudley didn't use his wand but directly cast the unlocking spell. This was to avoid leaving traces if someone later checked his wand. The door opened a crack, and Dudley opened the music box. Light, delicate music played as he placed the music box through the door crack. After a while, Dudley listened carefully and heard heavy breathing from the door crack, very steady. The dog should be asleep. Dudley opened the door and walked in. The three-headed dog was indeed asleep to the music from the music box, and it was sleeping very soundly. Even though Dudley was standing in front of it, it didn't react at all. Is this the weakness of the three-headed dog? Seemingly strong magical creatures can be easily dealt with once their weakness is known. Dudley no longer paid attention to the three-headed dog and focused on the trapdoor under its paw. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley used a spell to move the dog's paw aside and gently pulled. The trapdoor opened, revealing a huge dark space below. Dudley was speechless. This, just opened like that. Dudley was a bit puzzled. Was the Philosopher's Stone really hidden here? Or was it a trap set by Dumbledore? He leaned over to look down. Through spiritual vision, Dudley saw densely intertwined lights. These lights were very faint but connected to each other, like entwined pythons, constantly writhing slightly. Magical pythons. Dudley was startled. No. Dudley quickly realized these were not pythons but some kind of plant vines. Lumos. Dudley waved his right hand, and a beam of light shone down, illuminating the space below. Sure enough, plants. Dudley breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had almost mistaken the area below for a snake nest. Using the light, Dudley carefully examined the patterns on the vines. Devil's Snare. Dudley noticed the plants were writhing to avoid the light, and with the obvious patterns, he almost immediately recognized them. Isn't this the plant we learned about in herbology class recently? Dudley frowned. Devil's Snare was scary, but once you knew what it feared, it was easy to deal with. Light and warmth, these two things even a first-year student could easily provide. At this moment, the light from Dudley's glowing spell made the Devil's Snare very uneasy, and it started to avoid the light. He didn't even need to cast other spells to easily pass through this terrifying plant network. Dudley pondered. He didn't rush down but observed more carefully. The method here was too simple, so simple it felt unreal to Dudley. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Russell's words are true. There must be a deeper conspiracy beneath this simple surface. Dudley thought to himself. The simpler the method to deal with something, the more likely there was a problem. Just like in that world, those seemingly muscular beyonders who could smash buildings weren't scary. The scary ones were those who stood aside, seemingly harmless, but whose methods were more terrifying and decisive. While low-level beyonders considered how to physically eliminate opponents, high-level beyonders thought about how to eliminate them from abstract concepts. The two methods were not on the same level. Given Dumbledore's position in the wizarding world, the defenses he set up couldn't be that simple. Dudley began to carefully check the situation below, even using spiritual vision to scan almost all areas. He even had to wind the music box twice. A quarter of an hour later, Dudley wore a gloomy expression. He found no other problems. Besides the devil's snare, there was nothing else, not even magical traces. Am I overthinking? Dudley wasn't sure. Maybe because of the initial reason, nothing too powerful was set up. Dudley thought to himself. After pondering, Dudley took the music box back, planning to use it again when leaving. Incendio. Dudley directly cast a spell, and crimson flames quickly appeared, burning the devil's snare below. In just a moment, the devil's snare was burned to pieces. The remaining parts shrank tremblingly into the corner, revealing a passage below. There should be no problem now. Dudley finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. This really was just a layer of devil's snare, with no deeper traps. Wingardium Leviosa. Dudley cast a levitation spell on himself and slowly descended, soon passing through the room with the devil's snare and entering another room directly below. After landing steadily, Dudley looked up. This was really much easier than he had imagined. Looks like I really was overthinking. Dudley pursed his lips, unsure what to say. After determining the direction, Dudley walked toward a nearby door. From there came some faint sounds, as if something was moving. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 104, Chapter 105, Test. What is that sound? Standing at the door, Dudley did not immediately enter but carefully listened for a moment. A faint buzzing sound came from inside the room, like small insects flying. Dudley used his spiritual vision to observe but found nothing unusual. After hesitating for a moment, Dudley tried to push the door and found it was unlocked, so he pushed it open. Inside was a brightly lit room with a high arched ceiling. Countless small birds, shining like jewels, fluttered their wings and flew around the room. This is... Dudley's gaze slightly tightened. Upon closer inspection, he immediately realized that the flying creatures in the air were not birds at all but keys with wings. Keys? What is this for? Dudley was momentarily confused. He looked around and quickly focused on a heavy wooden door on the other side of the room. Could it be that these keys are meant to open the door? Dudley walked across the room, carefully avoiding disturbing the flying bird-shaped keys, and went straight to the heavy wooden door. It's locked. Dudley tried and found the door was locked. Alohomora. Dudley cast the unlocking spell. Buzz. The heavy wooden door trembled slightly but did not open. There is a spell. Dudley nodded, which matched his expectations. My magical power seems a bit insufficient to break the spell on the door. Dudley pondered for a moment and cast the unlocking spell again, this time using his authority as an interrogator to increase his magical power. However, the door only shook more than before but still did not open. Still not enough. If my sequence were higher, perhaps I could use the Black Emperor's rule-twisting ability to open this door directly, Dudley thought to himself. This path was blocked. Dudley could only turn his attention to the bird-shaped keys flying rapidly in the air. Then he noticed a flying broomstick parked not far away. Dudley fell into silence. Clearly, the path forward was blocked by a door, but the keys were placed here, and it seemed they were afraid someone might not catch the keys, so they even placed a flying broomstick here. What was Dumbledore trying to do? No dangerous aura detected. Dudley carefully checked the surroundings and found nothing unusual. Then let's try. Dudley jumped onto the flying broomstick. Instantly, the keys that were originally flying shot toward Dudley like a storm. Still have offensive capabilities. Dudley's gaze tightened as he locked onto one of the keys. Its shape was obviously larger than the others, and its wings looked different. I just don't want to participate in Quidditch, but that doesn't mean I fly poorly. Whoosh. Dudley sped forward, heading straight for that key. Slow down. Dudley guided the spiritual energy inside him and cast a spell in Hermes language. Many daily spells are not complicated to cast. Once you grasp some basic principles, you can try to cast some unique spells. Dudley had not yet reached the level of inventing spells, but based on his will, he could cast some simple effect spells, especially when using spiritual language. As Dudley finished speaking, the speed of the rapidly flying keys indeed slowed down somewhat. Although not much, it was enough for Dudley to seize the opportunity and catch the unique key in one go. He immediately descended, jumped off the flying broomstick, and inserted the key into the wooden door. Bang. The heavy wooden door opened, and Dudley rushed in, slamming the door behind him. Much simpler than I expected. Dudley panted and then looked around the room. Unlike the brightly lit previous room, this room was pitch black. Under spiritual vision, Dudley vaguely saw many tall objects not far away. He took a few steps forward. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire room lit up brightly. Dudley was shocked to find that those tall outlines he saw were all chess pieces made of stone. He himself was standing on a huge chessboard. On the other side of the chessboard was a large door leading to the next room. What does this mean? Do I need to play chess? Dudley was puzzled. He tried to take 2 steps forward, but suddenly, the chess pieces on the opposite side seemed to come alive and blocked Dudley's way. So it really is a chess game. Dudley stepped back a few steps and stood at the edge of the chessboard. Something is not quite right. Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly. From the beginning, he felt the situation here was very different from what he had expected. Now that he had reached this chessboard, this feeling became even more obvious. The 3-headed dog, devil's snare, flying keys, and now the chessboard. This place doesn't seem to be a barrier set up to protect something but more like a test. The 3-headed dog could be easily dealt with by knowing its weakness and using a music box, no magic needed. Devil's snare was scary, but once you took the first-year herbology class at Hogwarts, you could easily learn how to deal with it. The countermeasures were simple, light and fire, which were not difficult for wizards. Even first-year students could do it. As for the keys in the previous room, as long as you had good flying talent, getting the keys was not difficult. All these seemed not to be designed to stop others from entering here but more like challenges set by professors for their students. If you attended class seriously and studied hard, these problems were not difficult to solve. What made Dudley feel this way even more was the key in the previous room. If the goal was to stop others from entering, a powerful spell could have sealed the door directly. Why leave the keys here, and even make the key for opening the door different from the others, as if afraid that others wouldn't recognize it? They even placed a flying broomstick here, almost directly telling you to ride it to get the key. And now the stone chess pieces were the same principle. If you won, you could pass. If Dudley were to set these obstacles, he would definitely first set some seals polluted by evil gods, then some evil spirits, and finally use powerful beyonder abilities to block this place. Herbology class, flying class, now what? Transfiguration class. Dudley looked at the magical chess pieces in front of him and slowly said. But since it's a transfiguration spell, there should be traces of spells. Perhaps, by breaking the spell, I can pass directly. Dudley activated his spiritual vision and carefully examined the magical chess pieces. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 105, Chapter 106, Breaking the Rules. With the help of his spirit vision, Dudley quickly discovered the magical traces on these chess pieces. Sure enough, there are traces of transfiguration. Were the things in this room arranged by Professor McGonagall? Not necessarily. I heard that Professor Dumbledore was also a transfiguration professor before. Dudley looked around, found the chess piece representing the queen, and walked over. So, do I need to replace a chess piece and participate in this chess game? Dudley asked. The Black Queen seemed to come alive, looking at Dudley and nodding. All right, then I choose to take your place, Dudley said softly. The Queen nodded and stepped aside. Dudley walked over and took her position on the board. Wizard's chess followed the same rules as international chess. Among these pieces, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Queen, with the highest mobility and lethality, though of course, she would be targeted by the opponent. But this wasn't important. What mattered was that Dudley had never intended to play chess properly from the beginning. Perhaps he could win this game, but it would take too much time. In a place like this, it was better to get through as quickly as possible. White moves first, so let's begin. The moment Dudley finished speaking, a white pawn on the opposite side immediately moved forward 2 squares. Dudley's gaze sharpened as he commanded a pawn to also advance 2 squares, positioning it beside the white pawn. Bang. The next moment, the white pawn drew twin blades and directly chopped the black pawn to pieces, exploding fragments all over the ground. How violent indeed, Dudley observed. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes, as if he felt a long-lost pleasure, and he began controlling the black pieces to advance. As time passed, Dudley, as the most powerful queen among the black pieces, quickly joined the battle. Soon, he found himself in danger. To save time, Dudley chose the most aggressive playing style, but this also brought him many consequences. At this moment, he was already surrounded by white pieces. As long as the opponent made one more move, he as the queen would be captured. Although this didn't mean the black pieces had lost, judging by the previously captured pieces, Dudley would most likely be chopped to pieces by the opponent's pieces. Perhaps I could try to escape. I wonder if these pieces would chase after me, Dudley chuckled, imagining himself being pursued by a group of chess pieces. His gaze fell on the white pieces not far from him, that was the white queen, whose next move would be to capture Dudley as the black queen. Dudley looked at the white queen's abdomen. Under spirit vision, he could clearly see magical traces left there. That seemed to be a key node, crucial for the entire transfiguration spell to function successfully. Dudley took a deep breath, releasing the authority of an interrogator. His gaze fixed on the white queen's abdomen as he spoke in ancient Hermes. Finite incantatum. This spell could stop running magic to a certain extent and could also eliminate some simple dark magic. It was one of the more basic spells. Generally speaking, this kind of spell was difficult to affect high-level spells. However, Dudley was now using spiritual language along with the authority of an interrogator, which could enhance his spell power. Using it to eliminate transfiguration spells wasn't difficult. As Dudley finished speaking, the white queen chess piece immediately began to tremble. Starting from her abdomen, the originally exquisite patterns disappeared, revealing the gray-white stone surface underneath. In just a few seconds, the exquisite queen turned into a pile of crumbling stones, falling to the ground and completely losing its magical aura. Good, you've been captured, Dudley chuckled. This was truly being captured in the physical sense. Without the powerful piece of the queen, white's original suppressive power over black immediately vanished. Rules are meant to be broken, Dudley mused. Among the authorities of my two pathways, there is the shadow of order. Dudley continued controlling the black pieces while dealing with pieces that threatened him as much as possible. Among these pieces, there were some key nodes of transfiguration spells that Dudley hadn't found, but this wasn't crucial. He only needed to deal with all the pieces whose transfiguration spells could be dispelled, and his black pieces would already be in an invincible position. This was an unfair game from the start. About 10 minutes later, Dudley, as the Black Queen, cornered the White King. You are checkmated. The crown on the White King's head fell to the ground, and the game ended. Creak. The heavy wooden door behind the chessboard slowly opened, and a familiar stench wafted over. This smell. Dudley's brow furrowed slightly. He no longer paid attention to the ruined chess game and walked toward the open door. This was a huge room with a very high dome. Faint light shone down, illuminating the entire space. At the door on the opposite side, a troll sat there, looking at Dudley, who had entered the room. As expected. When he smelled the stench just now, Dudley had already guessed what was probably here. After seeing Dudley, the troll immediately roared and charged at him with a wooden club. Dudley's expression shifted as he picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the troll. At the same time, the troll was already swinging its club down at Dudley. The attacks launched by both sides were completely disproportionate. The small stone Dudley threw wasn't even enough to tickle the troll. Bribe weaken. Dudley's gaze focused as his Beyonder ability suddenly activated. The troll that was originally swinging its club suddenly hesitated. Bang. The club fell down, smashing into the ground not far from Dudley. The original strike had been terrifyingly powerful, but now falling on the ground, it only caused a few cracks in the stone tiles. Its attack power had been greatly weakened. Then Dudley picked up another stone and threw it at the troll. Bribe charm. The Beyonder, Briber, abilities activated again. The troll that had originally been baring its teeth at Dudley showed great confusion in its small eyes. It looked at Dudley with a trace of bewilderment and even some friendliness. This made it reluctant to attack Dudley again. Good boy, go sit over there, Dudley said to the troll with a smile. The authority of an interrogator, combined with the charm of a briber, the troll had almost no hesitation and immediately walked to where Dudley pointed, sitting down on the ground with a thud, even showing Dudley a silly, friendly smile. Well done. Dudley nodded encouragingly and walked straight toward the door on the other side of the room. After advancing to sequence 7, dealing with this kind of troll had become very simple for Dudley. He didn't even need physical persuasion. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 106, Chapter 107, The Final Challenge. Dudley pushed open the door guarded by the troll and stepped into the next chamber. This was a circular room, brightly lit and eerily quiet. Dudley scanned his surroundings. No monsters lurked in the shadows, no sculptures stood sentinel. Only a simple table occupied the center of the space, its surface crowded with an assortment of bottles and vials. Potions, he murmured, already knowing who had designed this particular obstacle. Snape, without question. Dudley took a single step forward. Whoosh. Brilliant purple flames erupted behind him with a roar, sealing off his retreat. Simultaneously, black fire shot skyward on the opposite side, blocking the path to the next door. The flames danced and writhed, casting shifting shadows across the stone walls. So I need to brew something here? Dudley wondered aloud. But as he examined the room more carefully, he found no cauldrons, no ingredients, no brewing apparatus, only those mysterious containers on the table. Walking closer, he discovered a piece of parchment lying beside the bottles. After scanning its contents, understanding dawned. How considerate, Dudley said with dry amusement. I don't even need to brew anything. Snape's already done the work for me, I just need to find the right antidote. The parchment contained detailed descriptions of the liquids in each container, but it wasn't a straightforward answer key. It required logical deduction to solve. In other words, Dudley didn't need any knowledge of potions whatsoever. Pure reasoning would suffice to identify which bottles would safely carry him through the black and purple flames. I've heard wizards struggle with logical thinking, Dudley chuckled, shaking his head. Is this challenge specifically designed to stump magical minds? He focused his attention on the riddle. 7 bottles stand before you, 1 grants passage forward, 1 allows retreat, 3 contain deadly poison, and 2 hold harmless nettle wine. The poison always sits to the left of nettle wine. Neither bottle at the ends contains the forward potion. The largest and smallest bottles are poison-free. The second bottle from the left tastes identical to the second from the right. Dudley's eyes moved systematically across the 7 containers. From left to right, the third bottle was clearly the smallest, while the sixth was the largest. Bottles 3 and 6 aren't poison, he reasoned aloud. The second from the left and second from the right taste the same, that's bottles 2 and 6. Therefore, bottles 2 and 6 contain nettle wine. Poison sits left of nettle wine, and the end bottles aren't the forward potion. Conclusion, bottle 7 allows retreat through the purple flames. The smallest bottle, number 3, isn't poison. Therefore, bottle 3 is the forward potion. The logic unfolded effortlessly. Dudley selected the smallest vial and held it up to the firelight, examining the clear liquid within. Cheers, he said with mock formality, raising the bottle like a toast before draining it in one smooth motion. Ugh. A violent shiver ran through his body as the potion hit his system. It felt as though he'd been plunged into an Arctic lake, ice crystals forming in his veins. Terrible vintage, he commented, then strode confidently toward the wall of black flames. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the inferno. The dark fire engulfed him completely, yet he felt no heat whatsoever. The flames licked harmlessly at his skin and clothes, leaving everything perfectly intact. Excellent, Dudley murmured with relief. At least I won't have to continue this adventure naked. Beyond the flames lay another door, unlocked, as expected. Once someone solved Snape's logical puzzle, no further barriers remained. He pushed it open and stepped through. The final chamber was massive, dwarfing all the previous rooms combined. Dudley's gaze swept the circular space, finding no exit doors, no further passages. This is it, then. The end of the line. His attention focused on the room's center, a sunken area surrounded by blazing torches that cast dancing crimson shadows across the walls. There, on a small raised platform, sat a dark red stone that seemed to pulse with inner light. The Philosopher's Stone. Even without his enhanced senses, Dudley would have recognized it instantly. But with his spiritual vision active, he could see the dense magical energy swirling around the artifact like a miniature storm. If this were a sealed artifact from his previous world, it would rank among the most powerful. The ability to transmute base metals into gold or to brew the elixir of immortality, either property alone would make this stone priceless. And unlike the dangerous sealed artifacts he'd encountered before, this one appeared to have no negative side effects. But what's the test here? Dudley didn't rush forward. Instead, he studied his surroundings with careful attention. Near the platform, he could detect traces of complex magical workings, spells far beyond his current understanding, woven with a sophistication that spoke of true mastery. My intuition says there's danger here, he mused, but nothing immediately life-threatening. In all the previous challenges, I could identify each professor's handiwork. Sprout's Devil's Snare, Flitwick's Flying Keys, McGonagall's chess set, Quirrell's Troll, and Snape's logic puzzle. But Dumbledore's contribution was notably absent. Which means this final test bears the headmaster's personal touch. I wonder what surprise awaits me. Dudley began his descent down the stone steps, moving toward the platform with measured steps. Buzz. The world around him suddenly shifted. Light dimmed dramatically, and thick mist began pouring from nowhere, filling the chamber with supernatural speed. Within moments, Dudley could see nothing beyond the gray wall surrounding him. Simultaneously, he felt the space itself expanding, stretching outward like taffy. The room that had seemed large before now felt vast as a Quidditch pitch, its boundaries lost in the swirling fog. It was profoundly isolating, like standing alone on an endless, mist-shrouded plain where direction had no meaning and the horizon offered no comfort. The sensation was designed to make a person feel utterly abandoned, insignificant in the face of infinite emptiness. But Dudley remained motionless, unshaken. He'd faced far stranger situations in his previous life. This psychological pressure, while expertly crafted, wasn't enough to break his composure. Impressive, he said softly, genuine appreciation in his voice. Worthy of the most powerful wizard in the magical world. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what comes next. Then his expression sharpened. Deep within the mist, something was watching him. He could feel its presence like a weight against his consciousness, ancient, patient, and utterly focused on his every move. The real test was about to begin. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps Community Goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 107, Chapter 108, The Mirror's Edge. Dudley's expression tensed, his spiritual power already mobilized, ready to release beyonder abilities or spells at any moment. Who's there? Dudley called out actively. No one responded to his inquiry. The surroundings were empty, and his voice dispersed without receiving any feedback. It was like throwing a stone into a deep well and never hearing any sound return. After pondering for a moment, Dudley gathered his spiritual power into his eyes and carefully examined the mist around him. This mist was obviously not naturally occurring but came from magic. His spiritual vision could see through the mist to a certain extent, though not very far. Light and shadows intertwined around him. After carefully distinguishing for a while, Dudley quickly discovered that in one direction, the light was slightly brighter, with a hint of dark red glow flickering within. He walked in that direction. There should be fairly advanced spatial magic here, but I can't see through it, Dudley thought to himself. He walked forward for a while when suddenly the mist churned violently, and a stone statue rushed out, wielding a spear and thrusting it toward him. Reducto. Dudley almost reflexively chanted the spell. Bang. A loud crash echoed as the charging stone statue exploded into fragments halfway and disappeared into the mist. Immediately after, Dudley felt abrupt auras appearing from all directions, speeding toward him. Incendio. Dudley waved his right hand, and the moment he spoke, a circle of massive flames appeared around him, illuminating everything nearby while blocking the charging stone statues outside. Afraid of flames? It seems their strength isn't that high. Seeing this, Dudley had already judged the power of these stone statues, ordinary wizards could handle them. Reducto. Diffindo. Dudley began chanting spells, destroying these stone statues one by one. He encountered no other obstacles during the process, and everything went surprisingly smoothly. After dealing with these strange stone statues, Dudley determined his direction and continued walking toward the previously identified location. The appearance of these stone statues largely indicated that he was heading in the right direction. Sigh. Suddenly, a strange sigh came from the depths of the mist, making Dudley's expression immediately change. It wasn't because he was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice, but because this voice was far too familiar. It was his own voice. Go back now, there's still time, the voice said. Who are you? Dudley asked softly. I am you, the voice said calmly. Dudley smiled. If this were that world, such an answer would indeed startle him, but in this magical world, it wasn't that concerning. I'm here to take the Philosopher's Stone. Once I get it, I'll leave, Dudley said in a calm voice. Actually, he had originally just wanted to see what the defensive measures here were like. He never expected to make it here so smoothly. But now that he was here, he couldn't return empty-handed. What do you want the Philosopher's Stone for? The voice asked. Someone wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Dudley said. The voice fell into a long silence, as if stunned by his answer. So. After a long while, the voice spoke again. So, if I steal the Philosopher's Stone first, that person won't be able to steal it, Dudley said seriously. This time, the voice was truly completely silent. Obviously, whoever set up this magic never expected such an answer. The reason for stealing the Philosopher's Stone was actually to prevent others from stealing it. This was simply logical genius. Go back. The Philosopher's Stone is very safe here. No one can steal it, the voice said. Really? Very safe? Are you sure? Dudley wanted to laugh. Even a first-year student like me can easily walk here. That person can definitely do it easily too. So I still prefer to keep my fate in my own hands. Don't worry, once the Philosopher's Stone is in my hands, I guarantee there won't be any problems. How can you guarantee that? The voice asked. Once it's in my hands, I'll naturally be responsible for it. I have ways to ensure that person can never get the Philosopher's Stone, Dudley continued. You still haven't answered how you'll safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. And if I need the Philosopher's Stone, how will you return it? It is my property, after all, the voice said. Then it seems there's nothing to discuss. Dudley's patience was exhausted. Go back. The Philosopher's Stone is very safe here, the voice continued. This time, Dudley no longer paid attention to the voice and continued walking forward. He knew the voice was just an obstacle Dumbledore had set up here, but such an obstacle seemed too childish. If a criminal could be persuaded to turn back by such words, that would be truly laughable. Sigh, why won't you listen to reason? The voice sighed. Your persuasion is useless to me. Save your energy, Dudley replied while continuing to walk forward. Just then, the mist in the distance churned violently, and Dudley stopped. A figure vaguely appeared over there. Dudley looked through his spiritual vision and could only see a blurry outline, unable to see the full appearance. However, from the perspective of spiritual vision, this outline wasn't a real human but just a phantom with physical form. At the same time, Dudley also discovered that this figure looked very familiar. It was himself. "Since you've appeared, come out." Dudley stopped walking. The figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, then slowly walked out of the mist. "I'll warn you one last time. It's still not too late to withdraw now. Otherwise, I'll really have to take action," the voice said. "I'm looking forward to it," Dudley replied. The figure said nothing more and slowly walked out of the mist, soon appearing before Dudley. Golden hair, blue eyes, well-defined facial features, a strong build, everything was identical to Dudley standing on the other side. Dudley looked at the other version of himself, feeling like he was looking in a mirror. "Oh, I almost forgot." The other Dudley suddenly spoke, then pulled out a monocle from his pocket and placed it over his right eye. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story.